The Myriad Beast Nest is a mid-tier secret realm within the 9 Provinces Federation, home to 7 major hub cities, and Whitescale City stands proudly as one of them. Here, the price of land is astronomical. A single inch of soil is worth its weight in pure gold. Yet, in the heart of this bustling metropolis, a private estate sprawls amidst mountains and rivers, the City Lord's Manor. And the young man living here is the young City Lord, a soul who crossed the boundaries of time and space. In his previous life, Bai Zian was a soldier who fell in the line of duty, but his destiny was far from over. His soul transmigrated to this new world of beast tamers and spiritual creatures. Unlike other protagonists in a typical Isekai manga summary, Bai Zian didn't seize another person's body. He was reborn, entering this world as a newborn infant, yet keeping every memory from his past life intact. Fresh from his morning shower, he admired his reflection in the mirror, unable to stop the praise. Even after staring at this face for over a decade, he still had to marvel at it. He was simply devastatingly handsome. Suddenly, space itself rippled and tore open, revealing a portal from which a creature emerged. Bai Zian turned his eyes, showing no surprise at the visitor. It was a gold-rank red-eyed silver fish. The creature swam through the air toward him and spoke. Bai Zian, time for breakfast. I know. Go tell Dad I'll be down after I tidy up, Bai Zian replied casually. The fish added, don't make them wait too long before diving back into the void and vanishing. That silver fish wasn't just a pet. It was a gold-rank beast and the bonded spirit of Bai Zian's father, a powerhouse in this region. Heading downstairs, he found the whole family waiting. The beautiful woman was his mother in this life, and beside her sat his younger sister Bai Ziu. The grumbling man was his father, but the silver-haired elder, radiating a mountain-like presence at the head of the table, was Bai Jingsong, the city lord, and Bai Zian's grandfather. Grandfather, when did you arrive? Bai Zian asked as he pulled out a chair. Today is the annual awakening ceremony. As the city lord, I must be there to inspire the students and oversee the event. Bai Zian, you are a candidate this year. You must participate in the awakening. We shall go to the awakening hall together shortly. Yes, sir, Bai Zian replied obediently. He had been waiting for this moment. This was the defining event of the 9 Provinces Federation, the annual Beast Taming Awakening. Every year, the Federation holds this ritual to unlock the potential within the youth. Those who succeed can enter the Beast Taming Academy and walk the path of power. However, those who fail are destined for mediocrity, relegated to ordinary schools and ordinary lives. In this world, this ceremony is as critical as the college entrance exam from his past life. A beast tamer's talent dictates their status in the social hierarchy. Without talent, you are less than an ant in the eyes of the strong. But for Bai Zian, there was no fear, only anticipation. Why? Because a month ago he had already self-awakened an A-rank talent. This was the perfect start for a leveling Manhwa protagonist. His talent, super intuition, was a mental type ability that granted him terrifying combat instincts and the power to sense danger before it happened. It was a phenomenal ability. Not only could he predict attacks, but he could also understand the thoughts of spirit beasts, making him a natural-born ruler of monsters. For Bai Zian, the public ceremony was merely a formality which explained his absolute calm. Self-awakening an A-rank mental talent was no small feat. It was the mark of a true genius. His grandfather knew this well. In the origin world, Bai Zian would be the prize every major clan fought to control and cultivate. The old man knew he couldn't fully nurture such potential alone, but his grandson had the destiny to achieve what he could not. Yet Bai Jingsong worried. His grandson was young, and if he entered that world too soon, the old monsters would swallow him whole. He needed to temper the boy's spirit first. Thinking of this, Bai Jingsong spoke up, just as Bai Zian took a sip of tea. Bai Zian, do not underestimate the awakening ceremony. The awakening stone, used by the 9 Provinces Federation, is a supreme treasure, a relic of immense power. There is only one such stone in the entire Federation. Bai Jingsong warned, his voice grave. This stone had a legendary origin. At the dawn of the era, when monsters invaded and humanity stood on the brink of extinction, all hope seemed lost. In that desperate hour, the ancestors discovered the awakening stone. The first beast tamers awakened their powers through it, saving the human race from annihilation. It is the very foundation of their civilization, the bedrock upon which the Federation stands. To become a true beast tamer, one must pass 3 stages: awaken a talent, construct a beast taming space, and contract the first beast. Even geniuses from great clans who awaken early are sent to the annual ceremony by their elders. The goal is not just the talent, but to use the awakening stone's ancient power to stabilize and construct their beast taming space early. Simply put, The stone is a divine artifact. Its energy is vital for Bai Zian's future foundation, so he had to take this seriously. Bai Zian understood the weight of his grandfather's words and nodded respectfully. He had been so focused on studying theory that he underestimated the stone itself. Now that he knew its true value, he wouldn't waste this golden opportunity. A real man doesn't daydream. Focus on the ceremony and build your space. That is what matters. Bai Zian's father suddenly slammed the table and roared, startling both his children. "Why are you being so aggressive?" his mother snapped, hands on her hips. The father instantly shrank back, his voice dropping to a whisper. I was just projecting my voice a little. I wasn't being aggressive." Breakfast concluded, and a private driver whisked Bai Jingsong and Bai Zian toward the Awakening Square. The grandfather sent Bai Zian ahead to the hall while he prepared his speech. When Bai Zian finally arrived, the atmosphere shifted instantly. His mere presence made the eyes of every female student sparkle like stars in the night sky. "Young Master Bai, long time no see." The crowd swarmed him with overwhelming enthusiasm, leaving him with no choice but to smile awkwardly. "Young Master Bai, it has been a month. How did you manage to become even more handsome?" These were not just random students. They were the elite of White Dragon City, the heirs of generals, officials, and the wealthiest families in the region. And naturally, as the young city lord, Bai Zian reigned supreme at the very top of this hierarchy. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the crowd. A round figure barreled through, shouting Bai Zian with every ounce of breath in his lungs. Bai Zian sidestepped with practiced ease. The chubby youth went flying, planting his face directly into the dirt. "Bai Zian, I missed you to death. Did you not miss me? Yuan Po Tian, please stop looking at me with those puppy eyes. Strangers might misunderstand our relationship. If you keep this up, how can you be so cold? We have been best friends since we were in diapers." "Yuan Po Tian, you really are hopeless. It is a tragedy that a domineering name like Yuan Po Tian was wasted on someone like you." With a name like Heavenbreaker Bai, Zian once believed this guy was the main character of this story. But as Fatty's waistline expanded, that theory was thoroughly debunked. Just as Bai Zian was mourning his friend's lost physique, an arrogant voice pierced the air. "Bai Zian, you vanished for a month. I assumed you were too terrified to show your face. Admit defeat now, and I might just let you off easy." This was Feng Tianyu, the Vice City Lord's daughter, beautiful, talented, and insufferably proud. She had forced this bet on who would awaken the stronger talent. Her confidence was blinding, but Bai Zian just felt second-hand embarrassment for her. "What is with that look? Are you planning to run away from our wager?" "Feng Tianyu, the bet stands. I am actually looking forward to seeing your face when you lose. The loser would have to grant the winner one request." Of course, in her mind, defeat was not even a possibility. However, Bai Zian was 90% certain of his victory. After all, his A-rank talent was second only to the legendary S-rank. And in the entire 9 provinces federation, S-rank geniuses were practically non-existent. As Bai Zian walked away, Fatty scrambled to catch up. He whispered a frantic warning about Feng Tianyu's secret preparations. According to his father, the Feng family had secured a mysterious treasure. It was an artifact designed to boost awakening potential that explained her sky-high arrogance today. It does not matter. The Feng family has deep roots, so using secret methods is to be expected. His intuition whispered that she posed no real threat. She was just a competitive spirit trying to prove she was better than him. Moments later, the entire student body gathered in the central plaza. City Lord Bai Jingsong took the stage, delivering a rousing speech to the hopefuls. Once the formalities ended, the students marched into the Great Awakening Hall. Inside, mystical awakening stones floated in mid-air. The students took their positions, sitting cross-legged to begin the ritual. Bai Zian knew the procedure well. The Federation would project the divine power of the stones to cover the entire hall. It was a technological miracle of this awakening Manhwa world. Confidence radiated from him as he closed his eyes. He could feel the dormant talent energy igniting within his soul. But then a chaotic variable struck. The energy surged out of control, dragging him into an abyss of agony. Power flooded his veins and rushed straight to his brain. He had to seize control. If this wild energy damaged his mind, he would be reduced to a vegetable. He prepared to sever the connection immediately. But in that split second, his intuition talent sent a sharp signal. This was not a disaster. It was a legendary opportunity. His A-rank intuition had never led him astray. Gritting his teeth, Bai Zian chose to trust his guide. He embraced the pain and fought to tame the rampaging power. Suddenly, violent energy ripples exploded from his body. The supervisors watched in shock as the air warped around him. That is the City Lord's grandson. Panic set in. If anything happened to him, heads would roll. They scrambled to alert the city lord and Elder Wu immediately. Reports flew to the high platform instantly. A massive spectral eye had materialized above Bai Zian's head. No one had ever seen such a terrifying anomaly. Even the city lord's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the phenomenon. Phenomena like this only appeared for S-rank talents, or higher. But how was this possible? Bai Zian had already awakened an A-rank talent. There was only one explanation that made sense. Could his intuition be mutating into an S-rank ability? In this world, beasts could evolve into variants with unique powers. Humans were no different. Their souls could undergo the same metamorphosis. For a beast tamer, this was the ultimate evolution of talent. Throughout the entire history of humanity, such a legendary mutation was rare enough to be counted on a single hand. These figures had become eternal legends, their names carved into the bedrock of history. Yet, the thought brought Bai Jingsong more anxiety than joy. If Bai Zian's talent had mutated, the awakening would be perilous. Panic surged, and he nearly stormed the awakening hall to save his grandson. But Elder Wu, the right's guardian, blocked his path. Bai Jingsong ceased this madness. This hall belongs to the 9 Provinces Federation. You are merely the Lord of Whitescale City. Entry is strictly forbidden. He softened his tone, assuring him the Federation's barrier was absolute. Bai Zian will be safe. A prodigy like him, your family is blessed by the heavens. Elder Wu offered praise, but Bai Jingsong's heart remained in a vice. Inside, Bai Zian was fighting a silent war with his own awakening. A mystic script materialized before him, the 3 branches, heaven, earth, and man. Time seemed to dissolve into nothingness. As the text vanished, a primal scream tore from his throat. His eyes snapped open to the vast hall, the awakening stone hovering ominously above. Gasping for air, his mind raced. Heaven, earth, man. What kind of insanity was that? But the true madness had just begun. A system notification flashed. He had awakened the mythical grade mystery talent, the Eye of the Apocalypse, absolute intuition, prophecy, omniscience within his domain. The revelation struck him like a physical blow. His knees nearly buckled. In this beast-taming world, talents ranged from F to SSS. SSS rank was supposed to be the apex of human potential. Yet he had just shattered the ceiling with a mythical grade awakening. A rank unheard of, superior to SSS. A mystery-type ability. It felt like a cosmic joke, or perhaps a terrifying destiny. Around him, the other candidates had finished their rituals. Some cheered for an A rank, others wept over failure. But through Bai Zian's new eyes, their stats were laid bare. This was the power of the Eye of the Apocalypse, a heaven-defying ability that stripped the world of its secrets. Nothing could hide from his gaze. The essence of reality was his to read. In battle, he would see every enemy's talent, every beast's weakness, every fatal flaw. Victory wasn't just possible, it was calculated certainty. This was the ultimate cheat in a leveling manhwa. Adrenaline pumped through his veins. He needed to test this power, immediately scanning the students around him. Most were trash tier C and D ranks. A few lucky ones held A rank potential. The generation had some talent at least. Then a thought struck him like lightning. Wait. What about the awakening stone itself? He looked up, and the data that flooded his mind nearly crushed his sanity. That wasn't a stone. It was a life-type spirit beast. SS rank life transition talent. Pseudo-divine potential. Gold tier awakening skills. Orange tier lifesteal. It was the seed of the ancient life tree, starved of nutrients, unable to grow it, had been forced into an eternal slumber. Bai Zian was floored. To think he was standing beneath a legendary divine beast. An announcement broke his trance, ordering students to record their results. But Bai Zian's mind was still reeling. The foundation of the 9 Provinces Federation. The source of their glorious era was actually a dormant god. Do the Federation leaders know? If they did, it was a grand strategy. If not, the implications were terrifying. 3 skills. 1 god tier. 2 apex tier. If this thing ever woke up, the entire Federation would tremble. This world was far darker and deeper than he had ever imagined. Finally, it was his turn. He stepped up to the assessment machine, placing his hand on the sensor. The machine hummed. Result: A rank spirit talent. Intuition type: A rank. Bai Zian frowned. He knew his talent had mutated far beyond that. Suddenly, the machine shrieked. Error. Error. Cannot identify. Exceeds A rank parameters. Analysis failed. The alarms blared, sending the staff into a panic. Elder Wu stepped forward, a knowing gleam in his eyes. Relax. This antique can't read anything S rank or higher. Whitescale City hasn't seen an S rank in ages. It's natural the machine is confused. Elder Wu had seen the anomaly during the awakening. He assumed it was a rare S-rank super intuition. He ordered the staff to log it manually, S-rank. But even S-rank was an insult to Bai Zian's true power. Fine, Bai Zian thought. Let them believe that. A hidden ace is the strongest weapon. As the S-rank result was announced, the crowd erupted. A legendary S-rank, unbelievable young Master Bai, is destined for the heavens. A diamond rank grandfather, and now an S-rank grandson. He really is the chosen one. We can't compete with that luck. Bai Zian smiled awkwardly at the praise. If they lost their minds over an S-rank, the truth of his mythical talent would probably kill them from shock. Still, it was convenient. The machine's failure was the perfect cover for his god-slaying potential. Leaving the exam area, he found his grandfather pacing anxiously. Bai Jingsong rushed over, grabbing his shoulders. Bai Zian, the mutation. How do you feel? Any anomalies? Bai Zian lowered his gaze, a hint of guilt, shadowing his face. Grandfather, my condition is peak. The only pity is that I missed the window to forge my beast taming space right away. Bai Jingsong laughed heartily, his heavy hand resting warmly on the boy's shoulder. Bai Zian, don't let such trifles weigh on your heart. Your talent mutating from A rank to S rank. Now that is a heaven-defying event. As long as you are safe, nothing else matters. The old man continued, his voice brimming with confidence. The City Lord's Manor has resources to burn. We will help you construct your beast taming space at Godspeed, so put your mind at ease. Bai Zian opened his mouth to reveal the truth that he had actually awakened a mythical grade talent, but suddenly the Eye of Apocalypse flashed a crimson warning in his mind. Silence. He shut his mouth instantly. It seemed that a mythical grade talent was a secret too dangerous, even for blood relatives. From this moment on, he would have to walk a path of absolute caution in this leveling Manhwa world. Burning with curiosity, Bai Zian decided to test the functions of his new system. Scan, he commanded, mentally casting his senses out in a 10-meter radius. The result was terrifyingly precise. Neither human nor beast could hide from his gaze. A surge of adrenaline kicked through his veins. This power was absolute. Just wait, he thought, ambition blazing in his eyes. Once I level up, my vision will cover the entire globe. I will become the all-knowing god of this world. High on the thrill of power, Bai Zian prepared to rest. But suddenly his Eye of Apocalypse picked up a massive disturbance. A pillar of light erupted from the awakening hall, piercing the heavens. Within the brilliance, a fire Feng Tianyu spread its wings, its aura crushing down with breathtaking intensity. A Feng Tianyu. Bai Zian narrowed his eyes. Is that the cry of the Feng Tianyu flame? Or perhaps the Feng Tianyu form fire? Bai Jingsong gazed up at the phenomenon, his face serious. That is the S-rank anomaly, the Feng Tianyu flame. And the only one capable of awakening such a force is a descendant of the Feng family. Bai Zian felt a twinge of disappointment. He had planned to strut in front of Feng Tianyu and enjoy her crushed expression after defeating her. But fate was cruel. Both he and Feng Tianyu were publicly S-rank. Although his true power was mythical to the ignorant masses, they would appear as equals. The thought left a bitter taste in his mouth. Feng Tianyu had completed her awakening. The show was over. There was no more drama to be found here. Bai Zian asked to be excused. But he had barely taken 3 steps when Bai Jingsong snapped his fingers, summoning his 2 most elite shadows, Bai Ji and Bai Xiao. They stepped from the darkness, a pair of twins, radiating a lethal, silent pressure. Bai Jingsong knew the world of a system Manhwa was cruel. An S-rank genius would attract jealousy like blood attracts sharks. He assigned the twins to be Bai Zian's living shields. He was never to be left alone. Looking at the 2 gold-rank Beast Tamers bowing before him, Bai Zian realized his grandfather had already calculated every move on the chessboard. Honestly, being watched 24/7 felt like wearing a golden shackle, but he couldn't defy the patriarch's command. Moments later, his grandfather pressed a heavy, ornate key into his palm. The key to the treasure vault. Use the spirit crystals inside to forge your space. Seeing the key, Bai Zian's annoyance vanished, replaced by a grin. Being the young master of the City Lord's Manor certainly had its perks. The spirit crystals his grandfather mentioned were condensed essence of pure energy, absolute treasures for expanding a beast taming space. Usually, these were only used by masters breaking through a bottleneck. A single crystal cost at least 19,000 alliance dollars on the black market. Even at that sky-high price, wealthy clans fought wars to buy them, yet supply never met demand. And here was the City Lord's Manor, hoarding them like common stones. Back at the manor, Bai Zian headed straight for the family's most heavily guarded sanctuary, the treasure vault. He ordered Bai Zian and Bai Xiao to stand guard. "Let no one disturb me." The twins bowed in obedience. Bai Zian inserted the key, followed by a retinal scan and a blood sample verification. Click. The heavy mechanisms groaned, and the massive blast doors of the vault slowly ground open. Inside lay the accumulation of the Bai family's 100-year reign. Only items of legendary rarity were deemed worthy of this room. Bai Zian casually picked up an item, a rainbow spider core. Just last year, one of these appeared at a grand auction. Major families had nearly started a blood feud over it. In the end, the Feng family paid $150 million only to lose it later to the Bai family. But Bai Zian ignored the glittering trash and went for the real prize, the spirit crystals housed in a reinforced alloy chest. An ordinary person would boast for a lifetime about owning one shard. Inside this box, 300 crystals, a fortune worth over $300 million, just sitting there. And, looking around, there were a dozen identical boxes. Bai Zian wasn't just standing in a vault. He was standing in an ocean of liquid assets. This is the ultimate head start, he thought. While others ran the race, he was born at the finish line. In this awakening, Manhwa resources equaled destiny. Simply put, an F-rank talent only needed a single crystal to build their space. An S-rank genius might need 30. But for a monster with a mythical grade talent like Bai Zian, he estimated he would need 200 or 300 to feed the beast within. Before he could even articulate the question, a holographic interface flickered into existence. The system responded to his very thoughts. Standard mythical space requires 333 spirit crystals. Reinforced mythical space requires 666 spirit crystals. Perfect mythical space requires 999 spirit crystals. Bai Zian's eyes widened. The Eye of Apocalypse was answering questions he hadn't even asked yet. "This is insane," he whispered. "This ability blows every search engine on Earth out of the water." The mythical talent clearly hid functions far beyond his wildest imagination. Just the thought of unlocking its full potential sent shivers of excitement down his spine. But first, priorities. With the swagger of a billionaire heir, Bai Zian selected the perfect mythical space. Cost 999 crystals. While Bai Zian sequestered himself in the vault to cultivate his god-tier foundation, his father stood outside, laughing triumphantly, as a blizzard of congratulatory letters buried the estate. Ever since the news broke about Bai Zian awakening, an S-rank talent, every high-ranking official has been scrambling to curry favor with the city lord. But their true target was Bai Zian himself. Just yesterday, Madame Feng was already fishing for information about whether Bai Zian had an engagement yet. Ha ha ha, Bai Zian's mother was grinning from ear to ear. To her, he was still a child, but after the awakening ceremony, it felt like he had become a man in the blink of an eye. Speaking of which, Bai Zian's father seemed a bit more anxious. It had been a full week since his son entered the treasury. Despite his usual strict facade, he was terrified that some misfortune might have befallen his boy. On the other hand, his grandfather, Bai Jingsong, remained as cool as a cucumber. Relax. Bai Jian's S-rank talent is unique. Constructing a beast taming space naturally takes more time and energy than usual. Bai Jingsong tried to reassure his son. But the moment the words left his lips, he sensed an abnormal fluctuation of energy. The pressure was so intense that even the composed old man shot up from his chair in shock. Bai Jingsong knew immediately his grandson had succeeded. After consuming 999 spirit crystals, Bai Zian had forged a space so vast, it was terrifying. Even Bai Zian himself was stunned when he opened his eyes. This beast taming space was simply monstrous in scale. The textbooks clearly stated that a newly formed space should be a blank white room, roughly 10 square meters in size. Yet, Bai Zian's realm looked large enough to swallow 1,000 of those standard rooms. It even had mountains and rivers, resembling a complete breathing world. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Thanks to his talent, his mythical perfect-grade beast taming space had unlocked additional passive effects. First, it accelerated pet growth. Second, it cleansed all negative status effects. And finally, it had a chance to awaken a pet's hidden potential. Bai Zian couldn't help but gasp aloud. Additional effects. He knew the theory, but ordinary spaces never had bonus buffs. Such things only occurred in the most extreme 1-in-a-million scenarios. Yet his newly forged space started with 3 distinct buffs, and every single one of them was absolutely broken. In the world of beast taming, there is an ironclad rule. The greater a spirit beast's potential, the longer its growth cycle. Many tamers die of old age before their beasts ever reach their peak. But inside this leveling manhwa system, even beasts with titanic potential would grow at terrifying speeds. With these 3 buffs alone, he was destined to become the strongest young beast tamer in the history of the 9 Provinces Alliance. Then, there was the status cleansing effect. Usually, if a pet gets controlled, poisoned, frozen, or burned during battle, they are out of the fight. Healing them takes precious time and resources. But for Bai Zian, he just had to recall them into his beast taming space for a brief moment. When they came back out, they would be in peak condition, fully healed and ready to kill. Finally, there was the hidden talent awakening. This was the most heaven-defying cheat of all. A beast's talent is fixed at birth. Only legendary top-tier treasures can ever upgrade them. But Bai Zian's space could perform this miracle automatically, without any limit on how many times it could trigger. It seemed that spending 999 spirit crystals to forge this mythical perfect grade space was the investment of a lifetime. Bai Zian was incredibly satisfied. An ordinary family could never dream of spending over 1 billion federal coins just to build a foundation. Thank God I reincarnated into a rich family, Bai Zian thought to himself as he pushed open the heavy doors of the treasury. Outside, the 4 elders of the Bai family were waiting. Seeing him emerge, they rushed forward. Bai Zian, how are you feeling? You haven't eaten or drunk anything for a week, your skin and bones. But for Bai Zian, the priority was simple: he needed food now. Delicacies he usually got bored of now looked like ambrosia. He didn't care about manners. He shoveled food into his mouth like a starving ghost. Bai Jingsong and the parents watched their precious golden boy eat until he was full. Only then did Bai Zian speak up. By the way, Grandpa, I used 999 spirit crystals. The words hit them like a bolt of lightning. 999 spirit crystals. That was over 1 billion in value. His father took the hit the hardest, collapsing into his chair, legs weak. He muttered trembling words, Bai Zian, you absolute prodigal son. Bai Jingsong didn't react as dramatically, but cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Thank heavens the Bai family was filthy rich, or this grandson would have bankrupted them instantly. I didn't expect a mutated S-rank talent to consume so many resources, Bai Jingsong said, wiping his brow. Bai Zian wanted to correct him. It was actually a mythical grade talent, but he decided to keep that card close to his chest and focused on finishing his meal. Once his stomach couldn't hold another bite, Bai Zian stopped. That was when Bai Jingsong remembered something important. Not long ago, my bonded beast, the red-eyed goldfish, laid a clutch of eggs. You should go take a look. If one catches your eye, you can form a contract immediately. Hearing about the red-eyed goldfish, Bai Zian shot up in excitement, but the sudden movement churned his full stomach, and he nearly threw up his entire dinner. After letting the food settle, Bai Jingsong led him to the Spirit Beast Egg Warehouse. The staff here worked with surgical precision. The Bai family was a renowned water attribute beast taming clan, possessing secret techniques to ensure a stable supply of high-quality beasts. Furthermore, they stockpiled all the necessary evolution resources. That is why the first pet for any Bai descendant is always a water type. With the family's vast resources, they can power level quickly and join the ranks of elite beast tamers in record time. Bai Zian thought he was mentally prepared for the reserve, but reality hit him like a truck. The sheer magnitude of this egg trove left him completely thunderstruck. This wasn't just a storage room, it was a sanctuary of power. Even the weakest beasts here started at the junior silver rank, with the potential to ascend to the glorious gold tier upon maturity. But for a prodigy awakening, a mythical grade talent like him good enough was an insult. His destiny demanded nothing less than the absolute apex of power. That was exactly why Elder Bai led him deep into the sanctum, straight to the diamond tier red-eyed goldfish. Though called a fish, its aura screamed of a majestic dragon. As Bai Zian locked eyes with the creature, his cheat ability kicked in. The system Manhwa interface flashed before his eyes, the Eye of Revelation activating automatically. The data stream was overwhelming. A water-type sovereign at the peak of diamond rank, S-class talent torrential riptide. But there was a catch. Its very life essence was cracked and bleeding. Its arsenal was terrifying. 1 purple tier skill, torrential riptide, flanked by 2 blue tier lethal arts, aqua arrow, and tsunami wave. Truly a beast with heaven-defying potential. It was a tragedy that such a magnificent creature suffered from a damaged foundation. What kind of cataclysm could shatter the core of a diamond tier beast? Before he could ponder further, his grandfather signaled and the Leviathan obeyed, gliding closer. Old friend the elder spoke with deep respect. Bai Zian has finally awakened as a beast tamer. I ask for your blessing, allow him to raise one of your kin. The massive creature nodded with human-like intelligence. Meanwhile, Bai Zian was calculating, wondering if his Eye of Revelation held the secret to restoring its broken power. That is when he saw them. 2 spirit eggs resting beside the beast. The first was a white-scale fish radiating health with an A-rank talent and the potential to reach diamond. It was a textbook prodigy armed with the blue-tier Riptide Break and supported by green-tier skills like Water Dong Lice and Bubble Shield. "Choose my boy," his grandfather urged. But Bai Zian's gaze drifted to the second egg. It was the same species, yet his instincts screamed that something was different. The system interface exploded with alerts. This wasn't just a fish, it was a monster. Dual talents. Alongside the A-rank skill lay a hidden S-rank gem, Godspeed Hydro Control. Its potential wasn't just diamond, it was peak purple. 4 skills right from birth. Unheard of. 2 purple-tier ultimate arts and 2 green-tier support skills. This was the holy grail of leveling Manhwa starts. The Eye of Revelation clarified the anomaly. This creature was a natural-born mutant blessed by the heavens with double the talent. But great power comes with a terrible price. The dual talents were parasitic, draining the egg's energy faster than it could recover. It was starving to death inside its shell. A descendant of the red-eyed goldfish, evolving into a freak of nature, Bai Zian didn't hesitate for a second. "I want this one." His grandfather looked at him like he was insane. Bai Zian looked at it. "It's withered, the life force is fading. It's a defect. It might not even survive hatching." Realizing he had insulted the mother, the elder quickly bowed to the giant fish, apologizing for his harsh truth. He meant no disrespect to the bloodline, but he couldn't let his grandson gamble his future on a dying egg. Yet Bai Zian stood firm, his eyes burning with determination. "Trust me, grandfather. My gut tells me this is the partner destined to walk the path of glory with me." He knew the truth. In this entire Manhwa recap, there wasn't a single water-type beast in the 10,000 beast nest that could rival this hidden dragon. Seeing the fire in the boy's eyes, the elder relented. "Very well. But the final decision lies with the mother. You must earn her approval." Bai Zian prepared to beg or perform a ritual, but the red-eyed goldfish surprised them both. With a sharp movement, it tore a glimmering scale from its own underbelly. Blood swirled in the water as she fused the scale to the dying egg. Bai Zian gasped. "Was this a parting gift?" "Incredible," the grandfather whispered. "That's her origin scale. It repairs life essence and boosts water-type skills by 10%. It's a priceless treasure." The permission was already granted. This was a mother's gratitude, a desperate hope that her dying child might find salvation. By choosing the runt, Bai Zian had given the mother hope. Now with the origin scale, the egg survival wasn't just possible, it was probable. "I swear on my life," Bai Zian declared, clutching the egg and the golden scale. "I will raise him to be a king." It was a vow to his grandfather and to the mother watching them. Back in his sanctuary, the real work began. He placed the fragile egg and the pulsating scale into a tank of purified spiritual water. Then came the alchemy. Dragon whisker root, snow lotus seeds, crimson blood fruit. He tossed in a fortune worth of high-grade herbs. It looked like a witch's brew, a chaotic mess of potent energy that seemed almost poisonous. To the naked eye, it was madness. But the results were miraculous. The withered shell plumped up, glowing with a vibrant, unstoppable life force. The Eye of Revelation didn't lie. The perfect formula had transformed the dying wisp into a blazing sun of potential. The egg was now flawless. Time to awaken. Bai Zian initiated the soul bond. The spiritual energy connected them, forging a contract that would shake the world. Success? A blinding light filled the room. The shell cracked, and from the shards emerged his partner, the white-scale fish reborn. 1 month later, inside the beast space, the evolution was terrifying. Influenced by the secret formula, it awakened a new S-rank talent, Netherworld Power, along with the skill, Nether Water Erosion. Its potential shattered the ceiling again, skyrocketing straight to the mid-tier Monarch rank. Like Master-like Beast, true protagonists break all the rules. Despite being a newborn, it annihilated a level 5 beast without breaking a sweat. Bai Zian grinned. This was the power of an awakening Manhwa main character. His fish was a prodigy, leaving every other beast in the clan eating its bubbles. But stomping weaklings wouldn't suffice. To break through from unranked to the iron rank, it needed the fires of real combat. In this world, power was absolute. The ladder of ascension went from unranked to iron, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Beyond that lay amethyst, monarch, epic legend, and the ultimate peak, god rank. Right now, his partner was unranked, a fledgling stage divided into 9 harsh steps. But the journey to godhood had officially begun. Only when a spirit beast matures and breaks through to the black iron rank Can its true evolution path be determined? Venturing out into the wild for tempering wasn't just an option, it was a necessity for survival. With a plan set, Bai Zian summoned his white-scale fish. He ordered Bai Zi and Bai Xiao to prepare immediately. Their destination, the blazing streets of Zuhuo, the 10,000 spider nest secret realm, was a massive ecosystem comprising 7 main cities. Orbiting each metropolis were 7 satellite towns. Bai Zian's target, Zuhuo Street, was one such satellite, under the jurisdiction of Bailin City. At the heart of this territory lay a volatile volcano home to a fire element arachnid known as the Zuhuo spider. These creatures usually hovered at the unranked level, with the elite few barely scraping the black iron rank. It was the perfect grinding spot to power level the white-scale fish. Arriving at the Bailin high-speed train station, Bai Zian prepared to pass through security. But suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the crowd, screaming his name. Bai Zian, how dare you ignore me? He didn't even need to look. It was the Feng Tianyu of the Feng family. Bai Zian didn't even bother turning his head. Since they had both awakened S-rank talents, a classic trope in any awakening manhwa, their little wager was a wash. But Feng Tianyu was fuming, her aura blazing with indignation. Fine, we tied, but you vanished right after the awakening ceremony, without a word. Do I mean nothing to you? Bai Zian was taken aback. She took this way too seriously. Apparently, she'd been hunting him down since the ceremony, and seeing him board a train just fueled her delusion that he was fleeing from her. You heartless jerk. You traitor. Her screaming was drawing a crowd. Great. Now everyone thought he was some scumbag who toyed with a girl's feelings. The misunderstanding was spiraling out of control. He tried to board the train to escape the drama, but she lunged for him, trying to grab his arm. Wait. If you don't listen to me today, I won't let you leave. But before her hand could even graze his clothes, Bai Xiao stepped in, an icy barrier between them. Miss Feng, please have some dignity. Bai Xiao's voice was cold, releasing a crushing pressure. Feng Tianyu froze, completely suppressed by the overwhelming aura. Against a gold-rank beastmaster, even a newly awakened S-rank prodigy like Feng Tianyu stood no chance. Terrified, she recoiled, pulling her hand back in shame. Still, she refused to back down without stating her terms. After chasing him all this way, she demanded a rematch. Specifically, a pet battle once school started. Bai Zian gave a dismissive nod, just to shut her up, and finally boarded the train. His face remained calm, but internally, he was screaming. This Feng Tianyu was a nightmare. Her personality was absolutely insufferable. If their families weren't old friends, he would have taught her a lesson right there. Thankfully, the announcement saved him. The train to Zuhuo was departing. Bai Zian pushed the drama aside to focus on the mission. The wilderness between the main city and the satellite towns was a death zone. Monsters roamed freely in those lands. Unless you were part of a hardened hunting squad, solo travel in the wild was pure suicide. Yet, humanity needed to travel. So they engineered a special transport, capable of tearing through the danger zone. This wasn't a machine, it was a 1,000-blade centipede. A living fortress with steel-hard armor modified into a 100-meter transport. Each segment of its body served as a carriage. The higher the centipede's cultivation base, the safer the journey, and naturally, the more exorbitant the ticket price. For a young master like Bai Zian, buying the entire train would be pocket change. Money was never an issue. However, retaining the humble habits from his past life, he didn't feel the need for such pomp and circumstance. Or so he thought. When he swiped for first class, the system denied him. The notification flashed red, economy class only. Humiliated, the staff ushered him to the back carriages. Bai Zian sighed. This had his grandfather's fingerprints all over it. Before he left, Bai Jingsong had lectured him about experiencing the real world, struggling, getting scammed, building character. But tossing him into economy without his bodyguards, that was low. The noise in the carriage was deafening, filled with the chatter of commoners. Annoyed, Bai Zian activated the Eye of Apocalypse. He realized the rowdy group were students from the Mining Rock Academy, a school under Bailin City's jurisdiction. A quick scan of their stats was pathetic. They had been students for a year, yet their pets hadn't even reached black iron rank trash. A smirk played on his lips. This was the massive gap between a system manhwa protagonist like himself and the NPCs of the world. They were just too green. But his arrogance vanished the moment his gaze landed on a girl in the corner, Xiao Gubai. His eyes widened. She possessed an S-rank mystery talent, Luck Plunder. Yet she sat there in total isolation like a ghost. Just then, fate intervened. Another female student walked past Xiao Gubai's seat. Suddenly, the girl tripped over absolutely nothing, sprawling onto the floor. Instead of embarrassment, her reaction was immediate rage. "You jinx, why did you touch me? It's always bad luck around you. If I'm hurt, you're paying for it." Xiao Gubai, clearly used to this abuse, whispered a meek apology. But her weakness only fueled the bully's anger. "Shut up, don't even speak to me," Bai Zian watched silently. Like him, she was an S-ranker with a rare mystery-type ability. Such terrifying potential should have shaken the world. Why was she rotting in a backwater academy instead of being reported to the main city? A genius left to decay in a small town surrounded by uncultured idiots. Something didn't add up. A conspiracy was brewing, and Bai Zian intended to uncover it. The centipede train tore through the wasteland, arriving at Juhuo City in record time. As the train halted, Xiao Gubai disembarked looking lonely. Bai Zian shadowed her, his eyes narrowing. "Bai Xiao," he whispered. "I have a job for you." Bai Xiao materialized behind Bai Zian, like a phantom emerging from the void. It seemed his grandfather had positioned her as a hidden shadow, ready to strike if danger loomed. Bai Zian gestured toward the girl, walking ahead, his eyes sharp. "Give me everything on her background. I want a full dossier." The usually ice-cold maid broke character, a teasing smile playing on her lips. She whispered, "Young master, has that girl stolen your heart at first sight?" Bai Zian shut that thought down immediately. "Hardly. She is simply a unique variable. If we secure her loyalty before she awakens her true potential, the Bai family's power will skyrocket." With that strategic calculation made, he returned to his original mission. This city was a nest for the fire bamboo spiders. Bai Zian summoned his white-silver fish, commanding it to face 7 of the beasts at once. Though low-ranked, the spiders were a horde of berserkers. Their sheer numbers and ferocity forced the white-silver fish into a prolonged dance of death. Yet, the outcome was inevitable. In just over 60 seconds, 4 level 5 spiders lay dead. The fish's combat prowess was leagues above its arena performance. Bai Zian analyzed the damage. Under normal laws, a standard water spear should only pierce the target's shell. But the spiders had been obliterated. The passive skill, water flow breaking force, was amplifying every water-based attack with devastating ruin. His eye of truth confirmed it. Oh, he hadn't expected the white-scale fish to possess such hidden lethality. Time to find bigger prey. Only by clashing with superior spirit beasts could it face the pressure needed to evolve. That is the iron rule of the strong. In this world, skill mastery is the divide between mortals and gods. Introductory proficient, minor achievement, major achievement, and the legendary perfection. The white-scale fish held 5 skills. Without grinding, those abilities would stagnate at the bottom tier, useless in a real crisis. Take a swordsman's slash. At introductory level, he cuts a bamboo stalk. But at perfection, that same slash splits a mountain in half. That is the terrifying gap of mastery. In the hands of a true expert, a basic skill becomes a divine calamity. Snapping back to reality, the spiders swarmed again. And so began the grind. For an entire week, man and beast bathed in the fires of battle. 7 days of slaughter later, the white-scale fish's aura had intensified dramatically. Even when the spider silk struck home, the fish didn't falter. Pain only fueled its rage, making its counterattacks more savage and precise. Bai Zian calculated the XP curve. At this pace, 1 more week will push it to level 9. A perfect system manhwa progression. Suddenly, Bai Ji materialized from the shadows, bowing low. "Young Master Bai Xiao and I have completed the investigation on Xiao Gubai. It is a tragedy. Her parents died in a crash when she was young. They say she is cursed by the heavens to bring misfortune, so no kin dared to take her in. Her parents left only massive debt. If she hadn't awakened a talent and gained the temple sanctuary, the loan sharks would have sold her into slavery long ago. She tried to make friends at the academy, but calamity befell anyone who got close. She became a pariah, isolated by fear. Yet her spirit remains unbroken. She fights on. She works herself to the bone to pay the debt. Ironically, every business she works for either declines or goes bankrupt. The curse is real." Bai Zian mused. "A talent that weaponizes misfortune. Interesting. Her background was clean, and her will was steel. She was a diamond in the rough." He looked at Bai Zi. "Dig deeper. Did anything strange happen on the day of her awakening?" Bai Ji nodded gravely. "Affirmative. She was the final candidate. The moment she awakened, the assessment machine suffered a critical failure. The staff suffered freak accidents. To save time, they rushed a replacement machine, which graded her as F rank. But Bai Zian knew the truth. His eyes had seen an S rank catastrophe waiting to be unleashed. A grin spread across his face. Her talent is so potent, It distorts reality and machinery. This was getting better by the second. He issued his command like a king. Go to Kwang Nam City. Erase her debt. Then transfer her immediately to the Beast Taming Academy in White Scale City. Bai Zi's professional mask cracked, revealing that same knowing smirk Bai Xiao had worn earlier. Her inner thoughts ran wild. The young master is finally in bloom. Such a domineering move, buying her freedom just to move her schools. Is this the romance of the ultra-rich? Bai Zian could practically hear her delusional fanfiction. He was about to scold her when a piercing scream tore through the air. It was Xiao Gubai. A fire bamboo spider was hunting her down. Go Bai Zian commanded, and the white-scale fish surged forward to intercept the beast. Witnessing the classic hero saves beauty moment, Bai Zi vanished instantly to give them privacy. Bai Zian sighed. She didn't even let me explain. Xiao Gubai was sprawled on the ground. Leaving a lady in the dirt would be a stain on his honor. He reached out, but she scrambled to stand on her own, terrified her bad luck would infect him. Then recognition flashed in her eyes. You're the one from the train car. They exchanged names. Xiao Gubai's gaze lingered, assessing this mysterious savior. He one-shot a black iron spider. He's a monster. Seeing her stunned silence, Bai Zian broke the ice. What is a student doing out here in the danger zone? Where is your team? Her expression darkened. We got separated. We ran into a mutated fire bamboo spider. To anyone else, that sounded like a death sentence. But to Bai Zian, it sounded like a jackpot. His eyes lit up and he grabbed her hand. Take me to it, now. His sudden touch turned her face crimson. She pulled back, trembling. No, it's too dangerous, and being near me brings disaster. Her voice was barely a whisper. But Bai Zian, he didn't give a damn about luck. He only cared about power. He seized Xiao Gubai's hand again, dragging her toward the mutant spider's lair, swearing his white-scaled fish would blow her mind. The excitement of a classic manhwa recap protagonist radiating from him. This was the perfect scheme, killing two birds with one stone. His pet would gain experience, and by witnessing his overwhelming power, Xiao Gubai would be far more inclined to submit to the Bai family. From the shadows above, Bai Zi had been monitoring her young master. Seeing him take the girl's hand, she squealed internally, like a teenage girl watching a romantic K-drama. However, that fantasy shattered the moment she saw Bai Zian's smile. A chill ran down her spine. Hidden beneath that grin was a terrifying aura of bloodlust. Xiao Gubai led him straight to the mutant spider's nest. Despite its low base stats, this beast possessed two innate talents, a rare anomaly that demanded extreme caution. A mere copper-tier beast, wielding dual talents. That could only mean one thing. A heavenly treasure was hidden within that cave. Bai Zian summoned his white-scaled fish aura, flaring for battle. Xiao Gubai trembled, begging him to retreat. It's too dangerous. Rookies like us can't handle a mutant like this. But Bai Zian stood like an unshakable mountain, his eyes burning with confidence. Relax. Just step back and witness my power. He issued his command. First, wipe out the bamboo fire spiders with water impact. Save the water flow rupture for the boss. The white-scaled fish nodded, charging forward with a roar. The disturbance shattered the silence, awakening the slumbering nightmare within. Sensing an intruder, a mere unranked level 8 beast, the mutant spider flew into a rage. How dare such a weakling trespass on its domain? With a screech that shook the cavern, the boss commanded its legion of minions to tear the intruder to shreds. But this was no ordinary fish. In a flash of brilliance, it unleashed a torrent that obliterated the entire swarm in a single strike, leaving the boss stunned. Fury exploded within the mutant spider. It unleashed its full power, determined to rip the fish into sashimi. The heat was intense. The fish's water attacks evaporated instantly against the flames. Seeing the danger, Bai Zian shouted, "Use rapid flow dodge now." The fish obeyed instantly, narrowly escaping death. Rapid flow surged through its body, drastically boosting its agility. Having mastered water control to the great success stage, dancing through the spider's attacks was as easy as breathing. The beast struck again and again, a frenzy of violence. Yet the white-scaled fish weaved through the chaos like a phantom. Seizing an opening, it flanked the monster from above, but Bai Zian's voice cut through the air, warning his beast not to get careless. Don't get provoked. Clear the stragglers first. The real boss battle hasn't even started yet. Snapping back to reality, the fish redirected its fury toward the remaining bamboo spiders. Watching its army annihilated, the mutant spider let out a shriek of pure, unadulterated hatred. Bai Zian smirked. They had successfully pushed the boss to unleash its ultimate move. The next strike was cataclysmic, but the fish remained calm, dodging with fluid grace. before countering with a devastating water flow rupture, aimed straight at the beast's legs. Bai Zian watched with hawk-like focus. Water naturally conquered fire. The elemental advantage was firmly in their grasp. At this pace, total victory wasn't just possible, it was inevitable. But things were going too smoothly. A knot of unease tightened in his stomach. And sure enough, the cunning beast had been laying a trap all along. Every time the spider struck, it wasn't just missing. It was secretly weaving invisible silk threads throughout the cavern. As the battle dragged on, the web tightened. The entire cave had become a cage, severely restricting the fish's movements. The tables were turning. Realizing the danger, Bai Zian roared, "End it now. Use netherwater erosion." The little fish acknowledged the command, channeling every ounce of its energy into its ultimate technique. Power surged like a tsunami. The attack split into multiple streams, striking from every angle. The mutant spider didn't stand a chance, obliterated in an instant. But the victory came at a cost. Exhausted, the fish collapsed. Bai Zian caught it gently as the system interface chimed. Level up, unranked, level 9 achieved. Mission accomplished. With a satisfied nod, he recalled his partner into the beast taming space to recover. Xiao Gubai stepped forward, her voice trembling. Is your fish okay?" "It's fine," he assured her. "Just needs a little nap." He approached the spider's corpse to harvest the loot, but before he could even draw his blade, Xiao Gubai had already jumped in. Her knife skills were shockingly professional. Impressed, Bai Zian stepped back to let her work, activating his Eye of Apocalypse to scan the cave for hidden treasures. Before he could finish scanning, Xiao Gubai's excited voice echoed through the chamber. "Bai Zian, look. You have to see what I found inside the boss." In her hand lay a handful of awakening origin stones, mythical gems, capable of unlocking new talents, a holy grail in this awakening manhwa world. She had found the cave's ultimate prize before his all-seeing eye even spotted it. Her luck, talent, was truly terrifying. Bai Zian was stunned. He had only ever seen two things capable of awakening talents: the Federation Stone and his own beast taming space. In the 9 provinces, an item like this was beyond priceless. It was a treasure people would kill for. Without an appraisal skill, Xiao Gubai had no idea what she was holding. And Bai Zian knew he couldn't tell her the truth. She was a good person, but in the face of such god-tier power, even the purest heart could be corrupted by greed. He kept his face neutral. "I'm not sure what those are. I'll ask the elders when we get back." Naively, Xiao Gubai nodded and went right back to butchering the spider. Seeing her resolve crumble, Bai Zian knew the time had come. He invited her to his domain, causing Xiao Gubai to freeze in sheer confusion. "Are you actually inviting me?" she stammered. Bai Zian simply nodded while she turned back to the spider corpse, plunging her knife in once more to hide her shock. In her eyes, he was a god of power, while she was a curse, a jinx, a true monster rejected by the world. Accepting such grace felt like a sin she couldn't commit. "You are wrong," his voice cut through her self-loathing. "You aren't a monster. You are simply unique." He gently took the blade from her trembling hand, stopping her futile venting. Then he offered her a place at the prestigious Bai clan in Bailin City. He promised to show her a world beyond her wildest dreams, where true masters of the beast-taming arts resided. The Bai clan, the family of the diamond-rank beast tamer Bai Jingsong, she gasped. "Exactly. So, will you join us?" He extended his hand, an offering of salvation. Staring at his palm, a spark of hope ignited in Xiao Gubai's dark world. Maybe, just maybe this time would be different. With trembling fingers, she grasped his hand and accepted her fate. In that moment, a vow was etched into her soul. She would repay this kindness with her life 10 times over. The pact was sealed. Bai Zian smiled, announcing he had a welcoming gift for his newest ally. He pushed aside the webs, revealing a clutch of mutated fire bamboo spider eggs. Born from a variant, these eggs held the potential for a completely new evolution line. This was the genesis of a new spider race. If cultivated correctly, this new species would bring unimaginable power and wealth to the Bai clan. "Choose one," he commanded. "Consider this your initiation test for the Bai clan." "A test? You want me to sign a new contract?" she asked timidly. Bai Zian nodded. "The bond between tamer and beast is not eternal. It can be broken. As a tamer rises, low-level beasts become burdens in battle. It is the law of this world to discard the weak for the strong. There are 2 ways to forge a new pact. First, sever the soul link forcibly. Second, kill your current companion." Xiao Gubai stepped forward, her instincts screaming. She reached out and instantly selected the egg with the highest potential. Bai Zian smirked. Her treasure-hunting talent was the real deal. Now came the cruel choice. The first method would inflict backlash, risking her life. The second was heartless. Which path would she choose? Without a second of hesitation, she chose to sever the contract. She refused to kill the beetle that had been her only friend. As the bond shattered, blood sprayed from her lips. Bai Zian rushed to her side, panic flaring. "Are you all right? I'm fine." Despite the agonizing pain, she sat down to bid a proper farewell. They had survived hell together, and saying goodbye tore at her heartstrings. She watched until the beetle disappeared into the horizon. Seeing her loyalty and kindness, Bai Zian knew with absolute certainty he had recruited a gem. With the deed done, the duo headed to the black market of Fire Bamboo City. It was time to hunt for resources. The merchant feigned outrage, pointing at a pile of stones. "You opened with 9,000. You missed a zero, kid. I can't go that low." But Bai Zian wasn't some naive rookie. He smirked, his eyes sharp. "Boss, do you think I'm an easy mark just because I'm young?" His aura flared with mock anger. "Don't try to scam me. This core is trash. It doesn't even have a faint energy pulse." Caught in the lie, the merchant dropped the act. Okay. It's damaged, sure, but it might contain a primal imprint. A beast of the same element could learn a skill from it. Bai Zian pretended to ponder. "You have a point, but the odds of a shattered core having a skill are 1 in a billion. If it wasn't pretty, I wouldn't even look at it." But in reality, his cheat ability was active. The system voice echoed in his mind. "Crimson Light Sparrow Core. Super Monarch rank. Damaged. Skill Heavenly Meteor Fire." This is the thrill of a system manhwa. A devilish grin tugged at his lips, startling Xiao Gubai. To find a Monarch-tier treasure in a backwater town, her luck stat was already paying off. The merchant sighed, defeated. "Fine, let's meet in the middle. 90,000. Bai Zian looked ready to walk away. "Forget it. The ultimate negotiation tactic works on grandmas and black marketeers alike." The merchant panicked. "Wait, 10,000. That's my floor. Take it or leave it." "Deal." Bai Zian replied instantly. But suddenly, a voice interrupted from the shadows. "Hold it." A purple-haired dandy walked in. He looked at the core with greedy eyes. "I'm also interested in that trash." His arrogance was palpable, practically begging for a face slapping. He flipped his hair. "I'll pay 20,000. Bai Zian slapped his hand away. The audacity of this guy. "Hey, buddy." Bai Zian's voice dropped an octave. "Stealing a deal like this is against the rules." The purple-haired punk sneered. "The boss hasn't sold it yet. Anyone can bid." He pointed a mocking finger at Bai Zian. "Besides looking at you, do you even have 20,000 Beast Tamer?" He puffed out his chest. "I am the nephew of the Fire Bamboo City mayor. Step aside, and I might toss you a job to feed yourself." Another second-generation young master, flexing his daddy's influence. But then his lecherous gaze landed on the girl. The purple-haired creep locked onto Xiao Gubai. Bai Zian clicked his tongue in disgust. He noticed her. Soft skin, cute face. "A rare beauty," the creep muttered. That was the last straw. Bai Zian's patience evaporated. "If we both want it, there's only one way to settle this. A duel to the death." He stepped in front of Xiao Gubai, shielding her. This guy was a classic weak villain with a death wish. Your face practically screams cannon fodder. "I'll use you as a warm-up." The Eye of Apocalypse opened. The purple-haired brat flared his aura. "Playing hero. You're courting death." His beast unleashed flames, and the system chimed. The real battle was about to begin. Species Crimson Flame Hound Fire Element. Peak Silver Rank. Talent Magma Physique. Quality Mid-Tier Black Iron. Skills Blue Flame Flow. Azure Blaze Tier. The master barked his cruel order. "Go, my loyal dog. Tear him apart for me." The hound lunged at Bai Zian with jaws snapping, eager to shred him to pieces. But Bai Zian didn't flinch. He calmly held Xiao Gubai, sidestepping the attack with ghostly grace. A spark of amusement danced in Bai Zian's eyes. For a young master usually sheltered by his clan, a life-or-death duel with a real beast tamer was a rare and thrilling opportunity. The purple-haired punk's beast struck again with savage fury. Bai Zian merely smirked. He had just crushed a bronze spirit beast. How tough could a black iron tamer really be? He dodged the assault, as if he were taking a stroll. The antagonist spat venom, frustrated by his target's elusiveness. "If you have any skill, stop running, you piece of trash." By now, the crowd had swelled, whispers spreading like wildfire. "Wait, isn't that Zhou, the mayor's nephew? We're done for." Zhou is a notorious bully around these parts. I heard he loves using dirty tricks in duels. The spirit beast went berserk, its attacks becoming more frantic. Xiao Gubai screamed in terror. "Watch out, Bai Zian." Even the old merchant shook his head in pity. That kid is dead meat. But Bai Zian stood there, an island of calm in the storm. Still looking as relaxed as ever, Bai Zian taunted. "Fine. If you don't want me to dodge, I'll face you head on." Borrowing the hound's own momentum, his hands traced a perfect circle in the air. Bai Zian spun the massive beast around like a toy in a washing machine. Then he delivered the finishing blow, a palm strike that sent the creature flying across the street. The ferocious monster whimpered on the ground like a kicked puppy, looking utterly pathetic. The mayor's nephew felt his face burning with humiliation. "You dare hit my dog, you're slapping my face. I'll make you regret being born." Ignoring his pet's injuries, he barked a ruthless command. Hound used liquid fire. The loyal beast forced itself up to obey. It charged a spiraling fireball and blasted it toward Bai Zian. Bai Zian evaded just in time. Seeing the scorched earth where he just stood, he decided it was time to get serious. "Come forth, scalefish. Water extinguishes fire. It's the law of nature." Bai Zian summoned his aquatic partner. "Show them your power, scalefish." But as the scalefish materialized, Bai Zian sensed a disturbance. A massive serpent suddenly lunged from the shadows behind him, jaws wide enough to swallow him whole, but his reflexes were god tier and he dodged instantly. It was a dirty sneak attack from the purple-haired coward. Yet the scum remained arrogant. "Humph. I'm surprised you managed to dodge that trash." The interface of this system, Manhwa, flashed with data. Species blazing serpent fire element. Rank mid-tier silver. Talent Godspeed B. Quality mid-tier black iron. Skill sky fire sparks primary toxin. Even the scalefish looked disgusted by such dishonor. Bai Zian narrowed his eyes. This was going to be a tougher fight than expected. He gave a sharp command. "Scalefish, let's end this quickly." The fish signaled its readiness. The enemy laughed maniacally. "Perfect. Hound blazed here. Fighting 2 against 1 is a death sentence." The scalefish found itself trapped in a ring of fire. It chirped in alarm. "This looks bad." Explosions rocked the arena, swallowing the fish in crimson flames. The dust settled, obscuring everything. The punk gloated, "A rookie with a tiny pet, challenging a black iron master, like me. Know your place. A waste of a good spirit beast." He sneered with victory. "Game over, kid." But Bai Zian stood unwavering. He could feel his partner's spirit burning bright. "Aren't you celebrating a little too early?" From the smoke, a silhouette shot out like a bullet. The scalefish emerged without a single scratch. With a furious roar, its tail smashed into the enemy hound. It was a tyrannical strike that launched the hound halfway down the block. The dog was instantly KO'd. Only the blazing serpent remained. It coiled its long body, attempting to crush the scalefish in a deadly embrace. Too slow. The scalefish slipped away with agility. Charging a compressed water cannon, it blasted the snake point blank in the head. The serpent was officially out of the game. The bully stammered in disbelief, his world shattering. Impossible. You're just an unranked nobody." The scalefish puffed up its chest, justice served. Bai Zian recalled his pet. "Honestly, your spirit beasts are strong." He smirked, delivering the final emotional blow. "Too bad they have a loser for a master." That insult shattered his ego. A narcissist like him couldn't swallow such humiliation. "You little brat, I don't care about my reputation anymore." He drew a concealed dagger and rushed Bai Zian. "You're just a trash tamer. Why are you so smug?" Die, suddenly, wham! A flying kick connected with his skull from out of nowhere. Perfect timing. Bai Ji landed with style, flashing a bright smile as she handed a message to Bai Zian. "Young Master Bai Zian, a secret missive from the city lord." The bully lay on the ground, groaning curses. "Drop dead." Bai Zian ignored him, turning to the merchant. "Boss, here is 10,000 credits. I'll take that beast core now." The scene shifts to the modern skyline. Back in his sanctuary, Bai Zian was deep in thought, standing before a block of rare herbs. The electronic letter projected a voice. "Bai Zian, the evolution materials you requested for the scalefish have been collected. You are rejecting the Bai family's secret technique to forge your own path of evolution. Grandfather respects your choice, but remember, walking a road no one has traveled before is a gamble with death." Bai Zian pondered these words. The scalefish had indeed surpassed the limits of black iron and was ready for its first evolution. The standard path would turn it into the red-eyed golden fish, but the Eye of Revelation had shown him a god-tier path he couldn't refuse. The Kun Peng path. From Minnow to Leviathan, from Leviathan to the mythical Kun, and finally, the Kun becomes the Peng. To reach those 3 states, it requires 9 total evolutions. Bai Zian grinned, excited to raise a beast that would rule both the oceans and the heavens in legend. He summoned his partner again. "Come out, little flyer." The fish zoomed out, slamming straight into his spine with zero braking control. "Damn it." Bai Zian felt like his back just snapped. A concerned voice called from the hall. "Bai Zian, you okay?" He grabbed the fish, shaking it in frustration. "Scalefish," he said, poking its squishy cheek. We start the evolution right now. The fish gave him the ultimate puppy dog eyes. No time for sympathy. Bai Zian began the ritual. He took out the rare catalysts. As they swirled together, the initial stage of evolution commenced. The scalefish's body began to morph. Its tail and fins elongated into elegant wing-like structures. The light intensified for the final transformation. It emerged reborn. It looked like it had aged from a toddler to a powerful predator. Species white shadow giant scalefish. Element water. Rank primary black iron. Talents Godspeed S, Stealth S. Skills rending stream. A phantom movement A. The system notification rang out like a divine decree. High-tier sovereign rank achieved. Skills acquired Hydro Dominion and Violet Speed entry level. A flood of data assaulted his mind. Nether, Erosion, Essence, Blue Stream Rupture, and the Mystic White Shadow Art. He mastered the green tier Water Impact and Bubble Shield. But the real prize, a heaven-defying innate talent. His capabilities now dwarfed the common abyssal scalefish. He possessed the phantom heritage of the white hydro whale. A power to beguile enemies and weave through attacks like a ghost in the mist. The moment the mechanical voice faded, boom, an explosion rocked the room. The beast's body expanded uncontrollably, pinning Bai Zian against the wall with crushing force. Damn it. Since when did you get this massive? If he didn't command it down now, he'd be flattened into a human pancake. Buddy, return to the void, he shouted. The massive creature obeyed instantly, vanishing into the beast taming dimension. Bai Zian gasped for air, his heart pounding. To think he was almost crushed by his own pet. In this Manhwa recap, he looked around the wreckage of his room, just as a sharp knock echoed from the door. Bai Zian's worried voice drifted through the wood. Young master, are you all right? Looking at the disaster zone, he forced a calm tone. I'm fine, just practicing some high-level taming arts. Be a dear and prep a new room for me, would you? Because this one is officially condemned. He needed a fix and fast. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a forgotten letter amidst the debris. A single line of text burned into his retinas. The Azure Origin Dew has appeared in Blazing City. Grandfather works fast, he smirked, his determination igniting. That dew is as good as mine. Spirits lifted, he decided to hunt for treasures while he was at it. The scene shifts to the bustling streets of Blazing City, alive with the roar of commerce. Fresh beast cores and eggs. Get them while they're hot. Detailed maps of the beast territories. Don't die out there. Buy a map. Black Raven mercenaries recruiting. Full benefits included. The noise was deafening. Bai Zian frowned, the cacophony, grating on his nerves. So loud. He scoured the market, but nothing caught his eye. Just junk, he thought. But in a classic leveling manhwa twist, fate was about to slap him in the face. The system pinged wildly. Detected black iron rank poison flame core. Ancient bronze fossil. Nether eagle feather. A treasure trove right under his nose. As they strolled, hushed whispers caught his attention. The upcoming auction was the talk of the town. Two cultivators were gossiping nearby. Word is, there are diamond-tier resources up for grabs this time. Yeah, and that Iron Lady from Azure City is sweeping up every diamond artifact she can find. The competition was going to be brutal. Bai Zian's heart sank. Trouble, he thought. I need that Azure Origin Dew. But if the Azure City Lord steps in, this auction just turned into a war zone. A harsh shout snapped him back to reality. Hey, you buying that, or just polishing it with your fingerprints? Move along. Xiao Gubai sheepishly held up a dusty object. Boss, how much for this rock? The merchant exploded. Rock, open your eyes, kid. This is an artifact, you look too poor to even look at it. Scram, you're blocking paying customers. Suddenly, the system overlay flashed gold. Detected diamond rank radiant fruit. Bai Zian froze. That random rock Xiao Gubai picked up was a legendary treasure. He didn't hesitate. Bai Zian grabbed Xiao Gubai's shoulder, feigning casual interest. Boss, give me a number. I'll take it. The merchant sneered, greedy eyes glinting. 30 million. Non-negotiable. The old man thought he had hooked another clueless rich kid. Xiao Gubai tugged his sleeve, whispering frantically. Bai Zian, are you crazy? That's robbery. The merchant cackled. Showing off costs money, boy. Bai Zian just grit his teeth and slapped his card down. Swipe it. In his mind, he was laughing. 30 million for a diamond resource. That was a steal in any system manhwa economy. Pleasure doing business, the merchant beamed, thinking he just made the sale of the century. Suddenly, a shadow fell over the city. The crowd gazed up in awe. Look at that aura. Is that a crane? A majestic figure stood atop the beast, looking down on the mortals. Fly Feng Tianyu crowned cloud crane, a voice boomed from the heavens. The system analyzed the beast instantly. Feng Tianyu crowned cloud crane. Rank mid-diamond. Talent Stormcaller. Skills Azure Wingblade Dance of the Cloud Mist. Bai Jingsong gazed down at the city, his voice projecting with spiritual energy. Old Demon Chi, we have arrived. The crane trailed glittering stardust across the twilight sky. Opposite him, a figure riding a massive blazing raven burst into laughter. Well, well, if it isn't the illustrious Lord of Whitescale City, the man stood with arrogant confidence. Your presence makes my humble blazing city shine brighter than the sun. Bai Jingsong rolled his eyes at the theatrics. Cut the act, Old Demon Chi. Since when did a brute like you pretend to be civilized? A guest is a guest, Bai Jingsong the demon replied with a mock bow. Below, Bai Zian stared up, jaw dropped. Grandfather came personally. Just to help me get the due. The two legendary beasts soared toward the horizon as the sun set. The next morning, the scene shifted to the opulent halls of the auction house. Bai Jingsong looked at his grandson with grave concern. Bai Zian, are you absolutely certain about this? Bai Zian's eyes burned with resolve. Yes, grandfather. I will obtain the Azure Origin due no matter the cost. A cold voice sliced through the air from behind them. Bai Jingsong. It was Dong Li, the Azure City Lord. If you're here to beg for the due, save your breath. The highest bidder takes all. That is the law, she declared, her granddaughter Ji Qi standing silently in her shadow. The girl glared daggers at them. Bai Zian blinked. I know her. Bai Jingsong, however, let out a hearty laugh. Is this your little granddaughter? I heard you're bankrupting yourself, buying diamond resources to cure her illness. The woman's face twisted in fury. You dare bring that up? Are you trying to threaten me? Terrifying energy erupted from her body. I am a diamond rank tamer, just like you, old man. Do you think I fear you? Bai Zian shielded his face, struggling to stay standing against the crushing pressure. So, this is the aura of a diamond rank. It's suffocating. This isn't just a regular awakening manhwa scenario, this is real power. In contrast, Bai Jingsong stood unmovable as a mountain. Relax, City Lord Dong. I'm just saying if we bid against each other, the only winner today will be the auction house. Bai Jingsong instantly manifested a protective barrier sealing the area with a hum of power. I can see you have no specific need for a diamond rank resource, he said smoothly. Why not make a trade? It would keep things peaceful. The onlookers gasped. Only a silver rank beastmaster could condense a shield of that magnitude. Dong Li regained her composure, though her brow remained furrowed. What kind of trade are you proposing? He revealed a small ornate box. I possess a diamond rank dawn fruit. If I can secure the blue cloud dew, I will sell this to you for the exact same price. Suddenly, Bai Zian stepped forward and whispered, Grandpa, wait a second. He turned to Ji Qi, flashing a warm, gentle smile. This little sister looks so sick and pitiful. Why don't we just give her the dawn fruit? On the outside, the old man froze. But internally, his jaw hit the floor. He thought, my grandson went from selling it to giving it away. This wasn't part of the plan. Dong Li couldn't believe her ears. She asked skeptically, young man, diamond rank resources are incredibly rare. Why on earth would you gift it to us? She eyed them with deep suspicion, but Bai Zian just kept smiling like an angel. Didn't you say she needs a diamond rank item to cure her illness? Ji Qi's face turned beet red at his words. I like her, so I'm giving her the dawn fruit. Bai Jingsong looked at his grandson with narrowed eyes, sensing a scheme. Bai Zian isn't the type to be blinded by beauty, the old man mused. And even if he was, this child, from the Dong Li family, is too frail. She's hardly suitable to be a granddaughter-in-law of our house. The old man let out an awkward laugh, handing over the box. Don't laugh at us. My grandson is just too straightforward. If he says he wants to gift it, then gift it we shall. But in his heart, he realized something else. His straightforwardness is usually a disguise. His intuition must have picked up on something huge to make him change the plan so abruptly. Dong Li looked down at the box in her hands. She signaled the child to follow and turned back one last time. City Lord Bai, since I've accepted this gift, I will not fight you for the other item. Thank you, City Lord Dong Li, Bai Jingsong replied, watching them leave. Ji Qi paused, glancing back shyly. Big brother, what is your name? Bai Zian beamed at her, the picture of innocence. My name is Bai Zian from Whitescale City. When you get better, come find me so we can play okay. She etched his name into her memory, turning away reluctantly while murmuring Brother Bai Zian. But the moment she was gone, Bai Zian stared blankly ahead, giving away a diamond rank resource for free. His expression instantly darkened a terrifying coldness, replacing the smile. I'm not someone who burns money for no reason. A holographic screen flickered to life. The system displayed her stats. Spatial race. Void insect host. Realm 9th stage of no rank. Talent SS rank void insect. Potential epic. This was the hidden data of an awakening manhwa protagonist. High potential upon maturity, the system read. However, the larval stage requires massive energy. Without it, the parasite drains the Beastmaster, becoming a heavy burden. He watched her retreating figure, calculating the odds. An SS rank, epic spatial spirit beast. If it strengthens into a talent, and she survives, she will become a legendary powerhouse. The system notification continued to scroll. Talent enhancement effect. SS rank support talent. Can increase the capabilities of all selected pets by 100%. Bai Zian smirked his eyes, gleaming with ambition. That 30 million dawn fruit just bought her eternal gratitude. Totally worth it. Meanwhile, the auction hall was packed to the brim. The hostess stepped onto the stage, announcing that the main event was about to begin. She radiated excitement as the event kicked off. Dearest guests, welcome to today's grand auction. The spotlight swiveled, focusing on the first item of the night. The auction officially starts now. No more wasting time. Let's bring out the first treasure. The crowd below buzzed with anticipation. A gold-eating beast egg, the purple rock eagle. Starting bid 1 million murmurs filled the room. Purple rock eagles were notorious for being hard to tame. High above Bai Zian and his grandfather watched from their private suite. Bai Zian's eyes widened in shock as he analyzed the item. The girl on stage raised her hammer. A genuine gold-eating beast egg. Do I hear a bid? A voice rang out from the VIP box. 1 million. The audience below gasped in surprise. Just a rich kid throwing money around to raise a pet for fun, they sneered. I'll never understand the world of the wealthy, someone muttered. On stage, the hostess exhaled in relief. The first item is usually the hardest to move. Thank goodness. But Bai Jingsong looked at his grandson with concern. Bai Zian, do you want to reconsider? Purple rock eagles are a nightmare to raise. But Bai Zian was staring at the system interface. Species purple rock eagle. Dual attribute, wind and thunder. Talent, lightning. Potential mutated amethyst. Skills, flash, lightning, thunderclap, tornado slash. Bai Zian turned to the old man, his voice steady. Grandpa, my intuition tells me this egg isn't as simple as it looks. A smug grin spread across his face. Even the auction house's high-level appraisers got this one wrong. A gold eater versus an amethyst eater. The difference between those two ranks is like heaven and earth. Bang, the hammer fell. Congratulations to the guest in room 3 for winning the purple rock eagle egg. The next items were brought out in quick succession, applause thundering through the hall. An hour later, the hostess checked her list. And now for the final item of the evening. The blue cloud dew. The lights focused on a shimmering blue vial. No base price. Free bidding. Minimum increase of 1 million Kyushu coins per bid. The entire auditorium exploded into chaos. I bid 10 million. 10 million. You're dreaming if you think you can get a diamond rank material for that. I bid 30 million. 50 million. Everyone please give me some face. In the face of a diamond rank material, your face is worth nothing. 100 million. Bai Jingsong held Bai Zian back. Bai Zian, stay calm. Not yet. Let them fight it out, then we strike with a high bid. Bai Zian frowned slightly, his gaze intense. That blue cloud dew is the key to my second awakening. He held the green stones in his hand, the awakening stones he had looted from the mutated fire bamboo spider king. How exactly should I use these? As if reading his mind, the system flashed a notification. Host is currently analyzing the awakening origin stone. Receiving heavenly revelation. Method 1. Carry the awakening stone on your person. Over time, there is a chance to awaken a talent ranked F to D. Can be attempted once per year. Method 2. Directly embed the awakening stone into the body. Chance to awaken a talent ranked C to A. Can be attempted once per year. The mutated Spider King probably swallowed a stone by accident, fulfilling the second condition. Bai Zian realized. Method 3. Use the stone as the core material supplemented by the neon mist secretion, the blue cloud dew, and the heaven-reaching pair. Create an awakening solution. Soak for 1 day and 1 night. Probability of awakening a talent ranked S to SSS. The third method involves awakening an S rank or even triple S rank talent. However, the ingredients required for the awakening elixir are legendary in rarity, the Azure Distant Tear and the Mystic Rainbow Lotus Leaf. I remember the Bai clan's vault holds the first 2 treasures, but the Origin Cleansing Dew that requires the Bai clan's vast network. Suddenly, a staggering bid dropped 500 million. Tang Dayu smirked, arrogance written all over his face. With that dew, he would finally break through to the diamond rank. But then a voice from the VIP suite crushed his dreams. 700 million 9 province coins. Panic set in. He immediately began to beg, I am Tang Dayu, a tier 1 gold beastmaster. This material is critical for my cultivation path. Please give me some face. Desperate, he roared to the crowd. 800 million. The entire hall gasped, plunging into chaotic whispers. Boss Tang is just one step away from diamond rank, so his desperation is understandable. But the person in seat 3, that is no ordinary existence. It must be a hidden powerhouse. Didn't you notice City Lord Dong Li in seat 2 remained silent? Yet Tang dared to bark. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure crushed the room, followed by a voice dripping with disdain. A tier 1 gold beastmaster? You think that impresses me? Tang froze, terror gripping his heart. That aura. It was a diamond rank beastmaster. Even the auctioneer trembled in her heels. This was the supreme expert the city lord personally welcomed yesterday. Who exactly is inside? A single cough echoed from the private suite, sending shivers through the hostess's body. 900 million. Going once. Tang instantly bowed, sweat pouring down his face. This junior was blind. Please forgive my offense, Your Excellency. The crowd sneered at his misfortune. A mere gold rank challenging a diamond elite, that's like smashing an egg against a boulder. The auctioneer regained her composure. 900 million going twice. If no one bids, the chance is lost forever. She beamed with excitement. 900 million sold. But the crowd murmured. City Lord Dong Li usually covets diamond tier items. Why the silence today? All eyes turned to the VIP box. The lady in red pointed dramatically. Congratulations to the guest in Suite 3. You have won the Origin Cleansing Dew. Suddenly, the door exploded inward. Old Demon Chi stormed in. Old man Bai, what kind of dark magic did you use to make that witch Dong Li back off? Bai Jingsong looked annoyed. My grandson has his ways. The old master scoffed, eyeing the boy. This twig is your grandson, pale as a corpse and skinny as a rail. How can he be a beastmaster? But Bai Zian ignored the insult, eyes locked on the prize. Finally, the second talent is secured. Smack! The old man slapped Bai Jingsong hard. Good. It's decided. Then Bai Zian blinked, snapping out of his trance. Decided what? The old master turned with a grin. Bai Zian, in 3 days, you will duel old Demon Chi's granddaughter. Bai Zian stood there stunned, as the sun set over the blazing red city manor. Crash. A girl kicked the door open, radiating chaotic energy. It was Ren Ni. Hey, old geezer, I'm back. She grabbed his beard menacingly. Old man, why did you summon me? If this isn't life or death, I'm shaving this beard off right now. He winced in pain. Ah, let go, my precious granddaughter. My beard is ripping. Old Demon Chi laughed nervously. You're about to advance to bronze rank, right? I found a golden opportunity for you to acquire a diamond potential spirit beast. Her eyes went wide with shock. Really? What opportunity? He pointed a finger at the boy. Just crush him in a fight. Bai Jingsong whispered to Bai Zian. Don't you dare lose. Bai Zian seized this chance. Win and we enter the Crimson Tooth Valley to find you a flying mount. The rivalry was palpable. Old man Bai, you're here early. Let's get this over with. We have a beast to catch. Old Demon Chi sneered before he could finish. I hope your grandson enjoys the taste of dirt. Ren Ni eyed him with a predatory spark. Well, aren't you a handsome little brother? I'm Ren Ni. And you. Her intensity made him flinch. Bai Zian. Old Chi shoved them apart. Enough chatter. Fight. Ren Ni shifted into a combat stance. Get serious, handsome, or you'll get hurt. The interface flashed open. Target Ren Ni. Talent A rank Spirit Link. Cultivation High Black Iron. Beast Dark Wing Fang and Level 9 Golden Needle Eagle. It was like reading the stats in a standard leveling manhwa. Ignite. A beast materialized in a burst of flames. Dark Wing Fang. Fire and Wind Attribute. High Black Iron rank. Special skill. Azure Flamestorm. She commanded the skies. Darkwing, take the high ground. Ren Ni pointed a finger at him. Summon your pet, or don't blame this big sister for bullying you. Bai Zian didn't hesitate. He raised his hand to the heavens. Come forth, white shadow giant scale fish. A massive shadow loomed over the arena. Thud. The fish flopped onto its face immediately. Eh? It looked at him sheepishly. I swear I went on a diet. Why am I still this round? Ren Ni burst out laughing. That blob is your weapon. It's adorable. Bai Zian felt his soul crack. Even he had a headache dealing with this glutton. He had used the elastic core from the auction to adjust its size, but who knew it would turn out like this? Suddenly, the dark wing Fang dove. She smirked triumphantly. Dark wing, end this wing slash. The bird became a blur of blades. Bai Zian and his fish barely dodged a razor wind, slicing a lock of his hair. Another strike came instantly. Bai Zian bent backward like a reed in the wind. Rage flared in his eyes. Enough! Hydro cannon blast! It out of the sky. Boom! A high-pressure torrent erupted. The birds screeched in panic. Ren Ni shouted, "Evasive maneuvers! Get out of range!" The birds scrambled away. Bai Zian grinned. Nice shot. After the evolution, the hydro cannon's velocity and power had reached a terrifying new level. But wait. A second shadow cut through the air. Warning: Golden Needle Eagle. Firewind attribute. Level 9 unranked. Talent A rank. Fire Vortex. Potential mid-diamond. Speed extreme. Fire rain down. Bai Zian cursed himself. I forgot she had a second beast. But the scalefish absorbed the flames. Thankfully, the eagle's level was too low to pierce its defense. He patted the fish's scales comfortingly. My bad, buddy. My lack of combat experience is dragging you down. You're suffering because of me. Ren Ni smirked. Tough skin, huh? Let's see you handle this. Both birds shrieked, preparing a coordinated assault. System. He thought frantically. How much of a buff does an A-rank talent actually give to a beast's combat power? The system replied coldly, 3 times. The birds began to spiral into a formation. Bai Zian watched in horror. They were launching a pincer attack from both sides. Just wait and watch. Elder Red Demon grinned, his arrogance overflowing like a volcano about to erupt. Old man Bai, your grandson is finished. There is no way he can withstand the relentless assault of Ren Ni's bronze-tier beast. Bai Jingsong remained as still as a mountain lake, completely unfazed. Don't celebrate too early, old friend. Too much excitement might just shorten your lifespan. The winged fang dove like a falling star, while the golden eagle unleashed a torrent of fire. Boom! A thick cloud of dust swallowed the arena. Bai Jingsong frowned, tension spiking. Bai Zian, why aren't you attacking? The Red Elder scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Relax, Bai. I won't let my granddaughter cripple him. But suddenly the smoke cleared. Bai Zian stood untouched behind a shimmering barrier. The crowd gasped in unison. Impossible. The shock was palpable. He is only at the Black Iron rank. Yet currents of water swirled around him like a protective dragon. This defensive power was exactly what you would expect from an elite awakening Manhwa. I see now, Bai Zian thought, his eyes gleaming with realization. The protective membrane isn't limited to the silver rank. As long as the spiritual energy in my inventory is vast enough, I can manifest it. His gaze sharpened instantly. White Shadow Giant Scalefish, end this according to the plan. The beast responded, Ocean's Will Hydro Cannon. In a flash, it expanded, transforming into a colossal whale-like entity. Elder Red's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Bai, what kind of monster is your grandson raising? Even Bai Jingsong shivered awestruck. I have no idea. The Leviathan unleashed a cataclysmic surge of water. The winged fang was instantly submerged, and the golden eagle stood no chance. The torrent swept them away, crashing down right at Ren Ni's feet. Ren Ni snapped. Her composure shattered into 1,000 pieces. Winged fang blazing charge, crush him. The bird screeched, launching a suicidal strike straight at Bai Zian. The beast dove, its eyes burning like hellfire, its beak a razor-sharp spear, destined to pierce the heavens. Flames erupted around it, turning the very air into a scorching inferno. Even the Red Elder was horrified by the scene. That girl has lost her mind, he roared. She refuses to accept defeat. Such a reckless attack will only destroy her own beast. Above the whale, descended with blue energy crackling around it. Below the winged fang, rocketed upward, a meteor of pure rage. Bai Zian's eyes widened as he calculated the trajectory. Cold sweat drenched his back. Stop, he screamed, his voice cracking with desperation. Don't kill it. It was too late. Boom. The two spiritual beasts collided in a catastrophic explosion. A massive shockwave of azure energy blasted outward. Opposing the blue energy was a raging firestorm, scorching the atmosphere. But through the chaos, the whale lunged straight for Ren. Ni terror finally gripped her heart. Bai Jingsong placed a calming hand on the trembling Red Elder. Relax. Bai Zian knows what he is doing. He won't harm your bloodline. Ren Ni found herself suspended helplessly in the air, held by the water's gentle grip. She gritted her teeth, humiliation burning her cheeks. Fine, I yield. Put me down. Bai Zian beamed, forming a traditional hand seal. Thank you for the match. As the dust settled, the group turned toward the inner sanctum. The Red Elder broke the silence. I honor my bets, the old man grunted. Your grandson may enter and choose one item, but you, Bai, stay here. He sneered, internally thinking. This brat wouldn't know a legendary artifact if it hit him in the face. Meanwhile, Bai Jingsong chuckled to himself. Bai Zian's intuition far surpasses my own. You have no idea who you are dealing with. Elder Red raised his hand, crimson energy swirling around his palm. He slammed it against the green activation seal with force. Flash blinding light erupted from the Red Fang Valley, forcing Bai Zian and Ren Ni to shield their eyes. The elder barked a warning. Listen up, brat. You have 1 hour. Pick something and get out or leave with nothing. He then glared at his granddaughter. Ren Ni, watch him closely. Don't let him cause any trouble in our sacred grounds. Understood? Elder Red Bai Zian replied dutifully. Behind him, Ren Ni huffed, crossing her arms. The elder stepped aside. Bai Zian stepped into the Red Fang Valley. The moment he crossed the threshold, the world changed. A holographic window flickered in his vision, a classic trope of a manhwa recap. System analysis, Red Fang Valley. Origin, a shard of a dead star. Refined by the Red Ancestor into a pocket dimension. Status, abundant fire energy currently leaking. Bai Zian's eyes sparkled with greed and wonder. Incredible, he whispered. Ren Ni puffed out her chest, her pride restored. Naturally, my family is renowned for our fire element cultivation techniques. Without this secret realm, we wouldn't be standing where we are today. The landscape was an apocalyptic wasteland of red heat and withered trees. Bai Zian wiped sweat from his brow. Miss Ni cared to introduce the local fauna. What kind of beasts live here? Ren Ni stopped abruptly. She pointed a slender finger toward the burning sky. Bai Zian followed her gaze. Behold, the winged fangs, she explained. Massive orange raptors, with eyes like molten gold. Ahead, a flock of ominous black birds circled. Dual attributes, wind and fire, she continued. But be warned, they really don't like you. Bai Zian turned pale, sensing the killing intent. It feels less like dislike, and more like they want to eat me alive. Ren Ni frowned, puzzled. Suddenly, the sky darkened as a swarm of golden feathered beasts materialized from the ether. Screech. One dove straight for him. Bai Zian leaped back, his combat instincts flaring as he channeled his energy. Ren Ni moved faster. She stepped in front, holding up a mystical red card. Chanting an incantation, she unleashed a burst of crimson light that slammed into the flock. The beasts recoiled, their eyes wide with primal fear and shock. She spun around, pointing accusingly at Bai Zian. You walk in here with your water attribute, like a cup of water thrown into hot oil. Of course they want to kill you. Bai Zian nodded sagely. Ah, elemental aggro. Makes sense. He ignored the danger and approached a nest. His eyes glowed as he activated his analysis skill, essential for a leveling manhwa protagonist. Species Wing Fang, element fire and wind. Talent Sky Smoke Charge. Potential high-tier diamond. Skill Smoke Dash. Variant found Crimson Fire. Potential mid-tier silver. Variant found Remnant Fire. Potential mid-tier gold. Bai Zian poked the bird's head. It squawked in indignation. Trash, he muttered dismissively. Just average stats. Next. He leaped to the next nest, his eyes scanning like a barcode reader. The birds flinched, confused by this audacity. He hopped from branch to branch, disturbing the peace of the golden sky. 1 hour passed. Ren Ni sat on a rock, bored out of her mind. Hey, haven't you picked one yet? The timer is ticking. Bai Zian didn't answer. He was lost in deep thought, frustrated. Garbage. It's all garbage. Is there nothing worthy of my system in this place? A diamond tier beast. That was the absolute peak of power in this domain. But Bai Zian ignored it completely, lighting a fire under Ren Ni's temper. She whirled around, fury in her eyes, screaming, Hey, are you even listening to a single word I'm saying? But Bai Zian remained unmoved, lost in his own tactical analysis, chin resting on his hand. Forget it, he decided, with a serious expression. I won't forge a pact with that diamond beast, but I'll mark it for the House of Bai to claim later. While Ren Ni raged in the background like a storm, something else caught Bai Zian's attention. A flash of brilliant golden-orange plumage amidst the shadows stopped him in his tracks. Bai Zian approached with innocent curiosity, his eyes sparkling with sudden intrigue. This plumage, it's extraordinary. Silky, vibrant orange like the sunset itself. Its tail was pure gold, and its half-closed eyes burned with sapphire blue light. System analysis activated race mutated fire, winged crow. Talent SS rank Sun's Pride Flame. Potential high bronze. Status critical root damage. Skills detected. The orange tier Sun Point, purple tier Blazing Charge, and blue tier Smoke Rush. Bai Zian's heart skipped a beat as the realization hit him. Heavens, a mutated spirit beast with an SS rank talent and orange skills. This is the kind of hidden treasure you only find in a top-tier leveling manhwa. He dug deeper into the lore. a mutated fire beast that sacrificed all other elements for pure fire, gaining the blessing of the solar flame itself. Growth speed, astronomical. But the solar flame was a double-edged sword without massive amounts of fire energy to feed it. The power burned its own foundation, causing severe root damage. If I can repair its damaged root, this thing could evolve into an epic-tier calamity, Bai Zian smirked. Ignoring the diamond beast was the best mistake he ever made. Bai Zian lifted the winged crow, ignoring the confused stares of the common blackbirds. He whispered gently, "Hey, little guy, how about you come with me?" The bird sat on his palm and shook its head with icy arrogance. Zero interest. It looked at Bai Zian like he was nothing more than air. Bai Zian chuckled, realizing the game. You won't move without a little incentive, huh? In a flash, a dazzling pink fire crystal appeared in his hand, shimmering like a star. The shimmer was too strong to ignore. The winged crow peeked, then whipped its head around in shock. Its beak practically dropped as it stared at the treasure. It hesitated, trying to maintain its dignity, but the greed was visible. I am the avatar of the sun. Do you really think a measly crystal can buy my loyalty? Bai Zian's smile turned devious. Follow me, and I guarantee an all-you-can-eat buffet of fire crystals. Cold sweat dripped down the bird's beak. The resolve was crumbling. The temptation was overwhelming. Its eyes were glued to the gem. Bai Zian held the bird in one hand and waved the crystal with the other, a pendulum of pure desire. The winged crow struggled internally. Riches cannot sway me, poverty cannot move me, I will never be a slave to a shiny rock. It bowed its head, chanting a mantra of self-control against the clear blue sky. I am strong. I am unshakable. But willpower has its limits. In seconds, the bird was hugging the crystal like a long-lost lover, eyes swirling with hearts. It's not that I'm weak. It's just that his offer is too good to refuse. Ren Ni's jaw dropped at the spectacle. She looked like she'd seen a ghost. Bai Zian, clutching his new pet, glanced back at her with a look of frantic determination. His mind raced. City Lord Qi is an expert on these creatures. If he sees this mutated variant, he might block me from taking it. There was only one choice. He had to seal the deal right now. I have to sign the contract right here, he muttered. Ren Ni realized what he was doing and screamed in panic. Are you insane? You're starting a soul contract right here in the wild. Spirit energy surged. A blinding collision of crimson and azure light erupted around the contract paper, and the bird forcing Ren Ni to shield her eyes from the glare. Bai Zian's expression shifted from focus to madness. The blue energy spiked uncontrollably. Crap. He realized too late. The intensity was far beyond what he expected. The winged crow folded its wings, radiating an overwhelming crimson aura. Bai Zian's eyes bulged in agony, a silent scream forming as the pressure crushed down on him. It's devouring my water attribute mana, he realized. Ren Ni saw him collapsing and couldn't stand idly by. She rushed forward, shouting, "You death-seeking idiot! You really are crazy." She unleashed a stream of flame, aiming not to hurt but to stabilize the chaotic energy swirling around him. The fire hit Bai Zian just as he fell to his knees. Bai Zian gasped for air, drenched in cold sweat, his heart hammering against his ribs. Force signing a mutated beast. I nearly got drained dry. That was too close. The winged crow let out a sigh of satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, Bai Zian opened the dimensional rift, and the bird, still clutching its bribe, vanished into the storage space. A classic system Manhwa interface flashed before his eyes. Pet acquired mutated winged crow. Mythical beast space effect activated. New talent awakened body of fire spirit S rank. Inside the beast space, the winged crow sensed a presence. A mystical eye formed of water manifested, gently lifting the bird into the air. More data streamed into Bai Zian's mind regarding his new companion. Body of fire spirit nullifies water-based suppression and amplifies fire power by absorbing enemy flames. The winged crow blazed with red light, piercing the darkness of the mental void. Below the water's surface, the spirit Jingzi peeked out, confused by the fiery new tenant invading its territory. Back in reality, Ren Ni stood with crossed arms, watching Bai Zian recover. Thank you, Miss Qi. Bai Zian panted, his voice sincere. If you ever need a favor, Bai Zian will repay this debt. He meant it. If not for her fire mana, that contract would have been my obituary. I owe her big time. Ren Ni turned away, a flush of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't do it for you, she stammered. If you died here, the House of Qi would have a nightmare, explaining it to the House of Bai. She paused, her voice softening. We don't fear the Bai family, but I despise unnecessary war. Understood. Thank you regardless for your concern, Bai Zian replied with a knowing smile. I told you it wasn't concern, she huffed, flustered. As they exited the Crimson Crow Valley, Grandpa Jing and Lord Qi were waiting. They spun around the moment the duo emerged. Grandpa Jing caught his stumbling grandson immediately. Bai Zian. What happened? You look exhausted. Are you injured? Bai Zian waved a hand, forcing a confident grin to reassure the old man. I'm fine, Grandpa. Just a bit drained. I may have signed a second beast inside. The old man's eyes widened in horror. What? Signing a pact without preparation you could have shattered your soul. That is suicide. Didn't you know the risks? Bai Zian didn't argue. Instead, he raised two fingers. A rift opened, and the winged crow dropped down from the sky, still hugging its precious gem. Bai Jingsong followed the direction of his grandson's pointing finger. Bai Zian glanced up at the winged fang, perched on his head, and spoke calmly. You see, Grandpa, I am perfectly fine. I found it relatively unique within the Red Fang Valley, so I established a spirit contract with it. Instantly, not only was Bai Jingsong stunned, but Old Man Qi was also left completely dumbfounded. A realization flashed through Bai Jingsong's mind. No wonder Bai Zian took such a risk. One look confirmed, this spirit beast possessed extraordinary potential. That old ghost Qi had suffered a massive loss. Old Man Qi naturally recognized the truth as well. He panicked internally, thinking, this is actually a mutated, winged fang. Bai Jingsong held his grandson's hand, turning to bid farewell to the rival elder. Old Man Qi, now that matters are concluded, we will not disturb you any longer. Farewell. Ren Ni narrowed his eyes from behind, watching them closely. Old Man Qi forced a stiff smile and replied, travel safely. Ren Ni could no longer endure it. He pointed a finger and shouted, Bai Zian. Having good natural talent proves absolutely nothing. True powerhouses are forged through countless life and death battles. You just wait. The road ahead is long, and I will inevitably surpass you. Bai Zian fell silent for a moment, then responded with a confident smile. I will not wait for you, Bai Zian replied. If you have the skill, then try to catch up. As they departed, he whispered a promise to himself. We shall meet again at the absolute peak. They then returned to Whitescale City. The spirit beast descended gracefully to the ground, stirring a gentle breeze across the grass. Bai Jingsong did not forget to instruct his grandson Bai Zian go back and absorb the fire essence crystals immediately. Replenish the energy you have lost. Bai Zian obediently replied, I understand, Grandpa. As Bai Zian's figure faded into the distance, a voice suddenly called out to Bai Jingsong from behind. It was Kui Cheng, the old city lord. Hearing his name, Bai Jingsong turned around to see Kui Cheng panting heavily as he spoke, My lord, you have finally returned. Seeing him in such a state, Bai Jingsong frowned and sternly admonished him, Kui Cheng, you are no longer a child. Compose yourself. Kui Cheng then leaned in to whisper a report into his ear. Upon hearing the news, Bai Jingsong exclaimed in fury, those little brats. Meanwhile, outside the room, Bai Shi and Bai Ji stood guard. Bai Shi raised a finger, speaking first. The young master is truly diligent. He just returned to Whitescale City and immediately went into seclusion. Bai Shi heard this, but remained silent. Bai Ji continued, Why did the young master specifically order that Xiao Gubai be forbidden from contacting the Bai family descendants? It is clear. The young miss has already passed the marquee assessment. Inside the room, Bai Zian heard everything, and a strange expression crossed his face. Bai Zi added, Would you count this as one of those tyrannical CEO imprisonment tropes? Bai Shi finally spoke up. Stop gossiping about the young master. Inside, Bai Zian poured 5 vials of liquid medicine into a mixture and stirred. He then solemnly crushed a green essence crystal into fine powder. Wiping sweat from his brow, he declared, Processing of the raw materials for the awakening solution is complete. Next is the refinement of the main ingredient. Bai Zian picked up the bowl of powder and cautiously approached the dark liquid, pinching his nose. This smell is even more putrid than sewage water after a storm. Surely the eye of revelation would not deceive me. He poured the bowl of powder into the black water, and they slowly merged into one. Upon completion, the liquid turned a vibrant green and bubbled slightly. Bai Zian grimaced and waved his hand. It has transformed, and the stench is gone. Suddenly, a system notification flashed. Awakening solution detected. Bai Zian removed his shirt, revealing a sculpted physique with clearly defined abs. He muttered to himself, This tub of medicine cost 10,900 million. Do not disappoint me. He leaped into the tub. The water surface rippled gently, as a look of satisfaction washed over his face. This feels incredible. As Bai Zian relaxed, soaking in the medicinal bath, blue electricity from his brain surged along his skeletal structure, emitting a strange glow wherever it passed. Above him, massive golden chains began to manifest in the air. They linked together tightly, plunging straight down into Bai Zian's body. Outside, lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the dark region and startling a drunkard from his stupor. His blurry eyes reflexively looked out at the gloomy sky, and he rubbed his throbbing, intoxicated head. Those were massive golden chains, erupting from a high-rise building, piercing straight into the heavens, penetrating the clouds to create a swirling vortex. Seeing the scene before him, his mind felt even more muddled. How strange. There is an awakening energy signature within the city. Could someone be self-awakening? The thought flashed and vanished instantly. Impossible. The awakening platform is hundreds of kilometers from the inner city. Even if someone self-awakened, the energy wave could not possibly reach here. Clutching his wine bottle tightly, he slumped back onto the sofa and exhaled sharply, lips curling into a smirk. I must have drunk too much and started hallucinating. The long chains continued to dance in the air, wrapping around Bai Zian, before slowly shattering into tiny fragments of light. 2 days later, Bai Zian, who had been in a deep slumber, finally woke up. He stretched his stiff limbs after the long period of inactivity and rubbed his eyes. In his pupils, the image of golden chains had appeared. The system displayed a notification: Heavenly Dao Chains, an SSS rank rule-based talent. As expected of a top-tier awakening manhwa ability, the text explained, heaven and earth possess spirits, and while spiritual rules cannot usually merge, the power of Heavenly Dao can forcibly break the limits of life. Bai Zian looked at the system interface and muttered to himself, breaking the limits of life and resonating with the origin power. He laughed aloud, his voice so booming it attracted the attention of the servants downstairs. A new idea sparked in his mind. I need to find someone to test this on. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted, Bai Xiao, Bai Zi, standing outside the door, sweated nervously at Bai Zian's strange behavior today, and signaled to Bai Xiao. What is wrong with the young master now? Bai Xiao was equally bewildered. Who knows? Bai Xiao pushed the door open gently, only to witness a scene she absolutely should not have seen. Bai Zian, oblivious to the impropriety, continued rambling. I have an urgent matter requiring your help. Stand still, do not move. Bai Xiao could not control herself. Her face turned beet red from embarrassment. She hurriedly ran out, shouting back, I apologize. Young master, I cannot help you with that. Realizing the problem, Bai Zian fell silent and curled up, trying to hide his shame. He crouched down in the bathtub, blushing furiously. Cough, cough. It was just a misunderstanding. After calming down and dressing properly, Bai Zian ran to ask Bai Xiao for her assistance with the actual task. Bai Xiao, stand still, relax, and do not resist. The golden chains reappeared in Bai Zian's eyes. Heavenly Dao chains. The chains materialized, wrapping around Bai Zian's arm, before obeying his command to bind Bai Xiao tightly. The sudden action left Bai Xiao completely confused. Before she could comprehend what was happening, the tail of the chain tipped with a sharp cone, swung high into the air, and plunged straight down into her sternum, phasing into her body. Golden energy radiated outward, transmitting through the chain that connected Bai Xiao to Bai Zian. Bai Zian concentrated, creating a blue light like an electric current, connecting the polarities within his body. Success. He smirked, having achieved his goal. Heavenly Dao Chains link established successfully with host Bai Xiao. With the golden chain firmly established, Bai Zian absorbed the water elemental talent. The link was stable, meaning it was time to execute the next phase of his master plan. Defensive stance. At his command, Bai Xiao instantly shifted into combat mode, her hands weaving a protective seal with practiced precision. In a heartbeat, Bai Zian flashed directly in front of her. He leaned in, his gaze, intense and analytical, scrutinizing the golden chains wrapped around her body, chains only he could see. Bai Xiao trembled under his unblinking stare. Silence stretched between them. Her mind raced. What in the world was the young master doing? Was this some twisted new game? While she panicked, Bai Zian was lost in deep calculation. The experiment was a success. He could proceed to the next step. Drop your defenses. Her anxiety spiked, but he offered no answers. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the quiet alleyways of the West City. Bai Xiao dialed his number. Young master, I've arrived in West City. Bai Zian picked up, his expression serious. Even across the city, the golden chain remained unbroken, stretching through the void. Bai Zian traced the ethereal link with his eyes. Infinite range confirmed. On the other end, Bai Xiao hesitated, her voice trembling with unsaid words. About, earlier, young master. Forgive my boldness. She chose her words carefully, terrified of his reaction, but desperate for clarity. Your behavior today was disturbing. First you let me see you naked, then these strange commands, and finally staring at my body like a predator. Young master, if the pressure is too much, please talk to us. Bai Zian, and I would do anything to help you relieve the stress. Her passionate rambling made it click. Oh crap. Wait, Bai Zian interrupted. Bai Xiao, do you not see anything attached to you? Nothing at all, sir. Her answer was instant. Bai Zian's expression hardened. The mechanics of this system were even more powerful than he thought. Go home, I'm hanging up. As the line went dead, Bai Xiao stood alone in the wind, the invisible chains, unnoticed, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. Who am I? Where am I? She was lost. Meanwhile, Bai Zian was laser-focused on the rules. As long as the link exists, outside factors are irrelevant. Back in his room, the pen danced across the paper as he deduced the ultimate truth of his power. The heavenly Tao chain has 3 absolute laws. First, stealth. No matter what he did, the target remained oblivious, though it did make him look like a bully. Second, domination. Once the chain connects, he can forcibly resonate with the target, copying and sharing their talents at will. A wicked grin spread across his face as he realized the potential. Third, absolute authority. Normal resonance requires mutual consent, but with this cheat, he holds the keys. He controls the flow of power unilaterally. 3 chains meant links to 3 different beastmasters. Combine that with his eye of revelation, and the math was terrifying. I can wield 4 beast taming talents simultaneously. He shifted his consciousness into the beast space, standing amidst the strange claw-like rock formations. Starlight bathed the realm, but something had changed. The atmosphere was clearer, the boundaries pushed further back. The realm had evolved. To his left, a vast coastal biome had materialized, complete with jagged reefs and endless waves. To his right, a volcanic zone spewed magma. Bai Zian fell into deep thought. It seems this leveling Manhwa logic applies here too. Every level up expands the beast space. Suddenly, a blur of motion, Yi Ya the winged fang tore through the sky, launching a payload of fire ahead. Boom explosions rocked the water's surface. From the depths, Dong Liu, the scaled fish, erupted furious at the disturbance. My turn. The beast unleashed a high-pressure hydro cannon at the bird. Bai Zian panicked. Hey, stop it, you green fatty. The scaled fish froze, trembling. It's not what it looks like, but Bai Zian wasn't listening. He launched into a lecture. You are partners, brothers in arms. How can you attack your own kind? Tears welled up in the fish's eyes. Sniff. But he started it. Yi Ya chirped in defense. He keeps making everything wet. I hate it. Bai Zian paused, seeing the dripping wet feathers. Ah, I see. The fish was just training, but the aquatic environment was torture for a fire attribute beast. Perfect timing then. Bai Zian wrapped Dong Liu in a bubble of energy. Let's get you out of this puddle and into the ocean where you belong. In a blink, they teleported to the coastal biome. Inside this space, Bai Zian was essentially a god, moving instantaneously at will. So convenient. Dong Liu's eyes sparkled with pure joy. Without hesitation, it dove into the deep saltwater embrace. No longer constrained, it expanded to its true colossal size, breaching the surface in a majestic explosion of spray. Bai Zian smiled. Keeping a beast of that magnitude compressed in a small pond must have been suffocating. He turned his gaze to the troublemaker, perched on his arm. Now as for you, you restless little spark. Zap. They materialized in the volcanic zone. Before them stood the Feng Tianyu blood sycamore, a divine tree that boosted fire talents. This is your new home. Bai Zian inspected a glowing ember stone. The fire energy here was dense, perfect for replenishing Yi Ya's foundation. Yi Ya wasted no time finding a warm rock and kicking its feet up like a king on vacation. Bai Zian's eye twitched. Murderous intent radiated from him. I brought you here to train, not to nap. Are you practicing or not? Sensing the impending doom, Yi Ya stiffened. It quickly struck a majestic pose, pretending it had been meditating on the mysteries of the universe all along. I shall become the sun itself. Witness my glory. Mortal Bai Zian ignored the attitude. Less talk, more fire. Destroy that magma boulder. Now, Yi Ya soared into the ashen sky. Gathering its energy, it unleashed a torrent of scorching flames, propelling the blast with a powerful beat of its wings. The impact unleashed a cataclysmic blast, creating a spectacle of smoke and destruction that set the perfect tone for this manhwa recap. Faced with that terrifying power, the magma rock shattered into pebbles. Yi Ya, ignoring the debris, puffed out his chest and flapped his wings in arrogance. Human, did you witness my magnificence? Bai Zian felt a vein pop on his forehead, but he forced a stiff smile onto his face. "Ya, my dear companion, do you need a little tutoring? I guarantee under my guidance, your power will skyrocket." But the creature just squinted nose in the air. "No need. I am destined to become an existence as bright as the sun itself." Despite the refusal, his tail betrayed him, wagging back and forth with joy. Bai Zian looked at the crystal in his hand. "I knew this greedy little guy would react like this. As if I can't handle a simple pet." He brought the crystal closer. "Ya, take a look. Do you know what this is?" Ya couldn't hide his excitement. A monarch-tier beast core. His legs twitched, wings flapping wildly, ready to pounce on the treasure. But he grabbed only ere Bai Zian had anticipated the move. With an expression like a scheming devil, he teased. "Not so fast. You want this." Ya trembled, looking at him with suspicion. "Ya, how about a bet?" The creature flew up, nodding furiously. "Good." Bai Zian smiled, laying out the trap. "Follow my training method to release a skill. If you feel it's effective, I win. If not, you win." Ya was celebrating inside. With terms like that, wasn't victory already in the bag? This human is an idiot. No matter the result, I just have to say it failed, and the core is mine. Facing Bai Zian's dangerous smile, Ya didn't think twice. Deal agreement sealed. Bai Zian began gathering energy in his palm, while patiently explaining to the beast perched on his shoulder. "Watch closely. When releasing a skill, you must condense the energy." But Ya rested his chin on his paw, looking utterly bored. Ignoring the bratty attitude, Bai Zian continued his lecture while forming the technique. If you compress the energy, you increase the quality of the skill, and the destructive force multiplies. He focused all his power into a water sphere, applying as much pressure as possible. Ya frowned, confused by this bizarre training technique common in a leveling manhwa. It was the first time he'd seen anyone do this. Before the confusion could settle, Bai Zian leaned back and hurled the energy sphere forward with all his might. The beam of energy shot out like a sniper's bullet, striking a massive boulder nearby. The impact was instant. The rock shattered into dust. Ya trembled at the terrifying sight. "A tiny water ball is stronger than my fireball. How is that possible?" He had underestimated this beast tamer. Seeing his spirit beast jaw dropped and sweating cold bullets, Bai Zian smirked with arrogant satisfaction. The poor creature would never know the demonstration was rigged from the start. Behind him, Bai Zian flashed a sinister grin worthy of a villain. That rock had been superheated by Ya's fire earlier. Hitting it with cold water guaranteed an explosion. But Ya wasn't about to lose face. Mimicking the technique, he soared high, condensing a gigantic fireball in his maw. He launched the terrifying energy, kicking it with his legs to add even more momentum. The colossal pillar of fire carried apocalyptic destructive power, screaming down toward the earth like a meteor. In a split second, that formidable power pierced straight through the mountain range. Debris flew everywhere. The majestic peaks standing tall a moment ago were obliterated, replaced by a perfectly spherical gouge in the earth carved by the energy sphere. The shockwave generated winds so fierce Bai Zian's hair stood on end. His jaw hit the floor as he watched the catastrophe unfold. When the energy finally detonated, it triggered a massive explosion, sending a mushroom cloud rising into the sky like a tactical nuke. The energy output was enough to illuminate the entire region. Witnessing this horrifying power, Bai Zian stood frozen, his face a mask of pure shock. Ya's talent is insane. One lesson, and he's already reached the small success stage. Despite the shock, he instinctively held out his arm for Ya to land. Recovering his composure in seconds, he flashed a smug smile at the beast on his arm. "See the results of today's training." He continued his sales pitch with confidence. "Stick to my training method, and I guarantee your growth will be legendary." The results were undeniable. How could the beast refuse such a bargain? As predicted, Ya didn't hesitate, chirping in submission and agreement. The little guy had no idea he'd been played. He happily cuddled his new core, completely missing the devious triumphant smirk on his beast tamer's face. Hook, line, and sinker. As soon as Bai Zian stepped through the door, the gloomy atmosphere vanished, replaced by the lively laughter of Bai Ziu and Po Tian echoing from the dining room. Seeing her brother return, Bai Ziu's eyes sparkled like stars. She pointed innocently and shouted, "Ah, big brother is back." Po Tian jumped instinctively, blurting out Bai Zian. Bai Zian walked over gently, patting his little sister's head while checking the room. "Bai Ziu, be a good girl. Where are mom, dad, and grandpa?" In the background, butler Ah Fu silently served dinner with his usual professional grace. At the question, steam practically shot out of Bai Ziu's ears. She puffed out, her cheeks aggrieved. "They still haven't come back." Tears welled up in her eyes as she tugged his shirt to complain. Seeing her distress triggered his own worries. Po Tian, in the same boat, sighed heavily. My dad hasn't been home for days either. Bai Zian felt a cold knot of anxiety. Uncle Yuan is missing too. Has something happened to Whitescale City? While analyzing the situation, he glanced at his system interface, a staple of any awakening manhwa. The words Demon Curse Cult floated there, but with zero details. Seeing Bai Zian zoned out, Po Tian waved his hand frantically. Bai Zian, Bai Zian. Dinner was served, and Bai Zian finally asked his best friend, bluntly, Yuan Po Tian, what are you doing here? Bai Zian, today's the opening ceremony. I came to get you so we can go to the Beast Taming Academy together. Bai Zian scratched his head, muttering, opening ceremony. Right, I'm still a student. Po Tian looked at him in disbelief. Bai Zian, don't tell me you forgot about school starting. He was honestly running out of words for this guy. Bai Zian's mind raced as he formulated a plan. He signaled Ah Fu with a casual wave. Ah Fu, bring the car around. The servant bowed, low voice dripping with respect. At once, young master. Behind them, the bustling metropolis sprawled beneath an azure sky, a monument to civilization's grandeur. Waiting beside the luxury vehicle stood a young maiden, her presence as refreshing as spring. Seeing him approach, Xiao Gubai bowed gracefully. It has been too long, Lord Bai Zian. Her emerald hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing amethyst eyes that shimmered like stars. For a second, his heart skipped a beat. The world seemed to filter through a rose-tinted lens. Her beauty was breathtaking enough to make time itself stand still. He scratched his head, masking his awkwardness. Xiao Gubai, how have you been faring in Whitescale City? Crimson bloomed on her cheeks. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, shyness radiating from her. Thanks to your kindness, my life there has been wonderful. The azure Rolls-Royce roared to life, tearing through the streets. In moments, they arrived at the prestigious Beast Taming Academy. Bai Zian and Po Tian strode down the corridor, authority in every step. Behind them, Xiao Gubai followed silently like a shadow. Po Tian leaned in, eyes darting around warily. Bai Zian, who is that beauty trailing us? I've never seen her before. Even at the classroom door, his nagging continued. Bai Zian, this class is full of people from the dependent cities. Watch your back. The moment they stepped inside, the noise died instantly. Dozens of eyes locked onto them. A gang of delinquents glared with open disdain, their gazes sharp enough to draw blood. Yet another group erupted like fans meeting an idol, their voices overlapping in a chaotic chorus. Greetings, young Master Shu. Hello, Bai Zian. Witnessing this circus, Bai Zian could only sigh internally. These brats, instead of cultivating power, they waste time forming petty cliques. Po Tian was still vibrating with anxiety behind him. You're the top rookie of the main city. We can't let them look down on us. Hemmed in by the crushing crowd, Bai Zian forced a polite smile. Hello, everyone. His voice was calm, but his mind was already calculating the fastest escape route from this absolute nightmare. After today, I need to speak with grandfather about taking a leave of absence. As he analyzed the situation, the absurdity of it all weighed on him. This sheltered academy life is useless. It pales in comparison to the life and death struggles of the wild. His mind drifted to memories of brutal survival and raw nature. In the far corner, a solitary figure observed the chaos with cold detachment. This was Ao Tian, possessor of an SS rank darkness talent. Yet in this system Manhwa world, he was currently beastless and unranked. Flanking him were two lackeys, one with S rank talent, the other A rank. The mushroom-headed one leaned in, whispering poison into his leader's ear. Brother Tian, that guy seems to be the main city's ringleader. Want to test his mettle? I bet he's just a nepotism baby, all flash and no substance. Hearing this, Ao Tian's killing intent flared. The sheer intensity of his rage made his own high-ranking lackeys tremble in fear. Sensing a burning aura directed at him, Bai Zian turned to see Ao Tian seething with hostility. A devilish smirk played on Bai Zian's lips. Oh, you want to test me? Their gazes locked in a silent clash of wills. The air grew heavy with the scent of gunpowder. It was a destined collision. Fire versus water. While Ao Tian radiated murderous heat, Bai Zian remained as cool as a frozen lake. He appraised his opponent. Not bad talent, but without a tamed beast, he is leagues beneath me. The tension reached its breaking point until Xiao Gubai suddenly threw herself between them. Both men froze, their momentum shattered. She stood defiant, summoning every ounce of courage to scold the aggressor. Cease this rude provocation immediately, or I won't be polite. Her fierce beauty in that moment instantly captured the young man's heart. Ao Tian's arrogance evaporated. His heart pounded, legs turned to jelly, and his face flushed crimson. He scratched his head frantically. I apologize. His lackeys gaped in disbelief. Boss, why did you surrender? Suddenly a loud, confident female voice boomed from the doorway. Bai Zian, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Feng Tianyu stood there, radiating pride. Fight me right now. Bai Zian's eyes lit up, as if he'd found a treasure chest. Perfect timing. Feng Tianyu, you're a lifesaver. A duel with you will show these rookies the gap in our power and stop their petty infighting. Glancing at the chaotic classroom, he shoved his hands into his pockets with effortless swagger. I accept your challenge, Feng Tianyu. Shall we use the school arena? You have no objections. Feng Tianyu burned with fighting spirit. That is exactly what I wanted. She crossed her arms, inner thoughts blazing. I spent 2 hellish months training just for this moment. She stared straight into Bai Zian's soul. Let's move. He maintained his enigmatic smile. Behind them, the crowd of onlookers exploded with excitement, hungry for the drama. The White Family heir versus the Feng Tianyu mistress. And a spirit beast battle at that. Students jostled each other. Hurry, we need to get good seats. This is a once-in-a-lifetime showdown. Even Ao Tian's trio was swept up. The black-haired lackey spoke up. It looks like those two have a history. The blonde added. And they're going all out with a spirit beast duel. This is the perfect chance to gauge the true power of the main city students. Ao Tian nodded solemnly. Agreed. Let us witness this. The scorching sun beat down on the arena, setting the stage for a classic Manhwa recap showdown. Bai Zian beckoned with a finger. Let's not waste time. Feng Tianyu, come at me. She placed hands on her hips, her confidence sky high. Fine by me, I will crush you publicly and prove my superiority to the world. Mana began to coalesce around her, forming a blazing sphere of crimson flame. She invoked her spirit beast wings. Of pure fire erupted from her back, a magnificent display that left the audience breathless. A majestic purple Feng Tianyu materialized. Its eyes flashed with a terrifying radiance that demanded submission. The system interface instantly popped up. Race Red Luan. Fire attribute rank Black Iron. Beginner talent voice of the Feng Tianyu potential 4 spirits. Beginner skill world-shocking Feng Tianyu cry. Entry-level smoke charge. Blue mastery. Sparrow fire. Blue mastery. This was a creature from the primordial era, bearing the legendary bloodline of the Feng Tianyu clan. Its mere presence radiated a pressure that instilled primal fear in its enemies. The combination of the blazing beast and the midday sun was intense. Bai Zian shielded his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his brow. A bird, he marveled inwardly. I didn't expect a spirit beast from the primordial world. This creature has the potential to evolve all the way to the purple star rank. High in the sky, Feng Tianyu spread her blazing wings wide, intensifying the flames. Xian smirked, finding her display amusing. Interesting. It seems the Feng Tianyu clan has quite a few secrets to fuel such confidence. Her voice dripped with acid as she taunted him. What's the matter, Xian? Does my spirit beast look unfamiliar to you? She looked down on him like he was nothing but an insect, her arrogance swelling. I bet a commoner like you has never seen such majesty. Do you need me to spell out its name for you? Xian remained unmoved, analyzing the situation with the calm precision of a master detective. The Feng family's power is impressive. To think you formed a pact with the Red Feng Tianyu, a creature not even found in the myriad beast nest instance. He looked up, a dazzling, confident smile breaking across his face. However, that doesn't change the outcome. You will still lose. Feng Tianyu froze, stunned that her opponent had analyzed her trump card so quickly. He had seen right through the Red Feng Tianyu's true identity. Xian poured oil on the fire, provoking the raging girl further. Come on, Feng Tianyu. Make your move. If I summon my beast first, you won't even get a turn. Fury exploded in Feng Tianyu's eyes. You arrogant trash, she screamed, commanding her Feng Tianyu to dive and unleash a torrent of hellfire. Same old trick. Xian sighed, shaking his head. With a casual whistle, he sidestepped the massive scorching blast, as if taking a stroll in the park. The Feng Tianyu screeched, gathering energy, before launching a sneak attack from his blind spot. Xian didn't even turn around. I knew you'd try to backstab me. Boom! A colossal sphere of flames crashed down, swallowing Xian whole in an inferno of destruction. The crowd gasped at the fiery spectacle. Only Ao Tian remained impassive amidst the chaos. Is the match over already? How disappointing. Feng Tianyu grinned triumphantly at the ball of fire until a hand casually reached out. Xian brushed the flames off his shoulder like dust. Is that it? Show me your strongest technique. Cold sweat trickled down her spine. Impossible. She stared in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before her eyes. The stadium erupted into chaos. She's a top rookie, but he blocked it like it was nothing. Did you see that? That kid is a monster. He blocked a spirit skill with his bare hands. Xiao Guo Bai cheered, bursting with pride. Young Master Xian is a god. Fang Tianyu grit her teeth, cursing internally. Damn it. Desperate, she decided to play her ultimate card. Red Fang Tianyu Violet Rain Sonic Blast. She soared up, transferring her energy to the beast to charge a massive sonic cannon. Kaboom! The entire arena quaked violently. A hurricane of sound waves blasted out, forcing the audience to cover their ears to keep their eardrums from bursting. Xian summoned a defensive barrier, gritting his teeth, as he braced himself against the crushing pressure of the sonic boom. He seemed to buckle under the force, making the crowd gasp in worry. Feng Tianyu's eyes lit up with bloodlust. He's at his limit. Finish him now. Xian stepped out of the dust, trembling slightly. Not bad, he sneered. You actually managed to crack my defense. The Feng Tianyu dove at him like a predator closing in on its prey. Xian's eyes flashed cold. Come forth, White Shadow Leviathan. Space tore open as a colossal whale emerged, blocking out the sun. Its mouth alone was larger than an army. Facing this titan, the mighty red Feng Tianyu began to tremble in terror. The Leviathan didn't even attack, it just flicked its tail. The Feng Tianyu was swatted away like a fly crashing violently next to Feng Tianyu. The symbol of her pride lay broken in the dirt. High above Xian, and his beast looked down on the wreckage with godlike indifference. Amidst the swirling dust, she fell to her knees, choking back tears of humiliation. I surrender. Xian floated down, locking eyes with her. Feng Tianyu, aren't you forgetting something? She shuddered, sweat beading on her forehead as fear took hold. You. What? Winner takes all. Xian leaned in his whisper, sending a jolt of electricity through her. He whispered a command that made her freeze instantly. Her face turned crimson, looking like she was about to cry. You. Just you wait, Xian laughed, waving his hand. Show's over, folks, nothing more to see here. Suddenly, the skyscrapers around them groaned and shuddered. Xian's playful smile vanished. What the hell? Panic erupted in the streets. Earthquake screams filled the air as the ground shook. Xian looked up just in time to see a massive shadow plummeting from the heavens. Concrete rained down. Before Xian could react, Bai Shi and Bai Zi materialized, erecting a barrier to deflect the deadly debris. They stood firm, protecting their master. Young Master Xian. It's too dangerous here, Bai Shi urged, his face grim. We must return to the estate immediately, Bai Ji added. Xian narrowed his eyes at the chaos. Bai Ji, what is going on? We don't know, sir. As the city crumbled around them, a cold dread settled in Xian's gut. This wasn't a natural disaster. Something ominous was coming. Through the rising smoke, a fleet of alien warships pierced the clouds over White Scale City. A massive purple flagship emblazoned with a spider insignia led the invasion. Inside the bridge, red and yellow-haired commanders stood amidst monstrous creatures piloting the death machines. The female commander barked, "Why aren't the planetary defenses down yet?" The yellow-haired subordinate bowed. Number 2 reports the earthquake caused a delay. She smirked at the tactical map. Perfect timing. The chaos suits us. Prepare the Hellfire Cannon. At once, while the city burned and skyscrapers collapsed, Xian sped through the ruins in his armored transport. Xian looked out the window, his expression grave. He activated the Eye of Heaven. This felt just like the start of a catastrophic awakening Manhwa. A blue interface shimmered before his eyes. System alert. Analyzing seismic source in White Scale City. Result: planar collision detected. The system showed 2 worlds crashing into each other. Spatial boundary conflict. Chain reaction initiated. Xian's eyes widened in shock. What? A collision between 2 dimensions? This changed everything. What happens when 2 realities merge? He stared into the abyss of the interface, scanning target myriad beast, nest merging with unknown realm. The system interface flashed red, displaying a catastrophic vision. Skyscrapers trembled like leaves in a storm as debris rained down to crush the planet. 3 months prior to the Great Fusion, tremors shook the foundations of reality. The myriad beast nest's secret realm began to bleed into our world, accompanied by the terrified roars of ancient monsters. 3 months later, the spatial conflict stabilized, tearing open massive dimensional rifts. The 2 worlds had begun their terrifying union. In exactly 1 year, the fusion would be absolute birthing, a high-tier secret realm. He smirked, his eyes cold and calculating. This chaos was exactly what he needed. To the average person, this was a catastrophe. To him, an opportunity. Suddenly, a deafening boom shattered the peace. Flames erupted on the horizon, tearing a massive hole straight through the city's protective energy barrier. Bai Zian gazed out the window, his expression darkening. The White Orchid City's barrier vanished. Did someone sabotage the shield generator? High above terrorist airships rained destruction upon the city. The female commander laughed maniacally, watching the inferno spread. Magnificent, she purred. Commence the operation. With a vicious kick, she launched the payload. Giant spiders plummeted from the sky, like meteors darkening the heavens with their sheer numbers. Back on the highway, the alarm system screamed. Danger detected. Bai Zian's jaw dropped, shock painted all over his face. Warning, warning, he didn't hesitate. Bok Chi Bok Nuok. Activate defensive protocols now. An energy shield instantly enveloped their vehicle. Boom, a spider slammed into the ground nearby, exploding into a cloud of toxic white and green smoke. The pressure was suffocating. Meanwhile, at the City Lord's war room, chaos reigned. Emergency code red. This is not a drill. White Orchid City is now under level 1 war alert. A soldier burst in, gasping for breath. City Lord Kan Sung. We've registered a magnitude 8 earthquake. Source unknown. Panic laced his voice as he reported the grim truth. The Demon Spider Sect. They bombed the shield's energy core. The system is critical. The city defense force is engaging the beast wave, but the situation is dire. We're being overrun. Kan Sung didn't flinch. His voice was ice cold. Send a team to repair the core immediately. Mobilize every beast tamer in the city. Defend the walls at all costs. His command thundered through the room. Security Bureau City Hall staff. Everyone drops what they're doing and joins disaster relief. The soldiers saluted, shouting in unison. Sir, yes sir. City Lord Kan Sung narrowed his eyes. The Demon Spider Sect has been hiding in the shadows for years. Why strike now? The Vice City Lord chuckled, shaking his head. Old Bok, you're overthinking it. That sect is nothing but a bunch of rats. Causing an earthquake, impossible. It's just a coincidence. Suddenly, a frantic voice cut through the comms. The Awakening Hall is under attack. Requesting immediate backup. Kan Sung slammed his fist on the table, leaping to his feet. Damn it. Their target isn't the city. It's the Awakening Hall. They want to destroy the very foundation of our power. He barked his orders. Move. Reinforce the Awakening Hall. Old Wu. Can't hold them off forever. Outside explosions rocked the streets as Bai Zian stepped out of the wreckage. He stood silently by his vehicle. Bok Chi inspected the damage and shook her head. Young master, the car is totaled. It's scrap metal. No fixing this, she sighed. We'll have to go on foot. Just then, a massive explosion shook the ground, sending a mushroom cloud of dust into the air. Bai Zian looked toward the blast zone, and his eyes went wide. That direction. It was the city's heart. Someone is attacking the Awakening Hall. Before he could process it, the roar of engines filled the sky. As an enemy aircraft swooped down, a system notification flashed in his retina. The Demon Spider Sect. Bai Zian muttered. Bok Chi clenched her fists. Those lunatics' aircraft swarmed toward the holy site. This was a classic scene from an Awakening manhwa where chaos breeds opportunity. Inside the lead bomber, the terrorist grinned wickedly. It is time. Let it burn. Below, patrol guards fought a losing battle against the flames. Focus on the fire. There are wounded inside, but then a shadow fell over them. Something was coming from above. The shadow engulfed a soldier, and he looked up, terror seizing his heart. Death was raining from the sky. Crash. The pod slammed into the earth. Dust billowed out, and from the haze, a grotesque hairy leg emerged. The smoke cleared to reveal a nightmare. The soldiers froze in horror. We're done for. It's the cat shadow ghost-faced spiders. The beasts shrieked and lunged, tearing through the formation. Fall back, cover fire, fall back. Deep inside the hall, Tin Han frowned. What in the world is happening out there? A soldier frantically tried the radio. Unit 1 to base unit. 1 to base, come in. Is anyone there? Static was the only reply. Suddenly, the heavy blast doors shuddered under a barrage of blows. Tin Han's eyes sharpened. Prepare for combat. The door groaned on the verge of buckling. The tremors were getting violent. Tin Han's expression turned grim. Boom. The doors were blown off their hinges, and a horde of spiders poured in like a black tide. Before the soldiers could react, the beasts were upon them. Our armor, one screamed. It's useless against their fangs. Tin Han realized standard gear wouldn't work in this leveling manhwa scenario. He tapped into his soul power. Beast summoning Keelan. A majestic creature materialized instantly. Defensive formation, he roared. The soldiers snapped out of their fear, rushing forward to interlock their heavy shields, creating a wall of steel in front of their commander. Tin Han channeled his mana. Guardian Earth Arts. The ground rumbled as rocks levitated, coating the steel shields in a layer of reinforced stone. Core defense, he shouted. A massive stone rampart rose from the floor. He turned to his men, his voice low but firm. Stay sharp. Don't throw your lives away. We just need to buy time. He sighed heavily, the weight of years on his shoulders. Nobody has dared attack this place in decades. Can't a man just retire in peace? Tinhan stood behind his wall and bellowed for the sanctuary. On the other side, the spider horde shrieked in response, their bloodlust spiking as they charged. A bone-chilling screech tore through the air, vibrating in their very skulls. The beast wave accelerated, hitting the barrier with the force of a freight train. The collision shook the entire building, sending dust and debris everywhere. The siege had begun. Behind the defensive line, Commander Xian stood as calm as a millpond. His deep voice anchored the soldiers' nerves. Hold the line. This wall won't fall today. But fate had other plans. The barricade was already fracturing. Through a spiderweb, crack a glob of silk, shot out like a sniper's bullet, latching onto a shield inside. The silk tightened like a hangman's noose. With a violent yank, the shield bearer was dragged into the darkness, leaving a gaping wound in their formation. Commander Jing's face went pale as a sheet. The realization hit him like a physical blow. We're in big trouble. The dam broke. A swarm of ghost-faced spiders poured through the breach like a nightmare, made flesh turning the fortress into rubble in seconds. Xing's expression hardened into steel. He roared over the chaos. Concentrate fire. Don't let them gain an inch. Bullets rained down, in a leaden storm lighting up the trenches. But these weren't normal beasts. The spiders moved with the unnatural speed of a glitch. They danced through the hail of gunfire like phantoms dodging death by inches. Xing watched in horror, thinking their agility is straight out of a broken leveling manhwa boss fight. In a heartbeat, a monstrosity lunged, closing the distance to the commander's face before he could even blink. But fear didn't flicker in Xing's eyes. Instead, a dangerous light ignited. He had been baiting them all along. He shouted, "Now!" He slammed his spear into the earth. The ground roared, erupting into jagged stone spikes that skewered the advancing swarm like kebabs. The commander exhaled the tension, leaving his grip. That bought us a moment of peace, he thought, masking his exhaustion. Still, irritation bubbled up inside him. Where the hell is Bai Jingsong? I've already played my ace card. Suddenly, the corpse of a giant spider convulsed. A silhouette tore its way out from the gore in a scene worthy of a dark awakening manhwa. She emerged from the beast's belly like a demon from hell. Xing roared hostile inside the carcass. But before they could react, the terrorists leveled a heavy cannon at them. Her voice was a screech of fanaticism that shook the battlefield. You demons have tainted our world. Judgment Day is here. Without hesitation, she fired. A shell screamed through the air, drawing a line of fire straight toward Commander Xing. Boom! The blast wave tossed soldiers like ragdolls. But amidst the smoke, the commander stood unmoving, his defensive skill flaring to life just in time. A shimmering barrier had absorbed the impact. Yet using the smoke as cover, the cultists launched their ambush. They struck while the soldiers were dazed, moving like vipers, but the defense line had grit. The survivors clenched their teeth and unleashed a counter barrage. Bullets chewed up the ground. Suddenly, the crazy woman materialized right in front of the squad, screaming, "Do you have a death wish?" Clang, a spear intercepted her charge. Xing appeared from nowhere, his weapon morphing instantly into a heavy tower shield. He blocked the lethal blow with immovable force. Seeing her attack fail, she leaped back. Xing didn't chase. He barked, "Get the wounded out of here. Fall back now." Grim-faced, he whispered to his spirit beast, "It's just you and me now, partner." His aura flared, shaking the very air. Astral geokinesis giant boulders materialized from the void, swirling around him before rocketing toward the enemy. The stones didn't just attack. They wove together with divine precision, forming a massive interlocking ring. The cultists watched in stunned silence as the stone walls rose high, sealing them in a cage with the commander. The Colosseum of stone was complete. For a second, the battlefield fell into a suffocating silence. Outside the walls, the soldiers didn't waste the sacrifice. They grabbed their fallen comrades and scrambled for safety. Inside the dome, the terrorist scoffed, twirling her weapon. "You sad old man. You're just a government dog on minimum wage. Why throw your life away for pennies?" Xing smirked, his eyes locked on the prey. "That's why you'll never understand." Annoyed, she signaled her blonde assassin. "Kill him." The blonde blur charged dual blades, flashing. Xing and his beast met the assault head-on in a clash of titans. Steel sang against steel. Sparks flew as they traded blows in a deadly dance. Xing thrust his spear, but the assassin weaved through the attacks with terrifying grace. While the melee raged, the leader pulled a glowing purple crossbow from thin air. She aimed the artifact at the distracted commander. She pulled the trigger. The bolt screamed through the air. Xing's instincts screamed, "Death is coming." He turned time, seeming to slow. It's over, he thought. But then his Xian slammed the ground, raising a stone wall behind him. The arrow shattered against the rock. Seizing the momentum, Xing swung his blade, forcing the blonde assassin to retreat. The beast wasn't done. It teleported behind the leader. She spun around, eyes wide, but too late. The Xian bucked her high into the air, smashing her against the stone barrier. The tide had turned Xing's spear, ignited with raging energy. With a savage swing, he unleashed a shockwave that knocked the crossbow from her grip. But the danger wasn't over. A shadow loomed behind him. The blonde was back. Dual sides slashed at his neck. Xing remained ice cold, summoning a radiant shield to catch the lethal blow. The impact shuddered through him, but he grinned. That's it, he thought, absorbing the kinetic energy. Keep hitting me. Now, the stored energy exploded outward stellar shockwave. A massive construct of rock slammed into the assassin's gut with bone-crushing force. The assassin flew across the arena, crashing next to her leader. Xing looked down at them, shaking his head. After all these years, the demon spider sect is still just trash. His voice thundered like a judge passing sentence. As long as Commander Xing stands, you filth will never touch the core. Her patience snapped and rage blazed in her eyes. Shut your mouth, you old fool, she shrieked. A blade materialized in her hand, crackling with blue lightning like a storm confined to steel. With a single devastating slash, she shattered Jing Han's boulder defense, leaving the old master completely stunned by her raw power. His face paled as he realized the elemental disadvantage. Wood conquers earth. The elements are suppressing me. His Xian roared, jumping in to shield its master just as the assassin unleashed another strike. As she fell back, he nodded gratefully to his beast. Thanks, partner. The Xian stomped, summoning a fortress of jagged rocks from the ground to wall them off. Unfazed, the assassin unleashed a barrage of throwing stars. One embedded itself right at his feet, ticking with volatile, explosive energy. It's over, she sneered. A massive explosion rocked the battlefield, leaning heavily on his Xian. Jing Han gasped for air, barely holding onto consciousness. As long as I breathe. This barrier stands, he wheezed, blood trickling down. Kill a councilman of the Awakening Union, and you will face the wrath of the entire world. Save your breath, she spat, cutting him off with a voice dripping in sarcasm. Grabbing his collar, she pulled him close, her eyes cold. We already know everything about a washed-up old man like you. She whispered venomously into his ear. Your beast taming space has impressive defense, sure, but every shield has a breaking point. Her voice dropped to a sinister low. We came prepared for this system Manhwa scenario. The shadow demon spider was brought specifically to shatter your crystal dimension. On cue, dull rhythmic thuds echoed from the outside. She smirked, eyes gleaming with malice. Hear that? The feast has begun. Outside, the colossal spider rammed the barrier, its legs shredding the earth and corroding the stone walls. As the rock prison crumbled into dust, Jing Han collapsed, his eyes filled with utter despair. Damn it all. He ground his teeth, whispering a final plea into the wind. Bai Jingsong. I can't hold the line any longer. Suddenly, a sonic boom tore through the air. A fist, the size of a meteor, crashed down from the heavens. A titan ape descended, tearing the stone cage apart like it was made of wet paper. The assassin looked up in horror. What the ape roared, raising a fist to crush her into oblivion, but the shadow demon spider lunged forward to intercept the blow. A figure leaped from the beast's shoulder. It was Kui Cheng. He rushed to the old man's side, helping him up with a look of concern. Old Wu, are you still alive? The old master groaned, his voice weak but spirited. Do I look okay to you? While the titan ape pummeled the spider into submission, Kui Cheng scolded him, still joking at a time like this, but Jing Han cut him off impatiently. You're late. Too slow. Just then, a majestic shadow swept over them. Kui Cheng grinned, pointing up to the sky. Look, Bai Jingsong has finally arrived. Jing Han managed a faint smile. Arrogant as ever. Bai Jingsong descended with his divine crane, which instantly snatched the spider demon, lifting it high into the clouds. Seizing the moment, Bai Jingsong shouted, Old Feng catch. The divine crane released its grip, sending the spider plummeting toward the earth. Below, Old Feng charged forward on his warhorse, aura blazing, wielding a powerful staff and flanked by a fire Xian. He looked like a god of war, entering the fray. Do it now. Fire Xian, Old Feng roared, rocketing toward the falling monstrosity like a burning comet. The moment he reached the target, his staff erupted, weaving a blazing net of destruction around the beast. With the squad reunited, Bai Jingsong looked down with disdain. Filthy thieves of the spider sect. His killing intent flooded the area. Your plan has failed. Surrender now or die. The terrified minions trembled, looking to their commander. Boss. Seeing the tide turn, the blonde leader barked Plan B. I'll hold them off. Boss, wait. A figure wearing a smoking mask stepped forward, interrupting him. "Let me be the sacrifice for this mission." She ripped off the mask, revealing a delicate tanned face filled with grim determination. "Boss, you have a sister to protect. I've been alone since birth. No family, no attachments. My life is yours to spend." Without hesitation, she leaped onto the giant spider. The leader ground his teeth. "Go," she offered a final grim smile. "Leave this to me." She tossed him a weapon. Catch holding the gun, pulsing with strange energy, the terrorists rallied, their resolve screaming in unison. For the holy sect. As the terrorists regained their morale, the girl pulled out a cluster of spheres. "I'll cover your escape." Thick smoke exploded outward. Bai Jingsong instinctively summoned a barrier to protect the team, only to realize it's just a smokescreen. Staring into the dense fog, he barked. "Fan out. Don't let them escape." He commanded his divine crane after them now. The divine crane pierced through the murky veil, like an arrow locking onto the spider, carrying the blonde leader. The terrorists were making a break for the core nexus. The Titan Ape and Old Fang were hot on their heels, refusing to let up for a second. The enemies vaulted over obstacles with unnatural speed. The enraged ape bellowed a warning. There are still two of them. They're closing in on the core. Suddenly, disgusting globs of slime shot from the spider's spinnerets. The Titan Ape took a hit to the back, and the fire Kylan was knocked out of the sky. The viscous sludge hardened instantly, trapping both the mighty ape and the celestial beast in a sticky, immovable prison. Old Fang and his support were caught in the blast radius, glued to the spot. "Damn it," the soldier cursed, struggling in vain against the trap. Riding the crane, Bai Jingsong thought, "This beast's speed is insane." Far behind, Old Feng shouted, "Bai Jingsong, keep going, don't worry about these spiders." At the core nexus, the terrorists landed just as a shadow fell over them. Bai Jingsong had arrived. A minion panicked. "Boss, he's right on top of us." The spider scrambled to join them, but it was a second too slow. The blonde leader's eyes widened in horror. "It's over. The boss is in range." Suddenly, the Titan Ape and Old Fang burst onto the scene. The ape, the fire, Kylan, and the Old Master launched a synchronized assault to end the spider's miserable life. The ape slammed the ground, sending the spider demon flying helpless into the air. In a flash, Old Fang appeared above it, ready to deliver the final judgment. Elder Fang's staff descended like a judgment from the heavens, piercing straight through the arachnid's carapace. The impact shattered the beast's exoskeleton, exposing the vile terrorist hiding within its shell. The sheer force of Elder Fang's blow didn't just stop at the beast. It drove through the creature and ruptured the earth below, sending a plume of debris and dust choking into the air. With the monster's vitality drained, Elder Feng sneered, "On your knees, you little wretch." The soldier beside him added grimly, "Your twisted schemes end here." Cornered with death staring him in the face, the terrorist remained silent. Suddenly, the magnificent Cloudwing crane descended its landing, stirring up a chaotic storm of dust in the core chamber. City Lord Bai Jingsong stepped forward, his aura imposing. "You demon spider sect rats are stubborn. You insist on courting death by opposing us." With eyes cold as glacial ice, he raised his wooden cane. In an instant, the wooden staff transmuted into a flexible leather whip. Bai Jingsong lashed out, with terrifying precision and authority, his voice booming. "Your deaths will not be mourned." The lash danced through the air, flaying the skin of the two terrorists with every strike. Blood bloomed on their bodies as Bai Jingsong commanded his spirit beast Wind Blast Cannon. The Cloudwing crane became a living tornado, spiraling toward the enemies. Sensing the lethal threat, the two assassins drew their weapons, desperate to turn the tide. The terrorist swung his blade, meeting the crane's assault head-on, seeing the strange energy radiating from their weapons. Bai Jingsong analyzed the clash in a split second. Wind and thunder suppressing wood. "This is bad." A bead of sweat formed on his brow. His element was being suppressed by theirs. He needed a new strategy, and he needed it now. The enemy leader barked, "I'll cover you, go for the core." Seizing the opening, the duo surged toward Bai Jingsong, with suicidal determination to secure the objective. Their coordination was flawless. The female assassin leaped high, raining down a sword strike to pin Bai Jingsong, creating a path for the blonde operative to rush the energy core. Bai Jingsong saw through the ploy instantly. Cloudwing crane stop him. The massive spirit beast interposed its body like a wall. But the blonde assassin was cunning. He hurled his sickle high into the rafters. The sickle bit into the ceiling, just as the crane's massive talon crushed the floor where he had stood. Using the chain connected to his weapon, the assassin swung through the air like a pendulum, bypassing the beast entirely. He didn't look back, his eyes locked on the prize ahead. Clearing the crane's defense, he threw a second sickle, hooking it directly onto the core mechanism. Using the momentum, he slithered through the defenses like a snake, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Bai Jingsong was still locked in fierce combat with the female assassin. He glanced back, his face darkening with horror as he realized the gravity of the situation. Damn it. Reaching the control console, the blonde terrorist worked with practice speed hacking the system. The core began to pulse with an ominous, otherworldly green light. Bathed in that eerie glow, a twisted smile distorted his face. Finally, he thought, his heart racing. The moment we've waited for is here. His finger hovered over the final sequence. Almost there, he thought. He raised his hand to strike the activation rune, screaming fanatically for the holy sect, but his hand froze, trembling helplessly in midair. He looked down to see a spiritual chain wrapped tight around his neck, choking his power. Even while fighting one opponent, Bai Jingsong had extended his whip to ensnare the second. The blonde terrorist gagged, cursing through gritted teeth. "You persistent old fossil." Bai Jingsong glared at them, his eyes sharp as daggers. With a voice like grinding gravel, he declared, "It is over." Meanwhile, Elder Feng had cornered the white-haired female assassin. Yet she remained defiant. "You call us villains. You people are the real invaders." Her hand crept toward a concealed firearm as she screamed, "What gives you the right to play the victim?" Before anyone could react, she whipped out the gun and fired. The shot was point blank, but Elder Feng's reflexes were god tier. He twisted his body, barely letting the bullet graze past him. But the bullet wasn't meant for him. It tore through the air, screaming straight toward Bai Jingsong, who was currently immobilized by his own technique, binding the other enemy. Too fast, Bai Jingsong's mind raced. He couldn't dodge. Suddenly, a shadow cast over him. The cloud wing crane had thrown itself into the line of fire. The projectile slammed into the spirit beast with devastating force. It wasn't just a bullet, it was a disruptor. Lightning crackled across the crane's limbs, shattering its spiritual form from the inside out. Bai Jingsong's scream tore from his throat. Cloud wing. But it was too late. In a flash of dissipating light, his loyal companion shattered into nothingness. With the spirit beast gone, Bai Jingsong's connection wavered, and the whip binding the terrorist dissolved into motes of light. His heart sank. No. Free at last, the blonde terrorist didn't hesitate. His partner joined him, and they slammed the final command into the console. "It's done. Retreat now." They vanished into the shadows, just as Bai Jingsong lunged. But they left a parting gift, a countdown timer reaching 0. A cataclysmic explosion engulfed the sector before the city lord's helpless eyes. Cut to the aftermath. The news anchor's voice trembled. Yesterday, a magnitude 7.8 earthquake devastated Whitescale City. Confirmed casualties have surpassed 18,000. This Manhwa recap takes a dark turn here. Over 50,000 remain missing. The shield generator was sabotaged by terrorists, allowing a level 3 monster tide to breach the city walls. Our brave soldiers are currently holding the line in a desperate defense against the abyss. Reports indicate coordinate attacks across the province. City Lord Bai Jingsong is personally leading the counteroffensive, rallying all remaining forces to purge the terrorist threat. One terrorist has reportedly been captured, and the situation is stabilizing. Watching the broadcast, Bai Zian's heart clenched as he thought of his grandfather. The broadcast shifted. Following the disaster, Bai Chengzi, the vice city lord and son of Bai Jingsong, appeared on screen to address the terrified populace. The scene in the hospital was pure chaos. Casualty numbers were skyrocketing. Doctors screamed, "Make way," as they wheeled in the maimed and dying, drowning out the politician's speech. "We will survive this calamity together," the screen promised. But down in the blood-soaked halls, nobody had time for empty words. Medics rushed past, offering the only comfort they could. "Hang in there," a nurse cried. Meanwhile, the TV blared on, "Citizens of Whitescale City, take heart. Our elite military is fighting for you on the front lines." But the reality was a soldier lying on a gurney, eyes bandaged and bloodied, likely blinded forever. The doctor squeezed his hand, voice cracking. "Stay with us, soldier. Just hold on." Witnessing this living hell, a wave of indescribable sorrow crashed over Bai Zian. As he walked past another ward, the same desperate mantra echoed out. "Hold on," beside the bed. Ah Wei grabbed his friend's hand, pleading, "The doctor is coming. Don't you dare die on me." A broken body lay upon the hospital bed, legs severed completely, leaving only phantom pains behind. He gazed helplessly up at his comrade. The man beside him gripped his hand tight, a lifeline in the darkness, and whispered a single desperate command: "Survive." That grip, that warmth, it triggered a flash of agony from Bai Zian's past life. A memory etched in blood, and fire returned to haunt him. Amidst the symphony of exploding shells, his captain had grabbed his hand, just like this life, fading fast. "Bai Zian." he wheezed. Leaning against a blood-stained wall, the captain smiled weakly and said, I never thought you would be the one to save a wretch like me. Panic surged through Bai Zian's veins as he cried out, Captain. Yet even at death's door, the captain maintained his invincible image. He flashed that signature confident grin and laughed. You stinking brat. I always thought you were a cold-blooded bastard. Guess I was wrong. With trembling hands, the captain removed his cap and placed it on Bai Zian's head. It was a legacy passed down in silence. Bai Zian froze his throat tight, unable to utter a single word as the brim was adjusted. Then came the final order. If you make it back alive, don't forget. The sentence remained unfinished. The light in his eyes vanished. The captain breathed his last right there in front of Bai Zian. Back in reality, Bai Zian's fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Bai Shi and Bai Ji watched in terror. Young Master Bai Shi cried out, rushing to his side. Are you all right? Shadows clung to Bai Zian's face like a lingering curse. He looked like a man who had walked through hell and back. With a pale expression, he forced out a rasping reply, I am fine. Just fine. Silence reigned in the corridor. Not a word on the way there, he commanded, his aura heavy. What happened to grandfather? Just then, the hospital doors swung open, breaking the tension. Inside the sterile white room, the atmosphere was suffocating. Elder Feng, Uncle Cheng, and his mother stood guard, their expressions painted with grim despair. Bai Zian, your grandfather, his mother stammered. Behind her, Bai Jingsong lay broken, one arm severed, body ravaged by battle. Slowly, the old warrior pulled off his oxygen mask. Is that my Bai Zian? His voice grated. He glanced at the others. Everyone out. I am not dead yet. I need a moment with my grandson. The door clicked shut, leaving the two generations alone. Bai Zian, Bai Jingsong, rasped, eyes filled with concern. Are you hurt? Bai Zian knelt by the bed, bowing his head. I am unharmed, grandfather. Bai Zian's gaze lingered on the gruesome stumps and scars left by the brutal battle. His heart sank seeing the state of the once mighty warrior. But Bai Jingsong merely waved his remaining hand. This, he scoffed, it is merely a scratch. What I am about to tell you is far more critical than an old man's arm. Bai Zian felt a chill run down his spine. His grandfather was a diamond-rank powerhouse, an entity of immense power. To see him this shaken, something catastrophic was coming. Do you know of the Demon Spider sect? Bai Jingsong asked. Bai Zian nodded slowly. I do. A terrorist organization of heretics who worship alien gods. Scum of the earth. Correct. Before they were mere pests, barely silver-rank spirit tamers. But this manhwa recap takes a dark turn here, Bai Jingsong warned. They can now materialize spiritual energy into objects. Every agent we faced was diamond rank. He continued, his voice darkening. This wasn't a skirmish. It was a calculated act of war. They are playing a game we didn't know existed, the old man hissed. In the silence of the room, Bai Zian realized the truth. The recent earthquakes, that wasn't nature. That was their opening move. Gasping for air, Bai Jingsong reapplied his mask. It is worse than we thought, he wheezed. The situation has escalated beyond control. A holographic notification flashed in the air. A secret realm is colliding with our 10,000 spider nest world. We are facing total annihilation. Bai Zian placed his hand on his grandfather's withered skin. His super intuition flared to life, a cheat code in this system manhwa. No, Bai Zian declared, his eyes glowing. The world won't end. The realms aren't crashing. They are merging. Bai Jingsong's eyes widened in shock. Merging? Are you certain of this, boy? Absolute certainty, Bai Zian replied with the confidence of a prophet. I have seen the future. The tremors are just the growing pains of two worlds becoming one. Relief washed over the old man. Then, there is hope. Bai Jingsong looked deep into Bai Zian's eyes. The truth is, I come from the origin planet. I was once a scion of the great Bai family. Bai Zian froze. The origin planet. The revelation struck like lightning. The origin planet. Bai Jingsong reminisced bitterly. I was the chosen one, the genius selected by the clan head himself. But I was arrogant. Pride comes before the fall. I committed a grave error and was cast out, stripped of my honor, exiled to this backwater world. Yet they gave me a sliver of mercy, a second chance. Kill the purple star rank spirit queen and I could return home. I was a fool, he whispered. I underestimated a purple star beast. I was too impatient. My golden scaled fish was slaughtered. My cultivation base shattered. And now, even my cloud-winged crane has fallen. My path to the purple star rank is severed forever. Seeing the despair, Bai Zian gripped his hand. No, there is always a way, grandfather. You still have a chance. You don't understand, child. Bai Jingsong's grip tightened on Bai Zian's shoulder. You are the future of the Bai family now. Didn't you vow to become the supreme spirit tamer in this awakening manhwa? Then go to the origin planet. The old man's eyes blazed with renewed fire, shocking Bai Zian. Participate in the great selection 1 year from now. Reach the top 10. Only on the origin planet can you transcend limits and become a god amongst men. He shook Bai Zian violently, pouring every ounce of his dying ambition into the boy. Bai Zian steadied him, feeling the weight of destiny settle on his shoulders. Grandfather. Bai Jingsong unclasped a necklace and handed it over. I know you have the talent. You have the heart. The Bai family's resources are yours. He pressed a black card into Bai Zian's hand. Take this. The resources within are enough to power level you straight to the diamond rank if used wisely. But listen to me, Bai Zian. Don't repeat my mistakes. Remember this. The ghost of the captain's smile superimposed over the old man's face. He smiled a mask of strength, hiding his pain. The most powerful force in this world is the connection between people. Bai Zian's heart skipped a beat. The captain. Grandfather. The words echoed across lifetimes. He accepted the necklace with solemn resolve. I understand, grandfather. Meanwhile, at the Bai estate, little Bai Ziyu sat on the porch. Is big brother sick like grandpa? Why isn't he back yet? The maid smiled gently to comfort her. Don't worry, little miss. Young Master Bai Zian is strong. He will be home soon. The door creaked open. Bai Zian stepped in, the heavy pendant weighing in his hand, his mind still swirling with the philosophy of human connection. Big brother. A blur of motion shot across the room. Before Bai Zian could react, Bai Ziyu launched herself like a cannonball, clinging to his head and nearly toppling the future's strongest spirit tamer. Bai Zi and Bai Xiao stood in stunned silence, completely defeated by the young girl's playful antics. Then Bai Ziyu's voice broke the air. Big brother, you're finally back. Her eyes filled with worry as she asked, brother, are you okay? Looking at his adorable little sister, a vow forged in iron solidified in Bai Zian's heart. In this life, I have a family worth dying for. I must cherish them. Gently patting her head with overflowing affection, he whispered, I'm fine. But his mind drifted to the darkness of his previous life, the cold grip of death, the terror of being weak. That trauma drove his obsession to become the supreme beast tamer. But now standing here, he realized a truth more profound than any power level. He recalled how this small family had reached out to pull him from the abyss of despair. Bai Zian realized his true strength lay in the unbreakable bond of blood. Scene shift. In the quiet of his room, Bai Zian prepared for the journey ahead. Holding his grandfather's amulet, he donned a sharp outfit, looking every bit the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. He packed a mysterious box containing a violet crystal, a letter, and the amulet. He instructed Bai Ziyu, mom and dad will return soon. Pass this box to them for me, okay? The girl nodded obediently. Yes, brother. With a tender smile, he gave her one last head pat. Big brother has a critical mission. Be a good girl and stay safe at home. Xiao Gubai stepped forward, her cheeks flushed, as she called out, young Master Bai Zian. His gaze softened. Xiao Gubai, are you ready to face the unknown with me? Her shyness vanished, replaced by resolve. Wherever the young master goes, I follow. Walking side by side, he teased. Xiao Gubai, aren't you afraid? She declared with absolute confidence, with young Master Bai Zian here, I fear nothing. He sighed, can you drop the formal title, just Bai Zian is fine. She immediately replied, understood. Bai Zian, young master. They arrived at a desolate construction site. Xiao Gubai turned to him. Bai Zian, do you have a destination in mind? Staring into the void, he admitted, I haven't pinpointed the exact coordinates yet. But his internal goal was clear. Grind levels to boost his power and farm materials. Activating the interface, he commanded system, analyze data. I need to investigate. He queried the Eye of Revelation with intense focus. Solution for grandfather's severed arm. The system chimed instantly, displaying a vial of life water. His thoughts shifted to the beast. How do I cure grandfather's red-eyed gold pattern fish? The interface flashed a new item, spirit nurturing heavenly water. Grandfather Bai Jingsong's beast has a damaged core. It requires the spirit nurturing heavenly water. This legendary resource contained 4 elemental essences, a miracle cure for aquatic beasts. He tapped the screen to search. But suddenly, the results made Bai Zian freeze. What the hell? The system delivered a crushing blow. Life water 55000 points. Spirit nurturing heavenly water error. Item untraceable. He muttered to himself. The life water is expensive, but exists. But the spirit water has vanished from the world. He tried another angle. Eye of Revelation. How do I repair the Awakening Hall's core? A schematic appeared locked behind red encryption. Core damaged. Repair impossible. Memories of the war surfaced. Grandfather had lost hope after the battle. I left the Purple Thunder Eagle egg and the evolution guide to give him a reason to fight. It was to give him hope. Hope that Whitescale City could still be saved. Panic began to set in. What do I do now? The clue for the spirit water is dead. Where do I go? Suddenly, a tremor ran through his body. What eye? I can't move. Bai Zian watched helplessly as his hand moved on its own. The Eye of Revelation was guiding him, pointing to a specific coordinate on the map. Go. Here. Xiao Gubai noticed the shift in his aura. Bai Zian, did you find something? Shaking off the shock, he nodded. Let's head to the east gate. It's the closest exit. We leave the city from there. But fear flickered in her eyes. Do we have to cross the wasteland? I have a bad feeling about this. He flashed a confident grin to calm her nerves. We are Beast Tamers. Fear is not in our vocabulary. Besides, we can hitch a ride with an explorer squad. They continued their trek down the broken road. Explorer squads. Who are they? Mercenaries? Warriors who risk their lives in the outer wilds for fortune and glory. The sky was a deceptive blue, contrasting the chaotic traffic jam below. Loudspeakers blared. Orderly queue for exit inspection. Bai Zian frowned at the scene. What is this? He pointed ahead at the swarming crowd. Xiao Gubai, your bad feeling was right. Suddenly, a vehicle swerved out of control. He pulled her into his embrace, just as the car screeched past. Watch out, they dodged to death by a hair's breadth. The driver slammed the brakes. Dust settled, and they stood there awkwardly aware of their tightly interlocked hands. Bai Zian turned away, face burning. You okay? Xiao Gubai couldn't meet his eyes either. I'm fine. She looked at the crowd in confusion. The monster tide just retreated. Why is everyone fleeing the city? Bai Zian's eyes narrowed, analyzing the situation like a true strategist. The rich think Whitescale City is doomed. Rats fleeing a sinking ship. Too weak to survive the wild alone, they hire explorer squads for protection. That explains the convoy ahead. Money buys safety. The east gate loomed like a giant beast. A female officer barked orders. Beware of beast ambushes. Inspection required for exit. Clear the lane for military convoys. Bai Zian observed her strict demeanor. All personnel leaving the city disarm and present ID for scanning. The guard dog sniffed Bai Zian. A disaster just happened, yet they keep the gates open. Is this to create an illusion of safety for the outside world? His profile flashed on the scanner. Identity verified. They entered a long claustrophobic tunnel. Attention, gas masks mandatory beyond this point. Bai Zian complied, and Xiao Gubai followed suit, not daring to disobey. Emerging from the tunnel, the desolate wasteland stretched endlessly before them. They split up, sprinting across the barren earth. Bai Zian scanned the horizon constantly. He stared at the landscape. This defense line is a graveyard, where countless beasts were slaughtered. Raising his binoculars, he hunted for his target. I need to find the mercenary outpost. Ahead, the air shimmered like a furnace. It's scorching. Wait. He locked onto a location. Found it. Under the vast blue sky, they passed weary workers. Bai Zian couldn't help but blush as they walked past some scantily clad beauties. Finally, they arrived at the main tent. Bai Zian locked eyes on the horizon. That outpost ahead belongs to the expedition team. We move now. A tattered flag whipped violently in the wind, signaling their destination. This was the place. The Red Monkey Mercenary Group. Inside their territory, Fang Dong Lig called out Duan. Two fresh faces at the gate. What do you think? Fresh meat? Duan scanned them with a predator's grin. Not bad quality. He chuckled darkly, feigning friendliness as he approached the newcomers. Hey there, little friends. His gaze held a dangerous weight. Lost your way. Behind him, Feng Dong Lig whistled, but a chill ran down his spine from Bai Zian's stare. Xiao Gubai sensed immediately these men were trouble. Bai Zian glanced at her. Ever since arriving at the Bai family, Xiao Gubai had triggered some kind of unseen switch. She trembled as they approached. Her very presence seemed to draw unwanted attention like a magnet. But Bai Zian wasn't helpless. His aura flared silently. Duan flashed forward in a blur. It's dangerous outside the walls. Let Big Brother protect you. He blocked their path with terrifying speed, closing the distance to Bai Zian instantly. With a sneer, he reached out and lifted the young man's chin. Little one, are you shivering for me too? Xiao Gubai stood frozen in shock. Duan relished the moment, mistaking silence for fear. Is the little treasure angry? In a flash, Bai Zian moved. He slammed the mercenary face first into the dirt and twisted his wrist with bone-breaking force. Agony ripped through Duan. Feng Dong Lig, help me. This kid's crazy. But Bai Zian stood over him, azure flames, dancing ominously around his body. You can try. Feng Dong Lig froze paralyzed by the sheer killing intent rolling off the boy. The sun beat down on the loudspeakers as the tension peaked. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Vice Captain, what's happening? It's too noisy. Vice Captain Qiming scratched his head lazily. What else? The beast wave is here. Xu Jing instantly accessed the tactical interface. Thermal scans show 200 to 300 hostiles. This was a classic scenario for a system Manhwa where numbers dictated survival. Feng Dong Lig report. Feng Dong Lig took aim down his scope. Vice Captain, are you done playing? The situation is looking grim. A thick fog of dust rolled in from the east. The stampede was 5 minutes out. On the ground, Duan whimpered. Hey kid, let me go. We're all grasshoppers on the same rope now. You don't want us stuck here when the slaughter begins, do you? Yet Bai Zian's expression remained colder than ice. Finally, Bai Zian shoved the man's arm away. Get out of my face. Scrambling back, Duan yelled into his comms, get the vice captain now. The perimeter erupted into chaos. High above, a figure wreathed in flames shouted down. Don't panic. Qiming's voice boomed like thunder commanding order. Retreating to the city is impossible. We stand and fight. Hold until reinforcements arrive. If you want to live, the rookies below looked bewildered. Bai Zian watched the leader, a flicker of approval in his eyes. At least someone here had a brain. Qiming stood tall, rallying the troops. I am the vice captain of Red Monkey, a silver rank beastmaster. I'll take the front line, but I need a defensive beastmaster on the flank. Who will step up? Qiming glared at the crowd. The Black Iron Trash cowered. The so-called experts were too cowardly to risk their lives. A blonde girl stepped forward from the mob. I'm silver rank. Bai Zian raised his hand too, but paused. Huh. Someone beat me to it. A wealthy young man strutted forward, basking in the crowd's awe. Give me firepower, and I'll hold the line. Whispers erupted. Isn't that the eldest young master of the Ming Corporation? Young Master Ming reached silver rank Qi. Ming grimaced. A rich kid? Could he actually fight? He barked orders, Duan Feng Dong Leg. Take a squad, and get the heavy artillery now. The two mercenaries snapped to attention. Sir, on it. As Qiming rallied morale, Bai Zian narrowed his eyes at the rich boy. He turned to Xiao Gubai, voice low. Stay behind me. Guard your life with everything you have. That guy is going to ruin everything. The air distorted with heat as a massive red fire monkey materialized. The young master stepped forward arrogantly. Come get some. Red fire monkey, no time to slack off. While the sky remained mockingly blue, the defenders scrambled. Alpha fell to his knees, praying desperately. O Lord, be with your servant. Grant me wisdom and the courage to survive this tribulation. He clutched his Bible, eyes shut tight. Let your spirit be with my brothers. We humbly accept your word. The rich kid flexed his muscles, believing divine power, or perhaps just ego, would save them from pride. Duan gripped his weapon, finding his own twisted form of courage. Xiao Gubai watched in terror, praying for deliverance from pain and weakness. Duan, heavy machine gun in hand, sidled up to Bai Zian. Hey kid, you're a beastmaster too, right? This felt like a classic setup for a leveling Manhwa reveal. He stared intently at Bai Zian. You handle yourself like a pro. Your strength isn't just for show, is it? I'd bet you're stronger than that rich peacock. Bai Zian's hostility softened slightly. So you aren't just a musclehead pervert after all. Duan rolled his eyes. Sharp tongue you got there. Your little girlfriend looks terrified though. Xiao Gubai was trembling like a leaf in a storm. Bai Zian patted her shoulder and the contact made her heart race. Xiao Gubai, you okay? Her face was pale as death. I'm fine. Just a little tense. Bai Zian looked her dead in the eye. When the beasts hit, stick to me like a shadow. You'll be safe. Together, they braced for the impact. Duan racked his weapon, adrenaline spiking. He roared, here they come, combat positions. The horizon turned black with monsters. A voice crackled over the comms. Hold fire, wait for the minefield. Boom, explosions tore through the front lines, burying the beasts in smoke and fire. Even Duan was impressed. Xu Jing's fireworks are vicious, but through the smoke survivors charged. Feng Dong Lig tracked them. Tough bastards, aren't they? He squeezed the trigger. Eat this. A beast's head vaporized in red mist. Another shot rang out, dropping a second target instantly. Duan, incoming on your side. The automated turret sprayed lead, but the high-level beasts danced through the bullet rain. Little Xu Jing, one just slipped past your toys. Shujing slammed her console in frustration. You saw it. Why didn't you chase it? Damn it. Duan rushed toward the turret emplacement, laughing grimly. I told you, your barrel is too small to satisfy these monsters. He aimed down the sights. Heavy firepower was the only truth that mattered. Duan unleashed a storm of bullets from his dual-wield stance. Heads exploded like watermelons. Yet the beast horde kept scaling the walls. Bai Zian's expression darkened. The bronze rank horde was breaching the perimeter. But the rich guy just smirked with arrogance. Finally, it's showtime for me. Duan shouted over the gunfire. Not yet. Drop the oil barrels now. The team scrambled to roll the heavy drums down the ramparts. The sheer weight of the steel barrels crushed the vanguard's advance. Feng Donglig didn't hesitate. His target wasn't the monsters but the fuel. An inferno erupted, incinerating the beasts in a sea of flames. Even the MC couldn't help but admire the magnificent destruction. Your adventure squad actually has some skills, someone noted. Duan grinned, his ego fully inflated. Naturally, our Red Monkey squad is the top-ranked force in the entire wasteland. The flames forced the horde back, but one creature refused to bow. It stood tall, radiating an aura of absolute dominance. Duan narrowed his eyes. Here comes the main event. Bai Zian immediately activated the system interface. Eye of Revelation activate. The blue screen flickered to life, analyzing the threat. Target Alchemy Beast. Class Iron Steel. Rank High-Tier Silver abilities. Killing Mist Verdant, Battle Roar Azure Shredding Fangs, and Emerald-Plated Armor. A Crimson High Silver variant emerged from the smoke, locking eyes with them. Feng Donglig spotted it through his scope, and roared, sweat beading on his forehead. The pressure was suffocating. Duan, I count at least 7 or 8 silver ranks. Duan's face dropped. 7 or 8. Are you kidding me? He frantically pointed to the rear defensive line. Rich kid, can you hold the rear line alone? With unshakable confidence, the wealthy heir smirked. Just leave it to me. He snapped his fingers to summon his beast. Descend Golden Horn Toad. A massive amphibian materialized. Species Metal-type Golden Toad. Rank Mid-Silver. Talent Elastic Durability. Potential High Gold. Skills Verdant Rapid Fire. Azure Titan Tongue. And Azure Metallic Skin. Qiming wasted no time summoning his own war beast. The number of silver ranks is spiking. We need to thin their numbers now. He commanded the Crimson Fire Ape. Fire Fist Impact. The beast's fist ignited like a meteor. One strike and the monster's head was obliterated. Another beast lunged from the shadows. The two clashed instantly, entering a deadly dance of claws and flames. Qiming shouted from the backline. Crimson Ape, use your ultimate. The monkey gracefully sidestepped an attack, its arm blazing with intensified heat. It unleashed a barrage of magma-infused strikes. Red Lotus Explosive Fist. The monster was reduced to nothing but ash and gore. After the pummeling, the Crimson Ape bared its teeth and reported, Vice Captain reinforcements are en route ETA 8 minutes. Qiming's expression darkened, his eyes filled with worry. Behind the wall, the civilians were cheering prematurely. He turned back, his voice grave. Brothers, hold the line just a little longer. But just as hope began to rise, a streak of crimson light flashed past a soldier's head. The soldier's rifle clattered to the ground. The man beside him went pale as a sheet, his voice trembling. Old Chang. As he stood there, shivering in shock, a towering shadow loomed behind him. He turned slowly, terror in his eyes. What the hell is that? Before he could scream, the shadow struck. The red flash returned, decapitating him instantly. Blood and flesh sprayed into the air like a macabre fountain. Bai Zian's expression hardened into pure focus. Mana began to swirl around his fist as he prepared to engage. Moving with lightning speed, Bai Zian unleashed a devastating strike. A beam of azure energy blasted a pouncing beast out of the air, but in the distance, a sea of eyes was still watching him. Damn it, there's too many, he thought, panic rising. Just as he faltered, massive spider webs shot from the sky. The silk wrapped around the beast, crushing it instantly. Bai Zian flinched, shielding his head in surprise. But realizing he was safe, he quickly regained his composure. He dropped to one knee, channeling his spiritual power into both palms. With a roar, he thrust his hands forward. A wave of energy surged out, blasting the approaching horde. Dusting himself off, Bai Zian turned to his savior. Xiao Gubai, he gasped, recognizing the silhouette. Did your spider awaken to bronze rank? The hunter who stepped out of the shadows was indeed the mesmerizing Xiao Gubai. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, blushing slightly. I bought some rare catalysts at the black market. It finally triggered an evolution. Beside her stood a terrifying purple arachnid. Species Molten Lava Spider Fire. Rank Low Bronze. Talent Magma Body. Potential High Gold. Skills Azure Scorching Web. And Verdant Flame Bomb. Bai Zian stared, cold sweat dripping down his neck. High gold potential, he thought. Eyes bulging. What kind of insane luck is that? Meanwhile, the defensive line was crumbling. Monsters pounded the walls until the concrete pulverized into dust. White smoke choked the battlefield. Duan shouted back to the rich guy, "We're out of ammo. Send in the war beasts." Without hesitation, the wealthy heir pointed forward. Golden Horned Toad. Clear the path. The massive toad activated its skill, Titan Tongue. Its mouth snapped open, unleashing a pink blur. The tongue swept across the battlefield like a whip, knocking the beasts down like bowling pins. Bai Zian clenched his fist over his heart, determination burning in his eyes. Everyone is fighting their hardest. I won't be the dead weight in this Manhwa recap. He raised his hand to the sky. Heed my call, Yi Ya. The winged beast descended from the heavens instantly. Yi Ya unleashed 3 streaks of flame that struck with the speed of lightning. Bai Zian panicked, screaming, "Yi Ya, don't be reckless." But the flames pierced the monster with surgical precision. Bai Zian shook his fist in fury. "I didn't even give the attack order yet, you stupid bird." The beast landed and glared at him with utter disdain. "I am the incarnation of the Sunday. Do you really think I need orders from a human?" Bai Zian didn't argue. He just bonked the bird on the head. A comically large bump appeared as the bird sulked. Xiao Gubai and her spider watched, jaws dropping in disbelief. Back at the supply crates, Qi Ming and his ape were pinning themselves against cover. The towering monster prowled just inches away, hunting them. Qi Ming flashed back to the soldier who had been decapitated. His face twisted with a mix of fear and resolve. He gritted his teeth, analyzing the situation. That monster's speed is god tier. I can't beat it in a head-on clash. In this awakening Manhwa scenario, panic means death. I have to stay calm. Lost in deep thought, Qi Ming snapped back to reality when the rookie beside him raised his rifle. Rage flared as he shouted, "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing, damn it?" Seeing the fool about to charge, Qi Ming reached out to stop him, his voice frantic. "Hey, stay back." But the soldier, gripping his gun tight, squeezed the trigger wildly and screamed, "I'm taking you down with me." The outcome was grimly predictable. The monstrosity swung its arm, cleaving the man's head from his shoulders in a single stroke. This was the Hammerhead Queen. She was a towering nightmare in sleek black armor, pulsating with violet energy veins. Her claws were razor-sharp death, and in her hand, she casually gripped the severed head of the soldier. Qi Ming ducked behind a crate, cold sweat drenching his back. His mind raced with terror. What kind of beast is this? Is it a gold rank boss from a leveling Manhwa? Suddenly, a system notification flashed. "Vice Captain, the Eastern Defense Line has shattered. The beast horde is breaching the camp." He clicked his tongue in frustration. Misfortune never comes alone. Qi Ming barked orders. "Feng Dong Lig, provide support." 6 o'clock direction. Feng Dong Lig's voice crackled back instantly. "Copy that." Feng Dong Lig swung his sniper rifle to the 6 o'clock position. The monster was right there. Hiding behind the crates were the red flame monkey and Qi Ming. Feng Dong Lig smirked, whispering into the comms, "Vice Captain, you owe me a feast for this." He lined up the shot and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet slammed into the Hammerhead Queen's skull, knocking her head back. Qi Ming saw his opening and roared. Now beside him, the red flame monkey tore off its eye patch, its left eye blazing with infernal light. Gritting its teeth with primal fury, the beast unleashed a torrent of fire from its eye, screaming the skill name, Flame Impact. But the Hammerhead Queen was terrifyingly fast. She moved like a phantom, effortlessly dodging the beam of destruction. A massive explosion rocked the construction site. Duan, Feng Dong Lig, and Bai Zian froze, all thinking the same thing. What happened? Bai Zian immediately turned to his beast. Winged Fang, go back up, Qi Ming. The creature obeyed without hesitation, taking flight. Meanwhile, the situation for Qi Ming was critical. The Hammerhead Queen was closing in. She lashed out with her claws, unleashing a terrifying arc of purple energy that sliced through the air. Qi Ming desperately conjured a defensive barrier, buying a second of safety. But her power was overwhelming. The shield began to fracture under the sheer pressure of her aura. He glanced back to see the red flame monkey grimacing in pain. "Red flame monkey, retreat. Get out of here." Crack. The barrier shattered into shards of light. The Hammerhead Queen lunged, seizing Qi Ming by the throat. He gasped, grabbing her lethal claws with both hands to keep them from slicing his neck. Winged Fang swooped down from the sky, but the Hammerhead Queen sensed the ambush instantly. With brutal strength, she hurled Qi Ming straight at the flying beast. Winged Fang swerved just in time. Duan flashed in, catching Qi Ming midair, but the impact slammed them through a solid wall, leaving a massive crater. Duan looked down anxiously. Vice Captain, are you alive? Qi Ming grimaced, blood trickling from scratches on his face. I'm fine, he hissed. Above them, Winged Fang rained down fire, but the Hammerhead Queen simply raised a purple energy barrier, blocking every shot. Watching the scene, Qi Ming's expression darkened. If we don't stop her, we're dead. We need someone to pin her down just to get a fighting chance. Qi Ming made a split-second decision. Feng Donglig. That alchemy bullet Ziling gave you, use it now. Feng Donglig's face was deadly serious, though his tone remained playful. All right, Vice Captain. That's 2 meals you owe me. Don't try to weasel out of it. He loaded the special round into the chamber, whispering a prayer. Please don't wreck my baby, okay? But fate was cruel. The energy from the alchemy bullet was too potent, it blew out the barrel upon firing. Feng Donglig stared in horror. Oh shit, my gun. Despite the malfunction, the bullet and its raw energy screamed toward the Hammerhead Queen, exploding in a blinding flash that cut off her vision. Feng Donglig checked his gear and cursed. Qi Ming, my rifle is toast. I've only got the scope left. In the distance, Bai Zian sprinted toward them. Duan and Qi Ming shielded their eyes, squinting through the dust at the monster. Qi Ming replied, take it up with Ziling later. Bai Zian skidded to a halt beside them, Winged Fang landing on his arm. Duan spoke first. Even she couldn't survive that, right? Qi Ming didn't relax his guard. No. Look closely. As the smoke cleared, the Hammerhead Queen stood there unscathed. She hadn't taken a scratch from the massive energy blast. Through his scope, Feng Donglig tried to acquire the target again. But in a blink, she vanished from his sights. Feng Donglig's eyes went wide. What the? Where did she go? She had pinpointed his location. Launching herself like a missile, she soared upward, claws extended to shred the sniper. Feng Donglig clutched his broken gun as the sniper nest exploded. A blinding purple light erupted, threatening to tear the sky apart. Bai Zian looked up trembling. That's speed. She really is a gold-rank monster. But when the dust settled, the Hammerhead Queen stood amidst the ruin holding nothing but tangled wires. Feng Donglig was gone. She looked down and saw 4 decoy flares burning below, purple, blue, white, and red. Realizing she'd been tricked, she flew into a rage, blasting the sniper tower into oblivion. Below, Bai Zian watched the destruction, but the monster flickered 1 second in the sky, the next standing right behind him. He felt the chilling killing intent at his back, his face freezing in terror. The Hammerhead Queen pounced. She slashed with both hands to rip him apart, but her claws raked against Bai Zian's emergency barrier. He cast a spell, desperately thinking, my eyes can't even track her movements. She pressed her face and claws against the shield, the pressure immense. Bai Zian knew it was over. The shield won't hold. A second later, his fears were realized, the barrier shattered under her razor-sharp assault. The towering monster stood triumphant, before cowering Bai Zian. But suddenly, a slimy web-like mass shot out from the side. Splat. It stuck to Bai Zian's hip, leaving him bewildered amidst the falling shards of his defense. Just as the beast prepared to strike, a lifeline of spider silk yanked Bai Zian skyward. He crashed right into Xiao Gubai's chest. Time seemed to freeze, as both of them turned bright red. Xiao Gubai. Thanks. I mean, sorry, Bai, Xian stammered, flustered. Xiao Gubai couldn't even look him in the eye, her voice trembling. It's fine. Don't mention it. She held him tight with one arm and unleashed hell with the other. Fire, bamboo, spider, magma shot. Molten rock smashed into the earth, creating glowing fissures like spiderwebs. But the scene was pure chaos. The monster danced through the destruction, dodging every single strike. Cold sweat dripped down Bai Zian's face as he analyzed the battlefield. It dodged again, his mind raced back to the bullet. The beast's speed was absolutely godlike. It took the gunshot yet moves like lightning against the spider, Bai Zian muttered. Something doesn't add up in this Manhwa recap logic. It evades spiritual energy easily. Wait, it senses aura fluctuations, Bai Zian realized. It's blind to the physical world, it only sees energy. Bai Zian shouted to the mercenaries across the field. Hey, I've cracked its weakness, we need to strike now. But the cowards were already sprinting for their lives. Hey, where the hell are you going? Bai Zian roared in disbelief. Run for it, they cried, leaving them to die. Left with no choice, Bai Zian turned to the only ally left. Xiao Gubai, it's all on us now. Suddenly, a voice cut through the despair. Hold on, it was the rich heir. He pushed up his glasses with a smirk. Did you forget you're in the presence of an elite beast tamer? This is a leveling Manhwa world after all. He summoned his guardian, Golden Frog Armor Mode. The Golden Frog obeyed instantly by opening its massive maw and swallowing its master whole, while the others watched in horror. Light exploded from within the beast's belly. Master and monster merged into one entity. The frog's face twisted, taking on the rich boy's features and even his glasses. It slammed its hands onto the ground. An A-rank talent spirit fusion. The ultimate state where tamer and beast become a single force of nature. Attributes skyrocketed across the board. Bai Zian analyzed the form. It's hideous, but in a system manhwa function beats fashion. It works. Xiao Gubai grimaced behind him. That is absolutely revolting. But the frogman charged up a massive green aura. Witness the power of young Master Ming, the creature bellowed, baring its teeth. He launched a reckless assault. Rocket tackle. The beast sidestepped instantly. The frog crashed into nothing but air, curling up in agony as it missed the target completely. I knew it, Bai Zian whispered, watching the failure. It tracks the spiritual signature. It's hunting by energy alone. Xiao Gubai, the plan will work, Bai Zian said, his voice steady. But fear clouded her eyes. I don't think I'm strong enough. Bai Zian gripped her hand firmly, locking eyes with her. Trust me. More importantly, trust yourself. You've already proven you have the strength. Her cheeks flushed with new resolve. Bai Zian's gaze turned icy sharp as Wing Fang appeared. Let's end this. My victory probability is 100%. Xiao Gubai reached out to stop him, but he was already moving. Hey, over here you ugly freak. Bai Zian's aura flared brighter than a sun. Come and get it, he taunted. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind him. A sneak attack from the void. Fast. Bai Zian thought, his mind processing in bullet time. But it always hesitates for a split second before the kill. Just like now, Bai Zian crossed his arms. Blue spiritual fire erupted from his body, turning the night into day. The surge was blinding. The beast recoiled, shielding its face from the overwhelming spiritual storm enveloping Bai Zian. To you, I'm nothing but a blinding sun, Bai Zian roared triumphantly. Now Winged Fang. Winged Fang answered the call, blasting a column of flame. The impact slammed into the creature, sending it reeling backward. The explosion tore through the area, scattering debris and spider silk everywhere. Bai Zian pointed a finger of judgment. Lock it down, don't let it move. Winged Fang ascended, unleashing a hellish inferno. A vortex of fire spiraled down like a dragon from the heavens. Secret technique. Vortex of calamity. In seconds, the heat warped the air itself, the flames towering over the massive beast. Even the titan felt small inside the inferno, forced to look up at its doom. Xiao Gubai seized the moment. Fire spider go. Thick, sticky webs shot out, binding heavy crates together and slamming them down to create an inescapable prison. Finish it, Bai Zian screamed. Winged Fang ultimate art. The beast's eyes glowed with pure destruction. Skill-activated core meltdown beam. With wings sharp as steel, it fired a crimson laser of absolute annihilation. Boom! The earth shattered, smoke and debris mushroomed into the sky. Meanwhile, a watcher observed from the shadows. At the white-scale city border, a figure lowered their binoculars. Heavens, that was absolute perfection. A true awakening manhwa moment. A blue glow pulsed from the crater. Bai Zian peered into the abyss. Xiao Gubai, are you alive? I'm okay. Suddenly, slash. A razor-sharp claw gripped the edge. Xiao Gubai froze in terror. Bai Zian, it's still standing. Impossible. Bai Zian's eyes widened. The beast rose from hell, armor shattered, but its killing intent was stronger than ever. High above on a crag, Bai Zian didn't flinch. He snapped his fingers coolly. Then we do it the hard way. He summoned his scaled Leviathan Devour. The massive fish opened its jaws to swallow the enemy whole, but as it swallowed, the Leviathan's eyes rolled back. Agony seized it. Red spikes pierced through its scales from the inside out. Pain ravaged his entire body, freezing him in place. Bai Zian stared at the horrific scene unfolding before him, his mind reeling. Facing the white shadow giant scale, fish-cold sweat drenched him as panic set in. He collapsed to his knees, blood-red vines coiling around him like a cage. He thought, what kind of hellish power is this? Something is invading my body. Xiao Gubai rushed, over anxiety written all over his face. Bai Zian swatted the vines away, mentally commanding his beast, return to the void, go now. Suddenly, Duan burst out from the underground bunker, dusting himself off. Is the chaos finally over? Qi Ming climbed up beside him, scanning the ruin. Check the perimeter. Make sure no monsters or survivors are left. White smoke choked the battlefield. Duan kicked the severed leg of a golden horned frog. With its mouth blown to pieces like this, nothing could have survived that explosion. Qi Ming narrowed his eyes. Look over there. From the shadows of the tunnel, Xu Jing emerged, followed closely by Xiao Gubai, supporting a battered Bai Zian. just 2 bronze-rank trash. Bai Zian's eyelids grew heavy, his consciousness fading as the 4 mercenaries Duan Shui, Shi Shujing and Qi Ming stared him down with cold eyes. Duan tossed the monster leg aside, sneering. Looks like the pampered young master didn't make it. Bai Zian's vision plunged into absolute darkness. Qi Ming shuddered, snapping at his teammate. Duan, don't just stand there. Help them, he shouted at Bai Zian. Hey brat! But it was too late. The boy had passed out cold. Bai Zian drifted into the abyss, his body feeling like it was sinking into the crushing depths of the ocean. Yet a voice pierced the silence. Bai Zian. Bai Zian. It was a classic scene from an awakening manhwa. Who calls me from the void? A terrifying bloodshot blue eye manifested in the darkness. Bai Zian gasped, terror, seizing him as his eyes snapped open in a hospital bed. Shui Shi and Xiao Gubai stood like sentinels by his side, watching him with concern. Xiao Gubai's face lit up. Doctor, come quick, he's finally awake. Bai Zian sat up slowly. Shui, she placed a hand on her hip, smirking. You're alive, just spiritual exhaustion. Bai Zian clutched his head, confusion swirling. My spiritual limit shouldn't be this low. Xiao Gubai frowned at her words. I don't think it's that simple. Suddenly, the tent flap flew open, drawing their attention to the entrance. Duan grinned, though his eyes remained cold. Oh, the sleeping beauty awakens. The boss has business with you. Bai Zian stepped outside with Duan. Qi Ming was stoking a fire and looked up. Well, if it isn't the bronze rank brat. He chuckled darkly. I have to admit I didn't expect a rookie like you to have such guts. Bai Zian approached the fire, his voice dripping with ice. Is that so? Is that why you cowards abandoned us to die and ran to save your own skins? Qi Ming laughed, scratching his head awkwardly. You've got a sharp tongue, kid. I can't blame you for holding a grudge. But as vice captain, I had to prioritize my team's survival. He looked up, his expression shifting. If I had known you possessed such hidden power, I wouldn't have played games. So how about it? Interested in joining our squad? Bai Zian scoffed, a cold smile touching his lips. Join you. You think a few sweet words will make me trust you, Bai Zian thought. A dog that bites once will bite again. He'd sell us out in a heartbeat. Qi Ming looked away, a hint of shame on his face. Look, we lost men back there. Our combat power has taken a massive hit. We have a high-stakes escort mission to Shaolin Town. With our current numbers, we're sitting ducks. We need you. Bai Zian studied him, calculating. Shaolin Town is on the route to Giant Wood City. It was a perfect opportunity. I can use them as a shield. Qi Ming locked eyes with him. Don't say no just yet. We won't let you work for free. There's gold in it for you. He held up 3 fingers, grinning like a merchant. 3% of the commission. Deal. Bai Zian smirked. Deal. But don't get it twisted. I'm not working for you. Qi Ming clapped his hands, delighted. Even a gentleman bows to money. The night sky remained oppressive and gloomy overhead. Scene changed near Shaolin Town, at the Red Monkey Adventure Team's base. 3 armored tanks rumbled slowly through the dense, suffocating jungle. Duan cursed, wrestling with the controls. This road is a nightmare. The engine keeps stalling. Nearby, Bai Zian noticed Xiao Gubai blushing furiously. Ah, it seems Xiao Gubai's unique talent is kicking in. Duan killed the engine. We camp here tonight. We'll make the final push for Shaolin Town in the morning. Bai Zian frowned, suspicion in his voice. Why stop now? Why not drive straight into the town? Under the eerie silence of the moonlight, Duan's voice dropped to a whisper. Because Shaolin Town at night is a death trap. Even a gold-ranked beast can get slaughtered in the dark here. Suddenly, a shrill voice shattered the silence. Why haven't we arrived yet? The 4 mercenaries spun around, hands drifting to their weapons. A blonde woman in a tight blue dress and white scarf stormed out. Rage twisted her features. This bumpy road is torture. Are you trying to kill me? You useless trash. Beside her, a man with round glasses looked resigned, while a blonde man cowered near the tank. Shui. She glared at her eyes, dripping with venom. Shut your mouth if you want to live. Your screeching is going to attract every beast in the forest. The woman froze, then her face turned purple with fury. She pointed a trembling finger. How dare you? Do you have any idea who I am? My brother is the mayor of Shaolin Town, a gold-rank powerhouse. Shui. She didn't even blink. The boyfriend tried to intervene. Honey, please. She's right, you know, but the woman wouldn't stop screaming. I paid a fortune to travel in luxury, not to suffer like a peasant. Bai Zian and Qi Ming watched the tantrum with visible disgust. Qi Ming cracked his neck. Offending your bodyguards in the middle of a wasteland. She's too stupid to survive. Bai Zian looked bored. Qi Ming turned away, pointing to structures in the canopy. We rest in the tree houses. We move out at dawn. Inside the wooden shelter, the team gathered around a flickering fire. Bai Zian scanned the room. It's crude, but it will have to do. But something feels off. His eyes narrowed as he noticed a strange green smoke wafting from the fire. That scent. Poison. We're in trouble. Xiao Gubai swayed, clutching his head. Bai Zian. The room is spinning. Suddenly, the tent flap flew open. Qi Ming, Sui Shi Sujing, and Duan strode in, wearing gas masks. Duan muffled a laugh. Are they out cold? Sujing smirked. See for yourself? He scanned the 4 bodies, sprawled across the floor and smirked. They're all out cold. This knockout gas is surprisingly potent. The team looked at Bai Zian with suspicion before Xu Jing crouched down, poking the boy's body to check for reactions. Duan, weighed down by his heavy gear, finally voiced his doubts. I have to ask, why did we wait until now to make our move? Qi Ming placed his hands on his hips, his posture radiating arrogance. That brat's potential is terrifying. He could easily fill Feng Donglig's spot on the team. But to control a weapon like that, we needed to manufacture a crisis to win his trust first. They slapped heavy shackles onto the boy's wrists. Qi Ming crouched down his eyes, scanning Zhao Gubai and Bai Zian like a merchant appraising rare jewels. Look at them. Definitely scions of some major clan out for training. The ransom will be astronomical. With Whitescale City in chaos, one big score means we retire. No more living on the blade's edge. Duan did a final head count of the unconscious victims, but the numbers didn't add up. 1, 2, 3. Wait, why is one missing? A slow mocking applause cut through the tension, freezing the 7 snake squad in place. From the shadows stepped Alpha, wearing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. God said, let there be light, and there was light. God commanded the earth to form, and it obeyed. His wisdom and grace protect me, his most loyal servant. Qi Ming stared at the newcomer, utterly baffled by the religious rambling. What is he babbling about? And how is he standing Qi? She frowned, his logic shattering. My dosage was enough to drop an elephant, let alone a fanatic. Duan raised his rifle, rage flaring in his eyes. Son of a... He leveled the barrel at Alpha, screaming, who the hell are you? Shut your trap about this god of yours. Alpha raised his hands in mock surrender, that eerie demonic grin, never leaving his face. Easy now. Let's be civilized and negotiate. But as he raised his hands, the 7 snake group froze. The symbol etched on his palm sent a chill down their spines. Qi Ming's voice dropped. The Demon Spider Sect. I didn't expect cultists here. In the corner, Bai Zian feigned unconsciousness, his mind racing. The Demon Spider Sect. This just got complicated. Hidden beneath a subtle gas mask, his eyes were wide open, observing every detail. His eye of revelation, a classic cheat in this awakening manhwa, had detected the toxin immediately, allowing him to counter with the mask just in time. I thought this was a standard kidnapping script, Bai Zian thought, but now a dark guild is involved. Best to stay low and watch the plot unfold. Qi Ming signaled Duan to lower the weapon. He turned his gaze to the cultist. Fine. What business does the Demon Spider Sect have with mercenaries like us? Alpha pushed up his glasses, the lenses glinting dangerously. I am a special operative for the Outer Sect, codename Alpha. My specialty, scouting geniuses for the organization. He pointed a gloved finger at the unconscious boys. Sorry to interrupt your operation, but those 2 Beast Tamers, I'm taking them. Talent capable of defeating a gold rank beast is rare. They are exactly what the sect needs. Qi Ming planted his hands on his hips, his grin turning predatory. That's unfortunate. Because these 2 are our merchandise. If you want them, you pay. Since we're all professionals, just name your price. Alpha waved his hand dismissively. Friends, you misunderstand. The Demon Spider Sect doesn't negotiate prices. As he spoke, 2 imposing blonde figures materialized from the shadows behind him, like specters. Qi Ming bristled with anger. So, you intend to rob us? Suddenly, a blue system window popped up in Bai Zian's vision. A familiar sight in any system manhwa. Holographic projection detected. Where did they come from? Bai Zian thought, startled. Then he glanced at the notification. Wait, it's a projector. Those backups are completely fake. Meanwhile, deep in the foliage, a scope's crosshair settled perfectly on the cultist's frame. The hunter was about to become the hunted. Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence. A high-caliber round tore through the air, obliterating Alpha's arm in a spray of crimson. Qi Ming flinched. Who fired that? A familiar voice crackled over the comms. That would be me, Captain. Qi Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Feng Donglig. You survived. Barely. You owe me a feast for this, came the reply from the brush. Alpha collapsed to his knees, clutching the bloody stump of his arm, tears streaming down his face in pathetic agony. Ming barked into the radio, "Finish him." "You missed the kill shot." Feng Donglig sighed. "My rifle's damaged." Hitting him at all was a miracle. Duan scanned the area with a detector and reported, "Boss, the bodyguards are holograms. It's just this one wimp." The 4 mercenaries circled Alpha like wolves. Ming sneered, his fear replaced by bloodlust. "You punk. You tried to bluff us with cheap tricks." Trembling violently, Alpha choked out a threat through gritted teeth. "The High Priest. He's coming. If you touch me, he'll slaughter you all." They didn't listen. The group descended on him, kicks and punches raining down. "You won't even have a grave when we're done with you. I'm taking a kidney as compensation, you little brat." While the violence unfolded, a dark silhouette soared across the night sky atop a monstrous beast. A subordinate, clad in black, addressed the robed figure. "High Priest, we have reached the Azure Wood Forest." The priest nodded. "Prepare to descend." Alpha had better be right about this. A low rumble vibrated through the hideout. Duan paused mid-kick, scanning the ceiling. Ming looked up. "What is that sound?" Alpha's face twisted into a maniacal grin. "You're finished. He's here. The High Priest has arrived to judge you all." Boom. The roof exploded inward. Debris rained down, forcing Bai Zian to crack an eye open. Through the dust, Arthur and his beast descended like a nightmare. Alpha reached out with his remaining hand, desperate for salvation. "High Priest, you came. Save me." A status panel hovered over the creature, typical of a Manhwa recap. Race Skeleton Beast. Rank Gold Peak. Talent Aura of Terror. Skills Phantom Fire Shadow Charge. A true boss monster. Arthur stepped off his mount, his scepter tapping against the floor with an ominous echo. "Where are the targets?" Another status window materialized. Name Arthur. Talent Dark Domain Gate. Rank Gold Peak. Pets 4. Alpha bowed his head to the floor. The unconscious boys in the back. A suffocating purple-black aura erupted from Arthur's back. Bai Zian broke into a cold sweat. The pressure. It's overwhelming. This guy is on another level. Arthur's voice was ice-cold as he addressed the mercenaries. "Insects. Move." Duan pointed his gun, trembling. "What do you think you're?" Ming grit his teeth. "You son of a..." But the words died in his throat. An invisible force clamped down on them. Ming's mind screamed. "I can't move, my body. It won't obey." Suppressed by the sheer difference in power levels, the mercenaries stood frozen like statues. Arthur didn't even spare them a glance as he walked right past them to his prize. She stepped toward Bai Zian and Zhao Gubai, muttering a twisted prayer. "Mother of 10,000 spiders, please save these lost lambs." Bai Zian cracked an eye open, spotting a purple vial filled with a suspicious liquid in the maniac's hand. The system window popped up, a classic trope in any awakening manhwa. Item: Spirit Poison God Curse. Crafted from spirit marrow, and the illusion Spider Queen. Effect: Absolute Mind Control, and Force Cultivation Rank Ascension. Shi preached, as he leveled the needle toward Bai Zian. "May your soul find the path through the fog, and enter the promised Dong Lid." Cold sweat broke out on Bai Zian's forehead. Crap. He actually wants to turn us into mind-controlled puppets with that stuff. No more playing dead. Bai Zian shattered the mana cuffs on his wrists. He grabbed Shi's arm, stopping the needle inches from his skin. "Sorry, pal. I'm not into the whole warming a man's bed service." With a smirk, he blasted a high-pressure water cannon point blank at the priest. Shi instantly erected a barrier to block the impact, his face twisting in disdain. Petty tricks. Taking the opening, Bai Zian hauled the unconscious Xiao Gubai to her feet, shaking her desperate. "Xiao Gubai, hey, wake up." She was out cold. Bai Zian assessed the odds. Fighting now was suicide. Tactical retreat it is. He flung a smoke bomb, enveloping Shi in a thick cloud. With a wave of his hand, Shi unleashed a shockwave, dispersing the mist instantly. But Bai Zian had already smashed through the wooden wall and vanished. Shi barked at his minions. "Hunt them down." The night forest was a jagged maw of darkness. Bai Zian dragged Xiao Gubai deeper into the brush, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He tried to rouse her again. "Xiao Gubai, come on, stay with me." Still no response. Bai Zian grit his teeth. "Damn it. That knockout drug is way too potent." He looked toward the depths of the forest and activated his cheat skill. System activate, Eye of Revelation. Scan the environment. The blue grid of the interface expanded, overlaying every tree and blade of grass. The system locked onto a massive tree, towering above the rest, laden with strange golden clusters. A notification chimed. Race Predatory Green Banana Tree Wood Attribute. Rank High Tier. Talent Scent of the Trap. Potential Gold Tier Medium. Skills Blue Scent Lure. Hunter Vines Binding Roots. Bai Zian dragged Xiao Gubai to the edge of the tree's roots. "Great. A boss monster blocking the front, and I'm carrying dead weight. My movement is severely nerfed. He glanced at the sky. Cultivators riding spirit beasts were closing in, and aerial soldiers were flanking him from above. What now? Then it hit him. He could store Xiao Gubai in his Beast Tamer space. It worked back during the nuclear explosion arc, so it should keep her safe now. Bai Zian leaned against a rock, his burden gone. Xiao Gubai is safe in the dimension. Now it's just me and these persistent flies. He looked from the deadly banana tree to the approaching army, and a devilish grin spread across his face. Under the moonlight, the jungle was Bai Zian's playground now. Meanwhile, back at the cabin, Duan and the others were paralyzed, watching helplessly as Alpha pleaded with Ashi. My lord. Alpha writhed in agony, reaching a trembling hand toward his master. Save me, please. She stared down coldly. Instead of healing, he began to pray. May the mother of 10,000 spiders guide your soul to the promised dong lid. Alpha's eyes widened in sheer confusion. Ashi raised his scepter. A beam of purple energy shot out, incinerating Alpha where he lay. Duan watched in horror, his blood running cold. He killed his own subordinate nearby. Qiming frantically messaged Feng Donglig. Feng Donglig, what's your status? Feng Donglig looked at his gun, wrapped uselessly in bandages. The weapon is scrap metal. I can't provide sniper support. We're on our own. Qiming broke into a cold sweat. Mother of, are we seriously going to die here? In the sky above the forest, a scout shouted, High Priest, we found the target. They spotted Bai Zian moving through the tall grass below. The woman is missing, the scout added. She waved his hand dismissively. Drive him toward us. The aerial squad dove, pushing Bai Zian toward the trap. Bai Zian glanced over his shoulder, adrenaline pumping. They took the bait. A spirit beast slashed at him with razor-sharp claws, but he threw up a shield just in time. Suddenly, the ground erupted. Massive vines from the predatory banana tree shot out like tentacles. They snatched the spirit beast and the cultists out of the air, leaving them stunned. What the hell, vines? One cultist realized too late. It's a wood attribute monster. Before they could cast a spell, the green abyss swallowed them whole. Bai Zian watched the chaos with satisfaction. Just as planned. In this system, Manhwa map awareness is the ultimate weapon. The tree only attacks things inside its territory. Their mounts are huge targets. I just had to stand on the edge of the aggro zone, and the tree naturally targeted the bigger threat. Once the tree marks you as an enemy, it unleashes nature's wrath. The system pinged predatory banana tree, perfect combat form activated. The tree twisted into a humanoid shape, crushing the cultists and draining their life force in seconds. When the vines pulled back, only bleached white skeletons remained. Deep within the tree's branches, nourished by the fresh blood, its fruit began to glow and ripen. Item: green banana fruit. Silver tier material. Contains immense life force. Capable of healing critical injuries. Bai Zian's eyes lit up. Life force. That could replace the missing ingredients for the elixir of life. He fired a blade of water, slicing a cluster off the branch. He caught the loot, inhaling deeply. Smells amazing. Like pure energy. Then, his stomach dropped. Wait. I got too cocky. I stepped over the line. He glanced at the tree. It seemed busy digesting the cultists. Maybe it didn't see me. Bai Zian didn't wait to find out. He turned to bolt. Time to vanish. He took one step and stepped right on a slippery green frog. Splat. He lost his balance and fell backward right into the danger zone. The frog hopped onto his chest. Seriously, a frog again, am I cursed? Behind him, two glowing green eyes pierced the darkness. A chill ran down his spine as a massive shadow loomed over him. Bai Zian turned his head, staring death in the face. Okay, I might have pushed my luck. Meanwhile, white birds circled the moonlit sky above the forest canopy. Shi pressed his fingers to his communicator. Report. What is the situation? Only static answered him. The signal cut dead. Shi lowered his hand, his face unreadable. Very well, Almighty Lord, send in the reinforcements. He stared coldly at the smoking crater, where Alpha had been incinerated. Alpha, your spirit general, will serve as fodder for the glorious Spider Queen. With a wave of his scepter, a sinister purple flame erupted in his left hand. From the eldritch fire grotesque, many-eyed horrors crawled forth like nightmares given flesh. Qiming watched in absolute terror, his mind screaming one thing: we're finished. Arthur's voice boomed with tyrannical authority as he commanded the abominations. Go forth, my children. Obeying instantly, the creatures crept toward Thisha, Elder Duan Zijing, and Qiming. They circled behind and latched onto their necks, locking the hunters in a grip of pure fear. Choked by the living collars, they were forced to their knees in submission. Arthur raised his scepter high and roared, "From this moment on, your lives belong to me. Disobey, and the spider bombs clamped to your throats will blow you all to hell." Qi Ming glared at the parasite on his neck, grinding his teeth in helpless fury. Tisk, meanwhile, back with Bai Zian, the monstrous green banana tree was lashing out to crush him. Panic surged through Bai Zian as he sprinted for his life. Glancing back, a sinking feeling hit his gut. This time, I'm seriously done for. The beast slammed its massive palm down, earth-shattering on impact, but relying on pure instinct, Bai Zian leaped into the air just in time. However, the sheer shockwave blasted him sky-high, launching him toward the moon. He crashed into a thicket, emerging with leaves in his hair, squinting back at the monster. Talk about luck. I actually made it out of its territory. He opened his spatial inventory, stashing the bananas he'd just stolen, assessing the situation. That plant-type spirit beast has insane power. I wonder if the system would let me form a contract with it. Suddenly, a noise cut through the forest, putting his senses on high alert. In this brutal leveling Manhwa world, one moment of carelessness meant death, so he quickly hid behind a tree. Those demon spider cult freaks are persistent. Thisha and Elder Duan scanned the area, but Duan was losing patience. Damn it, it's pitch black. How do we find anyone? Arthur began to chant a dark incantation. Mother of 10,000 spiders, my great lord, guide your humble servant to the prey. Purple flames engulfed his scepter as he slammed it into the earth. Magical energy rippled outward, and Bai Zian's interface flashed red. Warning, position compromised. Bai Zian's blood ran cold. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Purple beams of light shot from the scepter, pointing directly at his hiding spot. Arthur pointed a withered finger along the light's path. There Bai Zian spotted Qi Ming, following the cultist, and frowned. Why is the adventure team working with the demon spider cult? Before he could process it, Zijing stepped from the shadows, weapon aim locked. Don't move, you're completely surrounded. He raised his hands in mock surrender, thinking, what is with my luck today? But water energy flickered in his palm. Guess I have to use that old trick again. With a flick of his wrist, he blasted a cloud of white smoke right at Zijing. Seriously, how many times do I have to do this today? Seizing the chaos, he scrambled up the tree branches to break the line of sight. As the smoke dissipated, Elder Duan called out, Zijing, are you hurt? She narrowed her eyes, scanning the darkness where Bai Zian had vanished. I'm fine, but the brat got away. Arthur flew into a rage. Why are you standing there like idiots? After him, now Qi Ming finally snapped, pointing an accusing finger at the cultist. Listen here, aside from you and me, nobody here is a beast tamer. Normal humans can't outrun a tamer, Arthur replied with chilling calm. Do I need to remind you about the little pet on your neck? The threat hit home. They averted their gaze, swallowing their pride in helpless silence. Arthur sneered. You have no right to negotiate with me. Qi Ming fumed, humiliated by his own powerlessness. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Qi Ming, is everyone all right? It was Feng Donglig. Qi Ming immediately projected his thoughts back. We're alive, but they planted bombs on us. Hiding in the brush nearby, Feng Donglig gripped his rifle, eyes locked on the cultist. I'm close. I can take the shot and help you. Wait, Qi Ming warned frantically. We don't know the trigger mechanism yet. Until we know how these bombs work, we have to endure it. Understood. Feng Donglig lowered his aim, watching Arthur like a hawk, waiting for the perfect moment. Deep in the forest, Bai Zian gripped his wrist in agony. Cursed red tentacles were coiling around his arm, their thorns digging into his flesh. Not this again. System alert, origin damaged. Spirit recovery reduced. Mana cap halved. He forced his aura out, dissolving the tentacles, but he stumbled, clutching his left arm. The situation was critical. I've burned too much spiritual energy. I can't keep this up. The system continued to scream in his mind. Warning, warning. Shut up already, I get it. Elder Duan emerged from the gloom, his hideous one-eyed monkey beast snarling behind him. Hey, bronze rank trash, come out and die. The system HUD popped up instantly. Target Qi Ming. Talent strength enhancement. Rank silver mid-tier. Pets red fire monkey, chameleon, fire lizard, earth armor beetle. Peeking from behind the trunk, Bai Zian analyzed the strange party composition. Why are they working together? There has to be a reason. Then he noticed the strange devices clinging to their necks. What the hell is that? Analysis complete. Spider bomb. So that's it. They're being blackmailed. He summoned Winged Fang. The bird landed on his arm as he whispered the plan. Winged Fang, you're up. But don't kill them. I need to talk. The bird arrogantly slapped him with its wing. Yeah, I heard you. You always come up with these schemes you think are so brilliant, the bird squawked. Winged Fang launched into the air with blazing intensity. Bai Zian yelled after it. Hey, don't go overboard like last time, the bird sighed mid-flight. You talk too much human. It streaked toward the enemy team like a missile. Disha glanced up, noticing a disturbance in the air. Hey, look up there. She couldn't make out the shape because Winged Fang was moving at supersonic speeds. What in the world is that thing? Duan squinted, his vision blurred. I think it might be. But before he could finish, his eyes went wide with terror. A massive pillar of flame erupted from the creature's mouth, blasting both of them away in a catastrophic explosion. A majestic fire phoenix tore through the smoke, soaring right past their faces. Qi Ming, anchored by the trees, commanded his beast, the scarlet flame ape. Crush him. Obedient to its master, the beast roared and launched a devastating punch toward the Winged Fang. But the Winged Fang wasn't just some low-level mob. It weaved through the punches with elegant grace, raising its beak high. Amidst the swirling crimson flames, it began to chant an ancient spell. Scorching sun, spreading its magnificent wings, it hovered like a deity above its foe. Waves of searing fire rained down on the one-eyed ape, forcing a gut-wrenching scream of agony from the beast's throat. The massive ape crashed face first into the dirt, defeated Qi Ming, having broken free, watched in pure shock. Damn it, I never expected a brat spirit beast to possess this kind of overwhelming power. Retreating to the shadows of the brush, Qi Ming cast a wary glance toward the armored figure in the cloak. It looks like that bastard isn't planning to lift a finger, he realized with a scowl. Watching his giant ape suffer under the relentless barrage of flames, desperation set in. He needed a new strategy, and he needed it now. Suddenly, Duan unleashed a hail of gunfire, but the Winged Fang danced through the air, dodging every bullet with supernatural agility. Curse you, Duan roared, squeezing the trigger in vain. Even armor-piercing rounds are useless against it. The phoenix shifted its gaze, diving straight for the gunman. It unleashed a torrent of firepower, blasting Duan off his feet with the force of a cannonball. Stunned, he slammed hard against the unforgiving earth. Its mission complete, the beast shrank back to its petite form, landing gently on Bai Zian's shoulder. Bai Zian clutched his head, exhausted looking at the fallen enemy. Winged Fang, you overdid it again. But there was no time to rest. The gorilla-like monster suddenly lunged its massive fist, aiming to crush Bai Zian into paste. Panic flashed in Bai Zian's eyes as he raised a hand. Wait, we can make a deal. But the beast didn't care for words. The punch came flying, forcing Bai Zian to instantly manifest a defensive barrier. The impact was tremendous. The monster's raw strength smashed the protective sphere against a tree trunk. Qi Ming finally stepped forward, his voice cold. Save your breath. We have absolutely nothing to negotiate with you. In the heart of the forest, red and blue auras clashed in the air. Qi Ming's request sounded less like a plea and more like an absolute command. However, I do have one demand. Due to certain circumstances, I am taking you with me, whether you like it or not. Bai Zian found the arrogance laughable. Do you honestly think I'll just play along? Hearing this, Qi Ming flashed a cunning predatory grin. I see. Then it seems a bloodbath is unavoidable after all. Bai Zian returned the smile with confident swagger. Beneath the canopy, flames roared to life. As the Winged Fang clashed with the giant ape, the truth was revealed. The ape wasn't blind. That scarred eye was actually a secret weapon. The two beasts unleashed cataclysmic waves of crimson fire. Meanwhile, Bai Zian was struggling under the relentless fiery assault of Qi Ming himself. He raised his hands, maintaining the barrier against the barrage. Here it comes again, Bai Zian thought, grimacing. Qi Ming pressed the attack, taunting him. Hey, bronze rank trash, how does a weakling like you possess a protective barrier? Is this some expensive toy from a rich family? Bai Zian ignored the provocation, his mind racing. This felt like a boss battle in a leveling manhwa, and his spiritual energy was draining fast. His eyes hardened with resolve. I have to break the stalemate. With a surge of inner power, he expanded the barrier, forcing the flames backward. Qi Ming was shoved back, but he clung to the barrier like a demon, laughing, pushing the shield forward. You've got a wild imagination, bronze rank brat. Suddenly, his body erupted with a dangerous, unstable aura. He stared down Bai Zian, his killing intent spiking. Let me teach you a lesson. This isn't some safe little sparring match at your academy. Out here, there are no rules. He chanted a buff spell, amplifying his strength as trails of fire propelled him forward like a human missile. Bai Zian grit his teeth, panic setting in. Damn, he's charging right through the defense. There was no time to dodge. Bai Zian's face went pale as Qi Ming's knee drove into his gut. I've been fighting in the gutter since I was a child, Qi Ming roared. The impact slammed Bai Zian's spine against the hard ground. He gasped for air, fury and pain mixing in his eyes as he fought to stay conscious. Qi Ming wasn't finished. He rained down punches on Bai Zian's guard. The demon spider cult is the public enemy of the Federation. Even if you help the authorities catch me, do you think those monsters will let you walk away alive? Blood trickled down Bai Zian's bruised face, but his eyes burned with an unyielding fire. He stared straight past the fist raised to crush him. Ha! A sheltered young master like you knows nothing of the real world. Suddenly, to Qi Ming's shock, Bai Zian reached up and locked his hands around Qi Ming's temples. He pulled him down, smash forehead collided with forehead in a brutal headbutt. I know exactly how this works, Bai Zian shouted, seizing the moment of disorientation to flip positions and pin Qi Ming to the dirt. As Qi Ming struggled, Bai Zian dropped the bomb. I also know you're being blackmailed. He stared intensely at the man beneath him. I'm talking about the mechanical spider attached to your neck. I can deactivate it for you. Qi Ming stopped struggling, grinding his teeth in suspicion. You don't make me laugh. Why the hell should I trust you? Bai Zian kept him pinned, his gaze shifting confidently to the foliage behind them. Trust me, because I know exactly where your sniper friend is hiding. In the bushes, Feng Donglig froze his rifle aimed right at them. A command echoed in the air. Feng Donglig, hold your fire. A canister was tossed between Bai Zian and Qi Ming. The canister hit the ground hissing as it released a thick cloud of white smoke. In the blink of an eye, Feng Donglig materialized directly behind Bai Zian, like a ghost. The cold barrel of a gun pressed against Bai Zian's skull. Don't move a muscle. Qi Ming pointed a finger at the boy, narrowing his eyes. Spotting him isn't enough to earn my trust, bronze boy. Outside the smoke, Arthur leaned on his staff, watching the chaos. A voice called out. Bai Zian, appearing unconscious, was dragged out by the two thugs and thrown at Arthur's feet. We brought the target, just as requested. Qi Ming stepped forward, the leader of the pack, and scowled. We did our part. Now release us. Arthur looked down at Bai Zian with disdain. Not so fast. Where is the girl? Bring her to me as well. Qi Ming exploded with rage. Damn you. That wasn't part of the original deal. Arthur's eyes glowed with a sinister violet light. It seems you need a reminder, he sneered. Have you forgotten whose hand holds the trigger to the bombs on your necks? Qi Ming smirked, his demeanor changing instantly. Ha. Whatever. That threat is ancient history. Behind the villain, Feng Donglig leveled his rifle and pulled the trigger. However, Arthur instantly summoned a purple energy shield, deflecting the bullet. Qi Ming didn't hesitate. He shouted to his team, do it now. What Arthur gasped in disbelief. This ambush had been orchestrated minutes ago, back when Bai Zian had proposed the alliance in the middle of their deathmatch. I suggest you think carefully, Bai Zian had said. And right there in the heat of battle, they had formed a pact. Back in the white smoke, Qi Ming held a finger to his lips, signaling absolute silence. Feng Donglig leaned in, covering his mouth, to whisper to Bai Zian. The boss says we can't be sure if that guy has a heightened hearing ability from an awakening Manhwa skill, so keep it down. Bai Zian signaled with his eyes, and the team instantly understood. The fog bomb wasn't just a distraction. It was a tactical blindfold to shield their moves from the demon spider sect. A classic strategy you would see in a smart Manhwa recap. So that's the play. He stood tall, hands on hips, laughing casually in the face of Feng Donglig's trembling terror. Relax. My intel confirms the sect can't eavesdrop here. They're just low-tier mutated beasts. Qi Ming snapped impatiently, then spit out the plan already. We don't have all day. Flashback. The scene shifted to the strategy meeting. Duan was currently under Arthur's thumb, but his mind raced back to the tactics Bai Zian had laid out. Listen closely. The spider bombs attached to your necks have zero intelligence. They only obey the command staff in his hand. We must neutralize his arm and sever that connection immediately. It unfolded exactly as predicted. The villain raised his staff to impale Duan's leg. Target locked. Destroying that artifact was their only key to freedom. She lunged, claws flashing toward the staff. But Arthur wasn't a pushover. As a gold-rank beast tamer, his counterattack was inevitable. Eerie purple energy exploded from Arthur's body. The sheer pressure forced Duan's eyes wide in pure terror. Boom! The violet flame blasted Duan backward. Control broken, they needed a backup plan fast. Arthur roared at the sky rage, distorting his face. You insolent rats. A telekinetic grip crushed Shi's throat, hoisting her into the air. She kicked and clawed, frowning deeply, but the invisible vice was unbreakable. I have been too merciful, Arthur snarled, hurling Shi like a rag doll. She slammed into Bai Zian, forcing a grunt of pain through his gritted teeth as he caught her. Phase 2 initiated. After breaking free from his control, Arthur raised the staff, now pulsing with ominous violet light. He declared, "Time to accept your divine punishment." This was the critical moment. According to the script, he was about to detonate the spider bombs. Qi Ming's eyes darted to the red spider on his neck, adrenaline spiking. Duan watched in horror as the spider's claws dug deeper, expanding in size. However, the detonation sequence had a significant lag time. They still had a split second to act. Ji Shi signaled the timing. His guard was down. According to the plan, Zi Jing materialized from the shadows, dagger poised to strike his blind spot. "Oh Lord, cleanse their sins," Arthur chanted maniacally. But it was as if the man had eyes in the back of his skull. Clash! Arthur's hand snapped back, crushing Zi Jing's throat midair. She gasped helpless. He shook his head. "Useless. God foresaw your treachery long ago." But the game wasn't over yet. A smirk tugged at Zi Jing's lips as she wrapped her legs around his arm, eyes locking onto the staff. His energy shield was impenetrable to magic, but weak to physical steel. She dropped her dagger, catching it deftly with her free hand. With a master's precision, she spun the blade. Zi Jing's eyes gleamed with triumph. "Now let's see whose sins get cleansed today." Swish. The blade flew true, piercing the purple core of the staff, right before Arthur's shocked face. Crack. Bai Zian pumped his fist, shouting bullseye instantly. The crimson glow of the death spiders on their necks faded into nothingness. Duan ripped the device off, gasping. Finally, free of this curse. Qi Ming hurled his to the ground, stomping it into dust with a curse. "Go to hell." Celebration was premature. With a roar of fury, Arthur flung Zi Jing across the battlefield. Crash! She slammed into Qi Ming, knocking Duan down like bowling pins. Qi Ming staggered up, bluffing loudly, "You better run while you still can." Bai Zian watched from the back, clicking his tongue. Here comes the boss phase. Arthur formed a triangle seal purple hellfire, erupting around him like a scene from an awakening manhwa. The violet energy coalesced, tearing open reality to reveal a spirit domain. Arthur ascended, floating amidst waves of terrifying arcane power. The corrupting purple mist rolled out like a tsunami, threatening to swallow Qi Ming and the others whole. Qi Ming held the injured Zi Jing, trembling. Is this a gold-rank domain within the flames? Hundreds of eyes blinked open, and a voice echoed from the abyss. "Feng Donglig, get the captain now." Feng Donglig scrambled, panic in his voice as he keyed the radio. Boss, come in." He yanked the antenna up. "Damn it, the signal is jammed by the energy. We have to use the emergency frequency." "Captain, do you copy?" Emergency. Meanwhile, at base, an officer reported to a red-haired woman lounging with her boots on the desk. "Captain, urgent report from Feng Donglig." Across the room, a tactician paused over a map. "Xiao," he groaned, "can't you see? I'm in a meeting. What is it now?" Suddenly, a static-filled scream pierced the air. "The demon spider sect has us trapped in the green banana forest. Qi Ming and the team are barely holding on." Xiao. He froze. The tactician turned pale, sweat forming on his brow. The atmosphere in the room instantly shifted to heavy murder intent. "The demon spider sect." Her voice dropped an octave. "They dared to touch my people." The tactician stammered. "Wait, Captain, there must be a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" She grabbed her metal bat, red lightning crackling around her aura. She rested the weapon on her shoulder, eyes glowing. "The last idiot who touched the red monkey core is pushing up daisies." Cut back to the spirit domain, now drowning in violet nightmare fuel. Hundreds of eyes gazed upward in worship. Arthur bellowed, "Praise the Great Mother, the omnipotent Lord." The minions chanted back in a fanatic frenzy. Monstrosities poured from the portal. First, the parasitic bats, mid-tier gold-rank beasts, possessing the deadly demonic sound piercer skill. Next, the three-headed corpse spirit, another mid-tier gold-rank nightmare, armed with bone crusher and rotting corpse explosion abilities. The horde screeched, swarming forward with a singular command: capture them all. Finally, the terror spider's high gold-rank destroyers, wielding shadow walk and venom spike. Bai Zian stood his ground, next to Yi Ya, analyzing the stats like a pro in a leveling manhwa. "So this is a real monster wave. Impressive lineup." He turned to Yi Ya, a smirk playing on his lips. "Hey, you've been gorging on my spirit crystals for weeks. Time to pay your rent." The beast looked away, arrogant and regal. It telepathically scoffed. "Fine. What does this king need to destroy?" Suddenly, a blinding inferno engulfed both him and his spirit beast. The very fabric of his attire began to morph under the intense heat. With a roar, he activated the talent Father. The raging flame solidified into a majestic suit of armor, protecting Bai Zian. His hands glowed with power, and a helmet formed to mask his identity in fire. As the transformation settled, Bai Zian marveled at the flame-forged plate. "Incredible," he muttered. Even my attributes have shifted to the fire element. This means source damage can no longer touch me. Truly a broken ability in this system, Manhwa. The father talent was truly god tier. He couldn't help but pity Ming Xiao Kong. That fool possessed such a legendary gift, yet squandered it completely. High above, Asher peered down from his mount, his voice dripping with arrogance. That father talent is a diamond in the rough, but in your hands it's nothing but raw glass. Bai Zian didn't waste breath on a retort. Suddenly, a blinding flash. A chilling voice whispered right behind his ear, sending shivers down his spine as he whipped around. Bai Zian froze. What the my body? In a split second of carelessness, the enemy had struck from the shadows. He was bound tight before he could even react. No matter how hard he struggled, Bai Zian was paralyzed. The air grew heavy, as thousands of eerie eyes snapped open, encircling him in a nightmare prison. Even Asher paused, confusion flickering in his eyes. What on earth is that, Asher thought, a bead of sweat rolling down. Those grotesque eyes widened, staring into their souls. Not even the villain knew what kind of monstrosity had just joined this manhwa recap. Snap. Just like that, the binding shattered. Bai Zian blinked, surprised by his own liberation. I'm free. That aura of fear. It was suffocating. He glanced down at the trembling beast. It's shaking. Are they terrified of something else? Before he could ponder, Asher launched a surprise attack. Darkness impact. Bai Zian didn't flinch. Gunpowder blast. A crimson beam collided with a violet wave. Boom. The two energies ground against each other, neither side giving an inch. A smirk tugged at Bai Zian's lips. I was just warming up to this new form. Now, class is in session, Asher snarled back. Don't get cocky, brat. The onlookers could only stare in awe. This was a clash of titans. When gods wage war, mortals tremble. Unable to flee, they became the audience to a battle far beyond their league. Suddenly, the hair on Duan's neck stood up. A sinister presence loomed behind them. The group turned slowly, terror gripping their hearts. What is that? The sight that greeted them drew a collective gasp. Good heavens! A horde of nightmarish abominations had emerged from the shadows, their forms twisted and vile. Duan screamed, "Boss, get your monkey to do something." Qi Ming, clutching Zijing, shouted back in panic. There's too many of them. The rock lizard looked at the two humans with utter exasperation. We're on death's door, and you're bickering. Run. While the ground team scrambled, the aerial duel between Bai Zian and Asher reached a fever pitch. Explosions rocked the sky, flames threatening to consume the heavens. Asher's spirit beast opened its maw, condensing dark energy into a massive, pulsating violet sphere. Bai Zian's eyes lit up. Finally, he's getting serious. This was the thrill of a leveling manhwa battle. A spiritual attack. Perfect. With my restrictions gone, I can finally go all out. He channeled every ounce of energy into his fist, his arm glowing like molten iron. Bai Zian rocketed towards Asher like a meteor. Eat this. The collision was cataclysmic. The sound of the impact shattered the clouds. Bai Zian roared, pouring more spiritual power into his strike, intensifying the pressure. Asher wasn't backing down. He fed more darkness into his sphere. The sky trembled as the opposing forces reached critical mass, and then K-boom. Bai Zian glanced at his arm, still radiating heat. Wing Fang's power is incredible, but the backlash on my body is severe. A shadow of worry crossed his face. Across the smoke, blood trickled down Asher's face. Shock replaced his arrogance. I'm losing. The humiliation burned hotter than the fire. Rage began to boil in his veins. Crack. Shards of his mask fell away. Not bad for a bronze rank brat, he spat. You're hiding quite a few secrets in this awakening manhwa world. Asher's true face was finally exposed to the light. My interest in you has peaked. Bai Zian narrowed his eyes, studying his opponent. Took enough effort, but I finally dragged the rat out of his hole. Yet, Asher's ego remained bruisingly intact. He smirked, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Congratulations. You've earned the right to witness my true horror. He began to chant a low guttural sound. Oh, great mother, almighty Lord, grant us unity. Let flesh and spirit become one. As the chant ended, the multi-eyed beast behind him cracked open like an egg. Tentacles erupted, lashing out and devouring the surrounding monsters in a gruesome feast of fusion. The battlefield fell silent in horror. What in the hell? Bai Zian gasped. The sheer grotesquerie of the scene defied all logic. A massive razor-sharp claw tore from the mass. Asher laughed, his voice now distorted, sounding like a demon crawling from the abyss. Behold, the birth of perfection. He had transformed into a towering titan. Now the behemoth growled, "Let round two begin." A massive hand swept down to snatch Bai Zian out of the air. Bai Zian tried to evade, but the speed was unnatural. Crap, he was crushed in the giant's grip. Asher cackled. As I said, you're 1,000 years too early to challenge me. Asher raised his fist high, intent on crushing the life out of him. With a sound that ruptured eardrums, he slammed Bai Zian straight into the unforgiving earth. Slowly, the Titan lifted his hand to reveal Bai Zian's motionless body flattened in the crater. Ha, look at you now, Asher sneered. Where is that arrogance of a winner? This is the chasm between our power levels. But seeing the boy's potential greed overtook his bloodlust. He wanted this pawn. Join me and live. But Bai Zian only managed a cold scoff. Suddenly, boom, an explosion rocked Asher's side. The Titan turned furious. Who dares interrupt my moment? Down below, Qiming was trembling, but he shouted with all the bravado he could muster. Hey, ugly, that kid belongs to our squad. Beside him, the earth-armored beetle unleashed a stream of fire. Qiming pointed a shaking finger at the giant. Plus, we still have a score to settle. Light him up, Qiming ordered. The beetle fired a barrage of flame bullets. Bang bang. But against the Titan's hide, it was like throwing pebbles at a tank. The attacks bounced off harmlessly. Duan leaned in, sweating. Boss, your trump card isn't doing jack squat. Qiming sighed dramatically. It's my first spirit beast. I can't just abandon it. Then a wicked, cunning grin stretched across his face. But who said that was my only trump card? While the Titan was distracted by the ants below, Bai Zian seized the split second. He whispered the incantation, hidden form earth fire art. Instantly, a spirit avatar materialized behind him. Asher blinked, confused. Where did he go? Bai Zian vanished and reappeared in a flicker of stealth, turning the battlefield into a deadly game of hide-and-seek. The beast lashed out in a blind rage, but Bai Zian was already a ghost in the wind, retreating safely behind Shi to regroup with Qiming's squad. Qiming didn't waste a second barking orders at Qi. Get that bronze rank brat out of the firing line now. Radiating the arrogance of a true ace, Qiming declared, I'll handle this trash myself. Meanwhile, Qi turned to their support. Zijing run a scan on him quickly. Bai Zian was baffled. Why help me? But Qiming just glanced back with a cool heroic smirk. Why? Because I don't like owing anyone favors. With a wave of his hand, he summoned another spirit beast. Besides, this guy has been an eyesore for way too long. Shi, realizing he was being ignored, exploded with fury and raised a massive grotesque foot to crush them all. But before that heavy stomp could land, the spirit beast Qiming summoned intercepted the blow, shielding Bai Zian with a clean slicing sound. She howled in agonizing pain. Zijing stared at her system panel in disbelief. This is bizarre. How can a human body exist in this state? Curious, she leaned in closer. Let me see that. Analyzing the data, Zijing explained the anomaly to Qi. It seems his innate talent forced a fusion with his spirit beast, but it's imperfect. The energy channels are clogged. Simply put, his flow is blocked. Meanwhile, the once arrogant she was struggling desperately to keep up with the blinding speed of Qiming's spirit beast. Zijing concluded, he's only injured because his spiritual energy can't circulate. Qi's eyes lit up with understanding. So we just need to unclog the drain, and he'll be fine. Once the flow is restored, he just needs to figure out how to perfect the fusion form later. A sadistic grin spread across Qi's face as she extended her razor-sharp talons. Well, then let's begin the surgery. Beside her, Zijing wore an equally mischievous expression. Bai Zian's face turned pale with terror. Wait, surgery, Qi. She leaned in, her voice dripping with false comfort. Relax, darling. It won't hurt a bit. Why did that make him feel infinitely worse? Suddenly, she plunged her claws into Bai Zian's back. But instead of pain, a surge of pure energy flooded into his system. So this was the painless surgery she mentioned. Never trust a woman with claws. Yet Bai Zian felt his body changing. Chaos was being rewritten into perfect order. His power level skyrocketed, and his physique evolved in real time. When he regained his senses, his spirit armor had been reinforced to a whole new tier. Bai Zian clenched his fist, unfamiliar with this overwhelming surge. This wasn't just a power-up. This was true assimilation. Total control. This sensation. It's incredible. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, audible only to him. Ding, reminder, Feng Tian Yu Flame is now available. Feng Tian Yu Flame. Bai Zian racked his brain. That's the Feng Tian Yu's innate talent. He didn't expect the divine eye to flag it. Then a voice echoed in his mind. You are welcome. Bai Zian froze. What the hell? Wasn't the divine eye just a passive system interface? Since when did it possess sentience and talk back like an AI? Across the battlefield. She had snapped. He gathered chaotic energy into a massive sphere in his mouth, ready to unleash the same devastating blast he used on Bai Zian before. The monster showed no mercy. The earth armor beetle braced itself, using every ounce of strength to tank the hit. Qiming shouted, sweat beading on his forehead. "Hold the line, don't give up." Seeing Qiming prepare for a suicide charge, Bai Zian stepped in, blocking his path. With eyes burning with new confidence, he declared, "Let me handle this." Without waiting for an answer, Bai Zian walked past the stunned Qiming, marching straight toward the enemy, like a boss entering his final phase. He glanced back, his voice rock-steady. "Find a place to hide. I'm going to make this monster regret being born." Qiming didn't even try to stop him. He just smirked, shaking his head. "Heh, the kid's got guts. I'll give him that." Bai Zian took a deep breath, channeling his energy. In an instant, a crimson whirlwind of flames erupted around him, spiraling into a tornado of heat. He roared Feng Tianyu Flame. The fire exploded outward, condensing on his back, to form magnificent blazing wings. System alert: innate talent. Feng Tianyu Flame activated. Entering state Sacrificial Flame. Bai Zian paused, confused by the new terminology. Sacrificial Flame? What kind of mode is that? The system immediately responded. Explanation. In Sacrificial Flame, state every fire element skill consumes spiritual power to build up sacrifice stacks. Different stages unlock based on accumulation. There are a total of 3 stages. Stage 1, Sunflame, amplifies all fire element skills. The system continued its breakdown. Stage 2, Nirvana, significantly reduces incoming critical damage. Bai Zian's eyes widened. He realized this was exactly the kind of broken power scaling you'd see in a top-tier leveling manhwa. One talent with multiple buff layers. That's definitely an S-class ability, but the excitement was cut short. He realized the system left something out. "Wait, you said 3 stages. What's the effect of stage 3? Suddenly, the status panel glitched, displaying garbled, incomprehensible symbols. Bai Zian stared at the corrupted data in shock. "What is that?" The abomination, seeing the flames, scoffed. "Flashy light show. Do you think pretty colors will save you?" Not giving Bai Zian a second to breathe, the monster launched its attack. Skill Void Shadow, Raging Flame Charge. Translucent arrows, sharp as ice crystals, materialized from the void. Dozens of them locked onto Bai Zian, sealing off every possible escape route. Bai Zian didn't speak. He moved. Like a streak of lightning, he weaved through the microscopic gaps in the arrow barrage, closing the distance in a heartbeat. At that moment, Bai Zian was the Feng Tianyu incarnate. He soared above the enemy, locking onto his target for a devastating counterattack. Zero hesitation. He dived like a falling meteor, channeling every ounce of his new strength into a single catastrophic punch, aimed right at the monster's skull. As he struck, he activated Smoke Rush Impact. The system chimed, Sacrifice Charge 73%. The punch connected with the force of a freight train, snapping the monster's head back and sending blood spraying into the air. Bai Zian gave him no room to recover. He dashed forward again, locking on. It was time to unleash the heavy artillery. He screamed, Activate Rising Sun, Karmic Fire. A pillar of scorching red energy blasted straight into the monster's face before it could even react. The system panel flashed gold. Sacrifice Charge 100%. Stage 1 effect, Sunflame, activated. Bai Zian clenched his fist, testing the terrifying surge of energy coursing through his veins. His skills had evolved. Even their very names had changed. The system Manhwa interface flashed before his eyes, cascading with notifications. Acquired skills: Solar Flame Smoke Charge, Solar Flame Remnant Karma Fire, Solar Flame Raging Dash, and Solar Flame Nuclear Ray. The beast finally regained its senses, clutching its throbbing head and grinding its teeth. It seems, I truly underestimated a mere human like you. A mysterious violet light began to coalesce at the monster's core, signaling its retaliation. With a deafening roar of fury, it unleashed its power. Taste true despair. Yet, defying the beast's expectations, Bai Zian showed neither surprise nor hesitation. Instead, he launched himself forward with explosive speed. With a single dismissive wave of his hand, he extinguished the violet energy instantly. His voice thundered, Shut your damn mouth. Bai Zian immediately retreated, maintaining a tactical distance, while his opponent staggered, still unable to process the overwhelming gap in power. Giving the monster zero time to recover, Bai Zian pressed the attack. In a heartbeat, he focused all his energy into his right hand. Flames erupted around him, condensing into a blindingly bright fireball. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with justice. Your atrocities end right here. As the fireball launched, It unleashed a crimson radiance that swallowed the entire battlefield. The sphere of destruction slammed into the monster's colossal frame, instantly engulfing it in a hellscape of ferocious flames. Bai Zian christened this ultimate move the Solar Flame Nuclear Ray. The impact didn't just burn the giant beast. It detonated it from the inside out, like a biological nuke. Its entire body was incinerated, flesh melting away into a grotesque, viscous sludge. The explosion didn't just echo. It triggered a seismic shockwave that shook the forest to its core. Even the combat helicopter dared not approach. From the open bay door, Xiao He watched the spectacle, analyzing the battle. A new powerhouse in Qingxiao town. That destructive force. It's like the climax of a high-tier leveling manhwa. How did that brat Qi Ming get mixed up in a battle between high-tier monsters? Only after the chaotic energy subsided did the chopper slowly descend to the ravaged earth. Xiao He stepped out with an air of absolute command, followed by an aide. A subordinate immediately saluted, shouting, "Captain, she wasted no time. Report immediately. What exactly happened here? And where is Qi Ming?" The subordinate hurriedly explained. "It's been chaos, ma'am. We encountered a lunatic from the demon spider sect. Qi Ming and the others are trapped in the forest beyond." She glanced toward the scorched battlefield, her instincts sharp. With a commotion this massive, the Lord of the Rainforest has undoubtedly been awakened. At the epicenter of the blast, a vast area had been reduced to a wasteland. Smoke choked the air and the ground was torn asunder, scarred by deep, jagged fissures. Qi Ming and his squad cautiously advanced to scout the aftermath. He sighed, shaking his head. "I never thought I'd witness a scene of this magnitude twice in one day." Suddenly emerging from the dissipating smoke, Bai Zian slowly walked into view. Qi Ming and Duan shouted in unison, "It's the bronze rank kid." They rushed over, checking his condition with urgent concern. "Are you all right?" Bai Zian had reverted to his normal state, looking completely bewildered, as if the battle hadn't happened. What's going on?" Simultaneously, the system flashed a critical warning. Overdose detected. Side effects: imminent hypertension, leading to hemorrhage, severe vertigo, and total muscle weakness. Bai Zian clutched his stomach, his face twisting in agony. He looked up at Dr. Qi Shi with betrayal in his eyes. "Doc, why didn't you mention the side effects sooner?" She looked away nervously, eyes darting around as she scrambled for an excuse. "Well, I didn't exactly have time to go over the fine print, did I? Given the life-or-death situation, who has time for medical disclaimers?" While the dust settled and the earth still radiated heat from the awakening manhwa battle, black roots suddenly erupted from the fissures. They slithered like vipers, encircling the group to crush them. Someone screamed, "Damn it, not again!" Adrenaline spiked as they scanned their surroundings. Qi Ming instantly shifted into a defensive stance, barking orders to the team. "We're in trouble. It's the Lord of the Rainforest." Duan grabbed the bronze kid. "We need to retreat now." He unleashed a torrent of flames from his hands, incinerating the encroaching roots to carve a path. One disaster after another, he grumbled, turning his frustration toward Bai Zian. "I'm telling you, bronze kid, are you cursed or something?" Just then, massive roots surged up, trapping Bai Zian and Duan in a wooden cage. The roots constricted, squeezing the air from their lungs. Bai Zian gasped, shouting back, "How is this my fault? Technically, I just saved your lives." Meanwhile, Xu Jing and Dr. Qi, she weren't faring any better. The roots multiplied endlessly, impossible to eradicate. Xu Jing drew her firearm, blasting away at the vegetation. She screamed in frustration, "If he's the problem, just leave the brat behind." Eventually, they were herded together. But the sentient roots weren't satisfied. Hungering for more, they sprouted in overwhelming numbers. As the vines writhed closer, someone whispered in despair, "Save your breath. We're going to be buried here." The black roots began to fuse, weaving together. They intertwined to form a colossal hollow tree, imprisoning Bai Zian and the entire squad within its living walls. From the main trunk, wood fibers twisted and snapped, contorting into the shape of limbs. A humanoid form emerged, creating a grotesque, distorted face. Its eyes glowed with an eldritch light, and a jagged maw opened to reveal razor-sharp teeth in a mockery of a smile. The system interface pinged with the monster's data. "Boss, the verdant hunter, Lord of the Rainforest." It was the kind of unstoppable beast you'd see in a manhwa recap nightmare. Trapped inside, the team lost all will to resist. Qi Ming analyzed the situation grimly. "It seems we're trapped directly on the Lord's main body." He turned to Xu Jing. "What's the status on the signal?" Xu Jing checked her tactical display, her expression darkening. "Negative. I still can't reach the Wind Wolf unit." She stood, scanning the atmospheric readings. "This space is hermetically sealed." Based on current levels, we have 30 minutes of oxygen left before we suffocate. Hearing the death sentence, Qi Ming roared in frustration and slammed his fist against the wooden wall, desperately looking for a way out. Qi Ming ground his teeth, his face twisted in a mask of agonizing guilt. His voice trembled with despair. I am useless. Mere trash. Every single time I lead my comrades straight into the jaws of death. Seeing Qi Ming spiral into hysteria, Bai Zian offered no sweet words of comfort. This was no time for gentleness. Save your breath. The more you panic, the faster our oxygen runs out. Qi Ming snapped, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. What would a wealthy young master like you understand, unfazed by the outburst? Bai Zian replied with ice-cold calm, because you are their leader. Bai Zian pressed on his voice, cutting through the tension. Look at you wallowing in despair. Have you stopped to consider the feelings of those who place their lives in your hands? The words struck hard, silencing Qi Ming as he glanced behind him. Bai Zian didn't let up, throwing the man's own philosophy back at him. You once said it yourself. We are survivors of hellish landscapes and brutal dangers. In moments like this, calm is not a choice. It is a necessity. Wiping the grime from his face, Bai Zian locked eyes with him, his gaze burning with unwavering resolve. Most importantly, you must trust in the people who have put their faith in you. Meanwhile, high above the chaos, a helicopter carrying Xiao He hovered in the sky, maintaining a precarious distance from the monstrous entity below. Feng Donglig noticed her calculating gaze and asked Captain, do you really intend to challenge the Rainforest Lord Xiao? He scoffed. Listen to you. It sounds like you have zero faith in my strength. Xiao He narrowed her eyes, analyzing the battlefield like a pro player. Qi Ming and his squad are missing in action. All recent clues point directly to this hellhole. If we want to rescue them, that beast is a massive obstacle we must clear. It's just like a boss raid in a leveling manhwa. We have no choice but to fight. Suddenly, static crackled from the communicator, cutting their conversation short. Feng Donglig, we are trapped inside. The intel sparked a fire in her eyes. She stood up instantly, shifting into battle stance to save her team. Perfect timing. All I have to do is slice that thing open like a melon. Without wasting a breath, Xiao He initiated her summoning skill. Come forth, red demon ape. She commanded the spirit to merge with her weapon. The spirit beast condensed, wrapping around her steel staff, until the metal ignited with a roaring crimson flame. She leaped from the helicopter without hesitation, plummeting toward the berserk plant monster. The beast sensed the incoming threat, its massive form, bristling with heightened vigilance. She moved like a phantom along the monster's sprawling roots, a blur of speed and lethal intent. In a heartbeat, Xiao. He was face to face with a nightmare. Her expression was pure battle lust. She swung the flaming staff, her voice thunderous. Crimson Tyrant Art. Furnace Breaker, taste this. She raised the weapon high and brought it down with apocalyptic force. The impact was absolute, splitting the monster's head cleanly in two. She didn't stop there. The blade of force continued downward, cleaving the wooden torso asunder. Inside, Qi Ming witnessed a streak of red lightning tearing through the darkness and gasped, "Holy crap!" Recognizing the signature energy, Qi Ming stammered, "Red lightning. Could it be?" Suddenly Xiao He burst into view and he howled with overwhelming joy. In stark contrast to his euphoria, she looked down with cool indifference. "Oh, look! I found my stinking little brother." Ignoring her cold attitude, Qi Ming rushed forward, tears streaming down his face like a waterfall. "Big sister." Seeing his exaggerated reaction, veins popped on her forehead. She clicked her tongue in annoyance, but Qi Ming opened his arms wide, aiming for a desperate hug. She waited for him to get close, then delivered a ruthless fist of love straight to his skull. A comical, steaming lump instantly rose on Qi Ming's head. Xiao He blew off some steam, but continued her barrage of verbal abuse. "How old are you, crying for your sister like a baby? Have you no shame? Is this the limit of a brat like you?" The surrounding team members stood frozen, unsure how to process the scene. Bai Zian whispered to Duan beside him, "Is your boss always like this?" Duan sighed with the weight of experience. "Unfortunately, yes. We're used to it." Xiao He cut the comedy short. "Enough playing around, everyone climb. The Rainforest Lord has terrifying regeneration speed. We need to move now." She barked an order to the sky. "Feng Donglig, hoist us up." He responded with military precision, "Roger that," and activated the winch system. Seeing the group ascending, Feng Donglig radioed, "Is that everyone?" Duan looked down and yelled, "The captain is still down there covering the rear." Xiao He grabbed the line, bringing up the rear. "Don't stop, get the hell out of here." She watched the wooden flesh knitting itself back together below. Her eyes widened as she shouted a warning. The Rainforest Lord is almost fully regenerated. No sooner had the words left her lips than the monster reformed completely. Xiaohe's face twisted in shock. Damn it, its recovery speed is even faster than I calculated. The resurrected beast roared, its aura exploding with boundless fury. It unleashed a beam of emerald energy from its maw, incinerating the rope ladder instantly. Xiaohe lost her balance, tumbling backward into the void. Caught off guard by the ambush, her mind went blank. It's over. Above her, Qiming screamed in terror, "Sister!" But a warrior's instinct never dies. She twisted her body in midair, righting herself for combat. She smirked at her brother's panic. "Shut your trap, I'm not dead yet." Relieved to see her spirit unbroken, he meekly responded, "Yes, yes, sister." She skillfully used the Rainforest Lord's massive trunk as a slide friction, slowing her descent until she dug her heels in. That counts as a safe landing. She ground her boots against the bark to build momentum. Crimson arcs of lightning crackled around her form as she roared, "Thunderstep." Without a second's delay, she kicked off. A pillar of flame erupted beneath her feet, spiraling into a fire tornado that launched her skyward like a human missile. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohe landed on the helicopter deck, not a single scratch on her. Bai Zian and Qiming stared, their jaws hitting the floor. Bai Zian couldn't help but gasp. "Your sister is actually insanely cool." Qiming, still in shock, could only grunt in agreement. "Thanks, I know." Dusting herself off, she turned back to the raging monster below, raised her middle finger high and grinned. "See you later, loser." With the terrifying presence of the Wulin Lord finally gone, the helicopter pilot didn't hesitate to turn tail and flee. Xiaohe slumped back into her seat, letting out a heavy breath before turning her sharp gaze to her brother. "So this is the kid who pulled you out of hell?" she asked, her voice laced with skepticism. Her brother could only nod in humble defeat. "That's right," he admitted. Hearing this, her demeanor shifted instantly. A bright smile replaced the tension as she turned to their savior. "Then I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. I am Xiaohe of the Crimson Dawn Mercenaries, a gold-rank beastmaster," she announced with pride. "To whom do I owe this honor?" Keeping his composure, he replied simply, "Bai Zian, just a bronze-rank beastmaster." Outwardly, he remained calm, but internally, he was analyzing her stats like a protagonist in a system manhwa. Xiaohe, a powerhouse like her, bearing the Qi surname, could she be connected to the legendary Qi family of Scarlet Wing City? Xiaohe wasn't one to lose in a battle of wits. Her eyes narrowed playfully. "And you? Where does a talent like you hail from?" He didn't flinch. "My surname is Bai. I am of the Bai family from Whitescale City. Bai Jingsong is my grandfather," he added. The name dropped like a bomb. The city lord. Her eyes went wide. In a flash, she closed the distance, her fingers hooking under his chin with dangerous allure. "Listen here, pretty boy. I've been walking the blade's edge as a mercenary for a long time. I've rubbed shoulders with city lords and tyrants alike." A twisted, predatory grin stretched across her face, sending a shiver of pure instinct down Bai Zian's spine. "We've done plenty of dirty work for old man Bai," she hissed, her aura turning menacing. "He's what you'd call a VIP client. But you know what I hate? Little rats who don't know their place, using the Bai name to scam us out of a free ride." She leaned in until their noses almost touched her expression, morphing into a mask of cruelty. "Plenty have tried to fake it, but you're the first with the guts to call yourself the young master. Let me tell you a secret," she whispered, her voice dripping with malice. "The last few imposters, we chopped them up and fed them to the beasts." Her grip on his jaw tightened. "Now, let's see if you're worth killing." She leaned in, sniffing him like a predator inspecting prey. The tension was suffocating until suddenly she burst into laughter. "Well, I'll be damned. You actually smell like the real deal." Bai Zian stood frozen, his internal monologue screaming, "Is this woman insane?" From the back, Qiming couldn't take it anymore. "Sister, have some dignity," she blinked, feigning innocence. "Huh, what did I do?" Once she settled down, Qiming turned to Bai Zian with a furrowed brow. "Speaking of which, where is the girl who was with you?" The question hit Bai Zian like a truck. "Oh crap, the battle was so intense, I completely forgot about her." He scrambled up, activating his summoning gate. "Forgive the intrusion," he shouted, opening the rift. But as he peered into the void, a strange purple glow caught his eye. Amethyst crystals. His eyes widened in shock. The scene before him defied all logic. What in the world is happening? Suspended in a web of violet crystal, Xiao Gubai was frozen in time. Panic surged. He pulled her out instantly. Qiming roared. "Are you out of your mind? Why would you stash a human in a beast space?" "Xiao," he joined the scolding. Who taught you common sense? Ignoring them, Bai Zian laid Xiao Gubai gently on the floor, his voice trembling. Just help me. Something's wrong with her. Qi Ming looked at the crystallized girl and cursed. Damn it, kid. What kind of twisted logic goes through that head of yours? Zhao He knelt, her expression shifting from anger to professional curiosity. No one puts another human in their mental space. It's unheard of. She picked up a shard of the crystal flaking off Xiao Gubai's skin. Her eyes narrowed. Wait. This texture. It's identical to a high-grade spirit stone. It looks like an auto-defense protocol, she theorized. Your beast space energy might have been too overwhelming for her body. She turned to their medic. Chi, she give me a diagnosis. The team's doctor stepped forward, nodding grimly. Xiao, he's right. It's a plausible theory. The body is sealing itself to survive the pressure. But we can't be sure without a full scan, she warned. I don't have the gear here. We need to get her to a lab immediately. Xiao He didn't hesitate. Set a course for Shaolin Town. Now, meanwhile, far away in a floating chamber shrouded in mystical violet mist, a woman stood at the epicenter, her presence so overwhelming it felt as if the air itself had frozen in submission. 5 shadowy figures surrounded her in a perfect circle. Finally, her voice pierced the silence, calm yet commanding absolute authority. I have summoned you for 2 matters. This was the Grand Priestess Solaris. Her aura suffocated the room, silencing any thought of dissent as she continued. First, she declared cold as ice. Priest Arthur has been confirmed dead. His signal vanished near Xiaolin Town, right on the border of Whitescale and Giant Wood City. Her gaze swept over them. Speak. I want your analysis. The second priest Lilith spoke first, her voice a low purr. Arthur was ranked 6th. He was on the verge of breaking through to diamond rank. The third priest Diego chimed in. Could a city lord have intervened? Solaris dismissed it instantly. Bai Jingsong was crippled in the last war. The only one capable of killing a near-diamond ranker is the Lord of Giant Wood City. A sinister voice emerged from the shadows, Mephisto, the 4th priest. Or perhaps, the Moon-Hidden faction sent their dogs. The Azure Wood Forest is their hunting ground after all. Beside him, the 5th priest Asmodin remained as silent as the grave. Solaris's eyes flashed with ruthless intent. Whoever dared to strike us will pay in blood, she decreed. Asmodan, you will handle this. But be warned, the enemy is powerful. Do not underestimate them. Asmodin bowed his head, uttering a single word. Understood. With the execution order given, Solaris shifted the atmosphere. Now for the second matter. It concerns the very survival of our race. The stars are shifting, she announced, her voice trembling slightly with tension. The signs are clear. The queen is entering hibernation. Her holy body is transitioning into the moon-hidden state. Lilith nodded gravely. 25 stellar cycles ago, after the great massacre of Casamarda, the queen's form was locked in the solar state. For her to slumber now. Indeed, Solaris murmured, it defies the pattern. By all laws of nature, the moon-hidden cycle occurs only every 90 stellar years. As she spoke, an illusion of 3 aligning planets materialized above her hand. Perhaps it is a celestial anomaly. Or perhaps the queen is evolving. She paused, the temperature in the room dropping further. Regardless of the cause, understand this. The fate of the solar faction hangs in the balance. We cannot afford a single mistake. Diego stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Grand Priestess the Moon, hidden faction, will surely use the signs to hunt her down. We must shadow them and crush them before they claim the Queen's blessing. Solaris curled his lips into a smirk of approval. That's not a bad plan at all. However, tread carefully. The hidden moon sect is far more dangerous than they appear. Diego bowed with practiced reverence, his voice smooth. Understood, my lord. Rest assured, without the Spider Queen's divine blessing, their strength is nothing but trash before us. Amidst a swirling mystical purple void, a low chant resonated through the chamber. Mother of 10,000 spiders, eternal and undying. Mother of 10,000 spiders, reign forever. Once the crowd dispersed, leaving only 2 figures in the shadows, Diego broke the silence with a half smile. All right, now it's just us. Xiaojian, is your schedule clear today? Let me rephrase. Are you free right now? Asmodan turned her head away coldly, her voice devoid of emotion. No. And even if I were, I have zero interest in entertaining you. Diego scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. You misunderstand my intentions. I merely have a proposition to discuss. And watch your attitude. I don't appreciate that look of contempt when I'm speaking. Asmodan ignored him completely, addressing the monster beside her. Let's move, Xing Tian. Diego barked out, annoyed. Hey, listen to me, Xiao Jian. And how is it that I can still hear you whispering to that beast? Helpless against her icy wall, Diego sighed and shifted his tone. Fine, have it your way. But since the High Priest personally selected you for this mission, you must be feeling quite honored, aren't you? But have you stopped to consider Arthur? He was executing the High Priest's orders too, and that kid was famous for being practically unkillable. Asmodin froze in her tracks. Her voice dropped, becoming sharper, more dangerous. And precisely because Arthur was like that, there isn't even a speck of ash left of him now. The High Priest knows your limits. Sending you out now is no different than sending you to your grave. Before he could finish, her eyes turned frosty, cutting through his words. Watch your tongue. Diego didn't back down, simply gliding past her with a whisper. If I were in your shoes, I absolutely wouldn't mistake this assignment for the High Priest's trust. Just as that old wizard predicted, the constellations are shifting. The world is descending into chaos. The kind of catastrophic era you'd see in an awakening manhwa, where only the strong survive. Watching his retreating back, Asmodin called out, "Aren't you afraid? I'll report your treasonous words to the High Priest." He didn't flinch, throwing back a warning wrapped in a compliment. "I trust that you're an intelligent woman, not just a mindless tool born to obey." Asmodin stared silently at the blade embedded at her feet. As dawn broke before the morning sun could burn away the mist, a desperate shout shattered the silence. "Hurry, get her to the emergency room now." Xiao Gubai lay motionless on the gurney, her face deadly pale. The stretcher was rushed forward, the wheels clattering violently against the hospital corridor floor. A staff member sprinted ahead, screaming, "Move, clear the way." As she was wheeled into the examination room, Bai Zian's voice rang out from the waiting area, trembling with anxiety. "What are the results, Qi?" She, standing beside him, spoke softly to calm him. "As of this moment, her vital signs have stabilized. There shouldn't be any immediate danger to her life. However, we have no idea when or if she will wake up." Hearing this, his anxiety spiked, his gaze glued to the doors, shielding Xiao Gubai from his reach. His voice choked with emotion. "But what am I supposed to do? How can I bring her back?" She stood helplessly to the side. "Honestly, I don't have an answer. Her spiritual veins are in total chaos right now. It's as if two thick ropes have been knotted together violently inside her. After all, no one has ever attempted to store a living human inside their beast taming space before, let alone for that long." Xiao lowered her voice, trying to comfort him. "Hey kid, don't panic just yet. She is a top-tier doctor. If she says it's stable, then it's not critical. Besides, I just met a contact, someone who might actually be able to fix this." Bai Zian snapped to attention immediately. "Who is it? Take me to them." As they rushed down the corridor to meet this savior, a question gnawed at his mind. "I've used that method before. Why did everything go so wrong this time? Was it simply because I kept her in there for too long?" Up ahead, Xiao, he warned him. "Listen kid, when we meet this guy, try to keep your cool." Suddenly, from his clenched fist, jagged vines spiked with thorns burst forth. He stared in shock. Damn it, why is this flaring up right now? The thorny vines began to drill into Bai Zian's psyche. "It hurts. The pain. Kill. 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 Kill." Hearing no response, Xiao, he glanced back. "Hey young man, are you listening? Why did you zone out?" He quickly hid his mutated arm behind his back. "Ah, right. I got it. I'm listening." Arriving at a nondescript room, Xiao He violently kicked the door open and roared, "Hey, this lady needs a favor." A male voice drifted from inside. "Sister Monkey, didn't I tell you I'm busy right now?" But the moment Bai Zian saw the emblem on the man's robe, his expression darkened instantly. Why is the demon spider cult here? The glowing red vines pulsed, tightening their grip on his sanity. Demon spider cult. Kill him. Tear him apart. Xiao He glared at Ara, who was casually slurping noodles. "You call this busy? You're just stuffing your face," he replied nonchalantly. "What, eating is a major life event. Never underestimate the power of a good meal." Still, he stood up, wiping his mouth. "So what's the emergency?" "Xiao He, didn't we already have a meeting anyway?" She motioned toward Bai Zian. "This kid's friend is in trouble. It involves spiritual beasts, so a local expert like you should understand the mechanics better." But at that very moment, Bai Zian was fighting a losing battle against his own mind, a dark impulse seizing control of his consciousness. Vengeance against the demon spider cult. He grit his teeth, sweat pouring down. "What is happening to me?" The screaming in his head grew louder. Looking at Aure, his vision was flooded with red. "Kill, kill, kill." Ari remained completely unfazed, observing him. "Oh ho. It looks like this little brother is the one who actually needs saving." The thirst for vengeance swallowed him whole. "Kill." Suddenly, Bai Zian roared. "Who needs help from the demon spider cult?" Crimson thorns erupted from his arm, accompanied by a deafening mental command. "Kill, kill, kill." The vines grew at a terrifying speed, shattering the structure of the room. Amidst the debris, Ara agilely dodged, leaping out of harm's way. He continued eating his noodles mid-air, landing gracefully. Well, looks like our little brother here is in a pretty terrible state. Staring at the pet, undergoing a grotesque transformation, above the house he analyzed, the beast's origin core is corroding. Chaotic aura. It seems it ate something unclean. Is it evolving into a ferocious beast? Strange. That berserk energy is being restrained by the beast taming space. Noticing this anomaly, Ari made a decision. Oh ho, it's jammed in the spatial gateway. It seems this brother hasn't lost his willpower completely. Not bad. Not bad at all. In that case, I'll lend a hand. He began to chant an incantation. Mother of 10,000 spiders in your mercy, forgive all sins. Gripping his blade, a brilliant emerald light enveloped Ari. With the sharp edge in my hand, I sever the corrupted, destroy the demons, but I shall absolutely not take a living soul. Unsheathing his blade, the aura condensed into a blinding singularity. To purge evil, sever sin, and embrace mercy, until all returns to the void. Grant me the power to save all sentient beings with these hands. He traced a mystic sigil in the air and roared, resonance summon. Answering the call, a chubby green familiar materialized. Wood spirit, you're up. The creature landed on Ara's head with a soft bounce. My boy, have you been gaining weight again? No more spirit stones before bed. But the behemoth Jingzi interrupted the scolding with a deafening roar. Ra didn't even flinch. Instead, his voice rose with authority. Don't be impatient. Your turn is coming. Pointing his blade, he commanded Wood Spirit Windbind. But Jingzi wasn't going down without a fight and launched a counterattack. A torrent of destruction erupted from its maw. Nether water erosion ore leapt, dodging the blast and instantly countered. Wind Thunder Strike. The beast closed its eyes, accepting its doom. Ara unleashed his power, a vortex of green energy, but hesitated. I'm here to save the world, not destroy it. Bad kids just need a little discipline. With a smirk, he delivered a finger flick, powered by immense aura, right onto the beast's horn. Skull-crushing flick. The impact was instant. Jingzi vanished into particles, leaving only Xian lying unconscious in the rubble. Surveying the aftermath, Xiao, he sighed. Didn't you hit him a little too hard? Ari was already busy slurping his victory cup noodles. He replied nonchalantly, he's fine, just a scratch. I'm more worried about the source corrosion. Xiao, he snapped, can you stop eating those damn noodles while discussing serious matters? She poked Xian's bruised, unconscious face. So what's the plan now? You knocked him out cold. Honestly, that was excessive. Ari glanced over, noodle cup in hand. Why? Worried about him? Xiao, he scoffed. As if. My idiot brother is trouble enough. I don't have the energy to care about strangers. Ari seized the opportunity. In that case, help me carry him and his friend to the village. I'll treat you to some noodles. Hearing this ridiculous offer, her temper flared. Shut your trap. You're paying cash. Transport fees, property damage, don't even think about running away. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber, a stream of emerald water flowed into a pool. Xian was floating in that healing essence. As his eyes fluttered open, two strangers stood before him. The girl whispered, is he awake? The boy Jose leaned in with a mischievous grin. Not yet. He shoved two fingers into Xian's nostrils. Let me help him wake up. Xian shot up instantly, gasping. He looked down at his body. What the hell is going on? What is this strange liquid? His god's eye scanned the substance immediately. Natural essence. Origin unknown. Effects restores HP and MP simultaneously. A classic find in a leveling manhwa. The girl scolded her companion. Joss, how could you do that to the high priest's guest? Joss just shrugged, banking on the language barrier. Look at this outsider with his round eyes. He looks dumb as a rock. Xian watched them whisper, confused. Suddenly, R appeared behind him, slurping noodles. You finally up? Xian jumped out of his skin. You're from the Demon Spider sect. R shook his head. Demon Spider Spider Queen clan. You outsiders and your terrible naming sense. Xian shouted. Where are we? And where is Xiao Gubai? R teased. Are you sure she wants to see you right now? The girl blushed and handed Xian some clothes. Please put these on, or you'll catch a cold. Xian grabbed them, face turning red. Thanks. Once dressed, he turned back to Ara. Hey, you still haven't answered me. Who exactly are you? But Ara had already vanished. Where'd he go? Suddenly a rock beamed him in the head. Xian spun around, furious. What was that for? Joss ignored Xian's rage. Follow me, idiot. Xian stared at the duo, completely baffled. What are you people even saying? I don't understand a word. The girl pushed open a heavy door. Welcome, stranger. The sight beyond the door left him breathless. A mysterious city sprawled out in the darkness, illuminated only by glowing blue runes, etched into the ancient architecture. Xian gasped. We're underground. The girl grabbed his hand, pulling him along. Hey, what are you doing? She pointed ahead. The high priest is waiting at the temple. Xian didn't understand the words, but he followed her gesture. You want me to go over there? He looked at the looming structure. To that temple, the girl handed him a strange device, a 6-star spider. Here, take this. She demonstrated strapping her own onto her wrist. Wear it like this. Xian mimicked her. You want me to put this on? He stared at the mechanical arachnid. This feels weird. Joss, impatient as ever, was already moving. Hurry up, Xian, you moron, the girl sighed. Joss showed some respect. But Joss ignored her, shooting a web line from his 6-star spider. He swung through the complex terrain with the agility of a monkey. Watching him, Xian realized the device's purpose. So that's how it works. He aimed his wrist forward and commanded fire. But unlike Joss, the spider on Xian's wrist remained lifeless. Why isn't it reacting? The girl stepped closer, speaking softly. First, you must synchronize. Without a connection, the child won't listen. She placed a hand over his heart. Synchronization is about connecting hearts, trusting each other. It's not about giving orders. She touched her own chest, explaining patiently. You outsiders use contracts to dominate your pets. We use our hearts. Connect your soul to theirs, and you will understand each other's thoughts instantly. She didn't realize Xian couldn't understand a word. He gestured awkwardly. I don't speak your language. Internally, he groaned. And she talks way too much. Suddenly, a holographic window popped up. The God's Eye can translate too. It was the ultimate convenience for a system Manhwa protagonist. She didn't mean a forced contract. She meant using spiritual energy to bridge their souls directly. Realization dawned on Bai Zian as he processed the ancient technique. He closed his eyes, diving into the abyss of his own psyche. Suddenly, a pair of glowing azure eyes stared back from the darkness. Who are you? The entity echoed. I am Bai Zian, he replied, his will unshakable. The creature repeated his name. Bai Zian. He looked back at the physical form behind him. I harbor no malice, he whispered softly. I only wish to forge a bond with you. The 6-star spider accepted his resolve. A holographic window flashed before his eyes. A classic trope in this system, Manhwa. Skill acquired resonance. Without hesitation, he activated the new power. Let's move. He navigated the bizarre alien architecture of the city with the grace of a master. Finally, he touched down before the majestic temple. Up close, the sheer scale of the structure was suffocating. From afar, it was a speck, but here, it was a magnificent beast of stone and magic, truly breathtaking. His guide bowed low. The temple is sacred ground. Only the chosen may enter. I must depart. As he stepped forward, a bridge of light materialized over the emerald lake. Ethereal light danced across the ancient runes carved into the pillars. Bai Zian scanned the area, his tactical mind at work. This was the heart of the enemy. The demon spider sect's main altar. They were supposed to be his mortal foes. So why invite him into their sanctum? Suddenly, a voice resonated from the depths of the hall. You arrived sooner than I calculated. I expected mastering resonance would take you much longer. A figure turned to face him, exuding an aura of ancient authority. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Van Husan, High Priest of the Moon Shadow Tribe and servant of the Spider Queen. He read the suspicion on Bai Zian's face like an open book. You must be burning with questions. Why would the demon spider sect lift a finger to help an outsider like you? He paused, the weight of history in his eyes. As for the reason, with a wave of his hand, 3 massive energy screens manifested in the air. It is a tale as old as blood. This planet Kalau, or as your people call it, the 10,000 spider nest. It is our ancestral home. Once we and the arachnids lived in perfect harmony. We bred generations together and mastered the technology to speak with them. His voice took on a dreamlike quality, narrating a lost paradise. Then came the visitors from the stars, the colonizers. The screen displayed the first contact between 2 worlds. In the beginning, there was peace. We traded our spirit stones and beast taming arts for your advanced science. It was a golden age of exchange. He continued, his voice steady. We even introduced you to the Spider Queen, our mother goddess. Everything was set for a glorious future. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned ice cold. But the greed of outsiders knows no bounds. You plotted to use our own techniques to enslave the Spider Queen, just to upgrade your own ranks. But the queen approached the realm of divinity. She was not a beast to be tamed by mere mortals. Her resistance was catastrophic. In the struggle, she was wounded and fell from the star rank. The spiritual ley lines of the entire planet were shattered. The chaotic energy capped the potential of every living thing. Now, no one can surpass the purple star rank. We are all trapped in this cage. Thus began the centuries of war between the natives and you invaders. The story flowed like a tragedy, but the ending was yet to be written. With your technology, you slaughtered us. Countless tribes were erased from history. In the face of extinction, the Spider Clan fractured into 2 factions. And from that despair, Ari declared the Demon Spider sect was born. The Sun Glory faction chose violence. They worship the Queen's wrath and seek total annihilation of the outsiders. They are the enemy you fight today. But the Moon Shadow faction seeks peace. We hope to end this senseless war through negotiation, not slaughter. Suddenly, Bai Zian's voice sliced through the monologue. He pointed a finger at the high priest. Hold on, you've been rambling about history for half the day. You still haven't answered my question. Ari blinked. Am I not explaining it right now? Bai Zian wasn't buying it. Cut the chase. Why specifically help me? In a blur of motion, Ar vanished and reappeared behind him. A heavy hand landed on Bai Zian's shoulder. Child, do you believe in destiny? Bai Zian flinched, his aura flaring. What are you doing? Ari waved a hand dismissively. Easy now. I am warning you. The corruption in your core is still active. If you channel your energy now, you won't be a tamer anymore. You will become a mindless beast. As if to prove him right, crimson vines erupted from Bai Zian's arm. Terrified, Bai Zian suppressed his power instantly. Ar chuckled, satisfied. Now, let me finish the story. Before I ascended to High Priest, I had to complete the pilgrimage. A journey to the Queen's lair. The story turned a new page. This was the heart of the matter. The reason fate had brought them together? When I arrived, the Queen was gone. But near her sanctuary, I found something else. A dying boy and his spirit beast. They were broken, bleeding out, yet the boy ignored his own pain. He kept whispering, "I'm sorry," to his creature. Over and over again. Ar's voice softened. He was the first outsider I had ever seen who treated a beast as an equal, not a tool. He took a deep breath. I couldn't leave them. I saved their lives and brought them to my tribe. His voice warmed with nostalgia. He lived with us for a time. We saw his true heart. His kindness was genuine. He should have been my enemy. Instead, he became my brother. Ari looked Bai Zian dead in the eye. That boy told me his name. Bai Jingsung. The silence hung heavy in the air. Now, do you understand why I help you? Wait a second. Bai Zian's confusion broke the mood. My grandfather knew you when he was young. That was decades ago. You barely look 30. Are you messing with me? Ari smiled calmly. Did your grandfather never mention my people do not age like yours? Come. It is time you witness the state of your comrade. But as they stepped through the portal, a question lingered in the air. Speaking of which, I'm genuinely curious. Do you truly not know, young master? A beast taming space is a dimension forged from a tamer's very soul. If an outsider intrudes, the dimensional rejection is violent and catastrophic. As they ventured deeper into the void, Ao Rei explained, your teammate possesses a constitution that defines a leveling Manhwa protagonist. Had it been a normal human, their body would have faced immediate physical obliteration. She suffered chaotic spirit vein backlash, but she survived. Arriving at Xiao Gubai's stasis pod, he confirmed, the external spirit crystallization has been purged. Her life signs and mana frequency have stabilized. Gazing down at Xiao Gubai lying motionless upon a bed of ethereal flora, he continued his grim prognosis. However, the beast taming space has corroded her mental sphere. The situation is bleak. There is a high probability she will remain in this eternal slumber forever. Bai Zian's brow furrowed in distress. She'll never wake up. Ao Rei's expression shifted. I did not say there was zero hope. He lowered his voice, offering a devil's bargain. There is a method. The question is, do you have the resolve to seize it? Bai Zian's eyes narrowed. Speak. When Lord Zhu Ho enters his moonshade form, he secretes a mystic nectar capable of curing all ailments. Ancestors use this fluid to craft a divine artifact with effects rivaling a high-tier potion in a system manhwa. To protect this treasure during the Great War, against the Skyfall invaders, extreme measures were taken. The artifact was sealed within the tomb of fallen warriors. If you wish to save her, you must descend into that abyss yourself. Ao Rei's tone turned grave. Be warned. The tomb is riddled with ancient mechanisms. Countless grave robbers have entered. Those who didn't die crawled out as cripples. Bai Zian hesitated, but the warnings continued. The traps are child's play compared to the real threat. Ferocious beasts from the war era wandered inside and were trapped. The energy there reanimates corpses, forming a massive undead legion. Bai Zian's face went pale. The priest smirked, draping an arm around him. So, still feeling brave enough to try. Fear gripped him, but guilt held him tighter. Xiao Gubai lies there because of me. I must bear this burden. I will go. Ao Rei smiled internally. Not bad. Bai Jingsong's grandson has a backbone. As they strode forward, he lectured. This citadel is ancient. By our calendar, the city has stood for 1400 years. The tomb itself holds over a millennium of history. The architecture is profound. Since it is a martyr cemetery, guards are always posted. Partly to stop thieves, but mostly to keep the horrors inside from escaping. The guards scrambled aside the moment they saw him. High Priest, you've arrived. Ao Rei commanded. Good work. Unseal the gates. With authorization granted, Bai Zian stepped into the gloom. Suddenly Ao Rei called out, "Oh right, Bai Zian." His voice held a teasing lilt. Everything I said about the physical dangers, I made it all up. Bai Zian's eyes bulged. Huh, you son of a, you tricked me. But the heavy doors slammed shut. Trapped Bai Zian pounded on the stone, screaming into the void. Hey, what the hell is your game, old man? Silence answered him. Resigned, he explored the chamber. Looks like I'm stuck. Is there another exit? He approached a pedestal in the center. Is this the artifact? Was he lying about this too? Confusion mounted. The moment he lifted the object, dense white smoke erupted from the base. Crap, I forgot to scan it with the divine eye first. A massive explosion engulfed him, blinding his senses. Coughing through the haze, he looked up, trying to grasp the situation. What just happened? Gone was the ancient stone. Instead, modern electric lights and exquisite tile flooring stretched before him. Bai Zian's eyes widened in horror. Did I transmigrate back to my old world? He approached a figure slumped against the wall, an enemy soldier from his past life. I remember this. I put a bullet in him years ago. He instinctively followed his old patrol route. Yes, the memory is vivid. Bai Zian rushed forward, adrenaline spiking. Next, I took the stairs. The past flooded back with terrifying clarity. I remember now. The mission was to assassinate the enemy commander. My entire squad was wiped out, except for me. He stood before a wall, riddled with bullet holes. This is it. The final room. Bai Zian shook his head, trying to break the illusion. What am I doing? This is ancient history. Yet his hand moved on its own, gripping the handle. Why does this still haunt me? I should be saving Xiao Gubai and Grandpa, not reliving this nightmare. The heavy iron door groaned open. A figure sat motionless in the center. It was Bai Zian's own corpse, long dead and decomposing. What is this madness? I left this life behind. He couldn't look away. Suddenly, a voice echoed directly into his mind. It seems you still haven't let go of who you used to be. Bai Zian gasped. Who's there? The rotting corpse suddenly lunged at him. I am you. Bai Zian panicked, blocking the strike. Impossible. You should be dead. No, I am the one who died. Crimson tendrils erupted from the corpse's mouth, seeking to strangle him. I am you and you are me. The creature attacked with frenzied hate. Die? Just die already. Bai Zian lunged for a discarded pistol. Damn it, just out of reach. He rolled away as the red vines pulverized the concrete floor where his head had just been. You think you're me? No. You are nothing but a ghost of my past. His fingers finally closed around the cold steel of the gun. He checked the chamber loaded. Fate was on his side. Aiming down the sights directly into the monster's maw, he declared, the man I was has nothing to do with who I am now. I am Bai Zian, a beast tamer. I have comrades and family waiting for me. With a deafening bang, he pulled the trigger, shattering his past. I am no longer a prisoner of yesterday. The corpse dissolved into a mystic blue mist. A heavy weight lifted from Bai Zian's soul. Rest in peace, old me. From now on, only the beast tamer Bai Zian remains. As he stood tall, the modern world melted away, revealing the stone walls of the tomb once more. Was it all an illusion? The artifact rested safely in his grip. Whatever. I have the cure. Xiao Gubai is saved. He exited the tomb to find Ao Rei waiting with a knowing look. Ao Rei clapped slowly. Impressive, Bai Zian. You conquered that faster than expected. Bai Zian tossed the artifact over, annoyed. Cut the act. You threw me in there for a trial, didn't you? You could have just told me. The high priest's smile remained enigmatic. If I told you it was a test, it would ruin the surprise. This trial manifests the challenger's deepest memories. In essence, you just defeated your own heart demon, a classic awakening manhwa moment. Ari's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he probed. So tell me, what exactly is your heart demon? Bai Zian's expression instantly darkened, a storm brewing on his face. He had no desire to elaborate, offering only 3 cold words: he is dead. But Ari wasn't done. He suddenly cornered Bai Zian with a cruel dilemma. That's right, this divine artifact can cure your friend. However, it also possesses the power to restore your own corrupted origin. But here is the catch. It can only be used once. The essence of the Zhuho is finite. So, who will it be? Will you save your dying friend? Or will you save yourself? Bai Zian snapped. Rage flared like wildfire as he lunged forward, seizing Aura by the collar. Why are you only telling me this now? How many other secrets are you hiding from me? The only response was a detestable half-cocked smirk. That's all of them, truly. Ari knew the boy was powerless, yet he pushed further. Well, what is your choice? Bai Zian trembled, his knuckles white with fury. After a moment of agonizing silence, the fire in his eyes settled into resolve. Ar stood aside, watching closely. Are you absolutely certain about this? Bai Zian's voice was like steel. Yeah, Ari offered a final instruction. Aim for the core of the spirit vein, the Dantian. Xiao Gubai lay still among the flowers, a sleeping beauty. Ari watched with bated breath. Bai Zian's hand shook as he took aim. The Dantian. The Dantian. Bai Zian brought the artifact closer. It should be right below the navel. He whispered, Xiao Gubai, you're going to be okay. Suddenly the girl erupted into giggles. Hey, that tickles. Bai Zian froze his eyes, widening in pure shock, jaw dropping to the floor. Ara was cackling in the background. Realizing he had been played like a fiddle, Bai Zian roared, Ara, you bastard. Calm down, Ara soothed, waving a hand. It was just a little joke. Miss Xiao woke up ages ago. I just wanted to test you. You are Bai Jingsung's grandson after all. I couldn't resist teasing you a little bit. Ara winked. Besides, this whole charade was actually Miss Xiao's idea. Bai Zian stared in disbelief. Huh, are you trying to shift the blame? But Xiao Gubai shyly confessed, young master. Mr. Ari is right. It really was my idea. Seeing his intense gaze, she looked away, flustered. I hope I didn't upset you. Bai Zian sighed, the tension leaving his shoulders. No, how could I be upset? As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Ari interrupted their tender moment with a loud theatrical cough. I really can't keep up with the youth these days. But we have serious work to do. Ari explained that the artifact in Bai Zian's hand was actually a universal therapy terminal. While the active healing ingredient is one-time use, once activated, the device itself will continuously repair your body over time. Moreover, as long as you possess the artifact, that effect is permanent. His tone turned serious. For a condition like your corrupted origin, this continuous healing will suppress it, though it cannot cure the root cause just yet. Bai Zian grasped the situation. In other words, I have to use this device to keep the corruption in check from now on. Precisely, R confirmed. Bai Zian furrowed his brow, his hand trembling slightly, not from fear, but from anticipation. Given the circumstances, this was the best outcome he could hope for. Without hesitation, Bai Zian plunged the artifact straight into his dantian, below the navel. Runes exploded across his skin as a robotic voice echoed, connection established, initiating therapy sequence. A mystical aura enveloped Bai Zian's body, shimmering with power. He remained calm. The system god's eye chimed in, corruption probability decreasing. Current level 13.8%. In moments, Bai Zian had brought the corruption down to a manageable level. The artifact entered standby mode, humming quietly within him. He immediately opened a portal to the island dimension. I need to check on the fish. Standing before the vast ocean, Bai Zian shouted, Hey fishy, but the surface remained silent. He frowned, scanning the water. What's going on? Bai Zian commanded God's Eye scan the immediate area. The system responded instantly. New hardware connection detected. Update required. A suspicion crossed his mind. New hardware. Is it talking about the artifact? It seemed God's Eye was treating the ancient tool like a computer component, a classic trope in this system manhwa. Bai Zian authorized the update immediately. God's Eye processed the request with lightning speed. Verifying update package, updating interface, refreshing data display, rebooting system. In the blink of an eye, the HUD turned a sleek holographic blue. Update complete. New functions installed. Bai Zian was impressed. The interface changed completely. Is this native technology or the God's Eye evolving? Suddenly, a roar like a whale's song echoed from behind, followed by splashing water. Bai Zian jumped. What the hell? A massive wave generated by Jingzi the whale slammed into him. Bai Zian sputtered, confused. Wait, didn't I fix the corruption issue? Why hasn't it returned to normal? The massive shadow loomed over him, blotting out the sun. Hey fishy, it's me. Suddenly, Jingzi extended a massive tongue and licked Bai Zian's entire face. Bai Zian stood there drenched and stunned. The whale looked goofy. Heh, it seemed to say. Bai Zian thought, why does this legendary beast look so brain dead now? Did the sickness fry its brain or something? Eyes wide with concern, he ordered God's Eye give me a status report on the fish. The screen popped up. Would you like a detailed diagnostic report? Yes or no? Bai Zian was losing patience. Yes, hurry it up. A wall of text appeared. Pet whale. Species giant shadow nether whale. Status evolution missed due to corrupted origin. Corruption largely suppressed following artifact therapy. Current state normal. Rank silver. Base stats, potential A+. Speed B-. Physical attack, A+. Spiritual attack, A+. Element hydro. Hexagram con. The data continued. Health 1400. Attack power 403. Current stat reduction is due to missed evolution. Cannot be cured temporarily. Condition can be improved through leveling up. Bai Zian was dizzy from the information overload typical of a leveling manhwa. This is way too detailed, Bai Zian muttered. It seems the artifact has supercharged the God's Eye's analysis capabilities. Then what about my own stats? Curiosity piqued. He issued the command. God's Eye, show me my data. As detailed as possible. Another cascade of information filled his vision. Name Bai Zian. Race human. Title otherworlder. Grandson of City Lord Bai Jingsong of White Scale City. A beast tamer of the new era with immense talent. Cover identity student. True identity. Transmigrator. This backstory is essential for any manhwa recap. Pre-transmigration identity senior sergeant of a mercenary corps. Subject has accepted his new life. Possesses a protectee and a lingering obsession. Following assistance from the Moon Seal tribe of the Zhuho clan subject, obtained the Compassion artifact Aranya. Fusion successful. Suppresses corrupted origin to a certain degree. Bai Zian paused. What is this? Unlike the other interfaces, a new bar appeared. Corruption gauge. Warning. If the gauge reaches maximum, the corrupted origin will spiral out of control, leading to berserk state and beastification. The corrupted origin enhances physical capabilities, but places a heavy burden on spiritual skills. In berserk state, spiritual limits decrease while skill intensity skyrockets. The beast transformation process was irreversible, a one-way trip to hell. However, he realized the artifact was now controlling the rate of corruption, acting as a regulator for the abyss within him. Bai Zian's mind raced with the possibilities. This wasn't just a seal, it was a mechanism. He could deliberately harness the corrupted origin, burning it as fuel to supercharge his stats whenever the situation demanded it. Although the risks of this power-up were astronomical, Bai Zian couldn't help but smirk. With the God's Eye finally upgraded, he could view the detailed data of himself and his pets, just like the protagonist of a top-tier leveling manhwa. The corrupted origin wasn't a ticking time bomb anymore. It was a weapon. If controlled correctly, its combat value was absolutely priceless. The little Leviathan Jingzi continued nuzzling against him affectionately. This encounter hadn't just saved his life. It granted him a terrifying new arsenal of tactics. However, their main objective remained unfulfilled. They still hadn't escaped White Scale City. Worse yet, there wasn't a single lead on the location of the spirit-nurturing, heavenly water. The biggest headache of all, his pet fish, had the IQ of a rock. The situation was spiraling into chaos. Meanwhile, back in the shadows, Asmodin was skillfully dissecting a corpse. Experiment log 1239. Autopsy of the sixth priest complete, she narrated coldly. Subject Arthur Alucard. Anomaly detected in the cardiac region. The heart was encased in a strange crystal-like substance. Current hypothesis: the body was hit by such overwhelming spiritual pressure that the internal energy was forcibly compressed into a solid state. Judging by the catastrophic damage to the tissue, the attacker's power level was easily gold rank, far surpassing anything Arthur was capable of handling. She prepared to extract a sample for analysis. Once separated from the host, the biological activity ceased. No anomalies detected. Preliminary scans showed 0 radiation signatures. Placing sample in the test tube now, she muttered, her eyes narrowing behind her goggles. Commencing structural analysis. Upon contact with the spiritual solution, the sample stabilized instantly. No violent reaction, just a gentle suspension, behaving exactly like a standard spirit stone. She barked an order. Xing Tian pause, the surveillance on the rainforest lord. Bring the other samples to Lab B immediately. Asmodin held the glowing test tube up to the light, swirling it gently. A twisted curiosity sparked in her eyes. I think I've discovered something truly fascinating. This might just be the breakthrough needed to resume my old research, she whispered. If this method is viable, I could replace some of the rarest ingredients entirely. She turned to her headless subordinate, her mind already calculating 1,000 variables. While you're at it, bring the trace evidence found at the crime scene. We're running a cross-reference experiment. Turning back, she stared intensely at the biological sample floating in the large container, then strode confidently toward the control console. Her fingers danced across the interface with practiced speed. She had to know what kind of monstrous power could compress raw spiritual energy into a solid crystal. Moments later, the system pinged with the results. Asmodan's eyes went wide as she read the data. Impossible. It's an origin crystal. Analysis complete. Origin crystal confirmed. Contains traces of a fusion talent hidden within Arthur Alucard's shattered origin fragments. Stability is perfect. Impurities are 0. Grade evaluation A+. Compatibility evaluation rank A. It wasn't just spiritual energy. The very source of his power had been crystallized. How bizarre. She whipped around to the headless giant. Quickly, give me the rest of it. The truth must be hidden in the remaining debris. Inside the vial, the monster held a strange, jagged fragment, was preserved with extreme care. Asmodin's intuition screamed that this was the key, the item left behind by the killer. Without a second of hesitation, she fed it into the analyzer, counting the agonizing seconds until the machine finished its work. Finally, show me. Asmodan scanned the lines of text, and her jaw dropped. Pure, young spirit power. A wave of ecstasy crashed over her as she realized she had stumbled upon a legendary treasure. I only wanted to analyze Arthur's killer, but to think I'd find clues to a pure yang body, the one thing I've been searching for all these years. This is magnificent. Asmodan grinned, a grotesque expression that stretched from ear to ear. Truly magnificent. I never imagined the one who slaughtered you would possess a pure yang body. Arthur, you died at the hands of a one-in-a-century genius. Her face twisted into a mask of pure predatory hunger. She had to find this killer. The cost didn't matter. I must find him. I will find him. She turned, walking toward the large tank containing her child. Gazing at the figure floating inside, she whispered maniacally, "Just wait a little longer, my dear. Your awakening is at hand." She snapped her head back, barking orders to her minion. Xingtian hunt for clues immediately. It started as a simple investigation, but now every cell in her body burned with the desire to capture this prey. I have never been so interested in a murderer before. Meanwhile, miles away, the sun beat down mercilessly on a vast open landscape. High above, white clouds drifted lazily, painting a picture of peace that contrasted with the tension below. Zhao He leaned against the car, wiping sweat from her brow. It is boiling out here. What is taking them so long? Just as she complained, the sound of footsteps crunched against the gravel. She lowered her sunglasses, spotting 2 figures. Finally, there they are. In the distance, Bai Zian and Ra were locked in a heated debate as they walked. So tell me again, why exactly are you following us, kid? Don't be so sensitive. I'm just conveniently heading to Giantwood City, that's all. Do you really think I'm that naive? Hey, I'm a friend of your 2 uncles. Why would I have any bad intentions? Neither of them was willing to back down, their bickering acting as a soundtrack to the journey. Xiao Gubai walked beside them, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. You haven't had a single good intention since we met, Bai Zian retorted. Sure, you helped save Xiao Gubai and me, and I'm grateful, but you keep lying and using Xiao Gubai as a shield. Honestly, I don't trust a word you say. Come on, don't be like that, pleaded with a grin. I even helped you find a ride. Isn't that enough to earn a little forgiveness? Hearing that, Bai Zian exploded. You have the nerve to say that. You just want me to pay for the gas so you can hitch a free ride with Xiao He. Caught red-handed, Ari could only laugh it off awkwardly. Hey, as expected of Bai Jingsong's nephew. Sharp kid. You guessed it. Xiao He, having watched this entire comedy routine, finally lost her patience. Are you 2 done arguing yet? I could hear you screaming from a mile away. Suddenly, Xiao Gubai snapped. The pressure was too much. She screamed, "Will you 2 shut the FCK up already?" The silence was deafening. Bai Zian and Ari froze, eyes wide, slowly turning to look at her. Did she just drop an F-bomb? It seemed so. Even Xiao Gubai couldn't believe what just came out of her mouth. Her face turned beet red, and she quickly looked away, stammering, I'm sorry. Xiao He walked over, patting her shoulder sympathetically, before glaring at the two troublemakers to get in the car. Shut your traps and get in the car. You're making a scene. With the embarrassing duo finally silenced Xiao, he took a breath and introduced herself properly. I'm Xiao He. And you Xiao Gubai, replied timidly, Xiao Gubai. As they walked toward the vehicle, Xiao He couldn't help but praise the shy girl. Don't let them get to you. Honestly, the way you cursed them out earlier, Xiao He smirked. That was legendary. Xiao Gubai blinked, completely surprised. Really? Xiao He nodded with approval. Ever seen Thelma and Louise? You were channeling some serious main character energy just now. Finally, everyone settled into the car. Hands on the wheel, Xiao He glanced back. Before we roll out, I have to ask, why are you heading to Giant Wood City right now? Ri jumped in, stealing the spotlight. Young Bai Zian here is on a quest. Bai Zian's face twisted in annoyance. Stop stealing my lines, you jerk. The engine roared as they began the journey to Giant Wood City. Along the way, Bai Zian decided to fill them in on the situation. My spirit beast evolved to silver rank by accident, which was lucky. But my other beast hasn't broken through yet. I need specific materials from the city. It's basically a leveling Manhwa quest to help my grandfather. Besides, Bai Zian added, his eyes narrowing. I need to find a certain rare treasure hidden within the city walls. He fell into deep thought, his resolve hardening for his grandfather's sake. Xiao, he interrupted his brooding. A treasure hunt, is that so? Then your timing is terrible. Giant Wood City isn't exactly a tourist spot right now. It's a chaotic mess of warring factions. As she spoke, the colossal silhouette of the city appeared on the horizon. Usually the factions maintain a fragile balance of power. It looks peaceful on the surface, but recently, Xiao He's voice dropped. A mysterious killer has appeared, a psychopath who slaughters people with brutal efficiency. Victims are either dismembered or partially eaten. The rumors say it's a monster, maybe a zombie or even a vampire. Of course, the city factions don't believe in fairy tales like vampires. They think it's a rival gang making a play for territory. That's why every dark corner of Giant Wood City is crawling with mercenaries right now. Hearing the gruesome details, Xiao Gubai began to tremble. Her voice shook as she whispered, zombies, vampires. Bai Zian, noticing her state, tried to comfort her. Xiao Gubai, don't worry. Those are just urban legends. But he was wrong. She wasn't shaking from fear. She looked up, her face flushed with dark delight. No, I'm totally excited. Can we drive faster? Bai Zian recoiled, stunned by her twisted enthusiasm. He thought to himself, did some weird switch just flip inside her brain? In a blink of an eye, they arrived. Xiao He pulled over and announced, all right, end of the line. We're here. Bai Zian stepped out and scanned the area. His jaw dropped. A massive ancient tree towered over them, its canopy so vast it blotted out the sky. Giant Wood City. While Bai Zian marveled at the view, Ri popped up, feigning excitement. All right, let's go find those upgrade materials. Bai Zian glared at him, unimpressed. Hey, cut the fake enthusiasm, would you? Xiao He, standing behind them with her hand out, cut through the noise. You two can bicker later. Cough up the cash first. Her words froze them in place. Ri began whistling, looking everywhere except at his wallet. Bai Zian glared at him. Why are you looking at me? Defeated, Bai Zian pulled out his card. As the transaction went through, Bai Zian cursed under his breath. Damn it. I'm paying for this freeloader again. Payment secured. Xiao. He gave them one last tip. See that place, the Blood Shadow Tavern? It's the biggest intelligence hub in the city. I'm not going in. I have a commission to investigate these zombie rumors. If you finish your business, give me a call. Bai Zian turned to Xiao Gubai. Well, I guess Xiao Gubai and I will. But seeing her longing gaze toward the zombie mission, he had a better idea. Xiao Gubai. Maybe I can help you out. He started flailing his arms, signaling frantically to Xiao He. Behind Xiao Gubai's back, Xiao He looked confused. What is this kid doing semaphores? Is he having a seizure? Finally, the realization hit her. She smirked. Ah, I get it. She played along perfectly. You know, young man, I just remembered my little brother was supposed to help me, but he's lazy. It's a shame. Bai Zian jumped on the opportunity. Oh, what a coincidence. I don't know anything about monsters, but Xiao Gubai here. She's a total expert. Why doesn't Xiao Gubai go with you? Hey, Xiao Gubai, you want in on this? Xiao Gubai beamed, nodding vigorously. Yes, please let me go. With Xiao He and Xiao Gubai gone, the two men were left alone. Ri grinned. Just the two of us? From now on, it's boys' night out. Bai Zian sighed, the weight of the world on his shoulders. You're a grown man. Stop calling it boys' night. They headed toward the nearest bar. What? I'm a mature male specimen, Ri argued. Bai Zian shot back. Do you seriously have to follow me? Ri shrugged shamelessly. You're a minor, aren't you? I can't let a kid walk into a bar alone. He kept rambling. Besides, I know this area like the back of my hand. Bai Zian sneered. You just don't have money for drinks, do you? Ri looked offended, pointing at the girl behind the counter. How rude. I have a great relationship with the staff here. The best intel comes from her. He sat down, putting on his most charming smile. Hey there, Xiaonuan, long time no see. Any recommendations for tonight? The girl turned, her expression turning deadly. Ha, Ri. You actually have the guts to show your face, she turned to her boss. Sister Xuan, clear his debt immediately. Sister Xuan's voice rang out from the back. Oh, Ri is here, I'm on my way. Ri broke into a cold sweat. Wait, hold on, he tried to pivot. I'm here strictly for business. I brought a new client for my beloved Xiaonuan. He gestured grandly to Bai Zian, throwing the boy under the bus. Xiaonuan crossed her arms, unimpressed. If that's your game, go find Brother Chu. I'm not buying it. He scoffed internally. If the divine eye's scanning range wasn't so damn limited, would I really be wasting my precious time in a dump like this? Suddenly, her phone buzzed, shattering the mood. Xiaonuan, you've got a visitor. She let out a heavy sigh of disgust. Are you kidding me? Not this again. Unable to resist the drama, leaned in closer. Who is it? Someone I know. She unlocked her screen, annoyance written all over her face. What the hell? It's that creep I met online yesterday. She quickly filled him in on the details. Some trust fund baby from an SM club, or whatever. His ego is bigger than his bank account. She shoved the screen in his face for proof. Fu Baixing, working on abs, seeks loyal master. What kind of degenerate profile is this? I accidentally liked one post, she grumbled. And now he's spamming me with bizarre videos and sliding into my DMs nonstop. Suddenly, a piercing shout cut through the air, drawing every eye in the room. A half-naked lunatic sporting a bizarre eye patch strutted in. He grinned like a predator. Aren't you thrilled to see me? I went through hell just to track down this little hideout. He slithered toward Xiaonuan, striking grotesque poses before booming, well, have you made up your mind? Jin Hengtai gripped her chin, his eyes manic. Let me be your master. Ha ha ha. Become my slave and I'll make you feel things you can't even imagine. Witnessing this repulsive display, Bai Zian couldn't help but curse inwardly. Every rich heir I meet is either a moron or a total pervert. Does a normal wealthy person even exist in this world? His patience snapped. He rose, ready to teach this trash a lesson. But before he could unleash his power, intercepted him. Hold your horses. Don't be so hasty. This is Giant Wood City, he explained, his voice low. The rules here aren't like back home in Whitescale City. Meanwhile, Xiaonuan didn't flinch. She stared him down with ice-cold eyes and began to dismantle his life. Jin Hengtai, Beast Tamer, heir to the Jin Corporation and a tycoon here in Giant Wood City. 19 years old. Deep-seated hatred for your stepmother. Diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder and a penchant for masochism. You've been busy lately. 49 women in a single month. All of them online gold diggers. Her words hit like bullets, leaving him frozen in shock. She wasn't done. Did you really think flashing some cash and mediocre abs would make a woman beg to be your slave? Her eyes flashed with dangerous intensity. You've made a fatal calculation error. In Giant Wood City, daddy's money doesn't make you a god. In a blur of motion, Xiaonuan lunged. She slammed a syringe into his neck before he could blink, pumping every last drop into his veins. His body seized up instantly. Black crystals erupted across his skin like a plague. Hengtai screamed in agony. What the hell did you put inside me? He collapsed backward, twitching. Xiaonuan adjusted her stance, cool as a cucumber. Just a little anti-spiritual cocktail. To a normal human, it's harmless saline. But for a beast tamer, it's like pumping pure pufferfish neurotoxin directly into your soul. Your spirit veins are likely half destroyed by now. Don't bother trying to stand. Ah watched the brutal display and whispered. Xiaonuan is famous for her hatred of beast tamers. They call her the spirit vein assassin. Bai Zian glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. Does she know you're a beast tamer? He smirked with unearned confidence. Of course. She respects me as a connoisseur of intelligence. I'm the exception to her rule because, well, I'm special. Suddenly, a powerful presence silenced the room. A stranger stepped out of the shadows. Long time no see. I honestly didn't think you'd have the guts to return to Giant Wood City. His voice dropped an octave. Especially after you pissed off the city lord. This was Zhen Tian, the Heaven's Eye, a legendary intelligence broker. A man with zero cultivation yet feared by all. Zhen Tian shot a mocking look at Ah. So what kind of chaos are you looking to cause today? Threw his arms open, completely ignoring the tension. Brother Zhen, is that any way to greet an old friend? I'm just here at the Blood Shadow Bar for some juicy info. Would I dare cause trouble in your domain? Zhen Tian replied flatly. I get the feeling you're not the one who needs the intel. In the background, Xiao Nuan and her crew were disposing of the paralyzed rich kid like yesterday's garbage. Dump him in the kitchen waste bin. The trash collectors are coming soon. Zhen Tian turned his gaze toward Bai Zian, his eyes sharp as daggers. The one who's actually hungry for information is this young man right here. Or should I say, the grandson of the city lord of Whitescale City. He rattled off Bai Zian's background like he was reading a menu, leaving the boy stunned. The prodigy who flattened the azure forest. Your true power far exceeds your current silver rank. Like a main character from a leveling manhwa, your talent is simply defying logic. Bai Zian, I know everything. Zhen Tian shrugged. After all, I'm not just the owner of this bar. I'm the head of the 9 Provinces Federal Intelligence Center. He gestured to a VIP table. We've done enough posturing. You're a distinguished guest. Sit. Let's talk business properly. They took their seats. Zhen Tian didn't waste a second. Young Master Bai, a prodigy like you, finding materials to break through the silver rank, that shouldn't be difficult at all. What you're really after is something exceedingly rare. Something on the level of those heavenly treasures you saw at the auction house. Meanwhile, Ah was busy charming the waitress. Hey sis, get me a tequila, no salt this time. Put it on the young master's tab naturally. Bai Zian was internally reeling. He even knows about the auction incident. This guy's network is terrifying. His influence isn't limited to Giant Wood City. His eyes and ears must cover the entire 9 Provinces Federation. Bai Zian composed himself and replied, You're absolutely right. Zhen Tian nodded, shifting to business mode. Intel on such materials won't come cheap. So what exactly are you looking for? Bai Zian didn't hesitate. Heavenly Spirit Water. A purple star rank water element material. Name your price, money is no object. Zhen Tian's eyes narrowed analytically. Is that so? But according to my records, your second contracted beast, the Lee Fire, is a fire attribute. You have no use for a water element treasure. Unless. This isn't for you at all. It's for the city lord, who is currently suffering from a grievous injury. Bai Zian's heart skipped a beat. How is this possible? Grandpa's injury is a top-level secret. How could a mere intel broker know something that could shake the foundation of our family? How could you possibly know that Bai Zian demanded, his eyes narrowing? The broker remained calm, his voice smooth as silk. Whitescale City may try to bury the truth, but in this world, there are no walls high enough to keep secrets hidden forever. I simply connected the dots, the broker continued. The official reports combined with the specific materials you're hunting, they paint a clear picture of the city lord's critical condition. Zhen Tian smirked, leaning back in his chair. Information breeds more information. That ability to read between the lines. That is exactly why I sit on the throne of the intelligence underworld. His expression darkened as he turned to Bai Zian, dropping his voice. Consider this a bonus warning. Shadows are moving. Unknown factions are sniffing around Whitescale City, and they're asking dangerous questions. I'll give you that piece of intel for free. Bai Zian's curiosity was piqued, sensing the gravity of the situation. Who are they? Who has the guts to target us? Just who is pulling the strings behind the scenes? Before Zhen Tian could answer, the sidekick interrupted, cutting through the tension. Brother Zhen, hold on. We came here for the materials. Where exactly is this spirit-nurturing heavenly water hiding? Zhen Tian's gaze turned cold. 3 months ago, a mercenary squad escorted the heavenly water into the Wind Howl Mountains. They entered the mist and simply vanished from the face of the earth. Since that day, endless waves of greedy hunters have marched in, hoping to claim the treasure. Not a single soul has returned to tell the tale. A total wipeout, no survivors. Hearing this, Bai Zian's eyes glowed faintly as he mentally commanded his interface, a classic move in this system manhwa. System scan the database. Target Wind Howl Mountains. System alert location identified within Giant Wood City territory. Formerly the largest spirit ore mine, now a desolate wasteland with dried-up ley lines. Seeing the undying fire in Bai Zian's eyes, Zhen Tian sighed heavily. Listen to reason. As a friend, I strongly advise against this suicide mission. Do not enter those mountains. The terrain is a labyrinth of death. Even if the demonic beasts don't tear you apart, the mountain itself will swallow you whole. It is a forbidden zone. Bai Zian bowed slightly, acknowledging the broker's concern. I appreciate your kindness truly, but I have my own burdens to bear. I must find that water no matter the cost. My path is set. Bai Zian tossed the payment card on the table and turned to leave. Gentian's voice stopped him cold. Young man, one last thing. You must have heard the rumors plaguing the city. The broker's face was stone cold, every line on his face tense. The stories of the undead, vampires, zombies, the serial killings, they aren't just stories. That is a warning written in blood. Watch your back, especially when the sun goes down. The night is no longer safe. The warning sent a chill down Bai Zian's spine. Stepping out into the street, his thoughts immediately raced to his friends. Are the rumors true? Is Xiao Gubai safe out there? I need to know they're all right. Meanwhile, oblivious to the looming danger, Xiao Gubai and Xiao He strolled through the city streets, lost in casual conversation. Back then, my brother and I were gutter rats. Xiao, he reminisced with a grin. We were being hunted by a gang of lunatics across 3 blocks when we ran straight into her. A girl with eyes like a tiger, a police academy cadet. She was so fierce that the gang thought she was our boss. We ended up running a marathon together, sprinting from the East District all the way to the West to escape. We ended up cornered in a dark alley. Xiao, he chuckled. And in that darkness, a strange friendship was forged. Now, she's the only righteous cop left in this rotten city. Xiao Gubai's eyes widened as she pieced it together. Wait, so this client, it's that same police officer. Xiao Gubai shook her head in disbelief. I never thought I'd see the day. The police hiring mercenaries to do their dirty work. Xiao He shrugged with a knowing smile. Old debts and new problems. Sometimes the law has hands tied by red tape. That's where we come in, a shadow cooperation between the badge and the blade. Approaching the cordon, Xiao He waved casually at the figure ahead. Yo, Old Chen, I'm here. What's the situation? Old Chen spun around her face, a mask of strict discipline. You're late, she snapped, checking her watch. 3 minutes and 41 seconds to be precise. Her sharp gaze instantly locked onto Xiao Gubai, eyes narrowing. And you brought a civilian. Xiao He quickly waved his hands defensively. Hey, cut me some slack. Qi Ming is wasted, so I brought the rookie for field training. Perfect opportunity for an orientation rite. Sensing the killing intent radiating from Old Chen, he tried to crack a joke to lighten the mood. Speaking of, Old Chen, ever notice how serious we all look? Like 3 peas in a very tense pod. Xiao Gubai blinked, utterly confused. Huh. Old Chen sighed, rubbing her temples in frustration. Drop the act. I called you because my colleagues are useless, incompetent fools. She gestured grimly toward a twisted corpse on the ground. This is the second body today. I was praying the shift would end without another incident, but luck is not on my side. Time of death, 20 hours ago. If I'd arrived sooner, maybe I could have caught the bastard. Her voice dripped with venom. Forensics are baffled. They can't identify the weapon or the cause. Though knowing them, they probably didn't even bother to look closely. It's pathetic. Xiao He patted her shoulder. Easy there. You're the only one with a fire in your belly in this city. Don't waste your energy getting angry at the sheep for being sheep. Old Chen snapped a final crime scene photo with her phone. Evidence secured? I'm having the transport team move the body to the morgue. Move it where? Xiao He asked. Suddenly, Xiao Gubai stepped forward, her eyes locked on the corpse with intense focus. Wait, don't touch it yet. She pulled a pair of precision tweezers from her kit. Forgive the intrusion, officer. With surgical steady hands, Xiao Gubai extracted something from the body's wound. Her eyes went wide as she examined the object. This is a human tooth. Old Chen frowned deeply, stepping closer. Are you absolutely certain? There is no mistake, Xiao Gubai stated, her voice trembling with realization. She held up the tooth. It was deformed, covered in fractures, and pulsed with an eerie faint blue light. Look at the decay. This isn't from a living human. It's shattered, brittle, and it's radiating residual spirit energy. This kind of corrosion only happens to someone constantly hooked up to high-grade spirit amplification devices. It destroys the body from the inside out. Xiao Gubai's mind raced, connecting the clues. Dead bodies don't bite. The rumors were true all along. Her face paled. The killer is a living corpse. Skin and bones, crumbling teeth. A monster kept alive by machinery. We're dealing with a modern-day Frankenstein. Back on the road, Bai Zian threw a skeptical glance at his guide. Are you sure this is the shortcut? It feels like we're walking in circles. The guide sweated nervously, his confidence crumbling under Bai Zian's gaze. Well, actually, I might have misread the map. We might be slightly lost. At that exact moment, a sinister shadow emerged from the darkness behind them. Its gaze locked onto their unsuspecting backs with predatory intent, but our sensing the sudden spike in killing intent immediately warned Bai Zian. Hey, watch your six. Realizing its cover was blown, the creature struck instantly. Its withered arm shot up, revealing a razor-sharp blade hidden within the rotting flesh. With a face twisted in bloodlust, it lunged to claim their lives. R recognized the monstrosity instantly and roared, "It's a corpse spirit," but the nightmare didn't end there. Two more of these undead abominations emerged from the shadows to surround them. The enemies launched a coordinated assault, forcing our heroes into a desperate corner. Without a shred of hesitation, the corpse spirit swung its blade, aiming to cleave Ari in two. Sparks flew as Ari deftly parried the lethal strike. His voice boomed over the clash of steel. These corpse spirits are bioweapons created by the lunatics of the Solar Sect, fused with the advanced tech of those sky-falling invaders. The second monster lunged at Bai Zian, hungry for blood. But compared to a true warrior, its movements were sluggish. Bai Zian sidestepped the attack with effortless grace. Confusion washed over Bai Zian as he shouted back, "What the hell are you talking about? Solar Sect invaders?" Ara didn't waste breath. With a precise swing, he decapitated the creature, sending its head flying. While maintaining his combat flow, he explained, "They use spirit stones to mimic biosignals, effectively reanimating the dead into puppets." Even with one down, Ari didn't drop his guard. He shifted into a defensive stance, his expression grim. "Bai Zian, get out of here. Now. Your current power level isn't enough to scratch these things." Bai Zian's pride flared up instantly. "Excuse me, are you underestimating me? In this leveling manhwa, I've been slaying monsters since I was barely bronze rank." Ari ignored the boy's protest, his eyes fixed on the fallen enemy. The severed head began to crawl back to the neck, reattaching itself with a sickening squelch. "See that? Even decapitation is useless. You cannot kill something that is already dead." Witnessing the immortality of the enemy, cold sweat ran down Bai Zian's back. "That regeneration ability is broken." R turned to him, his voice calm but firm, urging him to retreat. "You have raw power, Bai Zian, but with your lack of control, unleashing your full strength here would level the entire city block. Save your energy and go find reinforcements. And don't worry about me. Never underestimate a diamond rank master." Bai Zian finally swallowed his pride, realizing he was only holding Aura back. "Fine, I'll go find Xiao Gubai and the others. If you survive this, meet us back at the bar." Now alone with the undead duo, Ara locked eyes with them. Inner fury boiled within him. "Solaris, is this how you honor the fallen? By turning them into tools?" Energy surged as he activated his ability. Crackling blue lightning erupted around his body, illuminating the alley. His gaze sharpened into a blade of focus. Time to stop playing games and get serious. Meanwhile, Bai Zian burst out of the alleyway, scanning for help. But his path was instantly blocked by a towering shadow. Another corpse spirit. This one looked far more advanced than the others. Bai Zian froze, panic rising. What the hell? Another one. Suddenly, a third eye on the creature's forehead snapped open, initiating a terrifying scanning sequence. Bai Zian couldn't process the danger fast enough. What is that thing doing? The mechanical eye locked onto him. Target verified. Initiating capture mode. The moment the robotic voice spoke, the creature's jaw split open like a blooming flower of gore, a truly nightmarish sight. Capture sequence engaged. Sonic disruption cannon. Charged. A devastating sonic blast slammed into Bai Zian. The world spun as he clamped his hands over his ears, but it was futile. The frequency bypassed his physical defenses completely. Not another sonic attack. This is way stronger than Feng Tianyu's scream. Seeing Bai Zian still standing, the corpse spirit cranked the output to maximum. Bai Zian's legs gave out, and he collapsed, clutching his splitting skull. He ground his teeth, fighting to keep a shred of sanity, but the acoustic assault was relentless. His mind was breaking apart under the pressure. Damn it. I'm fading. The darkness encroached from the edges of his vision. His resistance crumbled, and he plunged into the abyss of unconsciousness. Just before the light vanished, a vision of a mysterious girl flashed before his eyes. Time slipped away. The sun dipped behind the distant peaks, surrendering the sky to the cold silver gaze of the moon. Elsewhere on the highway, old Chen Xiaohe and Xiao Gubai were speeding toward the scene. Xiao, he turned to Xiao Gubai, clearly impressed by her earlier display. Hey, little sister, where did you learn moves like that? You're keeping up with trained officers. Exactly, she continued. I'm curious too. The White Scale Academy doesn't teach spiritual investigation techniques, do they? Xiao Gubai laughed nervously, dodging the question. Oh, just a hobby. Suddenly, a massive shadow eclipsed their car. Xiao He squinted through the windshield. Old Chen, look up. Is something falling out of the sky? Chen didn't even flinch, keeping his eyes on the road. We're on a highway. Who would be throwing trash from the sky? Boom. A heavy body slammed onto the roof, shaking the entire vehicle. Xiao, he screamed. Holy shit. It's actually a person. Old Chen lost control, sending the car skidding until they smashed into a roadside wall. As the dust settled, they realized the meteor was actually Ari. Xiao He raged, Ari, are you crazy? Old Chen sighed, checking the damage. Sir, could you please get off the car? But R was drenched in sweat, struggling to hold something down. He was pinning a writhing creature to the roof with his blade. I can't. If I let go, it escapes. This thing is our only lead to Bai Zian. The pinned corpse spirit thrashed violently. RS suddenly looked at the dashboard. Hey, police cars still use legacy hardware ports for security, right? Pass me a connection cable, I need to jack into this thing's neural port directly. Xiao, he scrambled to find the gear. Hold on. She jammed a cable into the creature's neck. As data streamed in, she marveled. Whoever built this corpse spirit is a genius. They're using vintage connectors to bypass modern firewalls. Chen watched intently. What are you looking for? Ari's eyes were glued to the screen. I'm ripping the data straight from its memory core. We need to find their hive. Xiao He couldn't help but smirk at R's desperate posture. Ari, what exactly are you doing up there? And wait, where's the kid who was with you? Yeah, where's Bai Zian? Meanwhile, Xiao Gubai's eyes sparkled as she snapped photos with her phone. Is that a real zombie? But old Chen's expression darkened as the coordinates appeared. The signal traces back to the Windhowl Mountains. But that's a restricted dead zone. Nobody goes there. Chen frowned. What is going on? Ari finally looked up, his face pale. They took him. The corpse spirits captured Bai Zian. The news hit them like a truck. Cut to the Windhowl Mountains, where an unconscious Bai Zian hung chained to a wall deep within the enemy's lair. A sudden vibration from his pocket jolted him back to reality. Bai Zian shook off the haze, desperately trying to grasp his current situation. What the hell? Where am I? The phone. It had to be Xiao Gubai calling. But more importantly, his wrists were bound by anti-spirit cuffs indestructible by normal magical means. Bai Zian struggled against the metal bindings. Damn it, why now of all times? But as he analyzed the material's properties, a reckless idea sparked in his mind. Wait a minute. If spiritual energy can't break it, then I just need to use overwhelming brute force to tear it apart. He barked a command to the interface. System, use the divine eye. Lift the suppression on the corroded origin. A crimson warning flashed, danger, high risk, but he didn't care. Cut the crap. Just do it. Instantly, a terrifying surge of raw power flooded his veins, spiking the success rate. With a primal roar, he ripped the cuffs apart like they were paper. True strength was finally flowing back into him. This berserk mode is seriously convenient, he thought, panting. The cost is steep, but for this level of power, it's a price I'm willing to pay. He scrambled to grab his phone. I need to answer, or Xiao Gubai will lose his mind. But he forgot his own strength. The moment his thumb grazed the screen, the device shattered into a million pieces. On the other end, Xiao Gubai stared at his screen as the automated voice droned. The subscriber you are calling is out of coverage. Beside him, Xiao, he jumped in alarm. Huh. Don't tell me he kicked the bucket. Bai Zian. Meanwhile, Bai Zian stared helplessly at the pile of electronic scrap, in his hand a headache pounding in his skull. Crap, I forgot. I'm still in berserk mode. Like a classic system Manhwa crisis, the interface flashed a countdown 5 seconds to total loss of control. He panicked. Deactivate. Engage suppression protocols now. As the red haze faded, Bai Zian scanned the area. It looked like an old quarry or a mine shaft. If this is a mine, a realization hit him. Could this be a spirit stone mine? Reaching out with his senses, he confirmed it. There are still traces of spirit ore veins here. If he detonated these veins with his own energy, he might just blast open a path to freedom. Suddenly, the cavern wall before him trembled violently. Spiderweb cracks spread rapidly across the surface. What is going on? Boom. A massive shockwave blasted the wall inward, sending debris flying straight at him. Bai Zian waved his hand, coughing through the thick cloud of dust. What just happened? I haven't even activated my energy yet. As the dust settled, a silhouette stepped forward. Wait, why does that figure look so familiar? Ren Ni grinned mischievously, waving a hand. Well, isn't this the young master of the Bai family? Long time no see. Bai Zian's eyes went wide. Ren Ni, what on earth are you doing here? She pouted, pointing an accusing finger. Is that how you greet me? Are you saying you aren't happy to see my beautiful face? Her aggressive aura was terrifying. No, I'm happy, very happy. Ren Ni dropped the act and looked behind her. Save the reunion for later. We have guests. Several spirit zombies stood there rotting and menacing. Ren Ni didn't flinch. She snapped her fingers with glee. Perfect timing, kid. You get a front row seat to my new moves. Yeah, get over here. At her call, a blur of motion shot through the air at breakneck speed. The creature zoomed past the zombies and landed on her shoulder. Let's show this brat what real power looks like. She clapped her hands together, channeling her energy. Going up. Wrapped in the fire, spirit's aura, she launched herself straight at the undead horde. Bai Zian watched in horror. Is she crazy? She wants to take them head on. He shouted a warning. Ren Ni. Stop. Those spirit zombies have insane regeneration. Normal attacks won't kill them. She ignored him, completely throwing a devastating punch. I know what I'm doing. Bam. She slammed a glowing seal onto the zombie's face. Lee fire, curse, imprinted. Suddenly, another ghoul lunged from the shadows behind her. Ren Ni dodged with supernatural agility. Whoa. That was close. She kicked off the wall, diving back into the fray. But now, it's my turn to dance. With lightning speed, she grabbed the creature's skull and slammed it into the ground with bone-shattering force. Ren Ni smirked, delivering a final hammer fist to its head. Sneak attacks are rude, little guy. You need a timeout. Another glowing mark appeared on its forehead. She spun around. Just one left. The final spirit zombie roared, charging at her. She sneered. Your attack patterns are painfully basic. Barehanded, she snapped the zombie's weapon in two, then spun into a roundhouse kick that sent it flying. Lights out ugly. The final Lee fire mark was etched onto its body. She did a mid-air flip and landed gracefully beside Bai Zian, shooting him a smug look. Watch closely, pretty boy. The real show starts right now. Ren Ni commanded with sadistic joy. Finish them, ye. Ya, her crimson canary blazing with energy shot forward like a bullet piercing through all three zombies before they could twitch. The moment the bird passed through them, the zombies collapsed. Their bodies didn't just break, they were obliterated from the inside out. Bai Zian watched, stunned. What kind of insane technique is that? In seconds, the fleshy monsters were incinerated, leaving nothing but bleached skeletons. The system analyzed the data, technique, Lee fire curse. By destroying the opponent's internal spirit veins, it triggers a catastrophic combustion from within. This wasn't normal fire. It was a surgical strike, a one-hit kill, that cauterized the source, making it impossible for the target to heal or regenerate. Bai Zian nodded slowly. I see. You use internal combustion to deal fatal damage so they can't regenerate. Ren Ni froze. It was like he stabbed her pride. She bristled like a hedgehog. You figured it out already. It took me 3 whole months in this hellhole to perfect that. Bai Zian paused, catching the detail. Wait, did you just say you've been stuck here for 3 months? Ren Ni stomped her foot, fuming. Don't remind me, I was on a trip to Giant Wood City. I just stopped at a gas station for supplies, but it was a trap. A total scam. Next thing I knew, I woke up in this dungeon. Bai Zian looked at her skeptically. 3 months? What have you been eating this whole time? Ren Ni flipped her hair confidently. Lucky for me, I looted a stash of nutrient bars. I've got enough to survive for half a year easily. Bai Zian decided not to ask how she showered. Some mysteries were better left unsolved. Okay, but do you know a way out of here? Ren Ni's shoulders slumped. I've been here 90 days, but this place is a massive maze. I have zero clue how to escape. Bai Zian blinked. A maze. Exactly. That's why I've been blasting through walls, hoping to find an exit. Bai Zian pieced it together. And that's how you crashed into my room. Yup, destiny is a funny thing, isn't it? She stepped toward a massive drainage pipe pointing into the darkness. Enough talk. Let's try this direction. Bai Zian looked at her like she was an idiot. You just blew this place up. But there's literally a door right over there. Why are we ignoring the obvious exit? Ren Ni warned him with a serious edge to her voice. If you don't want to see those undead horrors again, keep that door shut. Bai Zian nodded. Fair enough, I'll take your word for it. As they moved through the gloom, Ren Ni asked, So, how did you end up in this hellhole? Bai Zian shrugged. Same story as you. Ambushed by a strange corpse, spirit knocked unconscious, and dragged here just before the tremors started. Realization hit him instantly. The quake wasn't just shaking the ground, it was shifting reality. The wide path before them twisted and sealed shut into a dead end. Bai Zian frowned. What the hell is going on? Wasn't there a path here a second ago? Ren Ni tore at her hair in frustration, her patience snapping. What kind of broken trash-tier dungeon is this? Bai Zian didn't panic. Instead, he commanded Eye of God, scan the perimeter. Analyze the structural layout. The system chimed with immediate results. This place used to be the quarry for Giant Wood City. Located in the mineral veins of the Windhowl Mountains, these mines were abandoned years ago. Now they had evolved into a labyrinth of chaotic, complex terrain. The analysis continued. Because of the complex terrain, Humans had modified it into a massive modular mechanism. Every zone was an independent module, capable of shifting at will. At set intervals, or perhaps triggered by location, the modules rotated and realigned, turning an already confusing maze into an impossible puzzle. However, every system has a flaw. If they could decipher the shifting pattern, escape wasn't just possible, it was inevitable. Bai Zian's eyes lit up. I get it now. That earthquake was just the module moving. The wall blocking them was simply a new zone locking into place. I just need to crack the movement algorithm to find the exit. Beside him, Ren Ni cracked her knuckles, her aura flaring with battle lust. If it's blocking us, I'll just smash it to pieces. Bai Zian paled, waving his hands frantically. Whoa, hold on. Ren Ni, wait. But it was too late. She summoned a colossal mechanical weapon, shouting, Crimson Drill Manifest. She slammed the spinning drill into the wall, with the force of a hurricane roaring. From the day I was born, nothing has ever stopped me. No damn maze is going to hold me back today. With the devastating power of the drill, Ren Ni tore through the obstruction and shot forward like a missile. Her voice echoed back, Hey, pretty boy of the Bai family, try to keep up. Bai Zian sighed, watching her go. Well, I guess sometimes, brute force is its own kind of strategy. A deafening crash followed, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Emerging from the debris like a Valkyrie of destruction, Ren Ni dusted herself off, looking satisfied. All clear. That's gotta be the longest tunnel I've busted open in 3 months. Bai Zian stepped through the breach, analyzing his surroundings. You know, this place is different, he muttered. It feels less like a mine and more like a secret laboratory. Peering through a reinforced glass window, the blood drained from his face. Inside a massive chamber, an entire legion of corpse spirits stood in silent formation. The leveling Manhwa interface flashed a warning, Type 7 corpse spirits currently dormant. Bai Zian stared in horror. They've built an actual army down here. What the hell are they planning? A massive, imposing gate loomed ahead. Ren Ni tilted her head, inspecting it with narrowed eyes. Now, that is weird, she mused. I haven't seen a door like this in the other zones. Let's crack it open and see what's inside. Suddenly, the gears groaned, and the door slid open on its own. Bai Zian glared at her. Ren Ni, what did you do? She threw her hands up defensively. I didn't even touch it, it opened itself. Inside, a towering test tube dominated the room, suspending a grotesque shackled creature in bubbling liquid. Ren Ni's eyes went wide. Mother of God, what is that monstrosity? It's... Bai Zian started, but the system cut him off with a scan. Through the eye of God, he saw the truth, an unidentified species. A chimera forged from multiple spirit beasts, with a rubber monkey as the base. It had utilized the elastic properties of the rubber monkey to fuse with multiple A-rank talents, creating a synergy that defied nature. A-rank shapeshifting, A-rank carbon hardening, A-rank swamp intellect, A-rank tyrant's fury. Its unique physiology allowed it to absorb spirit cores and endlessly acquire new powers. Bai Zian felt a cold sweat run down his back. 5 distinct talents, and it can evolve further. This thing is a literal monster. What kind of torture did it endure to become this? Suddenly, a noise snapped them back to reality. They weren't alone. A figure emerged from the shadows, Asmodean. Her face was a mask of eerie calm, her voice dripping with malice. Welcome, my precious little raw materials. She smirked, looking like a villain straight out of a manhwa recap. Finding your way here proves you've passed the labyrinth's little test. Now for the real exam. I need to determine which one of you possesses the pure yang body I require. Ren Ni shivered, whispering. Her lips aren't even moving when she speaks. That is seriously creeping me out. Bai Zian narrowed his eyes, ignoring the ventriloquism. Forget the parlor tricks. What do you mean by pure yang body? It matters not, Asmodean chuckled darkly. Whoever it is will become a part of my beautiful child. Why don't you play with him for a while? On cue, spiderweb cracks fractured the glass of the giant tube. Inside, the restraint snapped, and the chimera's eyes snapped open. Boom. The glass shattered in a violent explosion, stunning them both. In a blur of motion, the beast lunged, razor-sharp claws swiping for the kill. Bai Zian thought. Too fast. Instinct took over. Bai Zian raised a shield just as the claws struck, sparks flying. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Jingzi, get out here now. Space warped as Jingzi, the whale, manifested. Without hesitation, the massive beast charged, aiming a catastrophic headbutt at the enemy. But the chimera twisted in midair, dodging with impossible agility. Incredible reaction speed, Bai Zian noted, but then he frowned. Wait, something's wrong with its movement. The creature clutched its head, its body convulsing, as chaotic energy leaked from its pores. It wasn't just fighting, it was suffering. Focus Bai Zian shook off the hesitation. Jingzi used tidal crush and this. The whale surged forward like a tsunami, slamming into the dazed beast with earth-shattering force. The impact shook the room, and Jingzi vanished back into the spirit realm. Bai Zian panted, "Is it over?" As the dust settled, a silhouette remained standing. Bai Zian's jaw dropped. The creature hadn't fallen. It had transformed into a living shield. Bai Zian stared stunned. That's the shape-shifting talent. It morphed its own flesh into a blockade to negate the damage. That talent is broken. The creature slowly unfolded, separating the shield plates from its body. Beneath its skin, muscles writhed like a nest of vipers locking into place as it activated carbon hardening. With a roar, the beast pulled back a fist that promised nothing but death. Ren Ni couldn't stand being sidelined, so she charged forward with burning intensity, shouting, "I'm not invisible, you know. Don't ignore me." She caught Xi Ling's devastating strike with her bare hands, the collision of their raw power sending a shockwave rippling through the air. From the sidelines, Bai Zian screamed in panic, "Ren Ni, don't engage it in close combat. That monster can shapeshift its body at will." But his warning came too late. The muscle fibers of the Xi Ling came alive, slithering up Ren Ni's arms like predatory serpents before she could react. "What the hell is this?" Ren Ni gasped. In a heartbeat, she was completely cocooned in pulsating flesh. Panic set in as she shrieked, "Get off me! This is disgusting!" Seeing her peril, Bai Zian barked an order to his summon. Jingzi, use lunar reflection column. Now Jingzi flashed forward, unleashing the signature technique. The lunar blade sliced through the air, severing the grotesque muscle fibers binding Ren Ni in a single clean cut. As Bai Zian pulled the remaining sticky fibers off Ren Ni, he scolded her. "Your fighting style is way too reckless." She just scoffed. "Oh, shut up. How was I supposed to know it could do that?" Bai Zian looked down at the severed chunks of the Xi Ling on the ground. To his horror, they were still writhing. The severed parts are still alive. What kind of unholy vitality is this? The flesh began crawling back toward the main body like living worms. Bai Zian realized the gravity of the situation. This regeneration ability is a nightmare. Rushing in is a death sentence. I need a long-term strategy. Suddenly, a theory sparked in his mind. Wait. If my instincts are right, that creature isn't just attacking. It's an excruciating pain. I have to gamble on this, Bai Zian decided. If brute force couldn't kill it, perhaps negotiation was the only path to victory in this system. Manhwa. He turned to his ally. Ren Ni, no matter what happens next, do not interfere. She looked at him bewildered. What are you planning? Ignoring her, he commanded his summon Jingzi, you stand down too. As the Xi Ling lunged at him, Bai Zian roared. Limiters released. Activate Berserk Mode boost. Reaction speed to maximum. A holographic window materialized in the air, Berserk Mode activated. Countdown 999 seconds. Bai Zian parried the monster's flurry of blows, his mind racing. Berserk Mode drains my spiritual limits, but a perfect defense saves more energy than a standard block. The God's Eye skill flared to life, displaying combat data. Perfect defense, condense spiritual energy into a high-density shield. Predict and nullify attacks to reach zero stamina consumption. Watching from the cliffs above, Asmodan frowned in confusion. Why did he suddenly switch from offense to total defense? How utterly disappointing. Asmodan scoffed with disdain. It seems that brat doesn't possess the pure yang body after all. His essence is water. Why did the Xi Ling mistake him for a pure yang target? His gaze shifted to the girl. And her. She has the Li Fire essence, but she's nowhere near a pure yang constitution either. Was the initial data corrupted? The Xi Ling went berserk, raining attacks on Bai Zian. But Bai Zian deflected them with ease, his confidence returning. Just as I thought. Its attack patterns are mindless and simple. As the beast prepared another strike, Bai Zian smirked. I didn't boost my reaction speed just to make defending easier. I did it for this exact moment. When it attacks, it exposes its greatest weakness. I just needed the speed to seize the opportunity. Bai Zian saw the opening. He thrust his hand toward the charging monster, his aura flaring. Now, he clamped his hand onto the Xi Ling's head, red veins bulging on his arm, as he screamed resonance instantly. His consciousness was pulled into a vast, desolate mental dimension, a world of cold, lonely crimson. Holy, what is this place? Bai Zian thought. Before him stood 3 crosses. Pinned to the center cross was a monkey. The God's Eye interface popped up. Statue monkey species. Subspecies, when statue monkey. The description continued. Originally a swamp attribute, mutated into wind. To force adaptation, a beast core was surgically implanted into its heart. Consciousness is being corroded by the beast core. Extreme agony detected. Bai Zian felt a wave of pity. Poor thing, forced to bond with a core against its will. Maybe my divine artifact can save it. He reached out gently, his eyes filled with empathy. I mean, you no harm. We don't have to be enemies. You're hurting, aren't you? The monkey looked up, surprised by the kindness. Bai Zian offered a hand. Form a contract with me. Let me share that pain with you. The monkey hesitated, its voice trembling. Contract share. The pain I accept. Back in reality, Bai Zian sensed the agreement and shouted, deactivate berserk mode. High above, Asmodee was stunned. Why did he stop fighting? What did he do to the beast? Bai Zian began to chant, his voice echoing with ancient power. All things return to the void. All things are equal. All things possess a spirit, and every cause has an effect. A magical formation glowed beneath the Xian. By the way of beast, taming the way of heaven and the way of spirits, I hereby forge this pact. We shall share life, sickness, pain, and origin. Inside the crimson mindscape, the crosses shattered. The chains binding the monkey dissolved into light, breaking the torture spell. The monkey fell forward, looking at its free hands in disbelief. Bai Zian smiled warmly. Feel a little better now. The monkey nodded shyly. Aha. Bai Zian introduced himself. I'm Bai Zian. What's your name? Outside, the monstrous shell of the Xian began to crack open. Asmodee couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell? Bai Zian grinned, knowing he had succeeded. Meanwhile, Ren Ni's jaw dropped to the floor. What is happening? From the broken shell of the Xian, a pure, radiant energy exploded outward. A new silhouette emerged as the system updated. Fusion Beast Yue Yuan. Species Statue Monkey. A synthetic spirit beast, born from experimentation. Originally a creature of the clear sky forest, mutated by multiple spirit cores. It now possesses a vast array of innate talents. The skill list scrolled rapidly. Wind skill Cloud Piercing Storm. Swamp skill Starfall Flow. Water skill Lunar Reflection. Lightning skill Dragon Rage Fist. Bai Zian read the stats completely floored. It has skills from 7 different elements. This is the kind of power creep you only see in a top-tier awakening manhwa. The notifications kept coming. Mountain skill, Diamond Arm. Earth skill, Iron Mountain Crash. Heaven skill 10 character drop. Trembling with pure indignation, Asmodee's voice dripped with venom as she hissed. Damn it, I can't believe you stole my masterpiece. That is the strongest spirit beast I ever created, and he was destined to form a contract with me. Asmodee summoned a headless colossus that dwarfed the previous one, a twisted smile spreading across her face. Fine then. If that's how it is, I'll just have to destroy this failed experiment with my own hands. Bai Zian glared dagger eyes at her intervention. You really think I'm going to let you do that? The headless monstrosity instantly charged at Yue Yun. But the beast man remained icy calm. Infinite morph. In a flash, Yue Yun's arms hulked out, reinforcing his defense to catch the giant's devastating punch. Seeing an opening, Bai Zian prepared to jump into the fray. Jingzi, let's get in there. Wait, Yue Yun shouted, stopping them in their tracks. Don't interfere. This is my battle. Shaking under the strain of the giant's fist, he confessed, we were just peaceful colossal sharks living in the azure sky forest. Yue Yun's voice cracked with emotion. That witch hunted us down. She captured my entire clan just to complete her twisted research. Countless of my kin became sacrifices for her ambition. Burning determination and hatred ignited in Yue Yun's eyes, radiating a terrifying killing intent. He roared, now that I've triggered this awakening manhwa-style power surge, I will avenge my people with my own hands. Yue Yun morphed his arms into lethal spikes, driving them deep into the giant's flesh. He screamed, anyone who stands in the way of my revenge is going to die. With a thunderous get lost, he launched the behemoth into the air. The giant crashed violently into the wall, sliding to a halt right next to Asmodee. Yue Yun glared coldly, muttering, blood for blood. But despite the overwhelming aura, Asmodee just chuckled, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Do you honestly think that's the extent of my power? I am the 5th high priest of the demon spider sect. Meanwhile, Ren Ni noticed something disturbing on the ground below. Bai Zian looked up, his heart sinking. Oh no. The impact from that headless giant. It tore open a breach. The corpse spirits are pouring out. Realization hit Bai Zian like a truck. The warehouse was infested. In the blink of an eye, the group was completely surrounded by a swarming tide of the undead. We're done for. We're surrounded. Yue Yun didn't care. He charged into the horde like a berserker, slashing wildly. Scum, blocking my path means death. Screaming, get out of my way, Yue Yun fought with reckless abandon. Bai Zian shouted a warning, stop, you can't kill them with just brute force. Bai Zian turned to his ally, Ren Ni. Can you use that purification technique again? Fighting off a zombie, she yelled back. There's too many of them. My spiritual energy is too low to cast the mantra command again. She can't clear them all in one go, Bai Zian thought, his mind racing. I have to take a gamble. He activated the berserk state. At that moment, the Eye of God flashed a notification like a system Manhwa interface. Berserk mode activated. Countdown 99.99. Bai Zian immediately issued tactical orders. Jingzi activate divine speed and combine it with the mantra command. The summon moved like a hurricane, unleashing the power of karma alongside blinding speed. In a split second, Jingzi swept through the mob. Glowing red sigils appeared on the forehead of every corpse spirit struck by the attack. Bai Zian's eyes sharpened like a blade as he gave the order. Vanish, you monsters. The karma power detonated, and wooden spikes erupted from within the zombies, skewering them instantly. Asmodan's face went pale, drained of all blood. He wiped out every single corpse spirit in the blink of an eye. Bai Zian smirked, patting Jingzi with confidence. Since spiritual energy controls them, I used the beast's bad karma to corrupt that energy from the inside out. Seizing the moment, Yo Yun ambushed Asmodan from the shadows. Die. But just inches from impact, the headless giant materialized out of nowhere. To block the lethal blow, Yue Yun froze. What? When did it move? The giant didn't hesitate. It launched a counterpunch straight at Yue Yun. Damn it, Bai Zian thought, as the massive fist sent Yue Yun flying across the room. Jingzi, support him, Bai Zian commanded. Luckily, the little whale caught Yue Yun midair, cushioning the impact. Asmodan sat perched on the giant's hand like a dark queen, looking down on them. I must be honest. I admire your abilities. But failed experiments must be deleted. Her eyes narrowed. Commencing total destruction sequence. Suddenly, the ground lurched violently. Renni shouted. Another earthquake. She's altering the terrain, Bai Zian realized. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain peak, a red sports car screeched to a halt. We've arrived. Xiao He, Xiao Gubai, and Ore stared in absolute shock, jaws dropping. Wait. What the hell is happening? The landscape before them was a ruin of collapsed structures. Holy crap. Back in the chaos, Bai Zian ripped open a ventilation hatch. Everyone down the pipe. Move. Looking around, he deduced she moved the entire facility module to the surface. Suddenly, headlights cut through the gloom. Who's that? The car sped directly toward them. Zhao Gubai burst out of the car, sobbing as she ran toward him. Bai Zian blinked, completely caught off guard. Huh, she threw herself into his arms. Thank God. You're actually alive, I thought you were. Bai Zian turned beet red, stammering. Xiao Gubai, you're hugging me a little too tight. I can't breathe. Xiao Gubai snapped out of it, jumping back with a gasp. Oh, Bai Zian rubbed his neck awkwardly. Are you okay? She mumbled, face heating up. I'm fine. Renni rolled her eyes, annoyed. I knew it. That old hag from the foreign clan. No wonder my right eye was twitching all day. Xiao, he groaned. Oh great. I must have forgotten to check my horoscope today. Why did I have to run into this stinky brat? Talk about a mood killer. Bai Zian cut through the bickering, his voice serious. Sorry to interrupt the reunion, but whatever beef you guys have needs to wait. We are in deep trouble. He pointed to the horror unfolding. The corpse spirits. They're rising from the underground. A massive army of the undead began to crawl out from beneath the towering ice pillars. There was no mistake. It was a legion of zombies. The group froze, staring at the nightmare scenario, afraid to even breathe. This is a literal zombie apocalypse, Bai Zian muttered. He quickly mentally pinged the interface. Eye of God, do I have enough spiritual power to clear this wave? The holographic panel flashed red. Current spiritual power of subject Bai Zian is insufficient to exterminate 27 corpse spirit targets. Chapter 5, 191. He stood before a ghastly spirit with glowing green eyes, but these walking corpses had no regeneration. Enough physical force would shatter them like glass. High above, Duan gripped a massive heavy cannon, a savage grin on his face as he roared. Special delivery has arrived. The cannon thundered, raining destruction down on the spirits and blasting them into oblivion. Xiao, he looked up, flashing a wicked, charming smile into her headset. You boys are late with the shipment? I'm giving you a 1-star rating. Qi Ming's voice crackled back with a teasing lilt. Don't be so cold-hearted. He sat in the helicopter, his Windwolf poised beside him as he aimed his sights below. Chuckling, he peered down. We offer a VIP after-sales service, including a free ride home. How about you give us 5 stars in advance? The helicopter hovered directly over Bai Zian's group, dropping a rope ladder. Xiao He stomped her foot in frustration. Hey, you just dropped a ladder. What about my car? Suddenly, a chilling voice cut through the air. Asmodan smiled, an expression of pure nightmare fuel. It seems there is more trash to take out. Xingtian commenced the cleanup. From the void, a gigantic green eye snapped open, followed by a massive emerald hand reaching for the chopper. Qiming's eyes went wide with terror. Damn it, dodge! The pilot banked hard narrowly, escaping the colossal green claw that snatched at the air. But they weren't fast enough. The tail rotor was clipped, sending black smoke billowing out. Xiao He watched with a sinking heart. We're finished. Qiming panicked as the chopper spun. What the hell is happening? Asmodan appeared, standing arrogantly on the shoulder of her summon, sneering down at them. Let me show you the true despair of Xingtian. She commanded the demon beast with cold authority. Xingtian deliver their punishment. Xingtian fully materialized a headless monstrosity with eyes and a mouth gaping from its torso. The system interface flashed open. Target Xingtian. Race humanoid. Type intelligent. Named after the war god of legend, this was a spirit beast refined from a human corpse. An abomination that was nearly impossible to kill. You cannot kill what is already dead. Bai Zian stared at the beast, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. Another giant enemy, classic. The demon spider sect really has a fetish for oversized toys. Just then, Duan's crew emerged from the smoking helicopter, weapons drawn, rallying beside Bai Zian. Qiming couldn't resist a jab. Next time, don't let Xu Jing fly. He's too short to see over the dashboard. Xu Jing shot back, aggrieved. Excuse me, you're blaming my piloting. If I hadn't dodged, we'd have all logged out of life permanently. Bai Zian turned to Xiao He, his voice steady. Sister Xiao He, check on the wounded. Leave this place to me. I have experience handling big dumb brutes. A hand clamped onto his shoulder. It was Oren. Wait. His expression was dead serious, a rare sight. You cannot handle this alone. Don't be arrogant. Bai Zian froze, surprised by the intensity. Why is he suddenly so serious? This isn't like him. Oren continued, his voice grim. Until now, you've only fought gold rank enemies. But a diamond rank existence is not something you can toy with. Furthermore, that is Celine Asmodan. Both she and her brother belong to the Solar faction. Her brother was their strongest warrior, and she their greatest tactician. After he died, she used forbidden alchemy to refine his corpse into that thing. Xingtian. Before he could finish, Xingtian's massive palm crushed down toward them. Bai Zian yelled, "Hey, is this really the time for a backstory dump?" Oren whipped his cloak with one hand and cast a spell with the other. Divine Shield. A barrier of azure energy erupted, blocking the monster's devastating strike. The beast didn't let up, pushing harder against the barrier until smoke and sparks flew everywhere. Asmodan's smile vanished as she analyzed the defense. That shield. Could it be? Oren gritted his teeth. This is getting troublesome. Oren clenched his fist, summoning arcs of blue lightning. He roared, unleashing a massive skill directly at the manifested Xingtian. But Asmodan was faster, maneuvering the beast to dodge. Oren scowled. Tiska. She evaded it. Bai Zian watched the exchange, stunned. What kind of skill was that? The system window popped up to clarify a classic trope in any system manhwa. Spirit manifestation, a gold rank exclusive skill. It uses spiritual power to materialize a portion of the beast's true form. Even if the manifested body part takes damage, the spirit beast remains unharmed. However, the mana drain on the Beastmaster is immense. Bai Zian analyzed this rapidly. A skill derived from synchronization. Is this the wisdom of the indigenous people? A gold rank exclusive skill. Is there a way for me to use it while only at silver rank? Asmodan glared down with eyes full of malice, her mouth stretching into a sadistic grin. Time to stop playing nice. Xingtian's spirit force weaponization. A vortex swirled in the mouth on Xingtian's stomach. The beast reached inside and slowly pulled out a blade forged from pure spiritual energy. A roar shook the heavens and earth. Qiming and his pet dropped their jaws in unison. What in the world is that? The monster swung the colossal blade down at Bai Zian's party with earth-shattering force. Qiming screamed, "Holy shti!" But a giant blue hand materialized from the smoke, catching the blade. Oren struggled under the weight. Truly worthy of a human refined beast. His eyes flared with blue electricity as he shouted, "But I am the high priest of the Moonfall clan." He bellowed manifestation. Suddenly, multiple giant arms erupted from the void to reinforce the block. Asmodan's eyes widened in shock. What? How many arms can he manifest? The spectral arms combined their strength, lifting Xingtian into the air. Oren screamed, "Go to hell!" He glanced back at Bai Zian. "Brat, you're up." Bai Zian pointed forward, commanding his beast. Moon phase counter. They surged forward like a streak of light. The beast drifted behind the giant blade, with fluid grace closing the distance to Xingtian. Charging energy into its legs, it unleashed a dual kick aimed straight at the monster's shoulders. Oren swung his own blade, roaring wood spirit windslash. A sonic boom shattered the silence. He shot skyward like a meteor, his blade flashing as he drove the beast into the dirt with the force of a collapsing mountain. Gravity became his weapon as he plummeted wood spirit armor. Fully active, delivering a catastrophic blow to Xingtian's spine. Rennie couldn't believe her eyes. Is this the true power of a high-tier awakener? The destructive force left the girl beside her trembling. That energy signature. It has to be at least diamond rank. The sheer intensity of the strike incinerated Xingtian, its massive form dissolving into motes of light. Ao reached out, a whispered prayer falling from his lips. Rest in peace, Ryan. Silence reclaimed the battlefield. Xian scanned the devastation, his heart pounding against his ribs. Is it finally over? As the dust settled, Asmodan emerged, footsteps heavy with menace. She looked bored, almost annoyed. Her teeth ground together. Damn it. Is Mercury in retrograde today, or what? Why won't you just die? Before she could move, cold steel pressed against her neck. Ao stood like an immovable mountain. Enough, Selen. Stop this madness. His gaze was steel piercing through her soul. I have no desire to harm my own kin. And you don't need to do this. Asmodan's head-dipped hair shadowing her face before she erupted into manic laughter. Ha ha. Your own kin. She looked up, eyes brimming with hatred and unshed tears. You didn't say that when you severed my brother's head. You filth. You traitor. A shockwave of pure fury blasted from her, forcing Ao to skid back his blade, barely deflecting the impact. She raised a hand, aura flaring with resentment. From the moment you joined the Moonshadow sect, you forfeited your right to call us family. Behind her, the air warped. Xingtian began to rematerialize from the void, like a nightmare refusing to fade. Her voice turned icy cold. Brother, I won't fail you again. Xian watched in horror. What? It was completely vaporized. How is it regenerating? He activated his god's eye. What kind of system glitch is this? Asmodan smiled, a demon in human skin. Round 2 starts now. A system window materialized. Target Selen Asmodan. Race Earthborn. Talent Dimension of the Undead. Dimension of the Undead. A mutated taming space. Any beast entering is instantly killed, only to be reborn as an immortal undead construct. Resurrected entities possess absolute immortality. Even if atomized, they reconstruct within the dimension. Note, this effect applies to humans. Xian gritted his teeth, his mind racing. A mutated taming space. So that's the trick. That's how she created Xingtian and those armies of corpses. His eyes hardened, calculation replacing fear. Infinite resurrection. This isn't a duel. It's a battle of attrition. I need a plan. Meanwhile, heavy caliber rounds rained down on the undead horde. Red Snake fired wildly. Boss, if we keep playing defense in this leveling Manhwa nightmare, we're toast. Crimson glared back, annoyance twitching his brow. Shh. You think I don't know that? He watched the colossus Xingtian raising its massive blade. Those monstrosities. They're definitely tethered to that witch. Crimson grimaced, grinding his teeth. Hold on. He spotted a glint on the ridge. The sniper. Take out the crazy hag controlling the beast. Through the scope, crosshairs settled perfectly on Asmodan's skull. Wind Wolf steadied his breathing, locking onto the target. Die, he pulled the trigger. Bang, but Asmodan didn't even flinch. She simply raised a hand, catching the bullet mid-air like it was a fly. Her expression soured. I'm surprised my undead haven't torn you trash into confetti yet. She snapped a command. Xingtian, clean up the insects. The beast's maw unhinged energy swirling into a vortex of destruction. Crimson's face twisted in pure terror, sweat pouring down. You lunatic. We aren't even your target. But Xingtian unleashed a cataclysmic beam of energy. The blast was apocalyptic. It carved a trench through the earth, blinding white light swallowing everything in a storm of dust and debris. Asmodan blinked, stunned. Wait. A silhouette remained standing within a shimmering blue sphere. Her voice cracked. An aura barrier. The figure looked up. It was Xian. You guys okay? The vice captain fell back, hyperventilating in shock. Wait, what the hell? Who are you? He squinted. That voice. That posture. Asmodan's eyes widened in genuine alarm. Xingtian, rip him apart. The command was instantaneous. The giant raised a foot that could crush tanks, aiming to flatten Xian. Azure lightning crackled around Xian's armored form. His aura exploded, shaking the air. He raised a fist, challenging the heavens. Is that the best you've got? Xian blurred into motion, a barrage of strikes echoing like thunder. Ao watched from the distance, jaw dropped. Rennie gasped, "Is that Xian?" The girl beside her nodded. "How did he get there so fast? That speed is inhuman." Ao analyzed the situation. It was instantaneous. That kid, he definitely merged with his fish spirit. That fusion must be granting him hyperspeed. Xian closed the distance in a heartbeat. If Xingtian is immortal, I have to take out the summoner. He channeled every ounce of power into his fist. "Take this." Asmodin didn't flinch. She sneered manifestation, her aura synchronized with the beast. Xian's eyes widened. "What she can also," she roared. "I never thought I'd have to use this gold-ranked trump card on a brat like you." 6 phantom arms erupted from her back, pinning Xian's limbs. He struggled against the iron grip. "Damn it, I can't move." She floated closer, caressing his face with a cold hand. "This form, it's not just a simple possession, is it? Just like a hidden class in a system manhwa. Usually possession talents are useless trash." She grinned, a predator playing with food. "But you're an interesting specimen. I need to dissect you properly." A dark blade materialized in her grip. "I'll kill you here, harvest your corpse, and uncover your secrets on the autopsy table." She slashed down with brutal force. Xian was launched like a cannonball, crashing into the rocky terrain. He groaned, sitting up and rubbing his head. "Man, fusing with the fish really thickened my skull," he sighed. "Lucky she went for the head, but that manifestation is a problem, and I'm still getting used to this form." Suddenly, a voice resonated directly in his mind. "I can assist you, master." Xian froze, looking around wildly. Who said that?" The whale spirit spoke up. "It is I, master." He froze in place. "The fish, I thought you got dumber," it explained. "Merging souls might have temporarily restored my consciousness." He rejoiced internally. "That's great," but reality hit him like a truck a second later. "Wait, save the chat for later. We're staring down a diamond rank priest of the demon spider sect right now." Bai Zian scratched his head, sweat forming. "You and I are just silver rank trash right now. This is going to be hell," he muttered. "Master, you underestimate our combined might. As a human, you're blind to it. But as a spirit beast currently fused with you, I can feel our origin source skyrocketing. I can feel our very essences resonating and amplifying each other." Bai Zian caught on immediately. "You mean, so our cultivation rank, it's evolved?" The beast replied instantly. "Exactly. In this awakening manhwa state, we can unleash gold, maybe even diamond tier skills." He clenched his fist, enlightenment dawning on him. "I see. Then let's test this theory. Spirit energy weaponization, activate." He spun, conjuring a high-density energy ring in his palm. Grandpa said only diamond-ranked masters could pull this off. He extended his arm, manifesting a crackling azure lightning arrow of devastating power. Inner victory surged through him. It worked. Asmodan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. He can manifest spirit weapons." She scrutinized the figure before her terror creeping in. "Has this brat already ascended to diamond rank?" Bai Zian trembled in his new form. The first time wielding such power felt alien. "God's eye, scan my current status. I need a full diagnostic report." The system window flashed open instantly. Subject Bai Zian Ming Kun. Status fused with Spirit Beast Whale. Current rank Diamond Peak. Access granted to whale skills and Diamond Tier Beast Tamer arts. Attributes loaded. Stamina B+. Speed S rank. Physical and Spirit Attack A+. Core affinities. Divination, Water Manipulation, Weapon Manifestation, and Severing Water Iron. Skill evolution complete. Spirit God Speed Raging Torrent, Dark Water Erosion Flowing Slash. New Ultimate Arts unlocked Mirror of the Moon Water Surface Reflection and Moon in the Lake. Power coursed through his veins like a tsunami. It was just as the stupid fish had predicted. If I've reached diamond rank, there's no need to hold back. Bai Zian unleashed his aura. Spirit, God, Speed, Lightning tore through the void, his true power revealed. Spirit, God, Speed, Torrential Strike. Even Asmodan felt the cold grip of fear. What the hell is this Xingtian? Crush him. Bai Zian parried effortlessly. Dark Water, Erosion, Flowing Slash. The blade slammed into the beast, Xingtian. But she smirked arrogantly. Xingtian's flesh has been fortified, boy. Damage of that level won't even scratch. She froze, staring at her monster. What? What did you do to it? Bai Zian was already perched above her like a predator. My technique carries absolute corrosion. No matter how tough the meat, nothing survives the rot of the dark water. Snapping, she unleashed her fury. You're nothing but a lab rat. Don't get cocky. Just die obediently and become the fuel for my brother's resurrection. He danced atop the monster blade spinning. What was so great about him anyway? Even if he comes back, he's just another extremist terrorist plaguing this world. Asmodan shrieked, hysteria taking over. I forbid you to speak his name. A spectral skull launched at him. A brat like you knows nothing of our pain. Bai Zian sidestepped the attack with grace. I know enough. I know that one must let go of the past. I refuse to live in the shadow of what used to be. Their powers collided in a shower of sparks. He summoned the skull projection again. People like you are obsessed and cold-blooded, sacrificing countless lives for a delusion. Even if you succeed, you won't get your brother back. You'll just be birthing a monster, wearing Ren's skin. Asmodan couldn't take it anymore. Shut your mouth. She channeled every ounce of strength into a crushing blow. If not for you invaders falling from the sky, if you hadn't invaded our home and started this slaughter, Ren would still be alive. Her eyes burned with pure distilled hatred. It's all the fault of you otherworldly guests. It's the Moonveil sect's sin. She attacked like a woman possessed by madness. So using colonizers and traitors as lab rats is justice to you. Bai Zian took a heavy hit. Damn it. He plummeted in freefall. Without a foothold, he couldn't activate Spirit God speed. As gravity claimed him, he frantically cast a counter move. Gale Force Cloud Storm. Asmodan grinned like a demon. I'll make sure to dissect your corpse thoroughly. But the boy wasn't done. Think again. Spirit God Speed Torrent. He solidified his own spirit energy into stepping stones. Bai Zian zigzagged through the air, forcing a scowl onto her face. Why won't you just die, you wretched brat? Bai Zian's aura flared blindingly bright. I've already died once before. You can't kill a man who's already walked through hell. He drew upon the moon's celestial energy. Moon surface reflection. Moonfall. He smashed through her defenses with a meteor-like kick. I'm not finished with you yet, you lunatic. Bai Zian thrust his blade forward with lethal precision. The beast Xingtian howled as it took the hit, and Bai Zian stuck the landing. Standing amidst the wreckage, he spoke coldly. Reviving your brother would only bring him suffering. His death is an absolute reality you cannot change. To live while constantly sensing your own decay, that is true hell. Bai Zian settled into his stance. Believe me, I know. He whispered the technique's name, Moon Mirror Still Water. The blade birthed a river, drowning the beast Xingtian in an inescapable current. Moon Mirror, Still Water Moon in the lake. He slashed horizontally across the monster's maw. Listen closely. This is your eulogy delivered by the can water element. Asmodan's strength faded. Impressive. It's been years since anyone pushed me to this pathetic state. You are the first. She refused to yield, but it was over. Bai Zian pressed his blade against her throat. It's over. You don't have the mana left to regenerate your beast. Asmodan blinked. Regenerate. Xingtian madness reclaimed her eyes. You think I'm the kind of weak sister who gives up just because her brother isn't here to protect her? Asmodan thrust her weapon. Go to hell. Bai Zian blurred forward, redirecting the strike so she impaled her own body. He stared into her dying eyes. Hey fish, why did you hijack my body just now? A timid voice echoed in his mind. Forgive me, master. She terrified me. Suddenly, Asmodan's body began to convulse and warp. Damn it. I didn't think he would still emerge. The outer shell of flesh ripped open, and from the gore a man stepped forth. Diego Barro manifested his true form right before his eyes. He never expected this. He planned to hijack a powerhouse to eliminate Atho, but that girl, she sacrificed her own well-being to seal his fate. He donned his mask, a facade of cold steel. Forget it. Barro's entire existence is a living suit of armor. This confrontation was destined from the start. Slicking back his hair, he marveled at the utility of this stolen talent. He stood tall, radiating arrogance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Diego Barro, the third high priest, the parasitic bee of the Sun faction. The fish spirit screamed a mental warning to Bai Zian. Master, watch out. This entity is a catastrophe-level threat. His power dwarfs that woman's by 100,000-fold. In a blink, Barro materialized behind him. So you're the powerhouse I've been looking for. Bai Zian's heart hammered against his ribs. He's too fast. Suddenly, Barro seized him in a vice-like grip, rocketing them both toward the heavens. The moon loomed large above. I intended to wait until she gathered more host bodies, but your talent is too delicious to ignore. I'm taking it now. Down below, a Thur watched in horror. We're done for. That's the parasitic bee's signature technique. She immediately shouted orders to the others. Everyone evacuate. Run as far as your legs can carry you. High above, Barro tightened his hold. I'll dispose of your consciousness first, and then your divine talent becomes mine. What? They slammed into the earth like a meteor. The The ground shattered on impact. Xiao Gubai, caught in the shockwave, trembled in absolute terror as the world collapsed around her. Baro stared at the broken figure in the crater. Disappointing. But I suppose you'll suffice as a backup vessel. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from Bai Zian's body. Baro recoiled in shock. What is this energy? Impossible. It's malignant karma. This brat has the core of a primordial beast sealed within him. Baro lost all interest in the tainted vessel. Cough. What a pity. A complete waste of a clone. But before he could finish, Bai Zian's blade flashed, severing the high priest's head in a single stroke. He stared at his own trembling hand as Baro's body dissolved into nothingness. What just happened? Panic surged through Bai Zian. Xiao Gubai. Xiao Gubai. Where are you? He stripped off his battered armor frantic. What happened to her? Athur scanned the ruins, her face grim. After the quake, she vanished. We can't find her trace anywhere. Could it be despair clawed at Bai Zian's sanity? Did she fall into the abyss? When he looked out over the desolate, crumbled landscape? Elsewhere, the drone bee analyzed the data wings, buzzing furiously. The real Baro stepped forward, calm and collected. Unexpected. He survived even that level of destruction. The battle replay flickered in his eyes. He was lucky. Lilith watched the footage stunned. So is this the nightmare Asmodan faced before his demise? Baro glanced away, his expression darkening. It's not just his power. More concerning is that Aether of the Moon faction is colluding with young Master Bai Zian of Whitescale City. The mere mention of his name fueled her hatred. That brat Bai Zian has already cost us 2 high priests. It seems the guest from the sky plans to ally with the Moon faction to crush us. Misto finally broke his silence, his voice grave. If that alliance solidifies, we are facing a catastrophe. We barely narrowed down the Spider Queen's location using spirit waves. Solaris rose from his throne. In this awakening, Manhwa power shifts quickly. We can no longer remain passive observers. Deploy a squad to Whitescale City immediately. We must sever the connection between the Sky Guests and the Moon faction before it's too late. Time skip 6 months later. Bai Zian continued his relentless search. It was truly like finding a needle in a galactic haystack. He dug through the rubble with a shovel, unearthing a vial of heavenly spirit water. He tied back his long hair, the weight of 6 fruitless months pressing on his shoulders. Still no sign of Xiao Gubai. He glanced over his shoulder. And these damned spirits just won't give up, will they? A corpse spirit crawled toward him, groaning. You pests are persistent. Bai Zian raised his shovel, eyes cold. Fine. I'll exterminate you lot first, then get back to finding Xiao Gubai. He summoned his familiar. Nah, come out. You've devoured enough spirit stones. It's time to earn your keep. The bird emerged, looking thoroughly annoyed. What's with that attitude? If you want me to evolve in this leveling manhwa, obviously, I need to feast. Nana squawked indignantly. System analysis. Species Sun Crow Fire. Rank Silver Mid-Tier. Talent Scorching Sun 55. Constitution Fire, Spirit 5. Potential Epic. Status Recovering. Skills Solar Ray Sunbreaker Blast Molten Flow. Molten Flow. The bird unleashed a torrent of white-hot flames, incinerating the corpse spirits instantly. Dusting off its wings, Na looked proud. Job done. Bai Zian, I really don't understand you humans and your emotions. The bird eyed him with ancient wisdom. It's been half a year. Your obsession borders on madness. You've changed. Bai Zian met the creature's gaze. If you said that 5 months ago, you'd be right. But now, my mind is clear. This is a rational calculation. As thoughts of his missing teammates surfaced, a shadow of grief crossed his face. Xiao Gubai's talent is 1 in a billion. For a chaotic fighter like me, her support capabilities are the ultimate force multiplier. He continued his analysis. My insane leveling speed, that was all her. Without her buffs, these last 6 months would have only got me to the peak of silver rank at best. It wasn't just XP. Fate seemed to bend around her, bringing endless lucky encounters. Even my contract with you, a mythical beast, is partly thanks to her influence. Fine. I hope you find your tool girl soon so we can go back to hunting high-grade spirit stones for me. Bai Zian flinched at the words. Tool. She is not a tool. He looked up at the darkening sky. Night's falling. We're done for today. He trudged back to his makeshift camp in the ruins of the Feng Shao mountain mine. Suddenly, he froze. Grandpa A-Man stood next to a luxury sedan, smiling warmly. Bai Zian, how have you been holding up? Bai Zian rubbed his eyes, disbelief washing over him. It was his grandfather. But the man looked decades younger. He was almost unrecognizable. Ken Sung chuckled at his grandson's stunned expression. I had the exact same look on my face when I first looked in the mirror this morning. Bai Zian's mind raced with 1,000 questions. Wait, hold on. How did you de-age and your right arm? How is it restored? Kan Sung patted him on the shoulder. You silly boy. Did you forget the heavenly spirit water you sent back with Captain Shich? My arm was restored, thanks to the azure silver fruit. He leaned against the car, ready to unveil the mystery of his rejuvenation. As for my youth, the White family has always been aligned with the Kan trigram, meaning our origin is deeply rooted in the water element. The azure silver fruit reacted with my water origin, triggering a complete biological reversion, essentially reverse aging. However, I still need time to stabilize it. I look healthy on the outside, but I can't channel any spiritual energy just yet. After a long-winded exchange, reality crashed back in, and Elder Kan Sung finally addressed the true reason for this secret meeting. His expression hardened into stone. He looked his grandson in the eye. There was a mission far graver than their reunion today. Bachlan City is supposedly rebuilding, but that is a lie. While I was away, seeking treatment, dark forces, perhaps the Demon Spider sect or a shadow organization, seized control of our home. They have captured the great families and sealed the city in an iron grip. The outside world is blind to the chaos within. He then lowered his voice to deliver news of the boy's parents. The Feng Tianyu and Yuan clans have vanished into thin air without a trace. However, rest assured, your parents are safe for now. Kan Sung let out a heavy sigh, the weight of powerlessness crushing his shoulders. Escaping was a miracle, but the fate of the citizens remained a mystery. Tu-an stood in silence, absorbing every word like a sponge. After a moment of calculating silence, the protagonist tossed the object in his hand to the ground. He turned to leave, his aura shifting. Worried, the elder called out, Bai Zian, I know how much that girl means to you. But he didn't let the old man finish. Tu-an halted, turning back to his grandfather with a gaze that burned with absolute confidence. I know what you're worried about, and I haven't lost my mind. I'm returning to Bachlan City to hunt down these invaders and uncover their identities. Grandpa, please stop treating me like a child. The elder froze, stunned by the imposing aura of maturity radiating from his grandson. A smile finally broke through his worry. Then I shall leave it all to you. Before the boy vanished into the shadows, Kan Sung offered a grim warning. This mission wouldn't be like the last. There was no backup, no infinite funding, no safety net. Anxiety crept back into his voice. Tread carefully. Do not let yourself fall. With absolute trust, he passed the torch. The fate of the Bach family and the entire city rests on your shoulders now. Tu-an. As they parted ways, twilight descended. The dying sun bled gold across the horizon, signaling the end of the day and the beginning of the hunt. Tu-an finally reached the outskirts of Bachlan City. Cloaked in shadows from head to toe, he didn't hesitate. With a surge of strength, he kicked the barrier open. He landed with the grace of a predator, infiltrating the perimeter. Returning to this place, memories flooded back. So much had changed in such a short time. It hasn't even been a year yet, it feels like I've been gone for a lifetime. Moving through the subterranean sewers, his senses were on high alert. The stench of the underground was the same, but a sudden noise shattered the silence. The clatter of gear from a stranger nearby made him hiss. Someone's here. But when he turned, the figure scrambled away in terror. Tu-an frowned. A homeless wanderer. That reaction was far too suspicious. The presence of a vagrant sparked suspicion. Even after the earthquake, a fortress like Bachlan shouldn't have people living in squalor like this. Something was wrong. As he ascended toward the surface, a dark theory formed. The occupiers must have drastically altered the city's ecosystem to create such despair. He cracked the manhole cover, peering out at a world he barely recognized. Is this really the city center? Scrambling up, he stood paralyzed before the towering skyline. Disbelief washed over him. How had Bachlan transformed into this unrecognizable fortress so quickly? He merged into the shadows, analyzing the environment. It was alien cold and disturbingly empty for this time of day. Suddenly, a piece of paper on a wall caught his eye. Wait a second. That's a wanted poster. He leaned in, eyes widening as the truth hit him. It was his face. Tu-an was branded a criminal accused of colluding with the Demon Spider sect to terrorize the city. An official hunt order. Report immediately for a reward. 180,000. The sheer audacity made his blood boil. He nearly roared in frustration. Why me? They dare label me a traitor, a terrorist. Then the realization hit him like a truck. That homeless man in the sewers. In this leveling Manhwa world, information is deadly. That guy definitely recognized him and was likely sprinting to the police. Voices behind him froze his blood. 2 officers were approaching. Hey, if we snag that too, and kid think we get the full bounty, keep dreaming. It's called duty. Best you'll get is a commendation. Hearing them discuss his price, Tu-on realized he had to vanish fast. I need a safe house now. He had evaded them for the moment, but acting solo was risky. He prayed he wouldn't trigger any unnecessary flags. In the gloom of a back alley, a neon sign buzzed with life beckoning him. A bar. Perfect. Places like this were gold mines for intel. He stepped inside the atmosphere, shifting from the dead streets to a chaotic revelry. However, the crowd was a double-edged sword. More eyes meant more danger, raising his guard to the max. Mixed bag of customers here. Anyone could be an informant. He approached the counter to blend in. Excuse me, I'll have a shriek cut through the music. You dare touch me. Across the room, a waitress had seized a pervert by the collar. Don't you run. You sick creep. Her voice carried a distinct frequency, striking a chord in Tu-an's memory. Why did she sound so familiar? He glanced over. Bunny ears. Red hair. Could it be? Before he could finish the thought, the pervert was launched airborne, crashing into the bar. The bartender sighed. Not again. The waitress wasn't done. Fury blazed in her eyes as she cursed the groaning man. Listen well, you piece of trash. She broadcasted her warning to the entire room. I am not some item on the menu for you to grab too. And stepped closer, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, this is a surprise. She snapped her head around. He continued casually. If it isn't the eldest miss of the Furring family. Panic flashed in her eyes, and she slammed a hand over his mouth. Shh, do you want to get us killed? Funhone hissed, quickly dragging him away from the prying eyes of the crowd. Jew, he's a friend. I'm taking him to the basement. The bartender shrugged. You have so many friends. As they descended, the tension broke. Feng Tianyu, tell me, what exactly has happened to Backland City? We're in the same boat, she whispered grimly. It's not just us. Every heir of the Beast Tamer clans is being hunted like a villain in an awakening manhwa. After your grandfather fell, chaos took over. Whitescale City is currently under the thumb of a mysterious outsider, but he's nothing more than a puppet. So, what is your next move in this chaos? I'm doing what I must to survive in this unforgiving world. Don't get the wrong idea, this disguise is strictly for intelligence gathering. She continued, besides, we needed someone to scout for intel anyway. But the moment that word left Feng Tianyu's lips, he cut her off bewildered. Hold on, who exactly is this we you're talking about? Deep in the basement, the air was filled with the crunch of snacks and the frantic clatter of keyboards. Po Tian didn't even notice Bai Zian's arrival, too busy casually reporting to Feng Tianyu. Feng Tianyu, I've organized the old data. The rest is up to you. He didn't look up until she nudged him. Hey, look who finally decided to show up. Yuan Po Tian turned his eyes widening in shock before he shouted, Bai Zian. With a face full of pure joy, he launched himself forward. Bai Zian, you went out training without saying a word to me. I missed you so much. The cheesy display of affection made Bai Zian shudder. Good lord, this feels like a bad scene from a manhwa recap. He quickly held out a hand to stop the tackle. Stop right there. You've got snack crumbs all over your face. And be honest, how long has it been since you showered? Leaning against the wall, Feng Tianyu sized him up. You've become stronger, haven't you? Her sudden compliment caught him off guard. Where did that come from? She shrugged nonchalantly. Just a hunch. Back during the awakening ceremony, Yuan Po Tian charged at you just like that, and you had to dodge. But now, you could easily lift his 300-kilogram frame without breaking a sweat. Bai Zian narrowed his eyes. The last awakening. Wait, why do you remember such a specific detail? Thoughts raced through his mind. Feng Tianyu, have you been paying that much attention to me? Flustered. Feng Tianyu quickly changed the subject, barking orders at Pa Tian and Yuan Pa Tian to get back to work. Yuan Po Tian scrambled to obey. On it, after the chatter died down, Bai Zian's expression turned serious. So what is the actual plan here? Po Tian's eyes remained glued to the screen as he parsed the data. Obviously, we're going to hunt down the bastards who set us up. Feng Tianyu suddenly realized she'd missed a detail. I haven't briefed you on this part yet. She began to explain the situation regarding a certain mercenary group. There's an unknown mercenary squad operating in the city recently. We suspect they're connected to the people who framed us. Bai Zian quickly pieced it together. So the intel you're gathering is about them. Just then, Potion threw his hands up. Got it. Data decryption complete. Feng Tianyu's aura darkened with rage. The most important thing is that those scum took my family and Yuan Po Tian's family. We have to rescue them immediately and expose the truth. This lady is not a wanted criminal, and I'm going to prove it. She stepped forward, analyzing the fresh intel on the screen. They're heading to the Xie's district. It looks like their commander is on site too. Can we figure out their objective? It seems they're meeting someone. This is our chance to get to their leader. Suddenly, Potian flagged something strange. Wait, there's a file here. It looks like the target they're meeting. The monitor displayed a girl with fiery red hair and a long scar across her face. She looked incredibly dangerous, but the file contained zero personal information. Feng Tianyu sighed in frustration. Is an image all we have? Our gear is ancient, Potian explained helplessly. I can't fully decrypt the file. She resigned herself to the situation. Fine. At least we know what the enemy looks like. Breaking his silence, Bai Zian stepped up. I have a proposal. Let me be the one to meet this commander. Feng Tianyu smirked, her tone teasing. Oh, does this mean you're officially joining the team? He shrugged. Naturally. To society, I'm the city lord's nephew, so it makes sense for me to get involved. And, personally, if you've kept your end of our previous deal, then all past debts and grudges between us are wiped clean. As he spoke, his eyes drifted to the bunny girl outfit she was still wearing. Feng Tianyu's face instantly turned the color of a tomato. Hey, this is just. But he didn't let her finish, turning his back to wave goodbye. I'm heading out. Flustered and furious, Feng Tianyu screamed after him. Bai Zian, you jerk. In the desolate Xia's district, Bai Zian arrived at an abandoned construction site. The silence was heavy. This must be the place, he thought. His eyes darted around, scanning for a vantage point. The place was a ghost town. Better find a hiding spot before anyone else shows up. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air from above. Hey there, little brother. A woman stood high on the steel scaffolding. The night wind whipped her coat open, revealing legs covered in a map of old battle scars. Are you waiting for someone? The voice made Bai Zian jump. Damn it, I didn't sense her presence at all. That long scar, that crimson hair. He instantly recognized her as the woman from the encrypted file. She smiled sharply. What a coincidence. I'm waiting for someone too. She leaped down, landing effortlessly in front of him, muttering, coming to the lower realm is such a hassle. Bai Zian remained on high alert, his mind racing. Who exactly is this woman? Her gaze bored into him. Judging by your appearance, you must be a local of the lower realm. How about we have a little chat? Sensing an overwhelming threat, he instantly activated his defensive skills. What is she playing at? Did I give myself away? Seeing his tense stance, she laughed softly. Oh my, why so agitated? Little brother, you've misunderstood me. I come in peace. But then her aura shifted. However, if you're a beast tamer, care for a quick spar. Is she a martial artist? Bai Zian wondered. Just then, the system interface flashed a warning revealing her stats: Qi Yan Yan, early diamond rank. Bai Zian immediately rejected the idea. In a brutal leveling manhwa world like this, fighting a diamond rank boss now would be suicide. Absolutely not. You're a noble from the upper realm, and I'm just a lowly local. Isn't a diamond rank picking on me a bit? Bullying. Yan Yan nodded, acknowledging his point, though she looked disappointed. Fair point. Then, let's do this. She grinned, proposing a new rule. I'll suppress my level temporarily. How about now? The system updated her status instantly. Qi Yan Yan. Talents: Battle Sovereign S. Crimson Rainbow S. Current state: early silver rank suppressed. Beast Knight Demon Fire Crow. Her true power remained terrifying: base early diamond. Beast Golden Roar Tiger Peak Gold. Sealed state: intermediate bronze. Lava Spirit High Bronze. The difference in power was still staggering. Bai Zian wasn't about to let this slide without a price. If I emerge victorious, you owe me 3 favors. No questions asked. He was playing 4D chess, deliberately suppressing his rank to bait information out of her. But Yan Yan didn't care for his schemes. In a heartbeat, she flashed right in front of him. Quit stalling, she barked. Bai Zian's eyes widened in panic. Hold up, I haven't even listed my terms yet. She struck like a human hurricane. Defeat me first, then talk. Her leg whipped toward his face with bone-crushing force. His survival instinct screamed, barely allowing him to dodge. Damn, she's fast. Yan Yan gave him zero breathing room, dropping a lethal axe kick from above. His eyes widened in shock. I'm dead. He crossed his arms just in time, but the impact hit like a freight train, launching him backward across the arena. Seeing his barrier shimmer into existence, Yan Yan grinned with battle lust. Precision shield. Ha, seems I looked down on you too early. She summoned her beast eyes, gleaming with bloodlust. Magma spirit grind him to dust. Bai Zian didn't hesitate. Jing, your turn, buddy. Space tore open as a colossal entity materialized from the void. The sheer scale of the beast made even the arrogant Yan Yan flinch. Not bad, kid, she thought, recomposing herself. But you're still a beat too slow. She glanced up, watching the clash of titans begin. Jing didn't disappoint. With a massive tail whip, it slammed the magma spirit into the earth. And it didn't stop there. It wound up for a finisher. Boom. The tail crashed down like a meteor, driving the enemy back and burying the zone in a choking cloud of dust. Nice shot, Bai Zian cheered. But the beast remained vigilant. Master focus, it's not over. Right on cue, the magma spirit roared back to life. It spat molten boulders blazing with the heat of a dying star, targeting both Bai Zian and his beast. Bai Zian snapped his fingers, deploying a barrier that vaporized the incoming projectiles. Yan Yan smirked, witnessing a defense worthy of a manhwa recap highlight. Well, isn't that rare? As the dust settled, he prioritized his partner immediately. Jing, you good, the beast rumbled a soft affirmative. Yan Yan observed this bond with a calculating gaze. In the upper realm, beasts are tools, not friends, she mused. This kid actually cares. She decided to address him directly. You know, in the upper realm, nobody has the guts to accept my challenges. And those who do, they crumble in seconds. She stalked toward him, aura flaring. But a nobody like you trading blows with me, that's practically unheard of. Bai Zian tensed up. This battle maniac is terrifying. If this is her holding back, her full power must be god tier. I can't hold anything back now. Zero warning, Yan Yan, and her beast launched a coordinated assault. Show me everything you've got. Put your life on the line. Bai Zian's eyes narrowed. He was ready. Jing, execute the secret art. The beast unleashed a torrent of attacks so dense. Yan Yan was forced into a defensive turtle shell, completely suppressed. Cold sweat trickled down her neck. What the hell is this technique? She analyzed the energy signature. Is this the legendary moon reflection pillar counter? With a roar that shook the heavens, Jing whipped its tail, unleashing the ultimate technique, moon reflection pillar counter. But Yan Yan summoned her divine spear, blasting Jing into the stratosphere with a single strike. Jing Bai Zian screamed, rushing to his fallen companion. The beast groaned stars, spinning around its head. Master. That witch broke the rules. The smoke cleared to reveal Yan Yan, panting heavily. Fine. I yield, she admitted. You're the first person to force me to break my seal, kid. I am Qi Yan Yan. Apologies for my rudeness earlier. May I know the name of such a worthy opponent? Bai Zian withdrew Jing, his mind racing. Revealing my identity now is a death sentence. Suddenly, a chilling voice cut through the air. A silver-haired youth stepped out wearing a smile that promised nothing but pain. Come on now. A pretty lady asks for your name, and you play shy. Or should I introduce us, the great Zihao and Zining? He sneered, making a mocking face. Is being a descendant of the exiled Bai clan really that embarrassing? Bai Zian. Bai Zian shifted into a combat stance. Who the hell are you people? Zihao laughed. Oh right, I almost forgot our dear cousin rotting in the lower realm hasn't seen the world. His eyes dripped with pure disdain. I bet he doesn't even know why his branch was kicked out of the main house. Right, brother. The other brother Zining chimed in. Ants in this lower world wouldn't know about the heavens. Ignorance is bliss for the banished trash. Yan Yan interrupted their monologue. So the envoys the elders sent are you two Bai clan brats? Bai Zian blinked in shock. They know each other. Yan Yan shouldered her spear, the weapon pulsing with ancient runes, and brushed past the two interlopers. The brothers watched her walk away. Qi Yan Yan. Still as prickly as a cactus, I see. She didn't even look back. I'm not here to referee your family drama. Just finish your mission and don't embarrass us. Shadows coalesced behind Zihao, revealing a squad of assassins holding a captive. Young master, one reported. The package is secured. Zihao smirked. Efficient. The prisoner Feng Tianyu thrashed against her bonds, screaming in rage. You bastards, do you have any idea who I am? Let me go. Bai Zian's blood ran cold. Feng Tianyu Yuanpo Tian slapped Zihao, backhanded her across the face, the sound echoing like a gunshot. Silence. Filthy lower realm trash. A worm from the Feng clan dares to bark at a dragon. Bai Zian felt rage explode in his chest. Take your hands off her. He summoned Winged Fang instantly. The beast soared into the sky, wings blazing, and rained down a judgment of apocalyptic fire. The bombardment converged on a single point, triggering a massive explosion, but as the smoke cleared, Zining stood there, completely unscathed. Zihao emerged from the smoke, like a descending god. Low birth, yet such a high temper. My dear cousin, you really haven't changed. The camera zooms in on the tension. Zihao stands within a magic circle, one hand suppressing Feng Tianyu, the other resting mockingly on his brother's shoulder. Tell me, is this lowly girl from the mortal realm really worth making an enemy of the upper realm? A holographic interface materialized, looking straight out of a leveling manhwa. Anti-spirit shield, constructed from soul-reflecting adamantite alloy. Immunity absolute against all spiritual abilities. Bai Zian clicked his tongue, his expression darkening with annoyance. Another anti-spirit shield, how troublesome. Zihao's lackey raised his firearm, roaring like a faithful dog. Insolent trash. How dare you strike the young master? All units permission granted to execute the target. Zihao waved his hand casually, halting the execution. Stand down. He still carries the Bai bloodline after all. Let us show the benevolence of the upper realm. But Bai Zian wasn't buying it. Who the hell are you people really? Why occupy White Scale City? What is your true objective? Zihao swept his hair back a sneer, curling his lips. Occupy, is that what you think? I simply arrived at my own lawful colony to relieve the old administration. Your grandfather was nothing more than an exile ordered to pioneer a new world, a criminal seeking redemption through labor. Zining struck a pose, chiming in with a mocking lilt. Exactly, he's spot on. It's a pity the old man was too soft to purge the indigenous insects of this planet. That's why the higher-ups sent us. His smile turned predatory. Besides, this world is currently undergoing a planar fusion. Zining continued. We're turning White Scale City into our forward operating base. We need to secure the rift gates leading to the merged world and hunt the apex beasts within. Zihao glanced over his shoulder at his subordinates. Status report. How is the rift gate stabilizing? A subordinate responded instantly. Soul energy readings are stable in this sector. No immediate signs of a rift opening yet, sir. Hearing this, Zihao reached into his spatial inventory. He summoned a thunder blue python, his eyes gleaming with sadistic glee. Excellent. Then, let's take out the trash while we wait. The system screen flashed, Zihao. Talent, Pure Water, S rank. Realm, Beginner Gold rank. Beast Thunder Blue Python, Beginner Gold rank. Zihao calculated the odds. A gold rank was invincible here. He pointed his beast toward Feng Tianyu. Let's start the bloodbath with this little lower realm girl. The interface flickered again. Thunder Blue Python Beginner, Gold rank. The beast opened its maw, charging a massive sphere of crackling violet lightning. Feng Tianyu gritted her teeth, bracing for death. Suddenly, a streak of spiritual energy tore through the air, moving faster than the eye could follow, snatching her away before looping back to safety. It was Bai Zian. He had exploded with power to rescue both the Feng Tianyu girl and Yuan Po Tian in a split second. Veins bulged on his face from the exertion, yet his voice was tender. Are you hurt? Feng Tianyu looked up her face, instantly flushing crimson. Embarrassment took over. She stomped on his chin. Get away from me, you jerk. Bai Zian winced in pain. So ungrateful. Meanwhile, Zihao watched in shock. What the hell was that speed? That presence? It felt like a primordial beast. Zihao shook off the hesitation and roared. Incinerate them all. The thunder blue python lunged, unleashing a torrent of high-voltage violet lightning. The blast roared toward Bai Zian with devastating force. Zihao crossed his arms, smirking through the chaos. Bai Zian, if you want to blame someone, blame your grandfather. Behind him, Zining gasped in admiration. Big brother, did you level up again? Suddenly, their expressions froze. What is that? Zihao demanded. His sister squinted. Is that a monkey? A deep voice rumbled from the smoke. Bai Zian, are you still in one piece? Bai Zian, still holding Feng Tianyu princess style, replied. I'm alive. Be careful. That guy is a gold rank from the upper realm. His stats are on a different level. Feng Tianyu struggled in his arms, her face burning. Bai Zian, put me down right now. Zihao frowned. He's not behaving like typical lower realm trash. He commanded his beast, charge end this, with a blitzkrieg attack. The thunder blue python erupted with aura, turning into a living missile of lightning as it shot forward. The tree-shaped spirit beast raised a hand. Emerald energy swirled around its palm, condensing into a blinding sphere of concentrated nature force. Boom! A verdant energy beam fired, tearing through the atmosphere, with a sonic boom aiming straight for the incoming lightning beast. But the python was slippery. It corkscrewed through the air, dodging the beam by a hair's breadth. The tree spirit narrowed its eyes. Not bad. Quick little worm. It spread its arms, tracking the python's movements. You move, just like a greased loach. Provoked, the python opened its jaws to bite, but before it could strike, bam, the tree spirit's hand shot out with godlike speed, clamping the beast's snout shut. With a savage swing, it slammed the gold rank beast into the earth. Dust exploded everywhere as the python went limp, completely knocked out cold. The tree spirit dusted off its hands. Finally, shut it up. Suddenly, the system alert flashed red. Bai Zian glanced at it, cursing. Damn it! Beside him, Po Tian urged frantically. Bai Zian, unlock the seal. Why are you hesitating? Behind the enemy lines, a subordinate shouted. Young Master Soul energy is spiking. The rift gate is opening. The earth trembled violently. Beneath their feet, a circle of azure light manifested, pulsing with ominous energy. The circle expanded, twisting into a chaotic vortex, a gateway tearing through the fabric of reality to another dimension. Feng Tianyu's eyes went wide with terror as the wind roared around them. What is happening? Is this a gate? Bai Zian's voice was grim. No, it's the world fusion. World fusion, she gasped. Bai Zian stared into the abyss. That earthquake earlier, it was the omen of this exact moment. Zihao realized the danger instantly. All units, prepare for immediate teleportation. Zining broke into a cold sweat. Brother, wait, something is coming out. Suddenly, grotesque tentacles erupted from the vortex. They lashed out instantly, ensnaring Po Tian and Feng Tianyu. Bai Zian, save me, Po Tian screamed. Feng Tianyu shrieked as she was dragged down. Ah, the nightmare wasn't over. More tentacles shot up, binding the tree spirit and Bai Zian in an inescapable grip. What the hell is this? Zihao roared. The tentacles tightened their grip, but his panic was only for his sister, Zining. The girl screamed, paralyzed by pure terror. Brother, save me. The eldritch limbs ensnared them all, dragging them into a swirling blue vortex. Inside the eye of the storm, gravity vanished, leaving them floating in the void. Feng Tianyu shouted desperately. Bai Zian. He turned to call for the little phoenix Yuan Po Tian. Through the portal, a new world revealed itself. A gloomy azure dimension, straight out of an awakening manhwa. Bai Zian crashed to the ground, his body feeling like lead. Ugh, can't breathe. He pried his eyes open. Wait, why was the ground soft? Feng Tianyu sat up, clutching his spinning head, only to realize he was straddling someone. It was Bai Zian. But beneath the pile, Po Tian groaned under their combined weight. I know we're close, but you two are crushing my internal organs, Po Tian wheezed. Flustered, the trio scrambled to their feet, scanning their alien surroundings. Where on earth did we land? Po Tian asked, dusting himself off. Feng Tianyu lowered his voice grim. No idea, but one thing is certain, we aren't in our world anymore. Bai Zian spotted movement. Guys, look at that. He pointed toward a silhouette looming in the distance. A creature with a truly bizarre form stood before them. Feng Tianyu stared blankly. Is that a spider? Po Tian squinted. Nah, looks like a crab. Bai Zian gripped his weapon. Whatever it is, it reeks of danger. The creature held a staff crafted from stone leaves topped with an eerie blue flame and a hanging conch shell that emitted a strange resonant frequency. The three adventurers froze. What is that sound? The owner of the staff seemed just as shocked to hear the intruders' voices. Meanwhile, where Zihao's group had crashed, a subordinate rushed over. Young master, the outpost is dead. No survivors. Local beasts wiped them out. Zihao didn't even flinch. He replied coldly, seems this environment is even more hostile than the ancestral secret realm. The minion hesitated before adding, young master, there is another problem. We lost all our supplies during the teleportation. That finally got a reaction. What? Zihao snapped. What about the outpost stockpile? The minion shuddered, recalling the scene. Gone. Picked clean. Not a scrap left. Zihao's face darkened. So you're telling me we're trapped in this hellhole to starve? The subordinate bowed low, terrified. Please do not worry, young master. The minion quickly pulled out a scanner. I analyzed the cave's topography. Data from the outpost's terminal indicates recent activity nearby. It is likely a settlement of the indigenous species. Zihao rubbed his hands together, a cruel, predatory grin stretching across his face. Is that so? Then, let's pay them a visit. And purchase some supplies. Back with Bai Zian, the standoff with Xiao Dongli intensified. Po Tian hid behind Bai Zian, shouting, what the hell is that thing? Feng Tianyu's voice trembled. Is it going to attack? Bai Zian raised a hand, signaling them to wait. Hold on, it looks terrified of us. Bai Zian focused his expression, hardening. Eye of truth, show me this creature's stats. But before the system interface could load, the creature extended a trembling tentacle. Bai Zian froze. A tentacle. Is it reaching out? The tentacle tip gently touched Bai Zian's forehead. His eyes flashed. This sensation. Suddenly, they were floating in a mind space bathed in blue light. Telepathy Bai Zian realized. The creature Xiao Dong Li spoke timidly in his mind. Hello. I am Dong Li from Ri. You can call me Xiao Dong Li. You do not look like you belong to this world. Bai Zian quickly recovered his composure, replying with polite mental projection. I am Bai Zian from the ancestral secret realm. My companions and I were sucked into a portal. We are currently stranded here. Just as I thought, Bai Zian mused. High intelligence species. Meanwhile, Feng Tianyu watched the silent stare down, utterly confused. Yuan Po Tian, can you understand that octopus speak? Feng Tianyu whispered. How is Bai Zian communicating with it? Po Tian leaned in. I haven't got a clue. Is that even a language? Po Tian wondered. Inside the mind link, Bai Zian bowed his head slightly. Sorry to intrude. And thank you. Feng Tianyu couldn't take the suspense. He stomped over and yelled, Bai Zian, what do you mean? You just understand. Explain yourself right now. Bai Zian ignored the background noise, pointing to the glowing rocks. What are these crystals? A system window popped up. Soul crystal crystallized spiritual power and soul essence. Xiao Dong Li introduced himself properly. We are the Ri people, a servant race created by our master, the daughter of the Abyss Katona. A vision manifested a gigantic woman standing high above, looking down on masses of prostrating subjects. But 3 centuries ago, Xiao Dong Li continued a plague drove our master to madness. We had no choice but to seal her upon her own throne. The vision shifted. The massive woman was now bound to the throne. Beside her 3 robed figures held torches performing a dark ritual. The voice trembled with sorrow. The plague didn't stop there. It mutated us servants into mindless monsters called the Soulless. Xiao Dong Li gestured to the blue stones Bai Zian had seen earlier. When a soul is ripped from the body, it crystallizes into these gems. He looked at the pile of blue crystals with infinite sadness. My parents died in that plague. Their souls are likely trapped in these very stones. Grief washed over Xiao Dong Li's face. This is the final resting place of my family. Bai Zian, seeing the creature's despair, gently patted Xiao Dong Li's shoulder. Even though they were strangers from different worlds, Bai Zian felt a pang of empathy. I should offer some comfort, he thought. It might be empty words, but he spoke anyway. You survived for 300 years. I believe your future will be brighter. Suddenly, the ground lurched violently. Boom! Bai Zian braced himself. What now? An earthquake? Xiao Dong Li's eyes widened in panic. No, not an earthquake. It's the soulless, Xiao Dong Li screamed. From the shadows, a horde of twisted, infected monsters charged toward them in a frenzy. In seconds, they were completely surrounded. Bai Zian gritted his teeth. Damn it, we're trapped, Xiao Dong Li shouted. Stay close to me, do not move. Bai Zian relayed the order. He says, don't move. Instantly, Xiao Dong Li raised his staff, chanting an ancient spell as mana surged around them. Oh, wandering spirits of a bygone era, heed the whispers of the living. Answering his call, the soulless ones descended. They swirled in a spectral vortex above, drawn to the power of the scepter. Lost ghosts of the past, obey our command. Bai Zian stared at the formation, a cold sweat breaking out. Is he actually controlling the undead? That's next-level necromancy. The boy roared to the heavens. Go, you hollow wanderers, seek out the lost souls. With a thunderous slam of his staff, the ghost army surged forward like a tidal wave. As the dust settled, Xiao Dong Li turned to explain. Usually the soulless are passive. As long as you have a guide, you can traverse their domain without triggering a death flag. Bai Zian sighed in relief, his guard lowering slightly. So you guys are actually a peace-loving race. That's a rare twist. He scanned the desolate landscape, his eyes narrowing. Judging by this terrain, was this place once an ocean floor? Sharp eyes, Xiao Dong Li replied quickly. Correct. But the cataclysm brought the corruption. It polluted the pristine waters, stripping away all life. Our master granted us adaptation skills to survive the fallout. Even in a void without water, we endure. It is as if she foresaw the apocalypse long before it arrived. The truth hit Bai Zian hard. But your master, she couldn't escape the corruption herself, could she? His voice softened with pity. What a tragic fate. The party moved out. Xiao Dong Li took point, his voice serious. We're nearing the village. Whatever you do, do not touch the slime on the road. That substance is pure corruption. Bai Zian reacted instantly, intercepting Yuan Po Tian's reaching hand. Yuan Po Tian, stop. Don't touch that toxic sludge, unless you have a death wish. Hearing the word toxic, color drained from Yuan Po Tian's face as he recoiled. A holographic window popped up, a classic trope in this leveling manhwa, identifying the substance extraterrestrial fungal corruption. It doesn't belong to this world. It parasitizes the environment and living hosts rewriting their biology. Suddenly, Xiao Dong Li froze his small frame, trembling violently. Bai Zian sensed the shift immediately. Xiao Dong Li, why did you stop? Behind them, Feng Tianyu realized something. So, the little guy's name is Xiao Dong Li. The village. Xiao Dong Li stammered, staring at his home. It was barren. My village. It's been raided. Chaos erupted ahead. Zihao and Bai Zining were hunting the villagers like sport. Zining waved her hand, commanding her beast. Little White, destroy them. The massive scaled leviathan opened its maw, gathering a terrifying sphere of energy. A beam of destruction blasted toward the village. Zihao frowned, tapping Zining's head. Zining, if you smash them to paste, how am I supposed to hang their corpses for a public display? She feigned innocence, tapping her fingers together with a pout. Oopsie. My bad. Boom. Bai Zian erected a massive energy shield, blocking the blast and saving the villagers. His eyes blazed with fury. What the hell do you think you two are doing? Zihao raised an eyebrow at the barrier. That shield. Bai Zian. He scoffed, confirming the identity. Well, look at that. The local wildlife hasn't eaten you yet. Zining shrieked, annoyed. Stop hitting my head. You'll stunt my growth. Ignoring her, Zihao sneered at Bai Zian. You're a human. Why are you playing hero for these trash-tier creatures? Bai Zian's expression darkened rage, simmering in his gaze. Life has no hierarchy. This is their home. They are the true masters of this land, not you. Zihao glanced at the villagers, struggling in the traps above his laugh, dripping with disdain. Have you been in the spider nest dungeon too long? Did your brain rot? These mute low-level mobs, masters of this land, don't make me laugh. He tapped his temple, mocking Bai Zian. You're overflowing with that useless saint mentality, aren't you? Humans conquered the stars through force and resolve. We dominate because we take what we want. People like you. You belong in the borderlands with the dirt. His voice turned cold. The strong cull the weak. That is the only law that matters. Bai Zian stepped forward, his aura intensifying. You call yourself strong today while crushing the weak. But have you ever considered the day you stand before a god? He shouted, his voice echoing like thunder. If you use your power to oppress, you are merely waiting for the day a bigger predator devours you. Zihao looked at him with pure contempt. What? Someone stronger than me. His eyes bulged, and he raised a hand, crackling with spiritual energy. The big fish eats the little fish, and the Bai family. We are the Leviathans. We only grow stronger by consuming the trash. We are the apex of the food chain. In this system, Manhwa world, nothing exists that can look down on me. Bai Zian replied coldly. Pathology. You're just a bandit using power as an excuse to loot. Your philosophy is nothing but slaughter and greed. You have zero respect for life. You're just chasing the high of the kill. The air between them crackled with tension, two opposing philosophies clashing. Bai Zian summoned his beast, the Void Whale Jing attack. Slaughter only leads to ruin. Coexistence is the path to eternity. Protect the weak, learn from them, and harmonize your origins. That is the true Tao of the strongest beast tamer. Zihao's veins popped on his forehead. You stubborn fool, talk is cheap. He summoned his scaled leviathan. Kill him. Become fertilizer for the strong, along with these pests. The leviathan roared, its massive jaws snapping toward Bai Zian. The two titans collided. But Bai Zian's void whale was faster. It dodged the bite with supernatural agility. The whale bit down hard on the leviathan's tail. The leviathan panicked, looking back. Look at you, the leviathan sneered. Ugly beast. You look just as pathetic as your master. The void whale didn't back down. Oh please. Your breath smells exactly like your master's personality, absolute garbage. Do you even brush? The whale mocked. Or do you have too many teeth to keep that sewer clean? Tails clashed like whips, shockwaves rippling out. The leviathan roared back. You're one to talk, bottom feeder. The two rivals stood their ground on opposite sides, their voices dripping with disdain as they declared, You're not doing any better yourself. Meanwhile, their beasts clashed in a frenzy of violence. Watching the savage battle, Zihao muttered to himself, Is this what they call disciples of the same sect? I can't break his defense. On the other side, Bai Zian analyzed the situation. They are both beasts of the Bai clan. Their moves are practically mirror images. But then a realization struck him like lightning. Wait, there is still one technique left. Without hesitation, he roared, Jingzi. The space here is vast enough. Jingzi understood the command instantly. It was finally time to unleash that legendary technique. Zihao suddenly screamed, sensing a shift in the air. There's an opening. Crush them now. Lin Yu immediately unleashed a catastrophic wave of energy. However, the blast was deflected harmlessly by Jingzi's outer defense, dealing absolutely zero damage. As a colossal shadow engulfed it, Lin Yu looked up in confusion. What is this? Towering over its opponent, Jingzi, now 100 times larger than before, spoke with the gravity of an ancient king. Now, I will show you the difference between a minnow and a leviathan. Zihao gritted his teeth, sweat forming on his brow. Is this its primal form? Meanwhile, Zining cheered from the sidelines. Whoa, that fish is massive. In a single motion, Jingzi opened its abyssal maw and swallowed Lin Yu whole. From inside, a terrified voice screamed, "This is cheating." Jingzi clamped its mouth shut and replied with cold indifference, "Cheating? I was born this magnificent." Zihao's jaw dropped in pure horror. He swallowed it, trapped within the belly of the beast. Lin Yu howled in despair. "Let me out. It's too dark in here." Bai Zian's voice cut through the air, icy and sharp. The big fish eats the small fish. That is the fundamental law of this world. He turned his gaze to Zihao. "But if I truly let him digest your beast, how would I be any different from you?" On command, Jingzi spat Lin Yu out with explosive force. The beast spun uncontrollably through the air, groaning, "Oh, I thought I was dead." It crashed violently right next to where Zihao stood. Bai Zian and Jingzi looked down from their vantage point, like gods, judging a mortal. Bai Zian shouted, "Is it clear now? The values of your so-called upper realm are twisted." Zihao clutched his head, his pride shattering into pieces. "I lost, am I? The weak one?" Denial surged through him as he screamed, "Impossible, I am not weak." What he was obsessed with were the blue crystals, classic items you'd see in a system manhwa or a leveling manhwa. The energy efficiency of these crystals was off the charts, possessing 50 times the spiritual power and quality of any standard spirit stone. He continued his internal monologue. It can also amplify the mental strength of a tamed beast, pushing the spiritual connection to a new tier. If used to control a beast, it would save an immense amount of training time. As Zihao absorbed this information, a dark realization lit up his eyes. A twisted, sinister smile crept across his face. "Excellent. This is excellent," Zihao thought venomously. "Bai Zian, just you wait." Back on Bai Zian's side, Feng Tianyu turned to Po Tian and asked a serious question. If, and this is just a hypothetical, the Bai clan city hadn't faced those tragedies, do you think Bai Zian would have become the city lord? Po Tian hesitated. "I can't say for sure, but as his best friend, I would have supported him with my life." He then turned the tables on her. "What about you, Feng Tianyu? Would you have opposed him?" Ahead of them, Bai Zian was chatting warmly with the villagers. "No trouble at all," he assured them. "Though we are currently trapped in your world, we're still figuring out a way home." "Is that so? That's great." Feng Tianyu fell silent for a moment before answering Po Tian. "I don't know." She gazed at Bai Zian, who was laughing carefree in the distance. "I always saw him as a rival. I only looked for his weaknesses to crush him." Her expression softened. "But after everything we've been through, I see potential in him now. The potential of a true leader." Realizing what she just admitted, she panicked and quickly backpedaled. "Just because I praised him doesn't mean I acknowledge him or anything. But I don't hate him either." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Maybe just a little." Po Tian gave her a knowing thumbs up his face, saying, "I see how it is. I got it. It's that kind of vibe, right?" Moments later, Bai Zian finished his conversation and walked back to them. "I have 2 pieces of news," he announced. "One good, one bad. Which one do you want first?" Feng Tianyu looked at him confused. "Huh, what is it?" Noticing her flushed face, Bai Zian asked with genuine concern. "Feng Tianyu, are you okay? Your face is completely red. Are you feeling sick?" His question only made her blush harder. She stammered, I'm fine. Just tell us the good news first." Bai Zian nodded and dropped the bombshell. "The good news is, before the civilization collapsed, the city of Rie possessed interspatial technology. We just need to reach the ruins of Rie City, and we can find a teleportation device." The 3 of them stood in a circle as the gravity of the situation set in. Bai Zian continued, "Now for the bad news." He pointed downwards. "Where we are standing right now is technically the planet's underground, the deep sea trench. The ancient city of Rie is on the surface. We need to find an ancient orbital elevator to get there." He paused. "And right now that elevator is the nest of the soulless." Bai Zian laid out the tactical problem. Normally with a red pilot, the soulless wouldn't be a threat. But Xiao Dongli is the last red pilot of this region. She must stay here to protect this land. He turned to face his companions, his eyes burning with determination. "So we have to rely on our own strength." The group moved out, arriving at a dark, ominous location. This should be the place, Bai Zian whispered. Feng Tianyu, trailing behind, spotted a corpse on the ground. Judging by the gear, looks like a lost mercenary. Bai Zian showed no fear as he shoved the heavy doors open. They might have beaten us here. Stay sharp. Suddenly, he froze. Wait. He stared at the scene unfolding before him. Xiaohei stood amidst the carnage, weapon in hand, stepping on a pile of defeated monsters like a queen of war. She smirked arrogantly. Is this all you've got? How boring. It was a grinding scene straight out of a manhwa recap. Bai Zian went on high alert instantly. Xiaohei glanced over and smiled. Well, if it isn't? Little brother Bai Zian. Suddenly, guards armed with guns rushed in, aiming straight at the group. Freeze. Hands in the air, behave yourselves. As they were marched forward, Bai Zian sighed. Hey. Now isn't the time to play cops and robbers? Xiaohei, seeing this from her elevated position, snapped. You two, stand down immediately. She scolded the soldiers with fury. We are trapped in this world. Did your master from the Bai clan teach you nothing about situational awareness? Seeing the gunmen retreat, Bai Zian smirked. Sister Qi, you're more reasonable than I thought. I assumed everyone from the upper realm was just a brainless war junkie. She walked up to Bai Zian, pointing a finger at his chest, her voice cold. First, I don't care about your opinion of the upper realm. As I said before, I have my own mission. I have no interest in getting tangled up in the Bai clan's mess. She looked down at him, but Bai Zian held her gaze without flinching. Second, in a flash, she wrapped her arm around his neck in a playful chokehold. You are the first beast tamer to ever defeat me, so I'm actually quite interested in you. Bai Zian struggled against the suffocating grip, his voice straining as he yelled, You call this interesting? What the hell are you doing? Unhand me this instant. Feng Tianyu witnessed the chaos and roared Bai Zian. The soldiers averted their gaze or scratched their heads in confusion, while Po Tian stood frozen, not daring to intervene in the fierce woman's wrath. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Both of them froze. Bai Zian shouted, What is the meaning of this? A terrifying pressure descended as a bizarre entity materialized before them. Qi Xiaoheng instantly released Bai Zian, shoving him behind her protectively. Her voice turned icy. Fall back. I will handle this. Looming ahead was a colossal nightmare of a monster. Bai Zian's eyes went wide as he stared at the monstrosity. What in the world is that? He immediately activated his cheat ability. God's eye, show me the truth. The abomination was a gigantic dark green carnivorous flower, its limbs tipped with deadly drills. Under the gaze of the God's eye, the data of this leveling manhwa boss instantly flooded his vision. Target Star Beast Ray Star, Kin Rank Primary Diamond Skill Void Howl. The system screen glowed with ominous red text. Attribute: Psychic Force State Star Corruption. A mutant beast hatched from the spores of the alien realm. Its specialty: devastating mental attacks. Yan had attempted an aerial ambush, but the beast's senses were too sharp. It countered instantly. She crossed her arms, summoning a spiritual shield, just in time to block the crushing blow. She was sent flying, skidding violently across the ground. Digging her weapon into the earth to break, she smirked, wiping dirt from her face. Heh, that actually had some kick to it. Suddenly, a chilling voice cut through the air. How fascinating. A soldier standing nearby looked at the hooded figure in confusion. Hey, what are you doing? The man discarded his mask, letting it clatter to the ground. As he strolled toward the danger, he spoke with arrogant calm. I only came to see if you, outsiders, were in league with the Moon-Hidden sect. Unbelievable. It was Diego, the third priest of the Demon Spider sect. Yan narrowed her eyes at the intruder. Hold it right there. Who the hell are you? Diego didn't even spare her a glance. To him, she was nothing but air. He marched toward the Star Beast with fanatical glee. To think I'd find such a rare specimen here. He hurled his golden sword forward, screaming, Now submit and serve your new master. The blade streaked through the air like a bolt of golden lightning, slamming directly into the Star Beast. It pierced the creature's hide, causing strange golden ichor to gush out like a fountain. In seconds, the beast's dark green skin morphed into a corrupted black and gold. The system interface flickered, the monster's status was being forcibly rewritten. Venom B parasitism. It was a forced control technique. Even a beast with immense psychic power couldn't resist. Bai Zian recognized the technique instantly, his face paling. That's the parasitic bee. Why is the demon spider sect here? Po Tian trembled in pure terror, his voice cracking. Bai Zian, have you been fighting monsters like this for the past 6 months? Upon hearing the name Demon Spider Sect, Yan's aura exploded with rage. She charged forward like a berserker, roaring, Demon Spider scum, prepare to die. She clashed head-on with the corrupted beast, swinging her weapon with earth-shattering force. unleashing a slash meant to cleave the world in two. Yet Diego stood casually on the Star Beast's shoulder, completely unfazed. He tilted his head, smiling. "My dear lady, we've never met. Why do you look like you have a personal vendetta against me?" Yan Yan's fury peaked. "Don't play dumb with me. Do I need to use my spear to jog your memory?" Realization dawned on Diego's face. "Ah, that demon flame technique. Are you perhaps his subordinate?" Before he could finish, a beam of destruction blasted toward him, but against his golden barrier, the attack was useless. It shattered into sparks upon impact. Diego glanced down with a sneer, his voice dripping with disdain. "I almost forgot. There's still another rat trying to interfere." Below, Bai Zian had already flashed to Yan Yan's side. He pointed a finger straight at the villain. "Parasitic bee. I don't care how you resurrected, but we have unfinished business." He glanced sideways at Yan Yan, thinking, it seems Miss Chi has a blood feud with this guy too. Perfect. Yan Yan caught his gaze, sensing a mutual understanding. Meanwhile, Diego laughed maniacally atop the charging beast. "Excellent. I'll use you worms to test my new pet's power." Yan Yan shifted her stance, eyes locked on the enemy. "Since we both want him dead," Bai Zian finished her sentence, a cunning grin spreading across his face. "We might as well team up." Yan Yan smirked back, their killing intent syncing perfectly. Great minds think alike. The brief chat was over. The Star Beast had finished gathering its energy. A massive beam of annihilation erupted from its maw, wreathed in blinding golden lightning. Diego watched the destruction with twisted satisfaction. Magnificent. The blast carved a trench through the earth like a dried-up riverbed, leaving nothing but destruction and a cloud of choking dust in its wake. Diego cackled, intoxicated by the strength. This power. It's at least diamond rank. I've truly found a supreme treasure this time. But his celebration was cut short. A streak of purple-pink energy tore through the smoke, aiming for his head. Diego barely twitched, tilting his head just enough for the spear to graze past him. It was Yan Yan. She emerged from the dust, clicking her tongue in annoyance. "Missed." Diego rolled his eyes. He didn't seem shocked. "Why am I not surprised that you cockroaches are still alive?" He turned his gaze toward a silhouette, still hidden in the fading smoke, holding a shield. "Tell me, how did you survive that?" Yan Yan looked over, expecting her ally. Bai Zi. But as the smoke cleared, the shield bearer was a stranger. She raised her guard instantly. "Who are you?" The man trembled under the pressure, stuttering, I'm just a normal mercenary." Bai Zian stepped out from behind the mercenary, resting a hand on the man's shoulder with a friendly smile. "See, didn't I tell you? That anti-magic shield is top-tier quality. Absolutely zero issues." "Huh. Oh, right," the mercenary stammered. Bai Zian narrowed his eyes at Diego. "I used this guy to bait their attack and drain their spirit energy. Calculated. That villain is sharp though. I need to see his trump card." Bai Zian activated his ability again. Under the God's Eye, Diego's secrets were laid bare. Name Diego, borrow title. The Parasitic Bee, origin 10,000 spider. Nest rank peak, Diamond Beast Tamer talent, Spirit Beast armament. The boss battle starts now. Scanning the enemy's status window, Bai Zian was stunned. 2 innate talents, and the second one was hidden. This was turning into a classic leveling Manhwa boss fight. A crazy plan instantly formed in his mind. He extended his hand, summoning the golden chains of judgment. "If I can't read it, I'll just steal it," he smirked. Skill activated, Heavenly Dao chains. The golden chains surged forward, binding Diego tight. The system pinged immediately. Spirit armor taming copied successfully, but then, error copy failed. Bai Zian froze, his mind racing. A copy error. The system never failed before. Why was this hidden talent immune to his plunder ability? The system clarified coldly, target's hidden talent is restricted. Bai Zian's eyes narrowed, regaining his cool. Fine. If I can't have the mystery box, I'll kill him with what I did get. Another alert blared in his mind. Warning, Heavenly Dao slots full. Please replace an existing talent to proceed. Right, the restriction, Bai Zian cursed, internally. He could only hold 3 at once. The interface flashed his current arsenal. A-rank Fang Tianyu Flame, A-rank Liquid Fire, and A-rank Soul Possession. He weighed his options tactically. The Liquid Fire had 2 components, but his synergy with the Fang properties during Soul Possession had been clunky at best. Decision made. The system voice rang out like a judge's gavel. Discarding Liquid Fire body. The fire icon shattered, replaced instantly by the new rune. Skill, acquired Spirit Armor Taming. The loadout was set. Across the battlefield, Diego flinched. A violation. A phantom sensation of something entering his soul. "You rat," he roared, veins popping. "What did you just do to me?" Ignorant, otherworldly trash, Diego spat. Bai Zian blinked in genuine surprise. This guy could actually sense the intangible heavenly Tao chains. Diego didn't wait. He forced his will onto the star beast. The creature erupted with bioelectricity, sending waves of neon green and yellow energy pulsating outward. The energy surged into the earth, awakening the ancient flora slumbering beneath. The ground cracked as massive mutated roots exploded onto the surface surrounding the party. The mycelium network, Xian screamed in horror. It's alive. Before anyone could react, vines shot up, wrapping around a mercenary's leg, crackling with that deadly bioelectricity. The mercenary didn't stand a chance. The roots constricted instantly, bypassing his defenses and tearing him limb from limb in a shower of gore. Bai Zian analyzed the carnage coldly. Pure physical damage. He's targeting the mercenaries with anti-magic barriers first, to thin the herd. Calculated and ruthless, but the battlefield waits for no one. While he analyzed, a massive root coiled silently behind him, ready to strike. By the time he sensed the killing intent, it was too late. Shit. But the impact never came. A flash of steel severed the vines in the blink of an eye. Bai Zian looked up stunned. Hovering above was Feng Tianyu and her golden eagle. She smirked, flipping her hair. Well, well, Bai Zian. Never thought I'd see the day you'd need my charity. Ignoring her toxicity completely, Bai Zian just gave a thumbs up. Much appreciated. Nice timing. His chill reaction just pissed her off more. Hey, you're supposed to argue back. Stop ignoring me. Meanwhile, Po Tian was cowering beneath his massive armored gorilla, using it as a living shield. Save me. Tank the damage. Po Tian shrieked, clutching his head while his spirit beast took the hits. Bai Zian's tactical mind went into overdrive. Diego wiped the physical shields first, which means his main play is a massive magical bombardment. We're pinned down. We need a counteroffensive. He analyzed the monster's biology. That thing was born from slime mold. Fungus hates heat. We need fire. We need the Li flame. Plan set. Bai Zian bellowed across the battlefield. Hey Feng Tianyu, I've got a play, but I need your firepower. Feng Tianyu blinked, taken aback. Huh, the lone wolf is actually asking for help. But Bai Zian didn't stop there. You too, Monkey Boy. Po Tian peeked out confused. Me, what can I do? Bai Zian turned to the last ally. And you, Miss Crimson. Xian smiled, her aura flaring. Oh, finally putting me to use. High above? Diego watched the team rally, his expression twisting into a scowl. Pathetic insects, Diego sneered. Without those anti-magic shields, you're just kindling for the fire. Today is your funeral. The Star Beast began to charge a massive energy ball. Don't worry, Diego laughed maniacally. I'll use your corpses as spare parts. The air pressure dropped. This attack was far stronger than the last one. Bai Zian saw the energy peak. Now, at his signal, Po Tian commanded his armored gorilla to step into the line of fire. Thunderstorm, absorb it all. The massive ape roared, standing firm against the incoming annihilation. A kinetic barrier manifested, swallowing the beam. Diego's eyes bulged. What? That stupid monkey absorbed the energy. The armored gorilla glowed with unstable power muscles bulging as it reached critical mass. It wasn't just blocking, it was reloading. Release. The beast slammed its fists into the earth, discharging the stored energy in a cataclysmic shockwave that shattered the bedrock. The opening was created. Feng Tianyu lighted up, Bai Zian commanded. Feng Tianyu grinned, the thrill of the hunt taking over. Don't order me around, jerk. Despite her words, she synced perfectly. Skill Scorching Sunflow, the Red Crow, and Golden Eagle unleashed a dual torrent of hellfire straight at the Star Beast. It was a type advantage massacre. The plant-based abomination shrieked as the flames incinerated its cellular structure instantly. While the beast burned, Xian began her ritual. One hand raised to the heavens, she began to chant the ancient aria. The gods know. Even the truest prophecies fall on deaf ears of the wicked. The netherworld drums. The impure 3,000 worlds. Chaos reigns. Her mana spiraled out of control. If reincarnation exists, I choose the path of the demon. Her eyes snapped open, glowing with violet light. This is the Asura road. I am the devil, heed my call. From the abyss, a creature of violet flame and darkness emerged, wielding a scythe made of shadows, to sever reality itself. The summoning circle shattered, revealing a majestic bird with ash-gray plumage wreathed in purple fire. Xian pointed her blade forward. Feast my night patrol demon crow. As the legendary beast took flight, the system window popped up, revealing its terrifying stats to the world. Behold, the Nightstalker Demon Fire Raven, a diamond tier variant of the winged raven lineage. It possesses 3 legendary stances, Demon Fire, Karmic Flame, and the terrifying Asura stance. Its combat style shifts fluidly like a martial artist, a truly ultra-rare specimen. Bai Zian watched his jaw practically hitting the floor. Are you kidding me? A spirit beast of that caliber? Its movement patterns were unlike anything he'd seen in a standard leveling manhwa. Stance skills. Bai Zian analyzed its footwork intensely. Could it be? Does it mimic human martial arts stances? By shifting forms, it generates completely different combat effects. The raven vaulted into the air, locking onto Diego. Demon Fire stance. Diego shrieked as the shadow of death loomed over him. The Demon Fire Raven. That species should be extinct. He froze, paralyzed by disbelief. In that split second, the raven's talons tore through the astral beast, inflicting a critical hit. Strike and retreat. The raven backflipped, creating perfect spacing from the abomination. Wings retracted, violet-pink mana surged, concentrating in its feathers. The astral beast saw an opening and began charging a breath attack in desperation. Too late. The raven unleashed karmic flame stance gold, and violet energy beams collided in a cataclysmic boom. Watching the shockwaves, Bai Zian gasped. That's the Karma Rakshasa technique. The clash of spiritual energy reached its climax. The raven's beam completely overwhelmed the astral beast, vaporizing its resistance. The victor touched down. Instantaneously, purple flames erupted beneath its talons, claiming the battlefield. Yan, silent until now, finished her incantation. So this is the raw power of a high-tier variant. Bai Zian realized the road ahead was paved with monsters. She truly reflects the danger of this world. The raven stood imperious amidst a sea of violet fire, its sharp gaze piercing through the smoke. Diego stumbled out of the debris, broken and battered. He muttered like a madman. Purify the senses. Cleanse the soul. Even an otherworld creature can't defeat a mythic beast. Greed flickered in his eyes. If I could just tame it. His fantasy was cut short by a cold steel spear tip hovering inches from his nose. Backed by her raven, Yan's voice was ice cold. Scum from the demon spider sect will never earn the raven's recognition. Prepare to die. Diego's eyes widened in horror. I see now. You're the legendary successor of the demon flame. To think I'd fall to you? Yan didn't let him finish. She waved her hand, unleashing a wave of violet pressure. Silence. Bai Zian broke into a cold sweat. Is this the standard for the upper realm? A legendary beast paired with a tamer of that caliber. He studied her imposing silhouette. Honestly, her combat power might even exceed my grandfather's. Bai Zian clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. After this incident, the upper realm won't stay quiet. I need to level up before that storm hits. As he watched, Yan, a dozen theories about this world raced through his mind. But the level cap in the 10,000 spider nest is locked. To break through, I have to reach the origin star in the upper realm. But that's a problem for later. Xian hoisted her heavy sword onto her shoulder and swaggered toward the group. You lot look like young masters from the great clans, she noted. Gazing at Feng Tianyu, she added, and you must be the current awakener of the Feng Tianyu flame. Bai Zian blinked. How does she know everyone's dossier? She turned to him. Starseed Dragon, you're Bai Zian of the Bai family, grandson of the exile. Your old man really stirred up a storm in the upper realm back in his prime. And the Yuan family. Ice Mountain Thunder. Your ancestors were the vanguard generals who conquered the Star Sea. Yan smirked confidently, placing a hand over her heart. Now allow me to formally introduce myself. Infernal Heaven Fire. I am Xian, of the Qi clan, current wielder of the Demon Flame. Apologies for the rough display earlier. I have zero interest in your petty clan feuds. I'm only here on orders from above to explore this new world. I was just testing my spear against the local wildlife. Her expression darkened. But as you can see, the teleportation coordinates were scrambled. Now my mission is completely stalled. Bai Zian's face fell. Wait, does that mean Miss Qi is trapped in this dungeon too? She scratched her head, laughing awkwardly. Hate to admit it, but yes. Bai Zian clapped his hands, beaming. Perfect, then you should join our party. Feng Tianyu exploded from the background. Hey, don't just invite people without consulting the team. Bai Zian, are you insane? She's from the upper realm. The tragedy at Whitescale City. My family suffered because of people like her. Bai Zian patted her shoulder, flashing a reassuring smile. Have you forgotten my S-rank talent, super intuition? Trust my gut on this. Feng Tianyu blushed and swatted his hand away. Fine. Yeah, stop flexing your S-rank. Bai Zian chuckled internally. If only she knew it's actually a mythic grade system talent. As they exited the dungeon, Bai Zian teased, so I'll take that as a yes. Feng Tianyu dodged the question. Just hurry up to the surface. They emerged at the ruins of Ri City. Bai Zian gazed up at a looming shadowy castle, its walls choked with ancient moss. Yan hummed. The architecture here rivals our own civilization. Bai Zian's lip twitched. If it's so advanced, why does it look like a haunted house, even in daylight? Despite the gloom, the weathered statues hinted that Ri was once a majestic empire. They scanned the horizon. Bai Zian sighed. It all looks the same. How are we supposed to find the teleportation device in this mess? Feng Tianyu smirked, seizing the chance to roast him. Oh, what happened to that S-rank intuition you're so proud of? Bai Zian's eyes snapped open. That's it. The teleportation device requires high-grade materials treasure. If I use my God Eye treasure hunting function, I can track the energy signature directly. Bai Zian shut his eyes tight, channeling his focus. God's Eye activate. Scan for high-tier treasures within effective range. The system acknowledged the command immediately. Scanning in progress. The God's Eye returned the data, but it was fragmented. Because these artifacts belonged to another dimension, they defied normal analysis. The best the system could do was pinpoint a rough location. His mind raced with possibilities. A throne. Could this be the legendary castle or imperial palace mentioned in the ancient texts? Bai Zian narrowed his eyes, suspicion clouding his gaze. But what is the connection between the throne and the teleportation device? Only one way to find out. He surveyed the gloom surrounding him, hesitation flickering for a second. This truly felt like searching for a needle in the bottom of the ocean. The scene shifts to a suffocating darkness. Twisted roots coiled everywhere, pierced by glowing blue crystals like jagged teeth. Zihao furrowed his brows, arms crossed in impatience. Any new progress to report? The subordinate beside him observed the glowing ores. Yes, young master. He held up a scanning device, his voice trembling with awe. The energy readings in these crystals are unlike anything we have seen before. We discovered a terrifying pattern on the way here. The closer we get to the center, the more the energy density skyrockets. His voice echoed in the desolate darkness. It is highly likely these crystals are tethered to a massive power source nearby. In fact, I suspect that source is the very core of this world. The exact treasure we came to hunt. The sheer quantity we have harvested already rivals the reserves of a purple star beast tamer. But there is a catch, the subordinate continued. These crystals seem to require a stronger foundation to be properly absorbed. They need a compatible host. Since the young master needs time to recover his cultivation, I suggest we hold off on consuming them. It would be safer to wait. Zihao cut him off instantly. No, we are trapped in this hellscape. We need speed, not caution. Who knows if we will run into that nuisance Bai Zian before we find a way home. Zining's eyes sparkled like stars. She held up a crystal, looking up innocently. Long, big brother. Says this rock has lots of nutrition. Maybe it will help Long evolve even faster. Zihao looked at his sister bewildered. Zining, what in the world are you doing? Zining stated the obvious. Oh, Long is hungry. Her voice turned shy. Long has not leveled up in a long time. The beast stared at the crystal eyes, burning with desire. It licked its lips silently. I think Long really wants to break through his limits. Zihao's face twisted in alarm. He countered immediately. But the soul energy in that crystal is too violent. Eating it raw could shatter his foundation. Absolutely not. Zining panicked, but it was too late. Behind her, Long snatched the crystal with lightning speed. He crunched it down in one bite. Suddenly, his eyes erupted with multicolored light. Zining gasped. Long, are you okay? Zihao and the subordinate watched in shock. Zihao screamed. Damn it, he actually ate it. Spirit energy surged, skyrocketing toward the critical limit. Long spread his wings wide. A strange, tyrannical purple-pink aura exploded outward. His ears elongated, and his neck thickened with muscle. In the blink of an eye, he grew into a titan. Tiny Zining stood at his feet and cheered. Big brother look, Long got huge. Zihao clutched his head, defeated. Thank heavens he did not explode. What is the status? The subordinate replied. His power has indeed increased drastically. Checking the status panel found in this system Manhwa setting, the subordinate analyzed the data. No rank breakthrough yet, but he has reached peak gold rank. Luckily, the young Mrs. Beast is strong enough to withstand such chaotic energy. Zihao's expression turned grim. Peak gold rank. That is just one step away from diamond rank. As expected, Zining's talent far surpasses my own. Watching Long affectionately lick Zining's happy face, A dark thought crept in. He could not help but admit it. To be honest, he felt a sting of jealousy. Memories of his past failure haunted him. He had worked so hard, only to be crushed by insects from the lower realm. If word of that disgrace got out, he would have no face left. Zihao gripped a crystal hesitation, warring with greed. The current path to power is unstable, but his raw strength the only thing that matters. Staring at the glowing gem, he steeled his resolve. The strong only get stronger. A frown creased his forehead. This soul crystal actually suits my attributes perfectly. Suddenly, a shout pierced his thoughts. Big brother Zihao jumped startled. Zining was standing proudly atop Long Long's head. She waved her hands excitedly. Me and Long Long are going for a walk. It is too boring here. Zihao snapped back in anger. Do you think we are here on a vacation? Zining ignored him completely. She shouted with glee. Long, let's go Z. Hao watched his sister leave veins, popping in frustration. Are you even listening to a word I say? That wretched brat. The scene shifts to the oppressive darkness of the ruins. Before Bai Zian stood a colossal stone statue. He thought to himself, straight ahead should be the sealed throne of Kasuna. He looked around, a sense of unease settling in. Why haven't the corrupted beings here turned into soulless ones? His gaze landed on a golden sword. What is this? It looks like a relic meant to suppress corruption. Feng Tianyu broke the silence first. Can't this world have just one normal place? Bai Zian mused silently. It seems these statues are the heroes who sacrificed themselves to seal Kasuna. He frowned tense. But what exactly is that object? He commanded mentally, God's eye, tell me the truth. The interface, typical of a classic leveling manhwa, projected the data. Otherworldly metal. Specific stats unknown. A high-level alchemy product from our city's special technology capable of absorbing souls. The people of our city use this to seal corruption and infected creatures. By absorbing a massive amount of souls, it gains the power to continuously reinforce the seal. However, over long periods, the intensity degrades. Bai Zian quickly connected the dots. That means these special R-City citizens sacrificed their own souls to power this device. No wonder they didn't become soulless ones despite the corruption. Their souls were already gone. Just as Bai Zian reached out to touch the sword, a thunderous voice erupted. Hey, don't touch that. Feng Tianyu spun around, weapons ready, her instinct screaming danger. She demanded. Who spoke just now? Yan replied, confused. I don't know, but it sounded close. Bai Zian broke into a cold sweat. Everyone heard it. That means it wasn't an hallucination. The blue soul crystal on the hilt gripped the blade tighter. It spoke again. What are you things, outsiders? Feng Tianyu pointed at it and screamed. It's that thing. Yan agreed instantly. No mistake, it is definitely that object. Po Tian nodded. I heard it too. Bai Zian spread his arms to hold them back. Don't be impulsive. That is a divine artifact, used to seal the corruption. Suddenly, something squirmed out from the body of the sword. The soul crystal trembled in shock. The seal has mutated. Wait, why am I trapped within the spirit sword's domain? And look at my body. Why is it like this? Water. Where is the water? Gazing into the abyssal darkness, it cried out in despair. The seal has weakened, damn it all. In the end, we still failed. Bai Zian's eyes blazed with realization. He pondered deeply. How is it possible for us to hear its voice? The crystal soul screamed at them. Hey you despicable outlander, get over here and help me. The eye of truth revealed the answer. The seal's essence is a telepathic sword force field. Anyone standing within its range can hear the sword's thoughts. Bai Zian continued to listen to the crystal soul's plea. Hurry up and destroy this sword. Existing in this pathetic state serves no purpose. But a second later, he shouted, wait, you haven't failed yet. Accessing his past memories, he began to explain the truth to the spirit. Your descendants still survive in this oceanic trench. It is a harsh life, but hope remains. The crystal soul scoffed, unconvinced. The seal failed to stop the corruption of the demonic beasts. Complete corruption will consume this world. It is only a matter of time. Bai Zian retorted instantly. I refuse to accept that outcome. Behind him, Yan muttered repeatedly. Powerless. We are powerless. Bai Zian ignored her, focusing on the spirit. We came for the teleportation device, not to waste time with a stubborn antique, over 500 years old. The crystal soul gazed back at them cautious. You seek the teleporter. Does that mean you intend to enter the Grand Hall? Recalling a terrifying memory of a colossal shadow, it warned, do not enter. Kasuna is sealed within. If you enter, you will awaken the corrupted avatar of Kasuna. Bai Zian rejected the warning immediately. I don't care if she's a corrupted avatar or a god. There is a city waiting for me to save it. If she dares to stop me, I'll step over her corpse. The crystal soul embraced the blade, and a surge of azure energy began to concentrate around it. It sneered, "You damn outlander. Perhaps you are right. The seal will break sooner or later anyway. Come pick me up." Bai Zian turned listening, with a skeptical expression. "If your resolve is set." The corrupted parts of the sword split into three. From the cracks, the green crystal soul slithered out, extending the blade's length. A blinding light erupted, consuming the withered husk and transforming it into a spiritual flame. The emerald sections of the blade sharpened into deadly points, burning the soul as fuel to ignite a brilliant spiritual fire. The hilt transformed into the likeness of an eye, the final mission of this body. Bai Zian thought in amazement. It can actually shapeshift. The sword plunged deep into the ground. "Come," the spirit commanded. "Lift the sword, outlander." He stepped forward and grasped the hilt, adding a warning. "You said it yourself. Don't you dare regret this later." The spirit grew impatient. "Stop stalling and hurry up." The moment he lifted the weapon, turquoise energy exploded from the blade, saturating the air. All matter is void. All events are empty. All things possess a spirit. All causes have effects. The way of beast taming. The way of heaven. The way of spirit control is the supreme path. The sword was ripped from the earth, tearing a massive fissure in the ground. As Bai Zian raised the blade, the jade energy intensified, weaving through the corruption. "Here and now, I forge a contract with you. I will finish what you could not until your soul returns to the void." With the pact sealed, Bai Zian smiled with satisfaction. "Good. The contract is complete." The crystal soul asked in total bewilderment. "Wait, what kind of ritual was that?" He replied casually. "A contract, obviously. Didn't you want to come with me?" Suddenly, a green cyclone engulfed the four of them. Bai Zian shouted, "An earthquake? Is it a faceless one?" The crystal soul denied it. "No, that is not a faceless one. This aura, it feels very similar to you outlanders." Suddenly, a pillar of violet-pink light erupted from the ground, threatening to tear the very fabric of space. Bai Zian looked up, his eyes widening in shock. "Is that a dragon?" The Eye of Truth instantly displayed the creature's data. A classic trope in this leveling manhwa. Species: jade skin dragon. Type: scaled fish. Subspecies: four-legged wyvern. Rank: peak gold tier. Talents: windbind emerald secret. Skills: pale bone moon reversal. Pure jade sword / chaotic snow dance of the marsh. A variant of the four-legged wyvern, it belongs to the gem dragon subspecies. Surprisingly, it possesses the playful behavior and cute appearance of a cat. But do not be fooled. Its combat power betrays its cute exterior. Because of this, it is highly coveted by female beast tamers. Xian exclaimed in delight. Finally, some open space. Sitting atop Longlong's head, she looked down and spotted the group of four below. Xian squinted. "Wait, is that Bai Zian?" She gasped in surprise. Yan, the powerhouse of the Qi family, sighed. "Great. It's that dim-witted girl from the Bai family." Xian ignored the insult and shouted, "You are clearly from the upper realm. Why are you traveling with that idiot, Bai Zian, from the lower realm?" Yan rolled her eyes. "Didn't I already explain? The higher-ups only ordered me to enter the portal with you all. They never said I had to work with you." Xian crossed her arms, annoyed. "My big brother said Bai Zian's grandfather was a scumbag who did evil things. That means Bai Zian is also a scumbag. And since you are helping him, you are a scumbag too." Xian screamed from atop the jade dragon, shattering the silence. "That makes you, the Qi family musclehead, a total scumbag. Today, on behalf of my brother, I will punish all of you scumbags." Bai Zian looked baffled. "What kind of twisted logic is that?" Yan replied coolly. "Ignore her. Your cousin is just an idiot." Sweat rolled down Bai Zian's face as he laughed awkwardly. "It seems I've dragged Miss Qi into my mess. My apologies." She remained unfazed. "No matter. I cut ties with that Bai family trash long ago. I speak, of course, of the upper realms Bai family." With a wave of her hand, Yan commanded the blazing smile mad tiger. The beast crossed its arms arrogantly, flames roaring from its back, radiating pure power. "Blazing smile," she ordered. "Burn it all down." Bai Zian looked at his new weapon. "Sorry, looks like we have to stay a bit longer." The crystal soul was shocked. "Huh? You intend to use me to fight that brat? I am a spirit, running on fumes. Don't waste my energy on trivialities." But the blazing smile mad tiger smirked, bowing its head to reassure Bai Zian. "Little brother, don't worry. We can handle this." Hearing the beast speak, Bai Zian couldn't help but let out a surprised yelp. He locked eyes with Yan, guilt heavy in his voice. This war, it began with me. But she waved him off, eyes blazing with confidence. Stop talking. Don't you have a destiny to fulfill? A purple blade materialized in her grip, radiating elegance. Handle your business first. Once I crush this brat, I'll be right behind you. Xian barked a command. Long, destroy her. The dragon's eyes shifted from innocent to pure malevolent slaughter. The beast's massive foot descended like Judgment Day. The ground detonated, sending debris flying skyward. But then, a single hand caught the calamity. Xian screamed in disbelief. Impossible. It was Yan Xiao. The flame tiger had arrived perfectly to shield his master. The tiger scoffed. Is that all you've got? Energy condensed around his fist, burning brighter than the sun, as his expression turned grim. Taste this, unleashing the tiger roar fist. He landed a direct, devastating blow on the jade dragon's foot without even looking. Yan didn't look back. Go now, he nodded, his voice grim. Watch yourself. That dragon is no ordinary beast. He rallied his team. Feng Tianyu, Yuan Po Tian, move out. But the crystal soul within his weapon whispered a dire warning. Outlander, my soul energy is fading. You have exactly 2 strikes left. Bai Zian smirked. 2. I only need 1 to end this. He raised the blade, arrogance dancing in his eyes. I've never missed. He swung. A line of pure light severed the earth, slicing through the corrupted mass. Bai Zian rested the blade on his shoulder. Just like I said, right? But the sword hesitated. Well, about that. Technically, you didn't miss. Then realization struck. Wait, look, the corruption. It's bleeding out from inside. Bai Zian gasped. It's regenerating. The black corruption surged, sealing the path completely. The sword began to pulse with desperate energy. A voice echoed in his mind. Don't panic. 1 chance remains. 1 final strike to stop its rebirth forever. The blade hummed sadly. This is my final act, Outlander. Bai Zian grinned, hiding his concern. Hold on, don't start writing your will just yet. Determination hardened his gaze. Don't you want to witness the fall of your so-called gods with your own eyes? The sword wavered. But only a Rie soul can do this. Bai Zian refused to accept fate. He issued a mental command. God's Eye analyzed structure. Blue windows popped up. A classic system Manhwa interface. Target Re metallic lifeform. Composition R metal. And Re soul. Properties. Shape-shifting weapon with self-awareness. Converts soul energy into raw psychokinetic power. Primary function. Anti-corruption force field. Soul resonance amplifies output by 500%. Warning. The dimension of R lacks spiritual mana. It runs solely on psychokinetic fuel powered by souls. Hypothesis: mana is inferior, but high-density energy can substitute. Solution: inject malice karma from the beast core. Bai Zian's aura flared. Fine. Then I'll fuse my origin essence with his and ignite the karma engine. The sword vibrated in terror. Hey Outlander, are you insane? What are you doing? A system notification pinged. Link established. Soul fuel replaced with high-grade karma energy. Power flooded the blade. The ancient weapon trembled. This sensation. What kind of monstrous power is this? Bai Zian scanned the terrain, calculations running wild. If the door is sealed, then we break the door. He charged, roaring like a demon. A beam of devastation ripped through the air. Bai Zian unleashed a flurry of slashes, each one heavier than a mountain. The vines disintegrated. The wall behind them crumbled into dust. Meanwhile, the battle of the beasts reached its climax. Red and blue auras collided, creating a shockwave that shook the very foundations of the dungeon. The white tiger, cloaked in azure flame, pushed back with the force of a hurricane against the opposing pressure. Energy spiraled into a vortex of destruction. On the other side, the pink dragon refused to yield, its power surging. Xian pointed a trembling finger. You're the Academy's top genius. Why throw it all away for the spawn of a criminal? Yan's expression remained colder than ice. Those titles mean absolutely nothing to me. Her eyes sharpened. I follow the way of the beast. Mana isn't just power. It's a mirror of the soul. 2 moves. That's all it took to see his true character. You want to know why I stand with him? Because that criminal's spawn has more honor than you. He hasn't slaughtered innocents. Unlike someone else. Xian's face twisted in fury. You dare lecture me? Your philosophy is garbage. She screamed. Kill them. Long. The tiger smirked. This girl really lacks brain cells, doesn't she? Yan sighed. Is independent thought forbidden? In the Bai clan, enough talk. Yan Xiao. Toss me. With pleasure, the tiger launched her. She became a blur of motion. Allow me to educate you on behalf of your family. The dragon unleashed a meteor shower of attacks, but Yan Yan danced through them like smoke. Zining went pale. She's coming right at me. With eyes full of killing intent, Yan Yan closed the distance. Zining froze in terror. This woman is a monster. Boom! Yan Yan slammed her weapon down, shaking the earth, and sending a shockwave right through the dragon and its master. Long collapsed, hitting the debris with a thud. Seeing this, Yan Yan couldn't suppress a smug grin. Her voice dripped with sarcasm as she called out, "You said you'd punish me, yet look who's kissing the dirt now." Glancing back, however, a flicker of hesitation crossed Yan Yan's mind. Had she perhaps crossed the line? Seeing Zining sprawled out with swirling eyes, Yan Yan sighed internally. She was just a child after all. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Bai Zian. The massive wall before him had been obliterated, leaving only a gaping void. Bai Zian winced. Oops, maybe I put a little too much juice into that. Po Tian stared in disbelief. Bai Zian, is your destructive power really just white rank? That was insane. Suddenly, Feng Tianyu's voice rang out, filled with shock. Hey, look at that. Their eyes locked onto a terrifying sight. A colossal monster sat motionless upon the throne. The crystal soul's voice trembled as it revealed the truth. That is Kasuna. She was a monarch who fought against the corruption, only to be devoured by it. Now, she is the very avatar of corruption itself. As a goddess and a queen, she deserved better than this nightmare. Suddenly, the beast's eyes snapped open. At that exact moment, Long awoke, his eyes glowing with a gaze identical to the monster's. He rose ominously behind Yan Yan. Sensing the shift, she froze, her thoughts racing. What the? She turned to face the enraged spirit beast, its maw gaping wide, marks glowing with hostility. How is it still standing? She wondered. She glanced back at Zining, who was still out cold. A realization hit her like a ton of bricks. This isn't a command. It's gone berserk. Yan Yan let out a weary sigh. Troublesome brat. But there was no time to think. Long unleashed a torrent of azure flames, turning the area into a blazing inferno. Suddenly, a blast of turquoise energy slammed into Yanchao. The impact hurled the beast straight toward Bai Zian, leaving the protagonist completely stunned. Reflexes kicking in, Bai Zian instantly erected a barrier, deflecting the raining debris. Everyone watch out, he shouted, his eyes narrowing. Long pressed the attack, his eyes glowing a haunting deep blue. Seeing Yan Yan and Zining cradled in Yanshao's protective grasp, Bai Zian muttered, "Miss Yan, what on earth is going on here?" The crystal soul intervened sharply. Look at the dragon's eyes. It pointed out the chilling resemblance between Long and the corrupted Kasuna sitting upon the throne. "It's Kasuna the soul," cried out. "She's controlling him. That beast must have absorbed the crystal souls of my people." Kasuna extended a hand, and as if in a trance, Long drifted closer. The crystal soul shrieked in terror. "No, what is it trying to do?" "This is a disaster," the soul warned. "He's trying to free Kasuna from the throne." Long began tearing at the vines, binding the queen. "We cannot let him do that." Bai Zian roared. "Miss Yan, wake that brat up right now. Tell her to recall the jade dragon into her beast space. If she breaks free, we're all dead." Hearing the urgency, Yan Yan didn't hesitate. "Hey, wake up, you stupid girl." When shouting didn't work, Yan Yan delivered a sharp slap across Zining's face to snap her out of it. Zining's eyes fluttered open. Seeing Yan Yan looming over her, she groggily thought, "Ugh, the muscle woman." Regaining her senses, she threw a tantrum. "Get off me, you brute." Yan Yan screamed back, losing patience. "This isn't the time. Look at your spirit beast." Zining froze her face, draining of color, as she took in the chaotic scene. Seeing Long in Kasuna's grasp, she screamed, "Long!" Yan Yan barked an order from the side, "Recall him now." Panic fueling her voice, Zining shouted, Long, return." Instantly, the dragon vanished into light, but not before slicing through part of Kasuna's arm in the process. Enraged by the injury, Kasuna let out a guttural groan. The air grew heavy as she unleashed her terrifying aura. Dark energy surged through her veins. Watching the writhing tentacles, Bai Zian froze. Those tentacles, he realized. They're the same ones that appeared when the teleportation gate opened. It was a classic trap, typical of a leveling Manhwa boss encounter. Yan Yan grinned, gripping her weapon. Perfect. The ruler of this world. Her staff began to hum, crackling with ominous purple energy. Burning with battle spirit, Yan Yan stepped forward. "Let's see how you handle a prototype weapon forged from demon fire crystal." But the crystal soul panicked. "Wait, don't attack. Let me handle this." Too late. Yan Yan had already closed the distance, standing before the towering Kasuna. The crystal soul screamed in frustration. "Why won't you listen to me? In Kasuna's hand, a sword materialized, expanding rapidly in both size and power. She raised the colossal blade, aiming to obliterate Yan Yan in a single strike. Yan Yan's expression turned icy. She can use swordsmanship. Unfazed, she commanded Yan Xiao to intercept. Don't underestimate us. We aren't pushovers. While Yan Xiao struggled to hold back Kasuna's blade, Yan Yan seized the opening. She vaulted high into the air, descending like a meteor to deliver a finishing blow. But fate was cruel. Kasuna reacted instantly, vines erupting from her arm. In the blink of an eye, they twisted and hardened into a deadly spear. Kasuna raised the spear high. Yan Xiao realized with horror that weapon could deflect the demon fire. Yan Xiao desperately retreated into a defensive stance, but Kasuna was relentless. She lunged with the new weapon, and in a split second, the spear pierced straight through Yan Xiao's body. Only then did Yan Xiao realize the sword was a feint. Outside the melee, Yan Yan reeled, sharing the damage inflicted on her beast. She crumpled to one knee. Bai Zian rushed to her side. "Miss Yan, are you all right?" Yan Yan gritted her teeth, chastising herself. "Careless. I couldn't dodge in time." Summoning the last of her strength, Yan Yan cast a recall spell. "Return and rest," she whispered, as Yan Xiao dissolved into light safe within the spirit space. Witnessing the devastation, Bai Zian gasped. "So, this is the power of a god." The crystal soul added solemnly. "After all, Kasuna is a supreme being, capable of creating life itself." The eye of truth flashed, revealing the terrifying stats target Kasuna. Rank Purple Star Peak. Status Former Ruler, infected by ancient horror. Originally a deity, her infection had lowered her rank, but fused her deeply with the corruption. As long as her soul remained intact, she possessed infinite regeneration, a nightmare scenario for any awakening manhwa protagonist. The crystal soul explained the grim reality. To destroy her, we must deplete her soul completely, and only a soul can kill another soul. It continued. But the spiritual power of you Outlanders only deals physical destruction. You cannot inflict damage upon her soul. Bai Zian's face darkened. "So, you're saying we can't deal any real damage to her?" But suddenly Yan Yan offered a faint, confident smile. "Don't worry, little brother." Forcing her trembling body upright, she declared, "Let me try again." Bai Zian stepped in to stop her. "Are you crazy? Your beast was just critically injured. That proves her strength is on a whole different level." Yan's eyes burned with resolve. "She's worthy of being my opponent, just like you." Wounded but unbroken, her fighting spirit roared. She knew one strike with that spear would prove her truth to the arrogant overseers. Bai Zian sighed unimpressed. Total battle maniac. Does the word fear even exist in her dictionary? Then it hit him. Wait, fear. He replayed the battle in his mind. The monster regenerated from every single blow. Every blow except hers. It actively blocked the spear. Was the beast terrified of that weapon? His system interface flashed. Analysis Demon Fire Crystal. Forged in the hellish pressure of hypergravity environments. Properties Total Elemental Combustion. Capable of striking both the material world and the ethereal plane. Legend. A god-slayer weapon capable of extinguishing the soul itself. Bai Zian smirked. Bingo. That spear deals true soul damage. The spirit crystal was confused. Say what now? It's the only thing that can end Kasuna. He rushed to Yan Yan's side. Lady Yan, she cut him off before he could finish. I heard your analysis genius, she snapped. Bai Zian nodded. Fine, I'll handle the crowd control. You take the shot. Yan Yan grinned, bloodthirsty. And I'll deliver the killing blow, she chuckled. If not for my planet's stupid laws, we'd actually make a great team. Agreed, Bai Zian replied. It's an honor to fight alongside you, Lady Yan. The alliance was set. Bai Zian's eyes narrowed. Time to stop holding back. Let's show them hell. The soul sword trembled. Outsider, what is this energy? Instantly magic surged, weaving a suit of armor around him. He stood transformed a steel warlord, looking like the protagonist of a high-tier leveling manhwa. System Beast, Spirit Armor activated. Capabilities adaptive based on host's elemental resonance. Is this the parasitic bee's gift? Bai Zian wondered. The sword gasped. Outsider. Since when could you do that? Even the blade morphed, evolving into a higher form. Hey, stop admiring the drip, it's charging. Kasuna materialized like a phantom, its massive blade raised for a world-ending strike. Boom. The impact tore the earth apart, sending a pillar of light into the sky, but the monster recoiled. Sorry about that, Bai Zian's voice rang out. The spirit mocked, did you think we'd fold that easily? Bai Zian had parried the blow using the spirit itself. Hey, I'm a legendary artifact, not a buckler, it protested, straining against the giant blade. Pure reflex, Bai Zian grunted. Now, shut up and focus. Lady Yan, now. Like a meteor, Yan descended her spear, wreathed in destruction, aiming for the kill. But Kasuna was too fast. Tentacles erupted from its back, snatching Yan from the air. Damn it, she cursed. She was immobilized instantly. Get off me, you slime, Bai Zian's heart sank. She was a sitting duck. Kasuna raised its blade to execute her. Not on my watch. He slipped past the attack and swung his blade. Magic coalesced into a massive spectral rhino charging toward Yan. Oh ho, the outsider has tricks up his sleeve, the sword cheered. Bai Zian blinked stunned. I actually have no idea how I pulled that off. That was materialization. But I'm not at gold rank yet. System alert, metal lifeforms resonate with high-tier mental power. Synergy detected. Mental force amplified by beast host synchronization. Virtualization protocols bypassed. Rank is irrelevant. Spiritual intensity is the true key to this power. Fusion of metal life and spirit armor has unlocked true manifestation. Seeing Yan safe atop the rhino, Bai Zian frowned. That technique, isn't that from the demon spider sect? What is her connection to them? Kasuna roared, wounded, but its aura undiminished. It was an unstoppable force of nature. Your parlor tricks won't kill a god, outsider, the spirit warned. I have eyes, thanks, Bai Zian retorted. Faced with overwhelming power, Bai Zian cleared his mind. Fine, let's get crazy. He summoned the Leviathan. Hey, that's suicide, the spirit screamed. I have manifestation now, Bai Zian thought, eyes glowing. Time to put it to the test. Go Leviathan. Come forth. Space warped behind the monster, tearing open a massive void gate. Kasuna sensed the threat, but fate was faster. The spectral Leviathan lunged from the void, its jaws clamping shut around the beast's head. Gotcha. While the monster thrashed in the whale's maw, Bai Zian flashed forward, driving his blade deep into its exposed ribs. He grinned wildly, adrenaline pumping. Hey ugly, you know what a whale's favorite snack is? He unleashed a flurry of slashes. It's calamari, he looked back. Lady Yan, end this. Yan didn't hesitate. The killing intent rolled off her in waves. She leveled her spear at the trapped beast. Time for your final meal. Spotting the perfect opening, Yan launched her spear with terrifying force, her voice booming like thunder. Witness the devastating power of the demon flame. But instantly, a shimmering magic barrier materialized, halting her attack in its tracks. The sight froze them in place. Yan grit her teeth, her pride stung. Damn it all, I'm still lacking the raw power to break through. Without hesitation, Bai Zian drove his blade into Kasuna's severed flesh to anchor himself. Forgive me, he whispered. The sword soul blinked in confusion. Hey, since when do you have manners? Panic rose in the spirit's voice. Wait. That look in your eyes. What are you planning? Bai Zian hopped lightly onto the flat of the blade. Just need to borrow your face as a springboard for a second. As he coiled his muscles to launch the sword, Soul shrieked in terror. I'm gonna snap. You're gonna break me in half, you lunatic. Ignoring the protests, Bai Zian exploded forward like a gale, leaving the sword behind to curse him. You despicable, dirty outlander. But Bai Zian was already airborne, locking onto Yan's stalled spear high above. Mid-air, he shifted into a striker's stance. With a legendary bicycle kick, he slammed the heel of the spear. The projectile shattered the barrier and plunged deep into the beast's unhealed weak point. The impact sent shockwaves, rippling through Kasuna's colossal frame. Blinding purple light erupted from within, as the monster's core began to critically destabilize. Yan watched breathless. Is it finally over? Bai Zian landed softly on the ground, the silhouette of the monster behind him already crumbling into ash and embers. Gazing at the dissolving remnants of the beast, Bai Zian felt a strange sense of awe. Was this the final fate of a deity? Unexpectedly, he mused, it's quite beautiful. As he powered down his armor, Yan approached her, expression softening. Thank you, Bai Zian. She clenched her fist. Surely those old fossils won't dare question the potency of my demon flame after this victory. Bai Zian tilted his head, curiosity peaking. I've been meaning to ask, what exactly is Lady Qi trying so hard to prove to them? You'll understand once we reach the origin planet, she replied cryptically. Suddenly, the crystal soul cut in. Hate to ruin the touching moment, but you idiots need to look at that. Space itself tore open, revealing a spatial gate that rapidly expanded, devouring the sky. Bai Zian's eyes narrowed. A teleportation gate. The gravitational pull was instant and overwhelming. They scrambled for purchase as the world warped around them. Why, now of all times, Bai Zian gritted out fighting the suction. Isn't this your ticket home? The crystal soul mocked. Feng Tianyu shook her head against the wind. No, we haven't identified the mastermind behind this yet. Sensing the anomaly, Zihao barked, status report. What is happening? His subordinate stared at the monitor, panic rising in his eyes. Young master, it's a massive warp signature. With a deafening boom, a terrifying force erupted, ready to devour everything like a starving void beast. The abyss consumed debris, light, and sound. Zihao watched in disbelief as the landscape vanished. It's swallowing the entire infrastructure. It's a fusion gate, sir, the subordinate yelled over the noise. This world is forcefully merging with the myriad boat hive, a catastrophic event straight out of a system manhwa. Amidst the chaos, the crystal soul screamed at Bai Zian. Hey Outlander, where the hell are you dragging me? Bai Zian grinned maniacally as he let go of the ground. To my place. Hope you like space, because my backyard is huge. The vortex swallowed them whole. It felt less like travel and more like a dimensional jump. When consciousness returned, the scenery had completely shifted. The warp had knocked Zihao unconscious. As his senses returned, he felt a gaze burning into him. He groggily opened his eyes to a rugged mountain range. Feng Tianyu looked down at Bai Zian, arms crossed. How long do you plan to nap? Bai Zian scrambled up, face flushing. Damn it, what the hell are you staring at? Regaining his composure, Bai Zian listened as Feng Tianyu analyzed their surroundings. The coordinates are off. We aren't back at the start. The time dilation between worlds must have scrambled the exit vector. Scanning the horizon, she continued. This is the wasteland bordering Whitescale City, though we seem closer to the Black Sand territory. Still dizzy and hiding his embarrassment, Bai Zian nodded vaguely. Right, big desert, lots of sand. Suddenly, Heavenbreaker pointed excitedly. Look, a city on the horizon, let's investigate. The crystal soul groaned. Hey, Outlander, I thought you said house. Why is your home a dried-up husk? We fought for hours, it whined. And now we're in this death trap. I was promised a paradise, not a scorched wasteland. Bai Zian gripped the hilt, his patience snapping. Zip it. It's a desert. Of course there's no water. Done with the noise, he unsummoned the blade. If you're so thirsty, go find an oasis yourself. The spirit shrieked as it was forcibly dematerialized. Hey, you can't just… You despicable tyrant. The voice cut off abruptly. Silence finally descended on the group. Much better, Bai Zian sighed. Next stop, Black Sand City. It's not like we can trek to Whitescale on foot anyway. The Black Sand City lived up to its grim reputation. A harsh, unforgiving landscape devoid of the vibrancy of life. Elsewhere, Zihao pulled himself up from the debris. We're back in the myriad boat hive, he deduced. Suddenly, a familiar cry for help pierced the air. Brother, save me. Zening? He muttered. He looked up to see his sister dangling precariously, her collar snagged on a piece of ruined architecture. Up here I'm stuck, she wailed, flailing her limbs like a trapped cat, utterly confused by her predicament. Once rescued, Zening instantly recovered, lounging on a chair, as if nothing happened. A subordinate approached Zihao. Young master, incoming transmission from the Patriarch. Ooh, home time, Zening chirped. Did we get the loot? Is the mission over? Zihao straightened his posture to report. Report, the artifact has been secured, Zihao stated, a hint of smugness in his voice. It possesses the strategic value we anticipated. Zening and I are en route to the origin planet. Excellent work, the Patriarch's voice rumbled with approval. And what of Qiren Yan? Zihao hesitated. She isn't with us. Furthermore, the Patriarch cut him off sharply. I am aware. Keep that information under lock and key. For now, we must consolidate our strength. The hostile forces within the myriad boat hive are making their move. On the holographic display, the Patriarch's silhouette flickered, a shadowy figure, whose gaze seemed to hold the weight of a master tactician playing a long game. Once the stars align and the moment is ripe, crushing these pathetic remnants before our united fleet will be as effortless as blinking an eye. Just focus on executing the plan I laid out for you. The family head dropped the command and cut the connection. Zihao bowed his head in reverence. As you command, my lord. But the moment the line went dead, Zihao's demeanor shifted. Hold it right there. He rose from his throne, his eyes locking onto the subordinate, who had just reported suspicion blazing like wildfire. The House of Bai has always worshipped hierarchy and tradition. We address our leader as my lord or master. I have never heard anyone in our ranks use the term clan leader. He thought Zihao wouldn't notice, but the man was sharper than a blade. Zihao stepped into the subordinate's personal space, his voice dripping with lethal intent. Who are you really? You dare impersonate a member of the Bai clan? Realizing the jig was up, and the disguise had failed, the spy decided to shed the uncomfortable camouflage. The disguise tore away, revealing a breathtaking silhouette, short silver hair, fishnet stockings, and a skin-tight black combat suit. It was none other than Xiao Gubai. Xiao Gubai stood revealed in all her glory, smirking at Zihao. You really sweat the small stuff, don't you? Can't believe I got busted over some archaic feudal trash rules. In an instant, the Bai clan guards swarmed the area. Warning shouts erupted around Xiao Gubai like thunder. Don't move, stay where you are. Yet she didn't look worried. She looked like she was enjoying a game. Not bad. Your security dogs react faster than I thought. Xiao Gubai's voice dropped an octave, dangerous and low, as her fingers danced over the weapon concealed in her hand. With a burst of confidence, Xiao Gubai lunged forward, shouting, "Did you honestly think I'd just raise my hands and surrender?" Zihao's men didn't hesitate. As she charged, they unleashed a hail of bullets. The air filled with lead, yet miraculously, not a single shot connected. The subordinates gasped in disbelief. How is she dodging everything? What kind of broken logic is this? Is this a system manhwa where she maxed out her luck stat? Zihao, standing innocently in the back, ended up taking the stray bullets instead. He screamed at his men, "Stop shooting blindly, you idiots." Seizing the chaos, Xiao Gubai closed the distance to Zihao in a heartbeat. As she prepared to strike, a single thought echoed in his mind: I'm finished. Her weapon slashed through the air, cutting right through him. Blood trickled from Zihao's lips. Despite the agony tearing through him, he gritted his teeth and demanded, "Who sent you?" But Xiao Gubai wasn't in the mood for a villain's monologue. She retorted coldly, "Use your eyes. I'm your enemy." Zining's eyes swimming with tears caught the collapsing Zihao. He gasped out, "Your aura. You aren't a native born of the lower realms. What are you?" Suddenly, the Bai clan guards were struck down by a shadow. A deep, resonant voice boomed from the darkness. "Who are you calling a mongrel?" Diego Barro emerged from the shadows, having already dismantled the security team. He sneered. "You extraterrestrial invaders really have egos the size of a planet." He continued, his voice dripping with centuries of hatred. "You invade our world, slaughter our people, and then have the gall to call us hybrids. Now tell me, whose life is worth more?" Diego Barro's hand clamped over Zihao's face like a vice. He mocked their earlier arrogance. "You talk about how people die when they are killed, as if we are all equal. What a joke." But Diego wasn't here to simply execute the siblings. That was just a bonus. What he truly sought was the key to their escape, the lifeboat. Diego Barro finally revealed his true objective. "Consider today a warning. I'll let you live for now, but don't expect such a polite interrogation next time. Now, tell me where the lifeboat is hidden." High above on the airship, an object was suddenly jettisoned into the void of space. Meanwhile, Bai Zian's group was still trekking toward Black Sand City, but the journey was anything but smooth. Po Tian, losing his patience, sighed heavily. "We've been walking forever." Bai Zian scanned the horizon, analyzing the terrain. "It seems the teleportation gates aren't just limited to our location." Feng Tianyu, meanwhile, was melting in the heat. She complained, "Forget the gates. I just wish the butler would send a luxury car to pick me up like the old days." Bai Zian cut through her daydreaming. "Need I remind you? Our business in Whitescale City isn't finished. We are currently top-tier wanted criminals." Po Tian groaned. I know, but Bai Zian, this heat is literally killing me." Feng Tianyu waved her hand dismissively. "Enough complaining. We'll figure it out when we get to Black Sand City." Suddenly, a silhouette appeared atop a high wall, looking down on them with a familiar voice. "Yo, what a coincidence." Bai Zian froze. That voice. This whole situation felt like a scene from a manhwa recap he had seen before. The figure leaped down behind the group. It was Qi Yan. She smirked. "I was wondering if you guys were still stuck in the shadow world." Before Bai Zian could get a word in, she launched into a monologue. "Since fate has brought us together, save your breath. Before I go, take a little free advice from a pro. The higher-ups have made their move. The second assault on the myriad spider nest is about to begin." Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed behind her. Bai Zian stared up stunned. "That is a warship," Qi Yan explained. "Once the offensive starts, that won't be the only ship in the sky. There is only one thing standing in the way of the upper realm's ambition. To prove the dominance of the White-Scale City factions over this realm, they must slaughter the ruler of this world." She grabbed a cable and began ascending toward the warship, giving Bai Zian a cool, dismissive wave. "Personally, I hope you make it to the origin star. Stop wasting time on this tiny, insignificant world. Anyway, I've said too much. I have a report to file. Ciao." Bai Zian reached out, shouting, "Wait." but the warship was already blasting off. Bai Zian, tears of frustration in his eyes, wailed, "You could have at least given us a ride." He watched the ship vanish, sighing internally. Damn, that thing is fast. His mind raced with the new intel: attack the myriad spider nest. Kill the world ruler. Bai Zian screamed in his soul, can't a guy get 5 minutes of rest in this leveling Manhwa world? Night finally fell over Black Sand City. Heavy clouds drifted above, but they couldn't completely mask the brilliance of the stars trying to shine through. The group finally arrived. Po Tian cheered with pure joy. "We finally made it to Black Sand City." Bai Zian was physically drained. He suggested, "I'm dying of thirst. Let's get something to drink." Feng Tianyu instantly agreed. They stumbled into a famous viral spot in the city called the Nine Dragons Ice House. The waiter's voice rang out. 3 mint lemon teas. Enjoy. Po Tian sprawled out on the chair as the news broadcast played on the TV. Today is Friday, the 18th. Welcome to the latest news update. Bai Zian frowned, sensing a glitch in the matrix. Wait a second. We entered the shadow world on the 15th. Feng Tianyu realized the anomaly too. But it felt like we were only inside for a day. The news anchor continued, oblivious to their confusion. The top story. An investigation is underway regarding a border patrol warship that trespassed 2 days ago. The injured? They're all officials from the primary planet government. Feng Tianyu declared, turning sharply to Bai Zian. That implies the time dilation effect is severe. 1 day inside equals 3 days in the myriad boat hive. As he spoke, a news broadcast cut through the tension. The bilateral summit between Black Sand City and Donglilan City concluded today. City Lord Dong Li of Donglilan City personally attended the friendship parade, marking a historic moment. Bai Zian ignored the fluff, focusing on the intel. It might not be a malfunction of the teleportation gate, he theorized, his mind racing with possibilities. It wasn't just space traversal. They warped time itself. Feng Tianyu's voice cracked with panic. Damn it. We're too late to save father. The news drone continued its report. The military convoy has arrived at the famous Nine Dragons Ice House in Black Sand City. Suddenly, boom. A deafening explosion tore through the shop. Bai Zian shielded his face as glass shards rained down like deadly confetti. Through the dust and chaos, the news anchor screamed, "Emergency alert! Breaking news! The city lord's convoy is under attack." Wait, that means the target is here, Po Tian shrieked in terror. What the hell is happening? Outside, twisted metal and burning wreckage littered the streets, a coordinated ambush. Bai Zian didn't hesitate. He and his team rushed into the carnage. Through the pink mist, a silhouette emerged. A girl. Carrying someone on her back. Was this a high-level kidnapping? Feng Tianyu sensed the danger instantly. Cover your mouths, the smoke is toxic. Bai Zian squinted through the haze, spotting a familiar insignia. That crest, the demon spider sect. But they moved with supernatural speed, vanishing like ghosts in the wind. Bai Zian cursed his own slowness. Damn it, they're fast. The toxin was already coursing through his veins, making the world spin. Yet his mind raced. This felt like a plot twist from a dark leveling manhwa. The demon spider sect was back in business. His legs gave out. Darkness clawed at his vision. They're plotting something big. I can't let them. Damn. Poison. Blood trickled from his nose and mouth as he collapsed into the abyss of unconsciousness. His fading sight caught one last image: military reinforcements, led by a powerful woman. Area secure. Prioritize survivors. Echoes faded into silence. That uniform. Donglilan City. As he drifted off, the woman loomed over him. So, you're old man Bai's grandson? Bai Zian's eyes snapped open. Unfamiliar ceiling. Sterile air. He was in a pristine medical ward. Where am I? He's awake. Tell the city lord immediately. 2 guards exchanged glances before whispering urgent reports into their comms. City Lord Young Master Bai is conscious. Bai Zian sat up, clutching his throbbing head. Who are these guys? Is this a hospital? A woman with flowing blue hair strode into the room, her presence commanding. Finally back from the dead, I see. She looked familiar. Before he could place her, Dong Li continued, I won't ask why a wanted criminal from Whitescale City is wandering around Black Sand City. That's not my jurisdiction. However, since you were at Ground Zero, I need intel. Did you see the kidnapper's face? Any distinct features? It clicked. This was the Lord of Donglilan City. Bai Zian's mind replayed the attack. If she's involved personally, was the victim Dong Li Ji Qi. He pictured Dong Li Ji Qi, the energetic powerhouse he'd met before. A born genius he'd met at the auction. Bai Zian connected the dots. The timing, the method. She must have successfully contracted a space-type spirit beast. and high-level space skills can warp time itself. A chill ran down his spine. What does the Demon Spider sect want with her power? A subordinate interrupted with a status update. Bai Zian decided to come clean. It was the Demon Spider sect. I saw their insignia at the scene. Dong Li sighed unimpressed. Tell me something I don't know. The aide stepped forward. City Lord, we've recovered the surveillance footage. Display it. Dong Li turned to leave, then paused. Bai Zian, you're coming with me? Surveillance footage. Interesting. Bai Zian sat there for a second stunned. Why does the City Lord have such an attitude problem? Is she some kind of bitter old witch? He shook his head. Better not push my luck. I haven't even offended her, yet. They entered a high-tech command center, buzzing with activity. Dong Li called out to a figure inside Old Man Lin, give me the situation report. Relax, Dong Li. The man turned Lin Gui, the Blacktail King, and absolute ruler of Black Sand City. We have a junior present, Lin Gui chided playfully. Try to maintain some dignity. Bai Zian stared at Lin Gui's mask, a shiver tracing his spine. That mask, it radiates pure dread. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Bai Zian, he spun around. Feng Tianyu, but wait. She looked ready to kill. Bai Zian froze. Apologize now, ask questions later. Feng Tianyu, listen, But she didn't hit him. She tackled him into a desperate hug. You're okay, thank the gods. Bai Zian's face burned bright red. What is wrong with this woman? Did the poison fry her brain? He awkwardly patted her back. Where's Yuan Po Tian? Instantly, her grip tightened like a vice. I'm pouring my heart out, and you ask about that damn fatso, she hissed. Can't breathe. Bai Zian wheezed. Good, I hope you suffocate. Nearby, Dong Li glared at Lin Gui. What are you staring at? He chuckled. Ah, to be young again. Isn't it refreshing, Dong Li? Jokes aside, Lin Gui's aura shifted. He activated the console. Let's focus on the mission. System display projection. The screen flickered to life with last night's chaos. Lin Gui pointed a gloved finger. Analysis shows a single assailant. Bai Zian stepped closer, squinting at a specific frame. Is that the outbound station? He recognized the figure instantly. That's him. That's the one who took Ji-Chi. System enhanced, Lin Gui commanded. The pixelated face sharpened. Xiao Gubai. Bai Zian's blood ran cold. Lin Gui loomed behind him. You know her. Bai Zian nodded slowly. Yeah, it's her. Xian weighed the aura in his heart, but something felt off about the energy signature. Meanwhile, Commander Lin Gui received the signal the Secret Service had finally located their target. Seeing Xian's mood darken, Feng Tianyu wondered what burden weighed on his soul. Dong Li, however, was on edge after all. The suspect was her own niece. We have the location, she snapped, barely containing her anxiety. Let's move. I will handle this personally, Dong Li declared, stepping forward. Lin Gui moved to intercept her, but sighed in defeat, realizing the futility. Fine, Dong Li. I won't stop you. To prevent a diplomatic disaster, I'll join the operation, Xian announced suddenly. Lin Gui turned intrigue, sparking in his eyes. Oh, do you have something to add, Xian? The words hovered on his lips, yet Xian hesitated. Was the target truly Xiao Gubai? He had to uncover the truth for himself in this leveling Manhwa mystery. Xian's fist clenched unconsciously. The crisis in Whitescale City wasn't over. How could he explain abandoning the Feng Tianyu and Yuan Po Tian to accompany two city lords? Feng Tianyu sensed his turmoil and let out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, she raised her voice to break the tension. Xian, just go. If you need to investigate, then go. Huh. Xian stammered, caught off guard. Feng Tianyu smiled confidently, cutting him off. Don't worry about Whitescale City. Yuan Po Tian and I will handle the cleanup. Besides, my father has allies in Black Sand City. We'll be safe. You have a reason you can't ignore, don't you? Lin Gui stepped in, backing her up. Legally speaking, neither Dong Lilan City nor Black Sand City has jurisdiction to arrest a fugitive from another territory. It's a gray area. I'm not doing this for Bai Jingsong's sake, Lin Gui added, glancing at the woman. You have no objections, Dong Li. She rolled her eyes. He's the primary witness. Just let him come. Time is wasting. Guilt pricked at Xian's heart. He glanced back at Feng Tianyu's retreating figure, his internal voice soft. I'm sorry, Feng Tianyu. Feng Tianyu sighed again, realizing she had hoped for too much. What was I expecting? She mocked herself. Outside, the military convoy roared to life, rolling out in formation. Lin Gui reviewed the intel, his tactical mind at work. We are closing in on the target. Listen closely to the mission parameters. A train cut through the coastal winds heading toward Giant Wood City. Inside, Xiao Gubai sat in silence, analyzing documents behind dark shades to avoid suspicion. We haven't ordered an emergency stop. The train will merely slow down to avoid alerting the target. 2 armored vehicles flank the locomotive, matching its speed perfectly. We breach from the rear carriage while the train is in motion. Once we're inside, panic is inevitable. Lin Gui's eyes remained glued to the live feed on his tablet. Secure the perimeter immediately to minimize civilian casualties. He finalized the plan, then turned to the protagonist. Young Master Xian, you will identify the suspect. We're counting on you. Understood, Xian replied, but a frown creased his brow. His instincts screamed that something was fundamentally wrong with this manhwa recap scenario. Xian tapped his fingers together, deep in thought. A train has a fixed destination. It's a track, with no deviation. Being discovered here means being trapped in an iron coffin. As the train pierced through the desolate wasteland, his anxiety spiked. Why choose such a restrictive escape route? Is that really Xiao Gubai? His thoughts were cut short. Commander, the driver announced. We're in position. Lin Gui signaled instantly. Execute. 3 elite operatives armed to the teeth landed silently on the train's roof, breaching from the flank. Inside, Xiao Gubai remained eerily calm, tracking their footsteps. Her eyes narrowed behind the lenses, a cold, mocking smile playing on her lips. Civilian located, a soldier whispered, raising his rifle. He moved to secure the target slowly. Routine inspection, please stay. The seat was empty. Where is she? Before he could react, she descended from the luggage rack disguise, discarded, striking like a viper. Too late. Xiao Gubai landed her long legs, locking around his neck in a death grip, her eyes burning with pure killing intent. Open fire, the squad screamed. But she defied gravity, bending backward while maintaining the chokehold, dodging the hail of bullets effortlessly. Bullets slammed into their comrade, but his heavy armor absorbed the impact, saving him from the friendly fire. With a burst of strength, Xiao Gubai backflipped, launching a devastating kick that sent the surrounding soldiers flying. Violet lightning crackled from her fingertips. Damn it, she's too fast. The soldiers collapsed one by one, helpless, against the power of a high-level Beast Tamer in this awakening manhwa battle. As the last operative hit the floor, Xiao Gubai smoothed her hair. She looked down at the elite squad with utter disdain. Pathetic. That wasn't even a warm-up. Xiao Gubai. A hesitant voice broke the silence. She tilted her head, her smile sharp. Oh, 1 rat remains. Is that you? Xian stammered. Xiao Gubai, she replied, her voice ice cold. Behind him, Dong Li roared. What are you waiting for, kid? Attack her. But Lin Gui held Dong Li back. Wait, calm down. The boy knows her. Xiao Gubai's aura shifted, becoming razor sharp. The unlucky child you're looking for, she's gone, she taunted. The woman standing there possessed none of the previous Xiao Gubai's innocence. What do you mean, gone? Xian demanded, confusion clouding his mind. Her eyes flashed crimson, glowing with demonic fire. You really know nothing, she sneered. That weak, unlucky orphan. Who do you think protected her all these years? She pressed a slender finger to her lips, a gesture of chilling playfulness. It was me. A secret even she isn't privy to. Xian's eyes widened in horror. Dual personality. The image of the trembling, desperate Xiao Gubai flashed in his mind. Whenever she faced mortal danger, this alter ego took over the body to survive. Xian steeled his resolve, staring down the entity. Even so, why are you aiding the demon spider cult? Simple. Profit. The alter ego shrugged indifferently. Suddenly, a soldier's voice crackled over the comms. Commander, emergency situation. Report, Lin Gui barked. The soldier's voice trembled. Sir, you're not going to believe this. He recalled the chaos vividly, trees ripped from the earth, and the sky screaming in agony. A soldier reported in panic. A sandstorm. But Azure City hasn't seen a storm like this in 20 years. Why now? How is this possible? He muttered, a cold sweat breaking out. This wasn't natural. It was an anomaly. But before he could process it, the soldier's voice spiked with terror. Wait, there's something else. The storm raged with apocalyptic fury. Then they saw a shadow moving beneath the dunes. The earth trembled violently, the shockwaves hitting the train tracks like a hammer. The ground exploded. A colossal beast erupted from the sand, its skin like armored rock, and a razor-sharp horn piercing the sky. Debris rained down like shrapnel. The entire train lurched, throwing everyone off balance. Lin Gui's eyes widened. He recognized the nightmare immediately, a catastrophe straight out of a system manhwa. It was the obsidian sand worm. Its maw opened like a gateway to hell, revealing rows of spiraling razor teeth, ready to grind the train into scrap metal. In the corner, Xiao Gubai stared at the beast calm amidst the terror. As if he had been waiting for this very moment, he whispered, "It's finally here." A cough broke the tension behind him. Bai Zian stepped forward, breathless. "Hold it right there." Gasping for air, Bai Zian demanded, "What is your real objective here?" But Xiao Gubai didn't even spare him a glance. He simply grabbed his suitcase and walked toward the exit with chilling indifference. A shadow emerged at the door waiting. "You left someone alive?" Xiao Gubai replied coolly. "Why don't you see for yourself who it is?" Diego Barro frowned. "Someone you couldn't bring yourself to kill?" Xiao Gubai walked past him, voice dripping with ice. "I thought you said we needed a spare tire for the grand plan?" Diego crouched down, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Well, what a coincidence." Bai Zian's rage boiled over as he recognized the face. He screamed the name Wang Qisheng. Diego tilted his head. "Quiet down. Just be a good boy and stay put." That was when Bai Zian realized his body was paralyzed, encased in a strange white fluid. He couldn't move a muscle. The enemy stood up leisurely, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "Grow a little stronger for me," he taunted. "I'll come find you then. A special spare tire like you needs time to ripen." With that, they vanished, riding atop the obsidian sandworm into the storm. Diego glanced at Xiao Gubai. "The boss has been waiting. We need to deliver the package first. And hey, don't sit on the cargo. Are you listening to me?" But Xiao Gubai remained silent, his gaze fixed on the horizon, lost in deep thought. Meanwhile, back at the train, chaos reigned supreme. Frantic voices filled the air. "Commander, Commander, please respond." But it was useless. The communication system was dead. Lin Gui turned to the group. "The sandstorm is causing severe interference. We have no choice but to wait it out." Dong Li leaned against the wall, frustration radiating from her. "You're just going to let them leave," she snapped. Bai Zian hung his head in silence. Dong Li stood up abruptly. "I don't care about your complicated history or whatever held you back." Her eyes burned with determination. "Saving Chi-Chi is the only priority right now. Everything else is secondary." Bai Zian remained lost in the labyrinth of his mind. Something felt off. If they wanted to kidnap someone, they could have just vanished. Why the spectacle on the train? Lin Gui placed a steady hand on Dong Li's shoulder. "Dong Li, I know you're worried about Chi-Chi. But look at the bright side. At least we now know who our enemy is. That's not a total loss." "It feels like Xiao Gubai wanted to be seen on the surveillance cameras," someone mused. "Like he was intentionally baiting us into this desert." Dong Li didn't want to hear it. "I'm going for a smoke," she muttered, walking away. Lin Gui called out her name, but she didn't look back. Sighing, he sat cross-legged on the floor next to Bai Zian. "Don't mind her. The city lord is just lashing out because she's terrified for Chi-Chi." Bai Zian shot him a sharp glare. "Why are you suddenly acting like a wise uncle?" Lin Gui chuckled softly. "I just hope you understand her position." Lin Gui stared into the distance. "Seeing you so dejected. That captured teammate must be very important to you, isn't she?" Bai Zian blinked. "Wait, does this old guy think I'm depressed?" Before he could correct him, Lin Gui lit a cigarette, the smoke curling like the intro to a classic Manhwa recap backstory. "It's a story from a long time ago, back before I became the Lord of Black Sand City." Bai Zian groaned internally. Is he seriously starting a flashback right now? "Your grandfather Dong Li and I. We were an odd trio, an exile from the Four Origin Stars, a common genius and the bastard child of a great clan. We all shared a dream of ascending to the Four Origin Stars. We trained together in the Myriad Spider Nest dungeon. But there was a secret between us obvious to everyone, yet never spoken aloud. The image of the awkward love triangle resurfaced in his memory. It was obvious, Dong Li had deep feelings for your grandfather back then. But just as we were about to reach our peak, your grandfather suddenly abandoned us without a word. By the time we crossed paths again, the gap between us was an ocean. He had become the Lord of Whitescale City, looking at us like we were complete strangers. He continued, his voice heavy with nostalgia, as he spoke of the beautiful woman Dong Li. She was scouted by the Azure City's Dong Li family. She ended up marrying their eldest son, a man everyone called a waste. But fate is funny. After her husband died, she rose from the ashes to become Azure City's first female lord. As for me, I simply inherited Black Sand City from my father. He glanced at Bai Zian, sensing the young man's impatience. "I'm telling you this so you understand. Don't cling too tightly to the ghosts of the past. In the end, you'll realize it wasn't worth the heartache." As Lin Gui walked away, Bai Zian sat there, his eyes darkened with complex emotions. To think the two city lords were old friends of my grandfather? No wonder he always looked at me with that strange irritation. It was never about me. It was about the blood in my veins. Bai Zian remained lost in thought. Xiao Gubai's sudden appearance had indeed clouded his judgment, shaking his composure. The train lay on its side, a wreck in the sand. Calm down, he told himself. Instead of wild theories about the demon spider cult, I need to change my mindset. I need to be the hunter waiting in the brush. Once the sandstorm settles, the truth will reveal itself. Suddenly, a strange noise broke his concentration. Tap, tap, followed by the unmistakable slurping sound of someone eating instant noodles. The taste of the desert, a voice chewed loudly. Dry and dusty, just like these noodles. Suddenly, the stranger slipped, flailing wildly as he crashed down, yet somehow keeping his cool. The air was suffocatingly dry. Crash, suddenly the viewing port shattered into a million diamonds as a figure plummeted through, freely falling into the abyss. It happened in the blink of an eye, faster than any human reflex could track. Xian froze, eyes wide with shock. What on earth? Just dropped in. He and Lin Gui cautiously approached the impact zone. As the dust settled, the identity of the crasher became clear. It was Ari. Ari pushed himself up from the dirt, dusting off his clothes with a scowl. What a waste, he grumbled, staring at a stain on his shirt. That was good cup noodles. But Dongli wasn't looking at the mess. Her gaze locked onto his eyes, deep abyssal voids. A shiver ran down her spine. Rectangular pupils. Like a beast. Sheng. In a flash, Dongli drew her azure blade, the cold steel pressing ominously against his throat. You? Her voice trembled with killing intent. Are you from the demon spider sect? The emotions she had bottled up exploded like a volcano. Why did you kidnap my niece? What is your vile goal? Ari threw his hands up in a surrender motion, though his face remained calm. Whoa, watch the blade, lady, and for the record, I'm not with those spider freaks. Xian stepped between the killing aura and the target. City Lord Dongli. Wait, I know this guy. Her eyes blazed with fury as she snapped back. Who is he? Xian raised a finger, searching for the right words. He's, well, a friend of my grandfather's. An original dweller. He scratched his head awkwardly. It's a complicated web of relationships, truly. But I vouch for him, he's definitely not with the kidnappers. The killing intent faded slightly. Dongli lowered her blade, her gaze piercing the nonchalant man before her. Is that so? Flash. The blade snapped back to Ari's throat, making him jump. Her eyes narrowed into slits. Wait. If he's friends with that old man, he's even less trustworthy. Xian slapped his forehead, letting out a soul-deep sigh. Grandpa. Just what kind of sins did you commit in your past life to make people hate you this much? Lin Gui moved like a shadow, gently lowering her weapon arm. Dongli, calm your heart. Don't let the ghosts of the past haunt you now. He pulled her into a comforting embrace, whispering, You really haven't changed a bit, have you? Ari cleared his throat, raising 2 fingers like a polite student. Excuse me, hate to interrupt the emotional reunion, but I need a situation report. Sorry for cutting in. He began to piece the puzzle together. So the city lord's niece was taken. The culprits are likely the solar sect, or as you call them, the demon spider sect. He gestured to the wreckage around them. You gave chase, but chaos ensued. The sandstorm hit, and now we're stranded here in this mess. Ari rubbed his chin, recalling his own turbulent flight. As for me, the sandstorm died down. I lost my footing, and oops, fell right into your lap. Is everyone still in one piece? Xian's patience snapped. He cut the air with his hand, staring coldly at the intruder. Enough chatter, Ari. Cut to the chase. Why are you really here in the middle of nowhere? A sly grin spread across Ari's face. He pointed a finger directly at Xian. Isn't it obvious? My objective and yours. They are one and the same. Xian's jaw dropped, his arms crossed defensively. You chasing the demon spider sect? Ari didn't hesitate. Naturally. My faction, the lunar sect, exists to keep the solar sect in check. Those fanatics are always brewing some catastrophe. Lin Gui finally spoke up, confused by the terminology. Hold on. Solar sect? Lunar sect. And you're all Ari. Ari waved his hand dismissively. The solar sect is what you call the demon spider sect. As for the lunar sect, think of us as the resistance. The light in their shadow. And Ari is just a clan name. We original dwellers aren't big on creative titles. Just then, the rhythmic thrum of rotors cut through the air. A sleek helicopter descended from the crimson sky. A voice crackled over the comms. Commander Extraction Team has arrived. Everyone looked to Lin Gui, who was already barking orders into his headset. Excellent timing. Get us airborne immediately. The chopper hovered ominously against the blood-red backdrop of the heavens. Inside the cabin, the pilot turned back. Orders Sir Lin Gui's eyes narrowed, commanding authority radiating from him. Reconnaissance first. Scan the perimeter for traces of a colossal creature. It passed through here. The hostage is still in their clutches. We cannot let the trail go cold. Full speed ahead. In the passenger bay, Xian settled next to Dongli, turning his attention to the mysterious original dweller. Ari, you wouldn't be out here without a lead. What do you know? You wouldn't expose yourself to this wasteland for nothing. Ari met his gaze, raising a finger enigmatically. Sharp as ever. I do possess critical intelligence. And surprisingly, it revolves around you. Xian pointed at himself, bewildered. Ari nodded gravely, ticking off points on his fingers. Think back. 6 months ago. The incident at the Azure Wood Forest and Giant Wood City. A cold smirk played on Xian's lips as the memories resurfaced the clash with Arthur and Asmodin. Wait, you mean those two so-called high priests of the spider sect? Ari's expression darkened. Precisely. He leaned in, lowering his voice. Let me tell you the consequences of that battle. The solar sect is desperate. Their combat power was crippled because you slaughtered their high priests. Now they're racing to find the Spider Queen before we do. They need her blessing to restore their strength. It's a desperate gambit triggered by your actions, Xian. Dongli gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. What Lin Gui looked equally stunned, staring at the young man. Lin Gui gritted his teeth, a mix of awe and fear in his voice. To think a kid could cause such a shift. Dongli looked at Xian with newfound respect. That is the power of a diamond-rank powerhouse. Xian scratched the back of his head, laughing awkwardly. Ah, come on. It was just dumb luck, really. But internally, his mind was racing, analyzing the threat. This complicates everything. Gears turned in his mind as he plotted their next move on this precarious chessboard. Yan Wei said father is already mobilizing the army to crush the Spider Queen. But Chi-Chi, she's made her move. Xian realized the danger. If she traces her lineage, she'll lead us straight to the Queen. We might end up fighting the Demon Spider sect and the Queen simultaneously. There are too many variables, but one question burned brighter than the rest. Dongli clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. I don't understand. What does the Spider Queen have to do with my niece? Why take her? That Ari admitted is the million-dollar question. Usually, they kidnap the talentless regular civilians for fodder. Wait, a bolt of lightning struck Xian's mind. The Oracle's prophecy about Chi-Chi. The pieces of the puzzle slammed together. He turned to Dongli, his gaze intense. City Lord, your daughter. Is she a Beast Tamer? Does she possess a rare talent? Dongli nodded slowly, the memory surfacing. Yes. It happened during the calamity at Black Sand City. Chi-Chi, she awakened her talent spontaneously. It was like a scene from an awakening manhwa. No awakening stone, no ritual, just raw power surging forth for all to see. Lin Gui rubbed his temples. I remember. The chaos was absolute. We couldn't even perform a proper appraisal. And the scouts reported a dimensional rift opening in the desert. Xian shrugged, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. A rift? Hardly. He thought to himself. That was just the convergence of two worlds. When Chi-Chi's talent finally awakened, the air shimmered, and a magnificent blue divine beast materialized right beside her. The sheer power of it left everyone in shock. Even more insane, a legendary spatial xenomorph, a creature of myth, voluntarily formed a pact with Chi-Chi. This was an unprecedented event in the history of any awakening manhwa. R.A. shot up from his seat, startling the rest of the team. He pointed a trembling finger, his voice booming. That's it. That's the one. Ari frowned, anxiety etched on his face as he explained. Spatial xenomorphs are higher dimensional beings, capable of tearing open portals between worlds at will. The Solar Flare sect intends to exploit this very power. He paused, his expression darkening. That's why their first move is to control the one who holds the pact. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi stood before a gate crackling with eerie purple lightning. Her mission was clear: use the teleportation gate to locate Her Highness. Ari urged everyone to move, panic rising in his voice. We're running out of time. Just then, a helicopter soaring above the desert spotted a massive trench scarring the earth below. Commander, I've got visuals, the pilot shouted over the comms. Lin Gui rushed to the window, gripping the railing as the pilot continued. Those tracks. They definitely belong to the black sand earthworms. Follow those tracks, now, Lin Gui commanded, his eyes narrowing. The sky began to darken ominously as twilight approached. We're losing daylight. Speed up. As the chopper pursued the trail, the scene shifted to a cavern draped in thick ancient spiderwebs. Xiao Gubai trailed closely behind Diego, her steps light. She let out a mocking laugh, breaking the silence. You think our footprints won't be detected in the sand? She sneered. This is hardly professional work, is it? Diego stopped and shot her, a deadly glare. I have my own plans. His voice dropped to a growl. And just like you, I know you're plotting something behind my back. Xiao Gubai remained unfazed, practically daring him with a smirk. Oh, why don't you spill it then? Don't go slandering people without proof. Diego frowned, pointing a finger right in her face. I don't care about your little schemes. Just remember one thing, do not get in my way. The air crackled with tension. Diego's eyes bulged as he roughly grabbed Xiao Gubai's chin, forcing her to look at him. Have you forgotten? Without me, you'd still be rotting in that mine. Yet Xiao Gubai showed zero fear. She simply smiled, treating his violent threat like a playful joke. Should I be thanking you then? She teased. Frustrated by her brazen attitude, Diego released her and turned away. Just watch yourself. Don't cross the line. Xiao Gubai rubbed her neck, her luggage in hand, staring daggers at his retreating back. Diego glanced over his shoulder with a final order. And keep that insider alive. He is essential to the mission. Night consumed the desert, the red horizons fading into black. The helicopter finally arrived at a desolate zone filled with gray, abandoned structures. A system notification beeped in the cockpit. Commander, the tracks vanish right here. Lin Gui leaned out of the bay door, the wind whipping his hair. This is the abandoned research institute of Black Sand City. He signaled the team. Let's go inside and investigate. Bai Zian asked. What was this place used for? Lin Gui explained. It was a facility designed to control the sandstorms. Dong Li immediately countered skeptical. But Azure City's technology already solved the sandstorm crisis for Black Sand City. At least, that's what history tells us. Bai Zian raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy. The Eye of Revelation should pick up something within this range. He silently activated his ocular power to scan the area. His eyes flashed with light. There's something beneath us. He placed his hand on the ground, analyzing the feedback. Strange. I'm detecting the kinetic reaction of a spirit stone. Suddenly, a rectangular structure rose from the earth beneath his feet. An elevator. He was baffled. Why is there a working elevator out here in the wasteland? Bai Zian stepped back accidentally, triggering a hidden mechanism. The ground rumbled as the underground elevator fully revealed itself. Ari jumped back in fright. He fell on his butt, cursing loudly. What the hell? The four of them gathered around the elevator doors. Dong Li turned to Lin Gui, her suspicion evident. Old man Lin, you'd better have an explanation for this. But Lin Gui looked just as shocked, scratching his head in genuine confusion. Dong Li narrowed her eyes. It seems this lab wasn't abandoned after all. R regained his composure, peeking into the shaft. This is extremely suspicious. I suggest we scout it out. Without hesitation, the group stepped into the elevator, ready for whatever lay below. Lin Gui tried to stay optimistic. Well, this elevator proves we're on the right track. Bai Zian rubbed his chin deep in thought. It's not just the elevator that's suspicious. Dong Li stayed on guard. Where does this thing lead? Bai Zian's eyes glowed with a cold blue hue. I have a bad feeling, like we're being led into a trap. The elevator began its descent, plunging them into the deep, dark abyss below. Bai Zian analyzed the situation. If the Lord of Black Sand City didn't know about this base, then there must be a mole within the city administration. Lin Gui finally answered Dong Li's question. Honestly, I have no idea where this goes. Bai Zian used his spiritual sense to check his pulse. He wasn't lying. Still, Bai Zian couldn't fully trust him just yet. Is he telling the truth? Bai Zian wondered. The doors slid open and the group stepped out into the unknown. Lin Gui gasped. This is... Bai Zian's jaw dropped. Holy shta! Beneath the desolate black sand desert lay a fully functional metropolis. Towering skyscrapers and bustling lights stretched out before them, teeming with life. They couldn't believe their eyes. If this is the Demon Spider Cult's base, their technology is far too advanced for a typical system Manhwa setting. Suddenly, a robotic voice boomed. Illegal intrusion detected. Armed figures materialized around them in an instant. Ari panicked. Damn it, we're surrounded. Bai Zian studied the enemies closely. These guys. They look exactly like the assassins that raided Whitescale City. He stayed alert, sensing an anomaly. The system blared again. Activate extermination protocol. The soldiers' eyes glowed crimson as they raised their weapons. Bai Zian analyzed their structure. They're slightly different from the models I saw on the news. Bai Zian smirked, his confidence unwavering. But this warm welcome confirms one thing. We're definitely in the right place to summon the portal. Lin Gui pointed forward. We need to break through their encirclement, he roared, summoning his power. Come forth, Scorpion Queen. Dong Li summoned her own beast, her eyes cold. Dinner time, my little spikeworm. A massive leviathan materialized, its overwhelming presence filling the cavern. Haven't seen you in a while. Did your Kunzi evolve again? This is the kind of rapid growth you only see in a top-tier leveling manhwa. Bai Zian glanced at the spirit beast, napping on the man's head, and smirked. Yeah, unlike your mochi matcha. Hasn't changed a bit, has he? Hearing the shade, the wood spirit sat up in a huff, crossing its arms. Ari patted his shoulder. Be honest. You are not here just for a simple rescue mission, are you? Bai Zian's eyes turned frosty as he deflected. What are you implying? Ari stated his deduction clearly. Your anxiety is written all over your face. Bai Zian clicked his tongue, annoyed. This immortal old geezer is too sharp. Chaos erupted. The gray-blue thornbug capitalized on its reach, with long whip-like tongues devouring enemies whole. Below, the Scorpion Queen unleashed beams of violet destruction. Lin Gui crushed an enemy and examined its severed head. These skulls are reinforced metal, he realized. Biomechanical constructs. The most suspicious part was the red eye-like circle on their faces. Suddenly, boom! A massive explosion sent debris flying, clearing the battlefield. High above a shadow, looked down from the skyscraper chin, resting in hand. What a pity. Bai Zian looked up, curiosity piqued. Who goes there? It was the second priest, Lilith. She rubbed her neck, her voice echoing. Next time, shorten the fuse delay. Ari froze, recognizing that voice immediately. Lilith? Bai Zian raised an eyebrow. Another acquaintance, the wood spirit, locked onto the target, entering combat stance. R frowned, confused. But before he could finish, Lilith cut him off. You want to say I died 20 years ago, right? Teacher Ara trembled, muttering, impossible. I killed you with my own hands. Bai Zian glanced between them. Ari's student. While Kunzi tore through the cyborgs, she began to recount the tale of 2 decades past. I stand here thanks to extraterrestrial technology. I was rebuilt like a puppet. She spread her arms, summoning her beast. Come forth, Baphomet demon race diamond rank peak. A colossal monstrosity materialized. Lilith commanded. Catching up ends now. Let us get to business. Bai Zian snapped his fingers, his eyes radiating danger. Another titan enters the fray. Kunzi, let us wreck it. But just as he prepared to charge, a hand stopped him. Wait, the voice commanded. Bai Zian's eyes widened. Huh. It was Ari. His expression was dark, teeth gritted in resolve. Do not interfere. Leave this to me. He set the wood spirit down and shouted, Son, reveal your true form. Instantly, a 6-armed emerald avatar manifested, radiating ancient power. The wood spirit Dharma body. Desolate god race. Diamond rank peak. He projected his voice to Bai Zian. This is our fight. Leaving Bai Zian stunned, he soared into the sky, leaving a trail of white mist. Halfway up, Ara glanced back with an apologetic look. Bai Zian, this is between us. Truthfully, I shouldn't have dragged you into this. Bai Zian cut him off sharply. Hold on. Wait a damn minute. Bai Zian visualized the cliché script and shouted, Next, are you going to tell me to run away alone or find a safe place to hide? Is that it? He recalled past battles, waving his hand dismissively. Exactly. Too many fights lately have involved you old-timers, he clarified. It is not that I do not respect my elders. But then he roared, rage flaring in his eyes, but stop treating me like a child caught in the crossfire. He slapped his chest, his voice booming with conviction. I have my own judgment. I do not need you making decisions for me. Frowning, he pointed at himself. Let us get one thing straight, seniors. Whether it is saving Zichi or crushing the spider cult from the start, this has been my plan, so wipe that guilty look off your face. With unwavering determination, he gave a thumbs up. I make my own choices and I handle my own problems. Dong Li, busy dismantling cyborgs, laughed in admiration. That kid has got a mouth on him. Wonder who he learned that from. Lin Gui chimed in between strikes. It is obvious. That personality is a carbon copy of our esteemed city lord Bai. Baphomet lunged at Ari and Bai Zian, but they stood their ground. Ari shrugged, asking, So what is your play? Bai Zian smirked. They are blocking us here, which means Zichi is close. The wood spirit Dharma body stepped in 6 arms, shielding them from the massive Baphomet. Bai Zian laid out the strategy. My beast has the speed advantage. You hold the line here, and I will break the encirclement to find Zichi. Hearing this, Dong Li and Lin Gui nodded. Makes sense. Under the circumstances, it is our only move. Lilith kicked high, launching a shockwave at Bai Zian, furious. You are shouting your plan right in front of me. Do I not exist to you? Bai Zian kept his cool face, waiting for the bite. He looked up at her. Of course I am telling you. How else would you take the bait? Seizing the opening, R raised his blade toward Lilith. Blade raised, his voice wavered with regret. Lilith, I do not want to kill you a second time. Her eyes flashed a dangerous crimson. The Lilith of the past is dead, Teacher Ari. Amidst the neon glow of the city, Ari slashed down, but she dodged effortlessly. He shouted back, cut the cryptic talk. I have one request. Whatever your goal is, do not kill the Spider Queen. Bai Zian internalized the request. That is a tall order. If the queen lives, the fleet will flatten the 10,000 spider nest dungeon. He could not promise that. Rubbing his neck, he gave a non-committal answer. I will make the right choice. Turning his back on their duel, he waved. Kunzi, let us go. Bai Zian hopped onto Kunzi's back, asking, is this going to be okay? Kunzi reassured him. No problem at all. Just hold on tight. Bai Zian grinned, steering Kunzi toward the army of mechs. Fly. Lightning crackled as Bai Zian and Kunzi obliterated every obstacle in their path. Adrenaline pumping, he shouted, sorry boys, I am out of time. They broke free from the chaos below, soaring high above the skyscrapers. Bai Zian shielded his eyes, stunned by the vista. This underground space, it is massive. Much bigger than I imagined. Kunzi agreed. It feels exactly like Master's Beast space. But that was the problem. Bai Zian frowned, calculating. If it is, this huge finding, Ziqi with naked eyes, is going to be like finding a needle in a haystack. The God's Eye scanning function was limited in range, but its treasure detection capabilities were massive, a classic mechanic you'd expect in a system manhwa. His mind flashed back to that glittering stone from before. That's right, he had gifted Ziqi, a rare artifact in the past. If she still had that treasure on her person, the system would track it down instantly. Without hesitating, he gripped the fin of the Leviathan, scanning the horizon with determination. With the Kun's legendary speed and the radar active scouring, the entire sector would take mere moments. Bai Zian extended his hand, commanding the God's Eye to hunt. Divine consciousness erupted, like blue lightning arcing across the skyscrapers and illuminating the heavens with an azure glow. The Leviathan tore through the clouds at breakneck speed. Suddenly, Bai Zian's eyes flared. The system pinged. Kun, slow down. We have a signal. He pointed toward a structure, looming below. That sector. Go, the beast roared in acknowledgement, whipping its massive tail as it banked sharply toward the target. Meanwhile, the front line was crumbling. The defenders were exhausted, and even the Scorpion Queen and the gray spike insect were reaching their limits against the mechanical horde. Lin Gui and Dong Li stood back to back, panting heavily. These bastards are immortal, Lin Gui cursed. Nearby, Mu Xing was in a desperate clash with Baphomet, only to be crushed into the dirt. Mu Xing's master wasn't faring much better, barely parrying a relentless barrage of attacks from Lilith with his greatsword. Albra dug his blade into the earth, gasping for air, as sweat stung his eyes. Unbelievable, he thought. She's become a monster. He had foolishly underestimated her growth. Watching the crimson lightning crackle around her aura, he couldn't help but feel a twisted sense of pride. You've certainly grown, child, he noted, analyzing her power. But tell me, isn't that outside technology amplifying your spiritual energy like some cheat item in a leveling manhwa? I'm guessing that device on your head is the source. Lilith flinched, her hand instinctively guarding her temple. The old man is sharp, she realized with a start. Albray hoisted his greatsword onto his shoulder, adopting a lecture stance. Lilith, after all this time, you still fail to grasp the core of my teachings. In the background, Baphomet unleashed a storm of blows on Mu Xing, but the smaller fighter met every strike with unwavering defense. You and your kind, Albrecht continued, his voice, cutting through the chaos. You wield your beasts incorrectly. He pointed his blade directly at her heart, exposing her fatal flaw, treating a spirit beast as a mere tool. That is why you will never unlock true power. He visualized the connection man and beast forged in battle. We are the same. Both humans and beasts are vessels of spiritual energy. The way of beast taming merges two souls into one, creating a synergy where 1 + 1 equals destiny. But you rely on that pathetic amplifier. You see only a master-servant bond. But our ancestors taught us the way requires mutual respect, understanding the soul of the beast, not slavery. As the words left his lips, Baphomet landed a devastating blow, reverting Mu Xing back to its petite original form. The little creature fluttered down to rest on Albray's head. He smiled gently. Rest now, little one. The real show is about to begin. Baphomet roared a sound of pure fury, but Albra stood like a mountain. The monster's massive fist crashed down, obliterating the ground in a blinding cloud of debris. The dust settled. The beast lifted its hand to reveal a crater, but Albray was gone. What? Where did the human go? Lilith scanned the area in panic. Impossible. Suddenly, a shadow eclipsed her form. Death approached from above. Aubrey descended like a judgment bolt. His blade sliced through the air, electric mana splitting the atmosphere and shattering her mask, revealing eyes wide with terror. Instantly, the mechanical army faltered. Their red optics flickered and died, and like puppets with cut strings, they collapsed in unison. Lin Gui looked around, bewildered. What the hell just happened? He turned to his partner. Dong Li, you in one piece. I'm fine, she breathed. Looks like we owe Bai Jingsong's friend a drink, Lin Gui muttered. Meanwhile, Aubrey looked down at the trembling Lilith with pity. Why the fear? Are we done dancing? Then he noticed the scar on her forehead. Ah, that wound. It's from back then. Lilith couldn't meet his gaze, bowing her head to hide the old injury. Memories flooded Aubrey's mind the day he had been forced to take her life with his own hands. Guilt gnawed at him. Her trembling wasn't just fear, it was trauma. He turned his back, sheathing his weapon. I told you once, I would never kill you a second time. As the master walked away, leaving a broken Lilith behind, Lin Gui sighed. Man, how long are we gonna keep fighting this demon spider sect? Dong Li's eyes narrowed dangerously behind him. Sympathizing with the enemy, no, Lin Gui stammered, just thinking out loud. Albra, however, wore a complex expression. They aren't just monsters, he mused. They bleed, they fear, they feel. But while they pondered morality, a silhouette materialized on the rooftop behind them. Xiao Gubai had arrived. His gaze locked onto Dong Li with intense urgency. Stop daydreaming. We need to find Ji Qi. Now. Lin Gui, completely unaware of the Reaper behind him, scratched his head. Wonder how Master Bai is doing. Suddenly, Aubrey screamed, above you. Xiao Gubai flashed a sinister grin, plunging down with a dagger in hand. Lin Gui gasped. What? Before the shadow consumed him. Meanwhile, Bai Zian touched down at the base of a crimson spire. Target located, but the Leviathan shuddered. Master, this place. It reeks of evil. Bai Zian pressed his hand against the blood-red barrier. His eyes widened in absolute horror. You have got to be kidding me. Trapped within the scarlet prison was Ji Qi. She floated, suspended in the fluid eyes, shut tight, her life force flickering like a dying candle. Ji Qi, he roared, banging on the glass. Suddenly, a voice dripped from the shadows. Relax. The little girl is perfectly safe. Bai Zian spun around, aura flaring. Who's there? A figure tipped his hat, stepping into the light. I am Mephisto, the fourth priest of the solar sect. The villain smiled, a look of pure malice on his face. We merely need to borrow your little friend's spirit beast for a moment. Nothing personal. Bai Zian's rage boiled over as he gritted his teeth. You dare preach about culture while hiding behind the demonic spider sect. Where was this morality when you terrorists ambushed us? Mephisto sneered, the single crimson eye on his forehead glowing with malice. Terrorist ambush, you say? Is that how you twist our resistance? This land is our birthright. We simply demand the truth. Standing amidst the ruins, he branded Bai Zian an intruder. You are just an outsider. You could never understand our path. Bai Zian roared. Even if I understood, I'd never accept your twisted methods. Release Chi Chi immediately. Beside him, Jingzi recoiled from the area's oppressive aura. The pressure was immense. Jingzi hovered, charging spiritual energy, while Bai Zian prepared to risk everything to save Chi Chi. Or you'll end up like Asmodan and Arthur. Mephisto's eye widened in recognition. So it was you. Behind him, a nightmare materialized in purple flames. A dark aura exploded. Then blood must be spilled. Bai Zian and Jingzi froze, eyes widening in disbelief. Master, it can't be. Why her? Sharp features, ancient markings, and metallic armor clinging to a sculpted form, the figure was terrifyingly beautiful. Mephisto's contracted spirit had arrived. The evil spirit queen, a ferocious beast of the Diamond Peak, rank a true boss monster in this leveling manhwa. A chimera born of forbidden alchemy. Nature forbids such power. Only dark experimentation could force an evolution to this realm. Bai Zian's mind raced. An alchemical abomination. How did he forge a pact with such an unstable creature? Mephisto revealed his palm. A sinister eye embedded in the flesh, pulsing with absolute control over the beast. No matter the method, that beast is devouring his very life force. But there was no time to think, the queen was already charging. Bai Zian steeled himself. This duo was a lethal combination. Underestimating them meant instant death. Jingzi unleashed a torrent of azure flame, but the queen dodged effortlessly. Bai Zian smirked, his tactical mind clicking. Just like before, she tracks us by spiritual energy alone. The queen struck Bai Zian, and Jingzi launched themselves into the air, barely evading the devastating blow. Plan B. Yi Ya. Take flight. The phoenix descended like a meteor, encircling the queen in a prison of searing flames to blind her senses. The inferno roared, silencing the enemy within. To the naked eye, it seemed the victory was all too easy. But from the heart of the fire, a demonic gaze pierced through. Her jaw unhinged, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Her pupils shifted, locking onto them. Lethal energy concentrated in her claws, shining with a cold, deadly light. Slash. With a dual-handed strike, she tore the curtain of flames asunder. Yi Ya's firewall shattered into sparks. Bai Zian recoiled, sweat forming. Impossible, I thought her vision was blinded. Boom. The blast shook the tower. Mephisto scoffed. Is this the pathetic strength that defeated Arthur? Don't make me laugh. Bai Zian emerged from the smoke, his protective barrier shimmering. Save your breath. The real battle starts now. The queen waved her hand, dispelling the lingering smoke with terrifying ease. Bai Zian clenched his jaw. Damn it, I got arrogant. I promised not to underestimate them, and yet here I am. They must share a visual link. I need a new strategy. I'm not a weak bronze ranker anymore. Physical attacks bounce off. Spiritual attacks are dodged. Her vision is flawless. She's practically a god of war. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. If physical and magical fail, why not try the third path? Bai Zian froze. Who's there? The queen stood frozen in place. Bai Zian glanced around. An illusion, no? Time itself has stopped. It's me, the crystal spirit, the voice drawled. You're welcome, by the way. Bai Zian's eyes narrowed. Wait, shouldn't you be sealed in the beast space? Since when can we chat? Then it hit him. The netherworld battle. This sensation was familiar, like a classic mechanic in a system Manhwa. Sensory field induction, Bai Zian realized. His body moved, yet his mind raced at light speed. In this state, seconds stretched into eternity. His physical body was sluggish compared to his hyper-accelerated consciousness. You amplified my cognitive speed, Bai Zian deduced. This is your doing. Not bad, kid, the spirit chuckled. This field creates a thought space, a dimension purely for the mind. In here, their physical forms are irrelevant. Only intent matters. It links your consciousness with your beasts. Jingzi and Yi Ya are connected to this mental web. Bai Zian crossed his arms. So what's this third damage type? The spirit sighed. I just called you smart, don't prove me wrong now. In this thought space, we transcend the physical. We exist as pure souls. And this space, it bridges your souls together. Your beasts are behind you. The enemy is in front. Connect the dots. Realization struck Bai Zian like lightning. Soul damage. Thank you. Reality snapped back. The evil spirit queen lunged, jaws wide, ready to tear Bai Zian apart. The wraith queen lunged her claws, crackling with violet lightning, desperate to tear him apart. But an impenetrable barrier materialized instantly. Inside the dome, Bai Zian stood calm, his blade forming the absolute defense. Hey, didn't I explicitly tell you not to use me as a meat shield? The sword spirit grumbled. Bai Zian ignored the complaint, turning to his two spirit beasts with a smirk. Didn't you guys have shields too? Winged Fang Jing returned to the beast space immediately. Winged Fang drifted closer, shooting him a glare that could cut glass. Excuse me, I just got out to stretch my wings and you're already stuffing me back in. Jing intervened, its voice soothing. Cool your jets. Master definitely has a strategy. Let's trust him and head back. Slash Bai Zian's blade sang, severing the queen's arm in a spray of dark energy. The impact sent her reeling into a cloud of debris. Seizing the moment, he activated his signature skill. Spirit Beast Armor engaged superior physical might, enveloped him like a second skin. He didn't stop there. Instantly, he projected Jing's energy form a shimmering blue specter. It shot forward like a homing missile, forcing the Wraith Queen into a desperate high-speed dodge. Bai Zian detached his consciousness from reality, freezing the perception of time. Just as he predicted, she used high-speed movement, followed by a sneak attack. Classic boss pattern in this leveling manhwa. A cocky grin spread across his face. With the mental space buff active, breaking this strategy was child's play. Moonvine, you're up. It's showtime. A dimensional rift tore open Moonvine, burst forth from the void, its sudden appearance forcing the Wraith Queen to scramble sideways. Massive roots erupted, lashing out at her. Exploiting the slowed time of the mental space, Moonvine struck exactly when she was vulnerable. Snap! The vines coiled around her, locking her in a vice grip. Moonvine's shape-shifting ability created an inescapable net. With her mobility stats nerfed to 0, the only thing left to crush was her insane physical defense. Bai Zian fused his own soul into the spirit beast armor to to shatter her physical shell. It was time to unleash the spiritual destruction derived from Jing's soul essence. "Let's end this," he roared, channeling every ounce of his energy. Soul manifestation. This was the ultimate technique, manifesting the soul after perfect synchronization between Beast Tamer and Spirit Beast. A high-tier soul skill rarely seen in an awakening manhwa. Bai Zian raised his blade before the trapped queen. By infusing the manifestation's spiritual body into the steel, he utilized field resonance to convert the attack into pure, unadulterated soul energy. Power surged. Blue and red lightning crackled in a twin helix around the blade. This was soul resonance, a slash born from the absolute bond between master and beast. He slammed the sword into the earth. A devastating wave of energy rippled toward her. Moonvine dodge. Drop the bind now. The vines retracted instantly. The wave of force arrived a millisecond later, slicing through the Wraith Queen's torso like a hot knife through butter. The lethal energy exploded on impact. The Wraith Queen, once terrifying, crumbled to the ground, her HP bar finally hitting 0. Returning to his physical body, the ancient sword chimed in. "Not bad, Outlander. I didn't think an antique like me would be useful in your world. But this trash is far weaker than a true deity. We used to slay gods for breakfast, remember?" Bai Zian rolled his eyes. "You have terrible timing. I'm actually planning to meet the god of this world soon. I can't wait to see if their divine power lives up to the hype." Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the darkness, an ominous silhouette blocking their path. The figure stared Bai Zian down. "Impressive. You defeated 2 priests, a true Beast Tamer genius. But take my advice, do not challenge the Spider Queen." The stranger opened his eyes. It was Mephisto. "I am a priest of the solar flare. Protecting the Spider Queen is my duty, but purging heretics, that is my holy mission." Mephisto stepped forward, his body warping. He belonged to a fused race, blending his own biology with his contracted beast. A madness that no sane human would attempt, yet here he stood. Bai Zian froze, his eyes widening. What the hell? Did he just fuse his physical body with his beast? That's grotesque. The sword snorted. "Honestly, even by my world standards, that guy is ugly as sin. 0 style points." Before Bai Zian could laugh, Mephisto launched a barrage of tentacles. Whoosh! The scene shifted to another street. The air was dead silent. Cold. Terrifying. Suddenly, a voice shattered the stillness like a gunshot. This wasn't part of the deal. It was Dong Li. She clutched her stomach, blood seeping through her fingers. Lin Gui stood over her. "Dong Li, are you stable?" She couldn't answer, collapsing to her knees in agony. Lin Gui stepped in front of her, shielding her from the man ahead. "Xiao Gubai. You said we had an agreement. Is this how you honor a partnership?" Xiao Gubai raised his hands in a mock surrender, looking bored out of his mind. "Hey, my orders didn't come with extra conditions. I'm just a corporate wage slave. I don't ask questions." Lin Gui turned his back to the enemy, looking down at his teammate. "Dong Li, I'm sorry." She stared at him, betrayal washing over her. You're working with the demon spider cult. Why, Lin Gui? "I have my reasons. Burdens you wouldn't understand." Fueled by rage, Dong Li forced herself up and delivered a haymaker to his jaw. Pow! His hat went flying into the darkness. The hat rolled to a stop. "Reasons, then speak." Dong Li glared at him with pure contempt. "Just like when you inherited the Blacktail King power, you kept your mouth shut." She paused, her eyes locking onto his face. The suspicion that had been brewing finally exploded. "Wait, your eyes. That symbol. The demon spider, you're a half-blood." The revelation hit her like a truck. A half-blood. Lin Gui didn't flinch. "Correct. I am the illegitimate son of the Lin family. My mother was an original inhabitant. I was born with this cursed blood. Usually, the traits of the original inhabitants remain dormant. But as I grew stronger, the signs manifested. When my eyes changed, I knew my true identity." Dong Li screamed, tears of frustration forming. That is your excuse." She spat the words out, trembling with fury. "Just because of your heritage, you decided to side with terrorists. You betrayed us for that. Oi, don't make us sound like the bad guys." Diego stood atop a building, looking down with a sneer. "We aren't hurting anyone. We're just taking back the land that was stolen from us." Didn't even look up at the arrogant speech. He picked his ear, nonchalantly. "Strange. I hear a mosquito buzzing." "Oh, just a little pest up there." Diego's face twisted in anger. Diego leaped down, landing next to Lin Gui. "You did well, Lin Gui." He narrowed his eyes at the 2 enemies, sensing their strength. "I didn't expect rats to sniff out this location so quickly. The plan has changed." He cracked his knuckles, killing intent rising. "We can't have witnesses. You all die here." Lin Gui looked panicked. Changed. That wasn't the deal. Diego ignored him, charging up energy to fight Lin Gui screamed, "Hold it, Diego." Lin Gui adjusted his mask, his voice turning cold. "I agreed to cooperate, but I have conditions." He pointed a finger straight at Diego's chest. "You rats built a fortress beneath my city and nearly sent Dong Li to her grave." Dong Li clutched her wounded side, her face pale as she glared at them. Lin Gui kept rambling, but Xiao Gubai and Diego were speechless. They shared one thought. Does this old man have any clue what is actually happening? He shot a cold glance, his voice dripping with impatience. "Didn't you say you wanted to end this war? Then coordinate with us." Diego roared, launching himself at Ari, his arms glowing with lethal energy. As the blade slashed down, Lin Gui rushed to Dong Li's side. He knelt hands, trembling, desperate to explain himself. "Dong Li, listen to me. Yes, I helped them. But only to stop this meaningless slaughter," he whispered frantically. "The Origin Star faction always deceived us. That is why I played their game." The revelation hit Dong Li like a physical blow. "Do you realize what you have done?" Lin Gui stammered. "Don't worry, Chi-Chi is safe." But behind him, Xiao Gubai twirled her blade with menacing grace. "Hey old man, you heard him. Move." Dong Li gritted her teeth. "You are not a native. Why aid these monsters?" Xiao Gubai gripped her hilt, a cruel smile playing on her lips. "Everyone asks that. It is just business." Suddenly, Ari leaped high, radiating arrogance. "Taste this." His massive palm slammed into the earth, triggering a catastrophic explosion. Diego instantly deployed a barrier. As he landed, his eyes rolled back white. Manifestation. A terrifying aura erupted from him. "Don't act like I am a novice," Diego roared, channeling his power until the very debris around him began to levitate. He shot into the sky. Lin Gui screamed, "Stop, I will not let you touch Dong Li." But Diego ignored him, concentrating energy at his feet like a lethal stinger. Die. Ari was not backing down. 6 spectral arms materialized, catching Diego midair before he could even blink. "What?" Diego gasped. "Surprised, honey." Ri smirked. "Don't worry, the real fun is just starting." A colossal fist slammed into Diego's spine. "Get lost." He crashed into the earth, engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. Xiao Gubai waved away, the dust annoyed. "What is this?" Suddenly, a flash of light froze her in place. Fear paralyzed her instantly. Ari's power ignored her completely, aiming for something else. Her mind screamed 2 words, "Oh no." Lin Gui screamed Dong Li, but Ari had already snatched her up. "Sorry, City Lord. Economy class only, hang on tight." She stared blankly at the energy construct holding her. "What is this spiritual power can be used like this?" Xiao Gubai sighed. "Aren't we chasing?" A second, Diego pulled himself from the rubble. "No need. I have a backup plan." Their eyes locked on Lin Gui. "What about him? He is still useful. After all, the materials for this fortress came from him." Xiao Gubai let out a long, satisfied yes. Meanwhile, Are carried Dong Li deep into a desolate fortress. "No signs of life here," he analyzed. "We are safe," Dong Li whispered. "This is the Yaoze Fortress." "Yaoze Fortress," Dong Li explained. "Our mother planet. The Origin Star faction wants to control the spirit stone veins of this awakening Manhwa world." Her voice went flat, lost in the dark history of their struggle. They plan to use starships to obliterate the surface, wiping out both natives and colonists. This fortress was the Black Sand City's last refuge. Ri listened intently, but most city-states rejected the plan, fearing it would be a declaration of war against the Origin Star government. Instead, they negotiated a truce, buying us a 50-year deadline, but we must kill the Spider Queen to prove our worth, and time is running out. Ray's eyes widened. "So that is it. That is why Bai Zian was so burdened. That brat's true goal is the Spider Queen." The silence around them grew heavy. "Speaking of which, I wonder how Bai Zian is doing. I hope everything is going smoothly." Boom! A distant explosion shattered the silence, forcing Ari to whip around. His jaw dropped. "Damn it, what is that?" It was Bai Zian, blade in hand, facing a nightmare in this brutal leveling manhwa. The monster sneered, delighted. "I didn't expect you to actually block that attack." "Hey," the sword spirit protested. "I told you not to use me as a shield." The creature before them burned with ominous crimson tendrils. Its aura was suffocating. "Interesting. You are the first to withstand my power." Its third eye bulged. "Pity. You will also be the last." Blinding light gathered at its fingertips as it leaped into the air. A barrage of lethal energy beams rained down straight for Bai Zian. Running on fumes, he raised his blade again. Damn it. He is using that move again. Suddenly, a realization hit him. Like a glitch in a system manhwa, his mind entered a hyper-focus state. If my thought space accelerates my mind, that means time outside is effectively frozen. I can dodge this. He weaved through the beams instantly. Blue aura flared as ZZ grinned. Counterattack initiated. Jingzi synchronized with his speed. We need perfect timing. He launched himself from the shadows, using her body as a springboard to catapult toward the beast. His mind raced, calculating the trajectory to unlock the perfect evasion skill of the alchemy beast. Azure energy danced through the crimson barrage. The monster's rage boiled over. How was this mere human weaving through a net of inevitable death? How can he dodge this density of fire? Bai Zian burst through the smoke, appearing right before its eyes. The creature stared in sheer disbelief. Suddenly, his blade screamed. The crystal's soul rebelled against Bai Zian's will. The cost of overdrawing his power was kicking in. Hold it, Outlander. This ability is god tier, but your body can't sustain it. A wave of nausea hit him as his eyes shifted, betraying his shock. What? You're telling me now? His body was still executing its previous commands, locking up from the mental overload. Damn it, I've lost control. His limbs refused to move. He was a split second too slow. Mephisto's eyes gleamed. He saw the opening. Got you. A devastating shockwave blasted Bai Zian backward. He skidded to a halt, the crystal soul's voice echoing in his mind to explain the glitch. What the hell just happened? Your mortal vessel cannot handle the thought dimension for that long. Mephisto hovered above, sneering at his struggle. To be honest, your combat style reeks of something ancient, not like a typical beastmaster at all. You remind me of an old acquaintance. His voice dripped with arrogance. But just like him, you are nothing compared to me. Mephisto began channeling a new catastrophic spell. A crimson sun formed in his hands, pulsating with destruction. He roared with absolute confidence. Your worthless life ends right now. Blood trickled down Bai Zian's face, but his grin remained sharp. Guess every cheat skill comes with a nasty tax. I'll have to remember that. The red beam tore through the sky, a physical manifestation of the beast's fury. The impact was apocalyptic, bathing the entire wasteland in blinding crimson light. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos. Ares descended from the heavens, mocking Mephisto's flex. Hey, quit lying to the kid, you ugly freak. He landed with a boom, exposing the monster's bluff. If I recall correctly, I was the one who kicked your ass. Mephisto's face twisted in pure terror. Ares Bai Zian scrambled up, relieved to see his savior. Perfect timing. This guy is a total pain to deal with. But before he could finish, cold steel pressed against his throat. Bai Zian froze, eyes widening as the savior turned executioner. In a heartbeat, the ally became the threat. Ares' voice was devoid of warmth. Answer me. Is your goal to slaughter the Spider Queen? Bai Zian felt the pressure rise. He barked back, blood mixing with the sweat on his face. Is this really the time? And didn't I already tell you? The blade bit into his skin. Ares wasn't bluffing. He demanded a clear answer, noticing Bai Zian had been skirting the truth. I don't want excuses. I want a yes or a no. Do you intend to kill the Spider Queen? Bai Zian gritted his teeth, glaring at the man. Why was he doing this now? The battlefield was chaotic, but Ares' madness was the real danger. What is this immortal geezer thinking? But the logic was sound. To stop the Origin Star event, the Spider Queen had to die. The killing intent vanished. Ares sheathed his sword as suddenly as he drew it. Bai Zian finally found his voice. Yeah, I plan to kill her. Ares' response was chillingly calm, as if he expected it. If you do, the extraterrestrial fleet will wipe out all life on Earth. Wait, you knew. Meanwhile, Mephisto was fuming. These two were having a chat while he was trying to kill them. Am I invisible to you, worms? Ares ignored the screaming monster and the energy blasts raining down behind him, focused entirely on Bai Zian. He spoke with grave seriousness, treating the battle like background noise. The Spider Queen's core is essentially the heart of this dimension. Because she was wounded, this world's level plummeted to the purple star rank. They stood amidst the chaos, discussing metaphysics like it was a tea party. Mephisto's rage whipped up a hurricane, but they didn't flinch. It is hard to predict the cataclysm that will follow if the queen falls. Bai Zian's mind raced. Memories of the past flashed before his eyes. The tension in his face eased, replaced by grim determination. If that happens, the myriad spider nest might end up like the ghost shadow realm, forcibly merged into another world. They turned, finally ready to cooperate. The conversation wasn't over, but the enemy was waiting. Grim expression set in. So killing her destroys the world. Correct. Bai Zian spun around, his signature roguish grin returning. It seemed Ares had pulled that stunt just to test him and to drill the gravity of the situation into his skull. Couldn't you just say that straight up? You were worried that because I treat this like a leveling manhwa game, I wouldn't care if this world burned right. Their strategy meeting was cut short. Someone was desperate to die. They locked eyes, paused the chat, and lunged forward as one. Let's do this. Bai Zian smiled wickedly. Facing an old enemy required a proper greeting, usually involving violence and insults. Mephisto tried to deflect the embarrassment. How many centuries has it been since we fought? Who cares about the dates? Energy clashed against energy. While Ares countered every strike, the beast kept babbling to cover up his past humiliation. Doesn't matter, you'll lose again, just like when I buried you in the dirt last time. Ares's eyes narrowed, his voice dropping an octave. Is that how you remember it? A savage excitement lit up Ares's face. He was itching to correct that memory. The real battle erupted. Sky-shattering skills collided as Mephisto unleashed a barrage of pure madness. Tentacles erupted like spears, aiming straight for Ari. But a smirk played on his lips, a warrior recognizing a familiar dance of death. It's been ages since I've seen that technique. The nostalgia is hitting hard. Refusing to yield, he summoned spectral arms to parry all 6 strikes in a display of absolute defense. The beast muttered, an incantation, eyes cold as ice. In that split second, a millennium of history flashed between them. Your memory serves you well, mimicking our past duels perfectly. But you forgot one variable in this leveling manhwa logic. This time, I'm not fighting alone. Bai Zian and Jingzi synchronized instantly, their soul-locking crystal sword blasting a pillar of azure energy into the heavens. A calculated move that stunned even the beast. With a confident grin, the MC issued the command. Jingzi, unleash it. Understanding his intent perfectly, she responded with a playful growl. That move it is. Bai Zian leaped, with the grace of a master, a maneuver honed through countless battles. Gravity reversed as they descended, activation twin moon reflection pillar. The azure beam sliced through the air, severing Mephisto's 6 tentacles in a single breath. The impact sent the creature hurtling backward. Seizing the opening, Bai Zian drove his blade into Mephisto's core, intent on cleaving him in two. The recoil threw him back, but his spirit was soaring. He landed with a wild grin. White Scale City team. Nice shot. Jingzi lunged, jaws gaping wide to devour the enemy. Mephisto's eyes widened in terror, sensing the overwhelming power looming behind him amidst the dust. In a flash of predatory instinct, she swallowed Mephisto whole. Bai Zian charged back in his sword, humming, eyes glowing with the thrill of the hunt. The enemy was on death's door. Meanwhile, R rushed over, sword in hand, looking utterly annoyed by the noise. What are you screaming for? Having too much fun? In perfect unison, they slashed from above and below, sending the monster's head flying. Bai Zian immediately scolded her. Jingzi spit it out. That thing has a pact with a spirit beast. Eating it is bad for your digestion. She obediently regurgitated the carcass. After their long separation, the gap between them had finally closed. They stood as equals once more. Kid, you've leveled up, haven't you? If you knew where I've been, my strength wouldn't surprise you. R smirked, the tease dancing in his eyes. Be honest. That fighting style. You copied me, didn't you? Bai Zian shot back instantly, refusing to lose the verbal spar. Who would learn from an immortal relic like you? Meanwhile, the monster's severed head flew through the air, wailing. Damn it, they actually got me. Suddenly, a hand snatched the head from midair. Panic flooded the beast's eyes. Recognizing the terrifying aura, he averted his gaze in pure submission. Apologies, I failed you. A voice chilled the air behind RA, shattering their celebration. I never expected our paths to cross again so soon. Solaris emerged from the shadows, her gaze dripping with disdain. Tell me, R, do you still choose to stand with these invaders? Her brow furrowed, fury radiating from her like heat waves. She pointed an accusing finger, her voice booming with pressure that caught Bai Zian off guard. You bow to invaders, but slaughter your own kind. Solaris demands to know how many more of your brethren must die to satisfy you. Her face twisted in rage. Traitor, crimson lightning crackled around her as the wind howled, the sheer pressure forcing Bai Zian and Ra to brace themselves. Solaris's power was in a league of its own. They struggled to stand, minds racing for a counter strategy. This spiritual pressure, it's suffocating. Ari stood his ground, his expression pained but resolute. Stop this, Solaris violence won't save us. Keep this up, and the myriad spider nest will be destroyed by your own hands. Solaris cast aside her cloak, revealing a form honed for war. Do you even hear yourself? The only ones destroying the nest are those invaders was left speechless by her conviction. Solaris glared her words, striking like daggers of ice. Have you forgotten? We once wore the same uniform. We stood on the same battle lines. Ara's expression darkened. Solaris was terrifying not just in power, but in truth. Her words alone drew blood. Back then, you showed no mercy, not even to children. You completed every mission no matter the cost. She began her psychological assault, aiming to shatter his will, before the physical battle even began. Do you remember the mountain of corpses you left behind? History remembers you by another name, the Solar Butcher. Bai Zian froze the revelation, shaking him to his core. Wait. Ara was part of the demon spider sect. The truth hit him like a physical blow. The silhouette of a man, burdened by sin, stood tall. Life and death, sun and moon cycles of light and shadow. Anger flickered in his eyes as he spoke, his voice heavy with hard-won wisdom. In the past, I chased the blazing crimson Sunday. I believed the solar path was the only way to end the war. He discarded his own cloak, his brow furrowed in concentration. But now I follow the rising moon tide. The path of the hidden moon is the only hope for our future. I may have betrayed my creed, but I will never betray this crumbling world. He glanced back, his resolve hardened. He had already decided to face Solaris alone. Bai Zian, handle the small fry for me. Can I count on you? Bai Zian hesitated, sensing the shift in the air. Wait, what are you planning? R straightened his back, a terrifying green aura erupting around him. The situation is critical. For once, listen to your elders. A reckless grin spread across Ari's face, arrogance radiating from him as he mocked the danger. Bai Zian, consider this a lesson in trust. As a junior, you should learn to indulge your seniors every now and then. R turned to face the true threat, the wood spirit hovering above him. His smile was sharp as a blade. Wood spirit. Looks like today is going to be one hell of a busy shift, isn't it? The atmosphere was heavy, with a suffocating gloom. Solaris stood amidst the shadows, her gaze drifting downward in deep contemplation. A faint nostalgic smile curved her lips, a mask concealing a storm of memories. She stood at the epicenter of a ruined city, now completely swallowed by a choking veil of gray mist. With arrogant grace, Solaris looked down upon Ara. Remember the old days, Ara, the blood pact we swore back then. Above her head, a crimson dimensional gate tore open, crackling with chaotic energy. Responding to her call, a flame demon emerged, its expression twisted with malicious glee. Awaken flame demon. As the beast descended onto Solaris's hand, a blazing crimson aura erupted, wrapping its body in pure destructive power. Her eyes locked onto the creature as she revealed the truth. The wood spirit of the earth and the flame demon of the abyss. They are two sides of the same coin. Eons ago, deep within the emerald forests, 5 pristine souls gathered upon a sacred stone. Born from the very breath of heaven and earth, they were the purest existences in the world. But time is a cruel master. We witness the heartbreaking evolution of the wood spirit and flame demon, transforming from purity into the monsters of the present. Through endless cycles of tempering, the primordial spirit fractured. From that same origin, fate diverged, birthing the gentle wood spirit and the destructive flame demon. Back in the present, the atmosphere turned ice cold. Ari stared daggers at Solaris, his voice void of emotion. Just like you and me. Solaris let out a chilling laugh. We've crossed the point of no return. Suddenly, her spiritual energy detonated, unleashing a terrifying pressure that shook the heavens. Her blade ignited with hellfire. As she screamed flame/Ara didn't flinch. A tempest of wind and azure lightning exploded from his sword to meet her. Ara entered his battle stance. Wind domain Solaris, charged with blinding speed, her hand reaching out to crush him, while Ara braced himself for the clash of a lifetime. Steel slammed against steel. A blinding supernova erupted upon impact, sending a massive pillar of energy piercing through the sky. The shockwave obliterated everything in its path. Yet, amidst the smoke, Solaris's eyes burned with manic excitement, while Auri remained a statue of cold determination. In perfect unison, they roared Avatar Manifestation. The smoke cleared to reveal the majestic wood spirit avatar and the terrifying flame demon avatar towering over the battlefield. The flame demon roared as 4 extra arms burst from its back. With 6 arms ready for slaughter, the 2 titanic avatars charged into a cataclysmic collision. The battle raged on 2 fronts. As the avatars locked their 6 arms in a contest of brute strength, the very ground cracked under the pressure. Below, the masters abandoned their weapons for brutal hand-to-hand combat. Solaris landed a heavy blow, sneering, I assume you've already met with L. Even your own disciple has turned against you, so tell me, what exactly are you fighting for? Ara deflected her strike, his eyes narrowing. Keep her name out of your mouth. But Solaris, fueled by rage over Asuma and El, screamed, you preached peace with the outsiders for the sake of our people. But look around. All we got was suffering and death. Do you honestly believe those monsters will ever agree to coexist with us? Aura's gaze sharpened like a blade. His conviction remained unshaken. That day will come. While the titans clashed, Bai Zian saw his opening. Now's my chance. He sprinted toward the crimson pillar of light where Chi-Chi was imprisoned. Pointing at the barrier, he shouted, Jing, smash that pillar to pieces. The beast obeyed instantly, launching itself with the force of a tidal wave. Jing slammed into the barrier, triggering a massive tremor. Debris and water blasted everywhere, but the creature absorbed the shockwave into its own body. The beast glanced back at Bai Zian, looking aggrieved. Master, just because they call me Ironhead doesn't mean you should use my skull as a battering ram. Bai Zian's eyes went wide. It didn't break. That barrier was harder than the beast's skull. Inside the pillar, Chi-Chi's eyelashes fluttered as she began to awaken. She gasped, realizing she was suspended in a liquid prison. Panic set in. What is this? Where am I? Through the crimson glow, she spotted a familiar figure. Brother Bai Zian. Why is he here? Bai Zian pressed his hand against the barrier. It's impenetrable. I need a new plan. He forced a gentle smile to calm the terrified girl inside. Don't be afraid, he promised softly. I will get you out of there. Hearing his resolve, Jing roared, expanding its body to a massive size. Bai Zian's expression hardened into a scowl. He pointed a trembling finger at the prison. Tear it apart. Jing opened its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs, and lunged. High above, Solaris froze mid-combat. She spotted the beast gnawing at the crimson seal. A sinister smile curled her lips. She realized their ploy. I see. So that was your plan all along. Trying to interrupt the ritual. She commanded her flame demon avatar to charge a massive energy sphere. How naive. But Ari watched her unfazed. Solaris, you have no idea what's really happening. He signaled his wood spirit avatar. It instantly conjured a titanic sphere of nature energy to counter her attack. Ara's voice rang out with absolute confidence. Your entire scheme was flawed from the very beginning. Both avatars fired their ultimate attacks simultaneously. Boom. The energies collided, triggering a cataclysmic earthquake. The blinding light swallowed the battlefield, but the chaotic energy began to creep dangerously close to the wood spirit. The wood spirit was buckling under the pressure. The flame demon's destructive power was overwhelming it completely. Ari gritted his teeth, shielding his eyes from the searing light. Damn it, I can't hold on much longer. A second later, devastation. The resulting explosion obliterated everything, shattering the red pillar and sending Jing flying. The world dissolved into a white void of smoke and ruin. When the dust settled, only Solaris and her flame demon remained standing. Hands on her hips, she looked down at the wreckage. You never stood a chance against me. The massive flame demon shrank back into a tiny spirit, hovering obediently over her palm. She began a slow, victorious walk toward the fallen Ari. Her expression darkened, a mix of anger and pity in her eyes. She delivered the final verdict of this awakening Manhwa world. If you refuse to fight, you lose absolutely everything. Do you still not grasp the simple truth of this world? Bai Zian collapsed, his body broken and drained of all strength. He leaned against Jingzi, fighting to keep his eyes open through the pain. With a ragged breath, he asked Ray, why does this high priest seem to have a personal vendetta against you? Ray slowly rose from the swirling dust like a phantom. Beneath him, Muling had reverted to its original form, gazing up at its master with eyes full of trembling concern. Blood stained his face, yet a gentle smile played on his lips. His eyes were heavy, but he managed to quip, just wait until you get a girlfriend, then you'll understand the horror. As Solaris approached, they forced their broken bodies to stand one last time. Bai Zian staggered to his feet, refusing to yield. So, judging by your tone, he gasped, using his sword as a crutch to stay upright. Is she your ex? Ri let out a sigh. At least that's what she believes. She was the one who unilaterally ended things after all. Even in the jaws of death, with his body screaming in agony, Bai Zian managed to smirk. He shot a teasing glance at Ray. You can still spout nonsense at a time like this. Ri shot back, a hint of arrogance returning to his face. Kid, this is what you call the refined experience of a mature adult. Their banter was cut short by a wave of killing intent. Ri turned to see Solaris standing amidst the clearing smoke, radiating death. His voice dropped to a whisper. Jokes aside, in our current state, We stand no chance against her. Bai Zian slumped his shoulders, completely drained. Is this the terrifying matriarchal society everyone warns about? Suddenly, a chilling voice cut through the air from above. Detonate. An instant later, a cataclysmic explosion tore through the sky. The blast successfully drew Solaris's gaze upward. Rei's face lit up with hope. He turned to Bai Zian. Is that the backup you called? Bai Zian's pupils constricted in sheer terror. Do I look like a villain with minions to you? Solaris glared at the sky, her expression darkening with disgust. Shh. The troublesome one has arrived. A colossal crystal iceberg plummeted from the heavens, aiming straight for her. The impact shook the very earth. A shockwave of wind and debris exploded outward, swallowing the battlefield. Rei shielded his eyes, his mind racing. Ice crystals, the temperature just plummeted. From the freezing mist, a pair of legs clad in iron armor stepped forth. The sheer pressure forced Bai Zian to cover his face. As the dust settled, Solaris lowered her arm, her cold eyes locking onto the intruder. Recognizing the face, Solaris clicked her tongue. In irritation, her frown deepening. Ch! Stepping out from the crystal prison was none other than Bai Jingsong. With every step he took, the temperature dropped, frost forming in his wake. His hands still crackled with the residual energy used to shatter the ice. Bai Jingsong's expression was sharp as a blade. He scowled. You rats never change your habit of living underground, do you? This place was a nightmare to find. An image of a younger Bai Jingsong flashed by, flanked by the majestic abyssal dragon looming in the mist. He patted his beast. No, you did well finding them, abyssal dragon. Bai Zian's jaw dropped, a mix of shock and guilt washing over him. It's Grandpa. And his beast evolved. This was a legendary moment straight out of a leveling manhwa. The old master turned, his eyes radiating a terrifying intensity. Ice shards danced around him like deadly confetti, and the corner of his lip curled into a smirk. Rei watched Bai Jingsong's epic entrance and finally broke the silence. So, you actually came. Bai Jingsong locked eyes with him. Rei, how many years has it been? Rei walked toward him, a playful grin forming. Long enough? You stinking brat, you still have the nerve to ask. Both men raised their hands, preparing for a greeting only warriors understand. Their palms clashed with a thunderous boom. Rei pushed back against the forced teasing, sneaking back to become a city lord, secretly getting married, and even holding a grandchild. You've got some nerve, Bai Jingsong countered, matching his strength. Seems you're still alive, old man. Time really means nothing to monsters like us. You haven't changed a bit. Neither have you, Rei. Meanwhile, the massive abyssal dragon lowered its gaze, staring down at the tiny Bai Zian and Jingzi on the ground. The dragon's eyes glowed with recognition and warmth. Sensing the gaze of his kin, Jingzi looked down, disheartened. Master, do I look pathetic to you? Bai Zian blinked, startled by the sudden question. What? Where is this coming from? Around them, other spirit beasts began to manifest, radiating pride. Jingzi gazed at the majestic dragon, shame filling his heart. I am a descendant of dragons, yet here I am, still trapped in the form of a fish. Bai Zian watched his friend crumble, unsure how to comfort him. Jingzi continued, his voice trembling. I'm stuck at silver rank. Because of me, you can't break through either, master. The me of the past. I had such limitless potential. Listening to this self-pity, Bai Zian's hands shook. Suddenly, he slapped Jingzi's head smack. Tears welled in the creature's eyes as Bai Zian shouted. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? He grabbed Jingzi's face, forcing him to look. Listen to me. Bai Zian's expression softened. Never blame yourself for this. And never ever feel depressed just because you haven't become a dragon yet. Jingzi couldn't shake the shadow in his heart. But it's so humiliating. Bai Zian stared deep into his eyes, his face shining with absolute sincerity. Think about it carefully. He squished Jingzi's cheeks, making his lips pucker. Maybe you were meant to be a dragon. Maybe reality was cruel and kept you from your ideal form. But tell me, have you ever once given up? Bai Zian's words triggered a cascade of memories. Images of their journey replayed like a cinematic film. Every struggle, every victory. Even when fate exploited our weaknesses and held a knife to our throats, we never knelt. With our own two hands, we crushed those who called themselves strong. Think about it. With just a bronze and silver body, we defeated diamond rank elites. That's the essence of a true awakening manhwa protagonist. Bai Zian's face turned solemn, his voice dropping to a whisper filled with pride. To achieve the impossible while shackled by destiny. You are already greater than any dragon. He pulled Jingzi, closed their foreheads, touching, laughing through the pain. I know you care about how others see you, but let me tell you something. They don't know a damn thing. Bai Zian released him, looking up at the sky, with eyes burning like stars. Those who think they are right Just because they were born flying on clouds, they have no idea what it means to walk the long, dangerous road of true power. Memories of the past resurface, two souls fighting as one, their blades dancing in perfect harmony to annihilate every foe. As you said, with bodies forged in fire and shackles turned into razor-sharp blades, we have severed countless injustices and chains of arrogance. Having spoken his piece, he turned with a radiant grin, delivering the final blow to her ego. With spirit like that, how could you ever lose face? Bathed in his sincere gaze and acknowledgement, the creature responded, "To form a contract with you is my eternal honor, master." Bai Zian's words struck a chord deep within Jingzi's soul, causing her eyes to glow with absolute loyalty. Meanwhile, Elder Bai Jingsong stood firm, an aura of bone-chilling frost swirling around him as he issued his command. "Abyssal Bone Dragon, unleash your wrath." The beast obeyed instantly. A spectral blue mist gathered in its maw, coalescing into a colossal crystal of freezing ice as it soared into the sky. Solaris reacted with lightning speed, conjuring a flame shield to intercept the dragon's breath. A smirk played on her lips. She was actually enjoying this clash. With a chilling laugh, she taunted, "Not bad at all." Her eyes burned crimson as she gripped her blade, but nowhere near enough to stop me. Bai Jingsong's expression darkened as he sensed a terrifying spike in spiritual pressure. "What in the world is this energy?" he muttered, analyzing the threat. Albrecht's face twisted in horror. "She's absolutely insane. That technique, it's the forbidden super-limit synchronization." Albrecht watched the erupting power with dread, explaining for the audience of this system Manhwa. That technique forces a total fusion between the Beast Tamer and the Beast's soul. It's pure torture for both of them. But the agony-fueled power Solaris's beast erupted with an energy intensity never seen before. Blinding golden light flooded the battlefield, screaming danger. This was the ultimate buff, amplifying every stat of the Tamer and Beast through super manifestation. Solaris's eyes rolled back, turning pure white. Her brow furrowed in pain, yet her killing intent skyrocketed to legendary levels. Her hands now wreathed in hellfire, and golden lightning raised slowly. She slammed them into the earth with a primal scream, triggering a cataclysmic shockwave. The ground shattered. Tectonic plates groaned as magma surged from the depths, threatening to swallow them whole, like a hungry beast. Aura screamed magma. Incoming Elder Bai Jingsong didn't hesitate. With eyes full of defiance, he thrust his hands upward. He slammed his palms down, summoning a domain of absolute zero to counter the scorching hellscape. Massive glaciers rose from the earth, encircling him in a fortress of ice against the lava. Bai Jingsong exhaled. That should hold. For now. Caught in the crossfire, Albrecht shivered violently, hugging his arms. "Damn it, this guy's ice is going to freeze me to death." "Ah, my apologies," Bai Jingsong muttered. Behind him, the abyssal bone dragon arched its back, its white eyes locking onto the enemy. Bai Jingsong made a hand seal, his voice grave. "Bone dragon, she's played her trump card. It's time we showed them the true power of a leveling Manhwa veteran. Full power." His fists clenched, and a brilliant emerald aura, the sign of his cultivation, began to envelop his arms. The bone dragon dissolved into white mist, spiraling toward Bai Jingsong's hand. He roared, "Abyssal Bone Dragon Spirit Weapon Transformation." Instantly, the mist solidified into a majestic azure blade. Bai Jingsong gripped it tight, his stance unshakable, eyes burning with the resolve of a warrior. The blade was a masterpiece of spiritual energy, glowing with a verdant light that mirrored its master's noble spirit. A rare smile curved Bai Jingsong's lips as he whispered to his partner, "You've been itching for this, haven't you?" Crimson fire met emerald ice, a breathtaking contrast. As Solaris charged, Bai Jingsong stood his ground. Let her witness the roar of the Star Sea Dragon. Solaris' eyes blazing like demons swung her blades with a blood-curdling shriek. Die. Fire and ice collided. Red and green energies refused to mix, creating a chaotic spectacle of destruction as their blades met in a fatal strike. Boom! A pillar of energy erupted dozens of meters into the sky, sending a terrifying shockwave across the battlefield. Ari scanned the chaos, worried about the others. "Hey brat," he called out. But over by Bai Zian, something strange was happening to Jingzi. "Jingzi, what's happening?" Her form began to fade, dissolving into mist that swirled upward into a mystical vortex. The vortex glowed with a divine blue light pulsing with immense power. Bai Zian could only scream in panic, "Jingzi." But from the light emerged not a beast, but a stunning young woman with silver hair. And, wait, she had distinct curves, a complete transformation. Ari and Bai Zian stood frozen, jaws on the floor. "Bai Zian, is that Jingzi?" Albrecht's eye twitched. "Calling that beauty Jingzi? feels a bit disrespectful now. The girl looked at her own hands stuttering. Master Ai, what is this? Bai Zian scanned her from head to toe before the realization hit him like a truck. Jingzi turned into a girl. He grabbed his head in confusion. Why does it feel like my bro just turned into a waifu? This was a classic awakening manhwa twist. Jingzi pouted. I was a girl from the very beginning, you know? Meanwhile, the battle raged on as Bai Jingsong smashed ice against the earth to block Solaris. Bai Jingsong assessed the situation, sweat forming on his brow. Damn it, we're both diamond rank, so why does her pressure feel so overwhelming? Solaris laughed maniacally. You outworlders know nothing. We are the originators of beast taming. We mastered this art centuries before you arrived. She waved her hand and her beast's aura crushed down on them. Seeing his grandfather in peril, Bai Zian's heart raced. Grandpa is in trouble, but before he could move, he was startled. Jingzi launched herself forward like a bullet, her voice firm. Leave this to me. A terrifyingly silent void materialized from nothingness. A young man with obscured features stepped forward, his heart heavy. It is still painfully cold in here, he lamented. His tall, imposing figure drifted toward the gateway. What is that guy thinking? He mused with annoyance. Does he believe chaotic orders make him a master of micromanagement? The door swung open, releasing a blinding light that erased the world behind them. He hoped this time there would finally be some progress. Two silhouettes stood face to face, identities hidden, yet the air grew heavy with a suffocating pressure. We need to talk. The voice cut through the tension. And I am not interested in discussing anything else. A massive figure stripped to the waist sat brooding in the corner's shadow. He listened as the question from before returned to haunt him. Who exactly are you?